About ELF, we can talk about Bill. You know, the market might be down 0.1% on the ES, but Nicola could be done. I feel like it's one of those, we knew this was coming, and there they are down 38% today. Like, you really would have thought like ELF would be the biggest down story, but unfortunately, a bunch of reverse splits. Now it looks like it's over for Nicola eventually. Sometimes, hey man, every now and then you get bounces on days like this on Nicola. Maybe there'll be some kind of a fade, but ELF really fell off the shelf, and that's, I'll try to say that very few times today. Shot 25% to the downside for ELF. It was equally impressive to the upside for pins. Affirm has got some massive levels as well. I love the fact that Amazon not reaffirmed their guidance, but increased their CapEx spend, the guide for CapEx spend, over to 100 million or billion for next year. I think that's good for the Nvidia continuation.
Oh, I didn't know you were here.
Market is headed back in. Look at this. Not just a watermelon, but we get a couple of blueberries too.
Oh, I love blueberries.
Tariffs.
Yo, I have that same, different color. I have that same shirt though. Superman is in the building.
Yeah, Superman is here. Wow, you're here on a Friday.
Yeah, I'll take it.
What?
They keep
Where
stealing.
is the other guy?
Oh
yeah, no,
I thought those guys took it.
Randy threw it at Sharif the other day. That's why it was.
You just spit clean the bowl. Okay.
What happened?
No, that's fine.
Nicola's bankrupt finally. It looks like here, NK. Oh, here.
It's over.
Here's the daily chart for Nicola. And you know, not every business is going to be a winning one. Nope. And if we go over to a weekly chart, GM was actually in this name very, very early, and then was able to get out. We are talking about marijuana stocks. This stock at its high, $2,800. It wasn't. It's just that it split 1 to 30 right there back in June, and now you can see we're down here, and that's the story of Trevor Milton and Nicola.
He got his money though. I mean, that's how it always works, right?
I think he did some time too. Okay, so that's Nicola, and then Tesla today as well. Volkswagen's heading to the south side as well there. But Tesla also today down another 1.21%. Not good numbers coming out of Germany, not good numbers coming out of China. We'll have to wait to see what happens here. But we said you want to talk about ELF on a shelf. This name is also breaking this shelf rate here as well, coming back in. I think Tesla eventually winds up around this 340 marker where it gets a little more interesting than where it is now.
I remember back in October calling for pullback.
All right, Randy was thinking a pullback, so it looks like
yes, sir.
Yes, the coffee time is anytime, my friend.
Follow.
Okay, so yeah, just a couple little things there that we touched on. I mean, I think Amazon's going to be interesting. I don't know, it's not moving around enough. It's actually, its implied move was 6%. It looks like we'll be out here at 3%. That's not going to be super exciting to me. But Palantir.
But on a good note, Amazon didn't, with the cloud miss, it wasn't as bad as Alphabet. So, you know, you don't have to worry about it being almost down double digits. I kind of like that. Palantir is doing a ton of volume, man.
It's already done 3 million.
Yeah, it's already done 3. It's not like it might not beat Nvidia in volume, but at this point, like relative volume is through the roof. So you got to be looking at Palantir again. Yeah. No questions asked. I like some of the Trevor melted. In the chat there from Rafiq.
Good one.
That's a good one. I'm sure there's lots of puns you could make for that company, but you're going to see some, we knew this would happen. You're going to see some of these like EVs. They're all going to, not everyone makes it, and you're going to see a lot drop off, especially in this year. Like this can be that kind of a year.
Just hope it doesn't happen to Rivian.
That I was about to say. I'm like, hopefully Rivian's got enough runway.
I'm not really in Rivian.
No, I think they're okay.
I put all my money in Ford.
Boom.
No, I didn't really. Palantir. The sticky note's going to be out in T-minus 30 seconds. But this 111 area is something that I'm going to sit on. That's that 200 period moving average. That's what we're going to have right here on the sticky note. It says 111. So, that could come in. We have now, when you put the list out here at 8:38, the market's not open until 9. So we'll have to, or 9:30. Hello. We're going to have to wait to see where it goes. But right now Palantir is catching my eye a little bit just because it's up and it just bounced off 113. This name has gone absolutely like parabolic, just since even since the day where we made our picks, where it was people were like, oh my God, I can't believe this guy's picking Palantir again. And I mean, that was $64, $65. And now you're just straight up, I mean, a lot of names have gone up. IBM has been a great pick. There's been lots of good names that have gone straight to the upside, but this name has gone absolutely insane. So I am thinking about, honestly, like, maybe taking out maybe 10% again. I don't know. But eventually, if you keep on picking away at the iceberg, then eventually it becomes just a little teeny snowball. And we're trying to let this iceberg
go that far.
grow.
If you to go from an iceberg to a snowball is like the chart of Nicola. That's not trimming.
No. I'm saying eventually, if I keep on doing
Yeah.
it, if I keep on doing it, eventually it will become not as big of a position.
But sometimes you got to.
Yeah, no, sometimes you got to do that. Yeah. The thing is that the market could be in trouble. We had Andy on yesterday. He was talking about being in primarily cash right now, and being pretty light in the market. So I don't know. But everything that Donald Trump seems to be doing here isn't really adversely
it's pro-business, man.
Yeah, like the NASDAQ and ES and we can call the Dow up and everything. This is the 30-minute chart here of the Qs. Like you're minutes away from this all-time high. Like even if we go into a daily chart here, it's going to look pretty impressive to me. I mean, okay, he's now been there. It's February 7th, so a month. And yeah, things seem to be on all cylinders, right? I did hear a story though yesterday that they pulled away a lot of the census information from some of the websites there.
Yeah, there was a bunch of data.
Like, I don't know, is that a Doge thing? Like, I don't know what they're doing here, but
I don't know.
That's interesting to me. I don't want to get into like that China thing where they're, we have some employment situation, so we're not going to be releasing that data anymore. So there goes Palantir again, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, just bounced off one. It's up to 1250.
It'd be very 1984-esque, the book.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw something. There was something that happened on Nvidia. Maybe it's anecdotal, but I don't usually see this, especially when an economic number came out. But somebody was already offering 150,000 shares at the 130 level as the number came out. Like usually you don't see that kind of liquidity in the pre-market, especially when you have economic data coming out there. So I suspect there's going to be, if we get to the 130, there's going to be a big old level on Nvidia that we can possibly chew through here today. It didn't get there yesterday. I mean, it broke the 129 yesterday, didn't break the 130. It's just been a long every single day, so it's been like a dip and rip, but it hasn't broken this out yet. It just look at the gap. It's a very nice looking gap on the chart there for Nvidia. But yeah, someone was offering 130. I think that's going to be a big size fill and potential breakout on Nvidia today, but kind of feel like Nvidia has a potential breakout every day, almost.
Love us some Nvidia.
Yeah, Michael Moss coming up here this morning. He's going to talk about semiconductors as well and why this year might be a little bit different than past years as far as semiconductors, semiconductors, maybe financials this year over semiconductors. A couple other things moving around here this morning. ELF crushed off a pretty bad report here. 25% for ELF Beauty to the downside this morning. Shocking no one, Pinterest is also up 22%.
Yeah, I know. Pinterest is doing well, Brendo. I mean, they're really doing well. They've got good deals here with Meta and Google for digital ad sales, really pushing people onto their platform. They're also getting more engagement from Gen Z, so it's a good look there. Their daily active users are up, but ELF, oh, what a drop here, 24% going. Q4 earnings slightly missing expectations. Revenue did exceed estimates, but it was really the guide here that hurt a lot of what we're talking about. They cut their full year guidance after the weaker than expected January performance. So the market made them pay, and we're dropping into that $65.
So what you're telling me is Pinterest is a younger thing.
You know what, Jen? Yeah, apparently. Well, it wasn't really supposed to be that way.
Yeah.
They're starting to engage. So it's the old folk like us who had been carrying.
In the past 12 months, estimate, how many minutes have you spent on Pinterest?
12 months?
Yeah.
0.
Exactly.
That's the truth.
Same.
I went on it a little bit more during the pandemic. You can kind of get some nice ideas and stuff like that if you're looking for crafts and like fashion, but otherwise.
I've never understood it. If he's ready, guys, let's just bring him in and we'll talk about the overall market here a little bit. Individually, sectors, there's been a little bit of a change as far as year over year is concerned. And Mr. Nosh, you want to talk about weed as well, which has been moving around here a little bit the past couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, for the record, I've also spent 0 time on Pinterest my entire life.
Thank you. Exactly.
But, only price pays, and that's what's happening with the price, I guess. But yeah, so we can get started here. And
Sure.
I wanted to start with the chart of the SPY. I know we all look at the chart of the SPY, but I just want to show that we're kind of range bound here, right? And we're near the top end of that range, but really, right, we're just kind of hovering inside of this range. So quite often, and this is, a little bit of a meta discussion, we got to keep an eye on what is the S&P 500? What are these indexes? And they're just baskets of stocks. So when you're range bound like this, there's kind of two things that could be occurring to make this range bound. One is all sectors and all markets are range bound. Then the other is rotation. So for example, if things like semiconductors aren't doing that hot, but everything else is doing okay, then because semiconductors make up such a large percentage of the index, you can have sideways index movement, but then you can actually have a lot of positive movement under the hood where you have sectors and you have individual names really, really moving. So what I want to do is I want to go and let's dive in a little bit and see is there any opportunity in this chop, or is this just kind of a stay away market? So first chart here, this is just the SMH. I just drew the same kind of resistance area at all-time highs just to show how much further down we are on a relative basis in semiconductors than we are in the market. So again, this is more evidence that if one of the strongest sectors over the last few years, that's pulling back a little bit, then the S&P 500 should be holding up in some other area, some other aspect should actually be doing well. So that's kind of what we're seeing here when we take a look at the next chart here, which is just the overall heat map. So this is the last 7 days, just to show that even though the market's, up a little bit, but still stuck in that range, most sectors that I watch anyway, this is kind of from my custom list here, are doing fantastic. And, the top ones, we see PSIL, which is psychedelics. We see MSOS, which is marijuana stocks. These certainly weren't the darlings in the last few years. These were really beaten up type names. Now we're seeing some rotation into them. So talked about this a lot, but for those who haven't heard my rant, this is what you want to see in a bull market. Because if you have somebody in at large institutions, hedge funds, they made a whole bunch of money in Nvidia. This is what we talked about what would happen in the beginning of the year. They don't want to sell it end of last year because they've got to realize some tax gains. If, for example, they want to sell those gains for this year and just push those tax gains down the road, which most people do, we have to go, okay, what are they doing with the money? So they've sold, and most institutions have to own 90, 95% of whatever they have in something. They can't just sit in cash. So if that money flows into just bonds or gold or safe-ish assets, consumer staples being a big one, dividend bearing companies, then they're worried about the market. They don't want to put money to work. They want to take those profits. They kind of want to hoard them. They want to wait for whatever they think is going to happen to the market to recover. If you start to see psychedelic sectors and marijuana sectors and WGMI that's up there is your Bitcoin miners ETF. These, to me, are not safe assets. So it shows that these funds are rotating under the hood and they're buying different risk assets. So they still want to put risk on the table. Maybe they just think semiconductors, the AI play is kind of played out for a bit, or they're just taking partial profits and just spreading the money throughout. What we want to see in a bull market. So just a couple names that look really good when I went through this list. And again, that's what I'll do this weekend as well. XLF. So we have financials hitting all-time highs. This, to me, should be an interest rate play. Kind of means that they think that whatever's going on with these numbers and whatever's going on with the Trump administration, who's openly said he's going to try to bully Jay Powell into lowering rates. That's going to be good for these guys because they can start lending and doing things like that as well. Next sector here is that PSIL. So the next chart, here is PSIL. So this is the psychedelic sector. These got a big move. Some of my friends who I was kind of asking why this breakout now after all this time said that, the RFK confirmation that took place, I guess he's pro psychedelics and rescheduling some of these drugs. So this might be a good sector to again take a look at. And the main reason I want to show this is because it's just showing that, hey, this is not a risk-off sector, right? Large institutions would not be plowing money into psychedelics. And then again, the next chart here, which is MSOS or our marijuana sector, if they were worried about the long-term health and long-term growth of the market. This sector, so the PSIL, the XLF, those charts look good to me. This one, it does look good to me, but you have to be careful. There's been so many people disappointed for so long on this particular sector. Be very, very careful when you're playing this. It's in like the worst downtrend of all time if you zoom out. But we've got a nice little support zone on a lot of these. And this one, for example, it's around $4, around $3, $3.50 a share. So if you're looking to bottom pick, this might be one, but the main takeaway I want you guys to have is that even though the market is range bound, even though darlings like Nvidia and AMD aren't doing too well, there is a lot of movement under the hood into different sectors. A, that's what we want to see for the bull market to be strong, and then B, this is a stock picker's market. I don't really like the term, but it just means that, hey, if you're someone who can watch a show like this, jump around to different sectors, look at what's hot on the day, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for people like that.
And on that note, talking about MSOS and what might be in that, I mean, we talked about ACB going back a couple of days ago. Nice earnings report, was up huge. CGC, not so much today, down pretty big. So as you were saying, with that specific group, definitely need to comb over things a little. Going back to the overall market here, if we're starting to see banks take the lead, if we're starting to see maybe some strength in other areas, I mean, you were mentioning looking for individual names within these groups. Once we identify which is strong, which isn't, is there maybe 2 or 3 others, industrials, something that we haven't been looking at that is also showing that relative strength?
Well, yeah, so I think KWeb is a good example as well. All of China seems to be holding strong. I didn't really want to beat down that door because I feel like I've been on here being very loud about China for too long. And same with natural gas. So we're seeing a lot of this under the hood now. With China, I know a lot of people don't like to play the actual Chinese equities. COPX is the ETF, but copper is a very interesting one as well that usually moves with China because they're just the biggest consumer of copper. But you mentioned industrials. I think they look great. Silver actually looks okay. Steel looks okay. A lot of these actual metals, like copper and steel, wheat, all of these, they make sense that they're going to move because if there's going to be tariffs on importing these from other countries, then buying the thing that is actually produced in the United States, it's going to kind of, I think, be a hedge against a lot of these. So if you're buying a United States Steel, not the company, but the actual SLX, which is the ETF for it, then, if there's a tariff placed on China, well, that's going to only increase the value in something like this. So a lot out there, I'll have a lot more charts for you guys coming out, but just think way outside the box that you're normally thinking. In the last couple of years, we've been programmed that it's you buy big tech or you lag behind. I just think that that's starting to get a little bit of a shift here. And
the best part is until the market says otherwise, we stay the course. Exactly. Great stuff as always. Have a wonderful weekend. Michael Noss, we'll see you on Monday.
Talk to you Monday.
Thank you very much there, Michael. And what's interesting is there's no better of it's a stock picker's market than you had MSOS up. Look at the difference in reaction from ACB and CGC in the last couple of days. ACB, which ramped to the upside, obviously a couple of days here. They're not doing anything today, but I mean, come on, you go 360 to 660. That's not the end of the world. And stock pickers market, Canopy, down 21% on their earnings. That is the definition of it. Although it did move in concert, just because one continues does not mean the rest will have to. So, there's something when people say like best of breed, maybe not the best example to use the term best of breed. Is there a best of breed in this space? But in a general sense, you got to be looking in the right place. Like not all AI names are going to be the same. Not all chip names are going to be the same, which I think we've said ad nauseum in here. So 100%. This is a bit of a stock picker's market, being the right names, doing the volume and the volatility. You can go either direction, right? Like you can be short the weak ones if you want to. But those weed names, CGC. It kind of sucks because CGC going into today, if it had had a good number, it looked like it could have had a really great squeeze through $3. But what are you going to do? They did what they usually do.
Interesting. Michael mentioned, stock pickers market. I think that's true. Every day you're going to have these crazy moves in different names. Affirm, we had PayPal was a huge move. We had Roblox. It doesn't always have to be, centered around, as he had mentioned there, AMD and Nvidia and whatnot. I did try. You can see I'm long here on Palantir. I did put, so I got filled at 11.11. Okay, here we go. So I got filled at 11.11 right there. Wait a minute, I was just waiting at so I'm waiting at 111.25. That's right where that 200 period moving average is, and we almost got filled there. Hopefully they'll just wipe up one more time and we'll get filled. But anyways, it broke 111, and when that happened, we got out. Then we just saw it hold down there. We didn't even really see it hold. It whooshed down, then it just immediately kind of went back up, and we were able to get 70s long right now on Palantir. It's not the greatest, man. I mean, the market is here, and now Palantir is here. So you could get a little bit of a Friday sell-off potentially in this name. Underneath, view up, under. So guess what? If we break 110 now, then we will hands off of this trade. We just took out 20% there at 111. Let's see if it can get a little bit higher. But that's Palantir. Make sure you guys do hit the like and the subscribe. The sticky note's out right there. We have Palantir right at this level, so we're going to continue to watch that. Uber back up to 70 was really nice. Nice to see Uber getting that bid as well over the last couple of days. But all right, let's go find out some more catalysts with the upgrades and downgrades.
Pinterest, you're kicking off the upgrade side of things, also up 21% after earnings. This upgrade coming from the benchmark company. Honeywell, which reported yesterday, getting an upgrade from Deutsche Bank. We have Hershey's getting an upgrade, but a price target decrease here from Citigroup. And GE Vernova getting upgraded here by Johnson Rice, new analyst I've never seen on this board before. On the downgrade side of things, AMD downgraded here by DZ Bank. We have Elf Beauty, of course, one of the biggest earnings misses from last night, or losers from last night, getting downgraded here by D.A. Davidson. Nike, which took an unexplained plunge yesterday, getting a downgrade by Citigroup. And last but not least, Roblox getting downgraded by MoffettNathanson after that pretty massive daily active users miss yesterday, guys.
Yeah, well, it was an impressive bounce on Roblox. Like, that's the thing. Like, Roblox was down a ton, but it was pretty much along they would make like two spots. You could have had a couple, like a small short, but it was just along the whole day. Nike, on the other hand, Nike got smoked yesterday. Well, smoked. When you look at a chart of Nicola or Elf, it doesn't look like smoke. But Nike had a really bad day yesterday, and it's right back into the 70 level when it looked like it was all the way toward a breakout. So it's a pretty big level here on Nike that we could be heading into off the open. So if you like a Nike, a good look here at that 70 for a potential bounce. If it loses, it's obviously a flat bottom too, 69.5. So Nike could be on the radars. I don't know what happened to it in the middle of the day. I remember checking for news when this happened and volume picked up, but we never found anything specific to Nike under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, AMD obviously can't catch a break, but that's because its own performance has not been that great. We did have a nice move there in the middle of the day, and I'm not, we should have been. I was long Nvidia. I was not. What I was trying to say was I was not looking short anything really there. But that was great, like 111 again. Actually, that's the same price as Palantir. Isn't that unbelievable? Like 6 months ago, AMD was at 240 and Palantir was at $25. Now they're both at 111. You can see it's just, we can draw lines, we can do whatever we want to do here. But right now, whoa. Okay, that's pretty good. Right there, so top again, and then top. So right now, it definitely is this kind of a momentum, and then you just put another line right here, and you're going to see a nice little pattern developing, and it looks like we could break back down below. So I am looking for like a 109 or so break. This is just sloppy. I just wanted to show you guys what we're looking at. But anyways, that little top, I think if we can extend through, I still, like, one of my top ideas is Nvidia long, so I don't want to go against the whole chip space. But if AMD can get going on a downgrade, then I think it's worth shorting and watching to see what happens right up here again. So that high was 111.20. So this is a little sketchy here because it's in the pre-market. Let's see if we go back and make new highs off of yesterday. So that's what I'm looking at with AMD. I'd be playing short into 111, but that's just a temporary thing. And then ELF, I guess we're going to get to it. It's not even 9 o'clock. I don't want to spoil everything here. But ELF is also going to be on the sticky note today. And I kind of like this long, and we'll discuss it when it gets there. But all right, what is this question here? Live trading. Yay, sports. Hand egg. Okay, not sure. Baseball, basketball, football, soccer. Oh, okay, this football then. If hockey was on here, that would be the number one choice. I'm not sure why baseball's on there, but we'll go foot.
It should be things in season at least. I don't know, whatever. Or you could have had like
I don't
combat
put
sports. Maybe I think it's would have been pretty popular. But hand egg. It's Super Bowl weekend. Hand egg.
Hand egg. The most watched sporting event in the world. Hand egg ball.
Go Philly, I suppose. I don't know. Not esports. I'm not an esports guy. Esports are big.
Sporting event. That's what I'm saying. So
Easily.
all right. What's up, guys?
6, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract. We just got NFPs. The market's zigging and zagging. So let's see if we hold 6,100 as support. If we do, then we're looking at that 6,125 area as resistance. If we break down below 6,100, let's look to 60.75, that area that we bounced off yesterday, as support.
Looks like he has wrapped up comments, but Kashkari was on CNBC there for a few minutes saying some things. So market doesn't seem to care at this point. Just beware. If you haven't done so, though, jump down to the description, hit the link, top link in the description. Will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Free. All you need to know. Amazon is top of that list this morning, 2.5% here downside, but on its way possibly back to green if we continue this trend. Testing highs right now for Amazon, as we were sitting here talking about yesterday, a little bit light in certain areas.
Exactly. The Q4 results were fantastic. They beat everywhere. EPS beat handily. Revenue easily beat there. Net income nearly doubled, guys, year over year. They took home $20 billion in profit just on the quarter. Operating margins increased to 11.3%, but here is where it gets a little bit dicey, guys. Disappointing guidance for Q1 2025. They guided $151 billion to $155.5. That is well below the 158.5 the street was looking for. They're also citing currency headwinds. Forex, $2.1 billion is going to be a bit of a headwind there for them. Also, AWS revenue. Here's the deal. They printed about $28.8 billion. That was slightly below expectations, but a 19% year-over-year increase. Compare that to last year when they printed 13. Why do I mention this? Because Azure, even though they grew at a faster rate, they slowed down their growth year-over-year, likewise with Google Cloud. So we'll keep an eye out on that, Brendo. And then last but not least, we've been talking about this a lot, 2025 CapEx, especially for AI, they're looking to spend $100 billion.
I was wanting to hear more about those flying drones that were dropping boxes,
Absolutely.
but no such luck. I mean, we're $8 already, better part of $8 here off the aftermarket lows, guys, testing this pre-market high already.
Update there. Palantir just kept stopping at 111.20, so I actually just put an offer at 19 instead of at 25 and got that fill. So I just wanted to bring that up because some of you may have been asking about that. Yeah, so Amazon. Look, its expected move was over 6%. We just talked about it. Brendan just said that we were over $8 off the bottom. That bottom was exactly 6% right off the open. We talked about it dropping into, Neil mentioned 220, 222. That's like pretty much right there. Like, so as we were talking about that, there it goes. Nice move to the downside there on Amazon and a nice bounce back. I mean, it's only $10 from the bottom. I mean, you know, we'd still like to see the name up. Everything was working out perfectly fine, and the cloud was not really, and that was the hit. So I'm still fine with it. I mean, year over year, net improvements on margins. So I think that that's really good. That means their business is actually working when you can start to increase margins. But at the same time, it's not as exciting to me because the move isn't as dramatic as expected. So like normally you would say pull back into VWAP, but that doesn't really tell me anything today. That's only 232 right now. That would be a nothing move. So then you say, okay, what about, and I stopped the charts at about 4:30. Our charts turn off at about 4:30 or 5 o'clock. And then I only open them back up at 7. So at the end of the day, yeah, it's not exciting enough to me. Like, let's just say you break 230. Okay, well, there's 228 there, you know? And then if you break 228, like there's just, to me, if you're going to do anything worthwhile, it might be just to wait and see if they crush this thing back into this kind of a buy zone. So I would think that anywhere in and around here, 227 or 226 area, and then you could see if this bottom holds. But other than that, man, Amazon right now I think is just kind of not on my radar, I guess is a good way of putting it, but still great report. I mean, I think it goes out similar to Google, where you had such a nice move into the number that a little bit of a miss somewhere and it gets punished. But down 2% is kind of like
it's such a nothing burger, and
it's not a big move.
I wouldn't want it to do what Google did. You don't want the stock to go down, but for a day trade, it would have been much more exciting if it did. Like if we were anywhere between 222 and 225, I'd be looking for a mean reversion, a long, and a buy. Instead, we'll be looking at Nvidia and Apple. It's got some levels on it, and Affirm and Palantir and Pinterest. Like that's just where the head is going to be. ELF is also moving around a heck of a lot more. It's a boringly. I saw in the chat someone saying it's a boringly linear stock. That's great. But it doesn't always make it a good day trade unless it does something extreme here off the open, which could happen. It's a Friday, so I wouldn't completely write it off. If it gets down underneath 225, I like 222. Again, it's just some support down here from earlier, but I just don't think we trade down there today.
Talking about BYD over in China, OTC listing up huge the past little while, but Tesla struggling a little bit here as far as China sales are concerned. Downside once again to the tune of about 11.5% year over year over in China. So big market for them. 0.8 right now for Tesla.
So Tesla drops in sales and BYD increases in sales. So as you said, 11.5% decline year over year for Tesla in China. For their sales, they sold about 62,300 cars, give or take. Here's the deal. BYD sold 296,000 EV and plug-in, so not just strictly EVs, but that's a 47% increase year over year. BYD was up 10% yesterday. From what I saw, it's up another 6% today. Keep your eye out on that. Obviously, Tesla is trying to juice some of the numbers, releasing the new Model Y, the Juniper. They're also, Brendo, extending that 0% interest rate on the 5-year loan plan that's out in China. And they want to introduce FSD. We've been waiting for FSD to come out in China. It still hasn't. Last but not least, we're still waiting for that, Model 2 or whatever they're calling it, Model Q, expected in the first half of 2025. Want to hear more details about that?
Yeah, I mean, not that it means anything. You and I were touching on it just before we came on here. Tesla did almost exactly the same thing last year at the beginning of the year. I think it was 260 to 140 before it turned around, then just went straight higher. So this pullback, however, guys, continues here for Tesla.
Yeah, 375. Early in the week, it was the support. Yesterday, it was the resistance. Today, it's the over-under. And it's a Friday, so obviously 375 is going to have little gravity toward it. But I think you play this in either direction. I think we thought late in the day that there might have been a breakout through this price. But, the stock that broke out was Palantir. It wasn't DJT. That tried to go. Tesla tried to go. It tried to break above this prior high. Now, technically, if you zoom it in, it's like 375.30 was the actual top. So you clear that out today, and I think you got some room to rally there on Tesla. But as long as it's underneath, I'm looking for fades. Both directions, I like that level. And this is the only chance to mention it because, look, Nicola, if it does any kind of a pop up, I'm looking for a trend reversal short on Nicola going bankrupt. So, yeah, not that Tesla and Nicola are anything alike, but,
yeah,
got to talk about it at some point. It seems poignant.
Yeah, though, you'll probably be in and out of that name. We'll see what happens with Nicola today. Probably lots of volume, so definitely worth looking at it. I just took out another piece right there on Palantir because it went to the 200 period moving average, which was 50s. So, yeah, next stop, 112. And that's where my next offer is. I want to say a big thank you and a big shout out to For Profit, gifted 5 memberships. So we say thank you for that one. And you are... awesome. So thank you so much for that For Profit. And that's a great way to start the day, grabbing one of those from For Profit. So we want to thank you for that. All right. So yeah, for me, for Tesla, again, I'm looking short. But you know what? The thing is that it actually hasn't been doing anything here in the pre-market. And at one point, it was doing this, which is why I kind of changed my mind. And then all of a sudden, it did this. So, Yeah, I don't like the stories right now, like missing out of China, missing out of Germany the other day as well. So I still think it's best to wait for this. It's only $3 away, $3.75. I think you go short into those levels there, and then when you break it, this little top is $3.76. Or bottom, sorry. I think that would be the top in this situation. So I would go short $3.75, give it $2 to $3.77. That would be my trade. And then if that comes in, again, you don't want to do it in the face of the market absolutely ripping. I mean, the jobs was a little lower today, so the market reacted to that, and now it's kind of flat again on it. So 375, that to me is a short there for Tesla on the back of some bad delivery news, right? So that's about it. There's nothing. I still like Tesla, but I think that's a short. Down against the market today. As I said, there's where the number comes out. It washes to the downside, makes a move back up, and now is trying to get going again. So Tesla could easily give us that 375 short. And I think it's probably worth it being down 1%. Sorry, Chef Joe Ayal, but for now, today, I think that's good. But if it goes up to 375, then you're kind of winning if that happens from this level. So we'll wait to see what happens. But Tesla's on my mind a little bit here today. I'm probably going to put an order out and see if we get that fill light and then layer into it up to 377. All right, it's Pinterest time. And I know the guys on the desk were talking about how much they use this website.
Tons, apparently.
So much, almost daily. 21% right now. It's trying to get back to highs right now. Yeah, I mean, the forecast was higher than the midpoint.
Yeah,
I don't know if that means,
good.
anything, but higher than the midpoint range of what was expected.
Yeah. So revenue grew for Q4 18% quarter over quarter. That's above estimates. Global monthly active users, Brendo, 553 million. That surpasses the forecast there. It looks as if, Gen Z engagement increasing, as I mentioned at the top of the show. They also have a third-party ads deal with Google and Amazon, which is expanding their revenue base, obviously. Here comes the forecast. It was really good, except for EPS. So they expect Q1 revenue to be above estimates, 837 to 852. The street was looking for 832. Core earnings there, they're looking for about 155 to 170, beating the estimates of 140. But this is where it missed. Adjusted EPS of 56 pennies. For whatever reason, the street was looking for 65. They're saying it's due to tax-related adjustments. We'll have to see if it's a one-off line or what.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go all the way back to last summer here, I guess. 41 coming into play this morning. This is a daily chart, so we're well above this range that it's been in forever, guys.
Well, it filled in the gap. I mean, it's hard to hate on it when it's up 20% and it fills in that big, massive earnings dump gap from last year. And look, I think when a stock is up in this sort of range, the kind of thing I usually look for is it going to hold above the consolidation in the aftermarket? Like, you get the initial spike, but then it consolidated 38.5 to 40. I think that's a good zone to look for it to come out of. If it does do some gap filling, or let's call it what it is, profit taking, then that's the zone to look for the reversion. 40 looks like a great obvious area, but Pinterest is not, I don't know, I've seen this before on earnings with Pinterest, and oftentimes that initial spike at 9:30 is not one that I want to be involved in, especially on a Friday. So Pinterest, I'd probably wait a few minutes, and if I see it settling in that zone, look for it to come out to the upside. If it's just simply breaking out, then use something like VWAP, but it's underneath it and it's underneath the highs. So I'd be a little bit cautious with this and just wait for the open. Like Nvidia, don't mind getting involved early. Apple don't mind getting involved early. Tesla. But Pinterest, you don't trade it usually only once or twice a year. So be very patient off this open. But if it holds 40, I'm only looking longs. That's impressive, and it's bigger than you expect.
All right, right now we'll do a little early dollar club winner right there now for Palantir, as we're long at 110.70. It's at 111.70. So, and again, posted up here on the sticky note that we liked 111 long. But again, it's just a fun trade. It's just the level held, which is nice. It did break down into the 60s where we were able to get long. So first L, second time a dub. We'll see what winds up happening right there. I don't know. I haven't really looked at Pinterest. today. So, I was listening to what Neil was saying. I think some of those levels obviously matter. I always use the 200 period moving average, and that's down there at 39, which kind of makes sense with that kind of bounce level. So I think if you're going to try a long, I would just wait for 39, up 20%. Easy play, could retrace back down in. I mean, we've seen many names that had huge moves. Even Palantir that day, I think it was 23%. It fell back down to like 20%, back up again. And that 3 or 4% will matter, right? So you want to watch out for that. So I would think Pinterest does have the capabilities of falling back into this 39 level, and then I wouldn't hold it too much past 38. So that would be my trade there for Pinterest. But bigger fish to fry for me. We missed the. I know I hit the poll already. That's the amazing part about this is this poll actually is exactly accurate with Vegas and everything because it's pretty much a pick 'em, and the Kansas City Chiefs are 1.5 point favorites right now. In Vegas. Why does it keep doing that?
Flicker?
Blinking like that, man. I think my screen, there's something wrong with my screen, actually. But anyways, we'll see if that continues on, because I noticed it flickers, but not like that. Anyways, Kansas City Chiefs or Philadelphia Eagles?
Chiefs.
I don't know. Yeah, I voted Eagles because I think the Eagles will win, but I actually think the Chiefs will win because the NFL is looking for a story again, as usual. Like, how does Tom Brady become is the greatest quarterback of all time? No one's ever going to catch his 7 Super Bowl rings and this and that. Tom Brady's out of the league, 2 years? And now we already have a guy chasing 4 or 5? Ugh. I mean, it's getting to be...
Funny how that happens. Refs. But,
Anyways.
I think the Chiefs are going to win, but that's not where my heart is at. I wouldn't mind seeing them lose. Go Philly.
Yeah.
I don't think Philly will win.
Philly's not known to have the nicest fans or anything like that, but definitely passionate fans. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens at New Orleans if they showed up there. I think that'll be just a great time for sure. We are right now. Palantir is right at 112. This is where the players dwell, and we are offering right now 112 flat just to get out of half. So that will be half. We're out of 40% right now. Every piece out is 10%, so we're out of 40% right now with 4 outs, and it looks like it may want to continue to go higher. Remember, the imbalances for the NASDAQ are not out till 9:25. So right now, the only ones we have are on NASDAQ names. We're going to probably, we won't get to China. We'll talk about China, but Alibaba is probably the biggest name there. ELF is still there at 60 with 188,000 to sell. Back up to 66 now for ELF, so that's not too bad. And then there's Disney with a sell. Interesting. That name could not get going off earnings either. So, some interesting imbalances early. T-Doc was a mover, actually, on news the last little bit. So maybe we can look at Teledoc there. Yeah, look at this. Whoops, all the way to the upside there for T-Doc.
Yeah,
so
they made a deal.
That's another play. They got into something?
They made some small acquisition yesterday. And
here we go, man. I mean, this is what you want to do right here with Uber. I mean, if you're able to get reloaded into that one, what another drop we just had into this 64 area. Okay. And I mean, there it goes. We're just in the money now. Our average price is 67.85 or something like that. So we weren't in the money yesterday, but we are today. And we'll see if Uber can climb back upside. I like the name. I think it might be a sell if we can get into $80 or $82. I'm not sure I want to hold this, for long term, but we'll see what happens if Uber can get back up to $80. Definitely on our mind there with an early imbalance. Amazon's still not moving. I see Intel flashing a little bit, but it's just on a scanner. It's not doing anything. 5-minute move.
A firm's moving, though. I'll promise you that.
Yeah, okay. Let's go back to the desk here with 14 minutes until bell.
Yeah, I was trying to hold on to $70 here, but looks like it's given up. Still 12%, though. Nice look here for Affirm right across the board. Another one here this morning that beat handily even the guidance to the upside.
And a good look, Brendo, for the quarter, for guidance, and some of the other new products that they have. We'll get to that in a sec. EPS, 23 pennies, beating the 15 the street was looking for. Revenue, $866 million. The street was looking for 807. So decided beats there. Gross merchandise volume, that reached $10.1 billion, topping estimates and growing 35% year over year. And here's the deal. Revenue grew faster than gross merchandise volume, which in their business is an important metric signaling strong unit economics. Now, for the guide, the Q3 revenue guiding 755 to 785. That's in line with expectations. The Affirm card, though, a new product that they have for about a year now, saw 136% year over year growth with 1.2 1.7 million active users, Brendo, and they still have that strong partnership with Amazon, Apple, and Shopify that's continuing to drive some of their revenue momentum.
Yeah, another chart looking really good if you go out to a higher time frame, making that turn back to the upside. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends over at Hive Digital Technologies. HIVE is the ticker on the NASDAQ. They're pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions in Bitcoin mining, a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations. With 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet, Hive consistently tops industry in Bitcoin mine per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more. Follow them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com. Sign up for their newsletter.
Yo, so that's perfect timing because Bitcoin just made a rally to 100. 98.98 on Bitcoin. So IBIT here at the highs. Remember, it's roughly $57 on IBIT that you'll get the 100,000 breakout. And if we're going to do one of those today, it wasn't on the list because really it wasn't doing much, but I just like these levels. You saw the daily chart there. So there's been resistance the last couple of days at 56.5. If we can maybe bounce off that at the open before we get to a 100K break, I think IBIT or Bitcoin has to be on your radar. As far as the firm goes, great look, but I don't love the action in the pre-market. So if it's not, I said two looks. Either it's going to break the all-time high and we just go like ramping and it's one of those affirm squeeze days, or pull into the prior low, prior resistance, which would be like 67 half, like in this range. So either reversion there or we're taking out 74 on a firm. Couple of big levels on the daily chart for them. But yeah, you got to watch. I think we have to watch out for Bitcoin now. It didn't do anything yesterday. It was a very dull, boring day for Bitcoin. But 100K, we could see that by 9:30. Only 10 minutes to go and Bitcoin's on a rally.
All right. I was just mentioning here, I've been tweeting out, I tweeted out the link to the show. So if you guys ever want to watch the show, we both are doing that all day, all the time. Uber, we just talked about that breaking through 70. I really, really like that one. So Neil just talked about Affirm there. I want to look also, not that, they all have sort of their buy now, pay later schemes. But I mean, if Affirm's up all the way there, maybe this new finance thing catches again. And PayPal just had a huge move to the downside. And just wondering if, and I'll call up the e-signal charting here for us all as well. Looks like it's going to load a little bit quicker there. $74 for PayPal. I mean, that was didn't get there. And now it looks like we may have possibly bottomed in and around $78. So if PayPal can come in this area today, I think it's going to be worth a buy on PYPL for like a little bit of a different name there. Could lose it if a firm comes back in. I think that's a good little level there. They're not the same company, so it's not like I love it. But if you're looking here on the 5-minute chart, you're also looking like you want to try to break a little bit here. So something to look at today ahead of that. I still really like, Robinhood and SoFi are going to be different names, but Robinhood's now $54 Like this name is like, it's destroying SoFi. It's making everybody look kind of foolish, but there it goes, just straight up there, man. We talked about this break when it happened, this $40, $44 break. I think we even had that on the show as Robinhood just keeps on going higher and higher. And SoFi here, I don't want to, I was going to say, I was hoping it was above 15, but the two don't look the same. Obviously, as SoFi is way down from their earnings high. Like, you might think this is nothing, but like 18 down to 15 is not a great move, especially with what we've been seeing in the broader market. So, yeah, that really sucks for SoFi for anybody holding that one. But yeah, good trading app again, SoFi. I don't know. Should have just bought Robinhood, you know what I mean, Randy? Robinhood when you're sort of like stealing from the rich and giving to the poor and things like that. When that's your name, I don't know.
Men in tights.
Randy made so much money trading GameStop back in the day using the Robinhood app.
Obviously.
And Randy was so mad when they switched it off.
See the look you're getting right now? That's a good one.
You made a lot of money, man.
Yo, Fabian, clip that. Make sure you get a clip of that look. I want to.
Yeah, I want that. That should be right there live. That should be on. Like when they hit the Randy thing. Where's the Randy button, man?
No, but
we don't get that anymore.
I want the other look. That's the one right there.
That one. There's too many Randy. Oh, there. That's kind of the same look.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same look. He's got the T-shirt on and the toucan. Oh man, this guy's too much. Where's your skateboard, bro? All right. Thank you for the coffee, Randy, my
Yeah, I
man.
appreciate it. I told him we need to do some green mugs. It's a bull market, and we actually don't even have any. There's red and there's yellow. It's like a McDonald's feel to it. We already talked about a firm. Let's go back to the desk.
Yeah.
Not a lot of volume behind this move, but worth noting here for Take-Two, they did come out and confirm that Grand Theft Auto going to be available by fall of this year. So that seemed to give it that extra little move this morning. We've given some of that back already this morning, so Fabian's a fan.
Very.
Clearly.
He's very excited, Fabian. I know. We've been talking about GTA 5 for a while, and all the memes and the jokes online about we got this before GTA 5. Guys, they didn't do that well. I'm talking about Take-Two Interactive. Their report was, guys, they missed on Q4 bookings. That's slightly below. Q3, that was the guide. Q3 bookings also missed. Adjusted EPS that beat about 72 pennies. The street was looking for 57. The industry, I'm talking about the video game industry, continues to suffer from layoffs, studio closures, project cancellations, and higher costs as well. This company did acquire another company called Zynga back in 2022. Was supposed to strengthen their mobile division. Some of the synergies haven't really manifested that way, but people are saying the integration is near completion and it could benefit them going in the future. But really, what kind of pushed this up and keeps the stock about 7% here in the pre-market was reaffirming that GTA 5 slated for release this fall 2025. We'll have to see about it because people were concerned about delays.
Yeah. It was, what, 2 or 3 times, Fabian? They delayed that?
Kind of.
Anyway. $200. This chart still looking great, guys. $200 coming into play here this morning.
It does look good. I know it's like, oh, trade an earnings name that's strong or trade a name that's up. Well, I know it's so, yeah, maybe it pulls back into 193, but Elf. I don't know, man. Like Elf is, I know it's down 25%. If you zoom out far enough on Elf, you'll be able to come up with like $56 as a key price level. I'm not going to bother with that exercise because I don't want to put you through it's at like 66. We need to go another $10 to the downside. But we've seen this story before where you have the massive move down, you're already trending up. Think Roblox yesterday is holding above VWAP. It'll obviously be short sell restricted, so it's pretty simple. Like I just want to see it do any kind of a revert, whether it's through 65 even, the pre-market low here is like 64 a third, or VWAP. I just want to see that little dip, hold the level, revert to the upside for an SSR bounce. It's going to be short sell restricted here on ELF. It's already done so much more volume than TTWO. I just don't like the volume in TTWO, so I really doubt that I'll trade that. Oh, we didn't really talk about Nvidia much. We have 4 minutes to go. We have plenty of time. We'll talk about Nvidia after.
Yeah, we do have some time. I just want to show that the imbalances just came out right now, and there's not much happening at all. So today, pretty mixed buys and sells across the board. I don't really see any big cap name on here. We've already talked a little bit about Baba. There's there's Nvidia with Broadcom back to back. One's a sell, one's a buy. That's going to negate each other. Not much happening right now for Nvidia or Broadcom. Tesla there. Like these are so small. We've clicked on here before, and it's been millions of shares, if not hundreds and hundreds of thousands. Not 100,000. So there we go. It's just 10% of the day's volume on Tesla here so far, so it's not a big one. But Tesla sell, Nvidia sell, I just saw Palantir was a buy. I don't know where it went there right now, but Palantir back up into 112 again. We're sitting there for VWAP. I actually think for this stock, we only have 3 minutes to go now. We're done with Take-Two. I mean, there's not much to talk about. I like Take-Two. I thought that ever since EA and some of the buyouts that have happened, Take-Two is right there. They just got to get their together with the game. GTA 6, I think, is going to be huge. Roblox obviously had lower daily active users. I don't know if that's probably a negative for Take-Two, but at the same time, it's a completely different beast. People have been waiting a long time for that game. So it will be bought for sure. I just don't know. I don't know if it's going to be like Grand Theft Auto is a game that you just pay one price for, right? It's not an in-game purchasing thing, I don't believe. But anyways, we'll get that all figured out. So right now, 113 looks like we want to go higher there through Palantir. That would be the top break that we're talking about. We are going to get out another piece right now. It's $1.30 in the money. We're about to get filled at 112. So when we get 112, then boom, we're out of half, and we'll wait to see what happens at 113. I like the punch long on this name, man. Palantir looks like it wants to go.
Absolutely looks like it wants to go like it did yesterday, and it's going to continue to do with 2 minutes to go here. Sean mentioned Nvidia was on the locator, but no big size. Let me just cancel. We're not going to get 127s. But Nvidia, we're looking continuation. Obviously, Amazon, CapEx spend going to 100, so they're increasing that significantly this year. Same thing as Google, so it's a trend up on Nvidia. 130 is a big breakout level, but look at it already shows you 128 from the afternoon. So we can look for that as an initial dip on Nvidia. We saw it do this before. It lost VWAP, and you had to wait for the 125 previous high. So I think same thing. It's a Friday. Remember, it's Friday, so options expiration as well. A lot of times you get a little extra volatility off of the open, and when that happens, there's nothing wrong with being a little bit patient for your entry. Like if you see it coming down into your price, no issues waiting for it to get to your price. Whether that's Pinterest, whether that's Palantir. For me, I like the 110. I didn't get it. Or Nvidia, obviously. ELF as well. So lots to watch today. It's going to be a big one. And Nicola. I also have Nicola on the brain. But there's a lot to see. Tesla 375. Just trade the ones that get to the key prices instead of trying to force the action.
I wrote down FAB. I don't know if my earpiece is working. I will disconnect it and reconnect it in a second. Right now, I just want to show you that I did have ELF written down here as a 64 long. I really did think that we could have an early push down into that 64. Then we'll look for a rebound into $70, which we're starting. Okay, I can actually hear Benzinga in my ear, so I should be okay now. Yep, I just heard you, Fabian, so good. All right, so down into 64. I just want to look at that with ELF with less than 30 seconds to go. I'll put a little small bid down there, but we're not going to get run over on ELF. If it goes down and fills us, we'll just relax. We won't have that many shares, and we'll analyze it when that does happen. Palantir break 113 is what I'm looking at with only 20 seconds to go. And then Nvidia dip buys as well. I think we sort of always have dip buys opportunities on Nvidia. 127.50 right now, but I need to change that as looks like 128 or so is a dip buy opportunity there. So all right, here we go.
And the bell brought to you by Worksport WKSP on the NASDAQ. Ring it in 2 and 1. Adara, let's go.
Okay, we are now open. Thank you, Adara, for that one. Welcome to the market. All right, so Palantir dancing around Nvidia looks like it may want to take 130. The question is, what do we do at that 130 level? I've already answered that, and I think it's a long. So I think I'm going to be pushing long here. Just got to get it all set up because I don't have my stop order in yet. If that does break through 130 on Nvidia, that's going to come in at some point today. Let's just see when. A dip buy right now into VWAP could be possible. I'm going to be patient. We wrote down on our list 127.50, so that's where I'm bidding right now on Nvidia. Let's just calm down and wait to see what winds up happening. Palantir making another move again down into 110. So last time we had held into here, I am bidding near that 110 area to see if we can get along. There goes ELF right back into 64. So breathe. We'll breathe and see what happens now with ELF. As you can see, it's really starting to go a little bit up and down. There it is. Already $1 there on ELF. 64 long.
That was so fast on ELF. So Tesla is trying to get to 365, but Palantir just dipped into 110. Nvidia is very close to break. Okay, maybe not as much anymore. Let's go to Palantir. Nvidia was really close to breaking 129.5, and we do like the breakout on Nvidia. Now it's coming into the downside. All right, we don't have to worry about that one as much. All right, Palantir just came into the 110, right back at 111. We'll see if we can rinse and repeat this one a few times off the 110 area. Just got to the halves, stepped up the bid a little bit on Palantir. My goodness, Apple just broke out. It's about to go through yesterday's highs. That wasn't necessarily on the list. Here's 375 Tesla. We're waiting patiently for that. If we can get it, we like it. And there goes Nvidia. Palantir right back to 112.
We're $3 in the money everywhere, guys. We bought Palantir down, we bought 111. So did you. You got 110.50, so that's great. 111s, more reloads there on Palantir. As here we go. Nice upside play here coming for PLTR. I don't know what to do now. Now we're just way in the money now. 113.01 break, I guess, is what we're going to have to try to play with now and see if Palantir wants to continue that move to the upside. There goes Palantir, guys. $4 in total in the money. Look at that ELF call. What did we just talk about? Where was that long? Joe, honestly, Joe, I don't... There it goes, man. ELF right there off of that call. So far, so good there on ELF as it goes to the high side there. ELF Cosmetics, a nice little rebound play off of that level. Let's get some more out right here at 66. Boom, boom, boom. Nice little moves there as Tesla comes in right now for the short. We said we would just sit on this for a couple seconds. This is a very, very small position for us, but it is starting to go back up to the upside. Watch watch out for 377 break. We're going to get out of Tesla right now. ELF is really, really cruising for that, but watch out for Tesla. Watch out for Palantir. Watch out for everything. This has been so far so crazy little market here.
If you think there's volatility in this market, Tesla did the over-under at 375 right quick. The second it ran me over, I went over to Apple. I'm like, okay, do we get Apple on the bid at VWAP? Apple just dropped significantly off of the top here. All right, can't worry about that too much because Nvidia is close to 130. So, Nvidia and 130, here's our collision course. I don't ever like it if you fail a break, especially on a Friday really early. So tight stop, and if it fails the break, I want to get out probably at the quarter and wait for VWAP, which is at 129. So Nvidia, we always like this off the open, but if we fail this breakout, I'm not holding this one all the way back into VWAP against me. I'll let it play itself out and see what can happen next there. But yeah, Tesla, I needed to show a little bit more of a curl, and we might get back into that one. All right, here comes Nvidia, 15 cents away from the 130 break. Always strong, Nvidia, every single day. NASDAQ going higher, Nvidia going higher. I feel like it's a broken record, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is, and that's what makes it so lovely. Okay, so we're going to wait to see here. ELF was obviously pretty huge there. We just got out at the 50-period moving average, out now of 40%. Let's see what winds up happening there. Palantir has been great. We just got another fill down there on Palantir. Let's see what it does, though. I'm with Neil, man. If we do break below this 110 area, then we might as well just wait and see what happens next because no point in really loading into anything right now on Palantir, as it still is a little bit early. There goes Nvidia, Neil, and Palantir as well. So we are long into Nvidia right now as Palantir comes back in. And boy, oh boy, our short Tesla right now also trying to work itself out. So far, so good here, but we got 4 big positions that we have to manage.
Yeah, Nvidia is now broken. What do we get? 6? Actually divvied it up a little bit. Got a blended price on Nvidia. So 05.99 is my actual price. Not that you guys can see that. Tesla's still getting a little bit frisky, but yeah, there's Nvidia. It got to the quarters. That's about as far as we've seen on this one. If we lose the quarter on the other side, I'll jump out and look to get back in at a better price. Ideally, Tesla's still looking pretty solid. See, there it is. It goes quarter up, quarter down, wait for VWAP. Never want to get trapped in a failed breakout trade. That's the way I like to play it. Everyone can do differently, but 129, not holding a 130 break into that. We'll buy the dip if we can get something into 129. All right, Tesla's starting to look a little bit better on the curl.
Palantir.
We got in, we got out, got to that 37. Palantir is absolutely cruising, so there's no worries on that whatsoever. And Apple, the other one, looking pretty good off of VWAP. We got about Affirm. Affirm is very close to its breakout of the high. So Affirm is also going, but I want to get back over to Nvidia. So Affirm is doing a power move, but I want to make sure I can get the dip here off the prior high in Nvidia.
All right, we're gonna try Palantir. Tesla's now huge, guys. Tesla's now $1.50 in the money to the short side. Again, another play that we had talked about live right here on the air. So hopefully you're still in this one. We're trying to buy some 375s right now. I apologize to Chef Joe earlier. I was like, look, I'm gonna short this thing up here. But there's lots of wins for everybody. There's the nice long as well. Okay, Nvidia's trying to come back. Palantir, there were little dip buy opportunities. Oh man, we are. I got to start trading and focusing on this a little bit more. So what's up, Adara?
Yeah, we do have MGOL on watch here, MGO Global. This is actually they got about 1.5 million share float. They're a penny stock, and I saw a 99% short float. So unclear if that is accurate or up to date, but significant short float and very small float for penny stock MGO. The most recent catalyst for this name is back on Tuesday when they announced that they have received SEC approval for a business combination registration with Heidmar. So MGO, penny stock on the move to the upside, guys. Back to you.
Nvidia, get it. No, we'll see what winds up happening right there. But as Neil said, man, everybody will trade this name a little bit different. I was trying to buy more down there and just missed it. So here we go. Let's go, Nvidia. We'll see what winds up happening on that one. Palantir, man,
Bye-bye,
it does.
Palantir.
I hope so. It already broke 13, so we got out there, and again,
VWAP.
Yeah, we missed the reload down there on Palantir, but here we go, man. This is an absolutely monstrous day right now. We are huge. Tesla dollar in the money. Palantir trying to go. Nvidia trying to go. ELF going already. So let's go Nvidia, man. I mean, this day could turn around if Nvidia does not go. But Palantir right now, oh boy, Neil. We hit this with big amount of shares, and there it goes. It's Palantir. It is the belle of the ball one more time. Let's go. What a monster trade there for Palantir. Let's just hope it can do the same for Nvidia.
Yeah, let's see Nvidia go. I got back in at that 130, but Palantir is just a better trade right now. It bounces off 110, it bounces off VWAP. That's what you want for a bullish stock. Hold VWAP and then head higher. I think we get 115 today. Every even dollar matters.
Oh, boy.
It's a Friday, so those $5 ranges, I think you just put that into perspective and try to respect them. So Palantir looking very strong. Nvidia just does not want to hold. I took the break again at 130, missed by about 5 cents that reload in front of the 50s. Now we'll just look for the VWAP one more time here. So we'll see if we can't get this off of VWAP. It's not holding above that 130. We know it's a key resistance level. That's what matters. But we'll get back into it if we get a chance. Don't mind taking multiple swings. But Palantir looking still good. We'll hang on to that one. And Affirm, wow. Yeah, that one is now off the rails. 76, it's up 23% here on AFRM.
All right. ELF, I mean, we've just got out of half of that right now. It just came back into 66.15s or so. So we take that exact price out for ELF. That was one of the better trades for me because we had written down right here. And if you're following me at Trader TV Sean, you're going to find out that we already had ELF right there at $64 long. So there's $64 long right there. So there. We'll wind up seeing what is going on now. Okay, well, here's the drop down in Palantir, down through 13 again. It looks like it wants to fail up at those tops, which is why it's very important that you get out when those happen. And there goes Tesla as well, back up to the upside. So we said we wouldn't be in this name for a very long time. So a pretty flat trade there for Teslas. We average in, we average out, then we get out on that top break. So far, I don't know. It's been a flat day, believe it or not, so far. We'll have to wait for Palantir and Nvidia, but for me right now, it's just a sort of Netflix and chill kind of day.
We have here OKLO and Watch. A lot of these nuclear names are really strong, but OKLO outperforming them in terms of volume and percentage move. Most recent catalyst in this was from yesterday morning when they announced that Chris Wright, who was on their board, is no longer going to be on their board because he's been confirmed as the Secretary of Energy. So OKLO announcing a board transition yesterday morning. No new catalyst for today, but we know a lot of traders are watching these nuclear names. OKLO also has a Sam Altman connection, and they have a 19% short float. Another name really strong this morning is Affirm off of earnings, AFRM here, getting a nice spike to the upside. Those rejecting 76 right now, guys. Back to you.
It is, and the other earnings name that was strong is Pinterest, which is, it's not doing a heck of a lot. But I said, sit this one out for the first little bit. It's been 10 minutes. It's still trending down, but look at it hold on to this pre-market low. That's what I like to see. There's 100,000 on the offer at 40. If it breaks this trend and gets above VWAP, I want to look for a reversion long over there on pins. Nvidia is right back to where it started. Not where it started. Right back to 130 where it failed to break and just pulling back in. Now we wait in for the VWAP. If we're able to get that, fantastic. I mean, Palantir's still at 113, so that hasn't really changed too much. It's just, we can't seem to get into VWAP on Nvidia. So I guess you got to buy it in the 60s or 70s. So we'll nibble in the 70s on Nvidia instead of waiting for those 50s and see if we can't get a piece of that pie. PLTR, it did do a failed break of 113 a little bit and trying to pull back into VWAP again. So when it failed broke, took a little more out. Going to look for the next available dip buy here on Palantir. If we get 110 again, I shouldn't still be in this trade. If we lose VWAP, I'm out and waiting for 110 on PLTR. Apple not doing much, and Affirm we need to get a piece of. But you got to wait for a dip. It's parabolic right now on Affirm. I'm not chasing any highs. Not going to do it.
All right, 113. All right, what else do we have written down on our watch list here today? We had the TQQs. Let's have a quick look to see what the NASDAQ is doing. Obviously, it's straight to the upside. So I'm just looking to see if we could trade the futures. Yesterday, the futures was an absolute, we had a 200 handle win yesterday into the close there for the futures where we were able to take advantage of this move right here, and we're able to buy that dip, and that was the sort of the same levels. We're still looking at 85 right now for the futures. No, it was this dip right there that we took. Right, it was 230. That's the close right there. This move down in there, and we were able to buy this into the close. So that was good. Yeah, I didn't actually realize we were that dramatic into the very close. But yeah, I was looking at sort of those levels again, 85. That's what we had tweeted out. It's been a long time coming for that one. Oh boy, Neil, here we go, man. Let's just keep on going. It's Palantir. It's to the freaking moon right now. And so just a quick talk. I mean, we're not going to be at our daily goal yet. These names are just been pretty back and forth and pretty violent there today. So we just need to see if this can settle itself down. I mean, a bunch more outs up here at 113 and change, 113.40, 113.50 as that's going up. ELF is really, this is, if we were still doing the trade of the day, I don't think there would be any questions about this one here with ELF. ELF right now, as listed, like imagine giving for free an area that you're looking to buy, and then imagine saying that you think this can go to 70, and then right now $4 in the money there on ELF. And look what happens to Palantir. This is why, again, we'll have different styles, but I'm getting them out when we get ripped up there and watching out for pullbacks into VWAP and whatnot. So more outs there as we continue to go to the upside. This is what I was saying. Like we were just at a good day up here, and then all of a sudden comes back in, and now we're flat again. So I mean, there's not much happening here.
Nvidia is also, just before we go to
I mean, I'm still on Nvidia here, long at 130.
It's now the third time that it's done this right here at 130.20, where you're getting the break, it's trying to hold above 130, and it rejects. Come to the chart for a second. There you go. It rejects. So the breakouts haven't been good. The bottom of the range is about 60s. So dip buys off the 60s into VWAP and try to scalp it into the high. PLTR, as Sean mentioned, pulling back. So I took some out as well through the 113. And let's see if it can hold VWAP one more time in there. Apple's pulling back. Tesla's trying to pull back in here. We want to join a firm, which is finally coming back into VWAP. 74 is the prior 52-week high on a firm. Hold 74. Then we look for longs over it. Tube 37, SoFi at a long level. I don't know. I actually haven't looked at SoFi. I know Sean had a gander at SoFi today. If it's a fintech name, it's probably a firm for me on a day where it's up 22%. So unfortunately, I haven't looked at SoFi today.
All right, Nvidia is absolutely trying to go. We're above that 130. Well, we were just, Neil already highlighted the areas. So my stop is breaking through 129, but I also want to make sure that I get some more bids out there. So 129, like 50s, maybe we'll take a little bit more if it does get into that area, and then trying to buy it off of VWAP again. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Elf Cosmetics still at, wow, there it is, man. We talked about getting these levels. We just got a 68 flat, a 67.40. Again, monster trade there, right off the sticky note. Go find me, go follow, do all of that. What else you guys want to look at? Uber, Big Bear AI. I mean, Uber 72. Wow, Uber right there. What's up, Ozan? This is a big, big game changer. Right here, as well as Uber up to $72. Man, we've been pounding the pavement on this one since 60 and change. What's up, Adara?
There's a couple things to mention here. So first, a couple earnings names here on watch. CLSK, Clean Beautiful little bull flag here after their report after the bell yesterday. And then in addition to Clean Spark, keep an eye on Cloudflare and ET. This is another one here that's been pretty strong on day one earnings, actually trying to take yesterday's post-market high. Also, right before we did this throw, I saw another post from Citron Research. Citron Research had a post basically pumping TDOC yesterday. Teladoc, now they're saying after their Teladoc post, they want to one-up it with DOCX because there's, DOCS here, Doximity, saying that, quote, it's about digital tools fueling the telemedicine boom. DOCX, certainly on watch today, great catalyst here and push up for Doximity, so keep an eye on that one. And also CLSK and NET, guys. Back to you.
So we're futures.
We're right back into VWAP again on Nvidia. So Nvidia again tries to bounce off those lows. Let's see if it can scalp back into the high. I'll show you guys what's happening with Apple, man. Like Apple's actually holding out on VWAP. This maybe should be a part of the plan. It looks so strong. Huge. Nvidia looking pretty good. And look, Pins is disappointing. It's not doing anything. It's just sliding to the downside. No trend break yet. And Affirm looking real strong. It actually just pulled back almost into VWAP here. So here comes that 74. We bounce off 74. We're looking very, very spicy. Come on, Palantir. We want to see that 114 on Palantir. But next trade, if we can hold 74 on Affirm, I don't want to catch a falling knife. If we get a little reversion of this move down, long off VWAP on Affirm. strong name today. That's my fintech that I'd rather be in.
All right. I just need to
Tesla.
breathe because we just need to calm down and make sure that we watch what's happening right now. Which way is Tesla going? Okay, Tesla's upside. Look, let's just hope this goes. We have shares in Palantir, we have shares in Nvidia, and we're also $5 in the money on ELF right now. Oh my. This ELF trade, I mean, I don't know. This is like we just said here, play into $70 on ELF. 64 support, looking for an early push down and hold for a rebound to 70 for ELF. Neil, man. I mean, that is when dreams come true. When you write it down and it happens, that's a special trade right there. So I hope some of you have that for sure as ELF right there, day maker, week maker, month maker. If you have that trade for sure, depending on obviously all size dependent. But if you liked it, you liked it. I don't know. All right, so. Nvidia, yeah, having problems again. So, like I said, this day it can either be real big or right now flat. So we were just at about 60 or so % of our day, and now we're basically back to flat. So that's how sensitive it is to these three positions that I have. And you know, I don't know if this is going to go. We're still going to stop out if this breaks 129. I'm not, you know, this is where I want to buy it. We just did it at 50. We talked about that. We just gave you 50-cent winner right there, whether or not you want to take that or not. But for me, I'm going to wait and see if it can make something special happen. Just like that ELF trade, if you don't believe in yourself, then you can't have these trades. So there goes ELF right now. So let's believe that Nvidia can try to go and Palantir can go here into Friday. The futures are at 22,000. We could break this level and then it's off to the races, right? I mean, we talked about what we were thinking here. So let's just see if we can win. I mean, that rate now on the Qs is 534. You're $3 away from that level. And you know, okay, now ELF is really, like the possibilities here are endless in this market to the long side if you break that level. So let's wait to see. But wow, this trade is the trade here, Neil.
Yeah, great one over there on ELF. Here comes, look, Pinterest is finally at that 40 level. It just hit the 100,000 order that's been sitting there at the 40. It actually didn't break it, but we did get through. There we go. Now it's through. So first time today, we're going to get into pins. I was looking mean reversion on Pinterest. So this is going to be the downward trend. I mean, you guys can figure out the trend line. So if we can break above VWAP, we're going to try to play this into the high of the day, at least for now, on pins. But that was a big size order they were able to get through just there. So it's going to get my stop order, and then we're locked and loaded to go. Unfortunately for a firm, you don't have to catch a falling knife. Like, it does not hold VWAP. There was no buyers in there, so I'm not going to sit there fighting the stock. If it can curl here, don't mind getting into the long. But I said, don't want to fight the stock. Nvidia still bouncing, not VWAP, but like 129.5, 129.6 has been a good bounce spot here for Nvidia. It just needs to take out the top. Just continue to consolidate and go. And Tesla, yeah, like there is that 75. And then look at it hold and breaking higher. Tesla is absolutely a freight train to the upside now. And I don't think you want to look anything but the longs on Tesla. If you can get VWAP, we'll see. But I'm kind of skeptical that that's even going to be in the cards at this point. So like prior high would make sense. 377 on any kind of a dip. Wouldn't mind trying to get into that on TSLA. Nicola is the other stock that was going to short a pop. Not much of a pop there at the open. Now underneath VWAP.
Palantir.
If it does any kind of a push up, I'd probably look for a fade on Nicola still. Palantir is a beast.
Oh man, I'm really glad that we had just calmed down there and watched out for this Palantir trade right now, because there it goes, man, just $1 in the money. ELF is now $7 in the money there, breaking above $70 right now. 64 bottom. Joe, I wonder what this would have been on an options trade. Like honestly, this is 10% in the money right now on ELF off of that bottom. So huge, 10% in. Like, what a trade right there, 10%. Like, anyways, I'll make more. Well, right now, ELF is number 1, but number 2, actually, scratch that. Number 1 right now is Palantir right now. So we'll rest on it. We're having a decent day, as we had mentioned already now, that these names have started to go back upside. This day could get real special if and when this name ever goes. If Nvidia ever goes, then this is going to be a ridiculous opportunity there. There's a big size there at 15, as you might have just saw. So we'll wait to see that get through. And then once that does, then it's up and away. Hopefully meme craziness time for Nvidia. I don't have any more offers until 130.50s, so hopefully that will come in. And oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, the number one P&L name today is going to be easily Palantir now as it continues to go higher. And we still got on a decent piece of this trade. So there goes another piece out right there at 113.90 or 80s, whatever that fill was. I'll tell you exactly, 113.89, another piece out right there. So again, just an advantage of the way that I trade, taking a little bit more, scaling them out on the way up, and it's really made a difference in my trading over the last little while. And I think that, we want to thank everybody for hitting the like and the subscribe. And I'm going to check right now how many people are actually watching. I've been tweeting all morning, so you guys go over there and see that kind of content if you want as well. Over 1,000 likes right now and almost 11,000 watching. So, hey man, we say thank you so much. Right now, Neil, we can talk about that. We're going to be 3 for 4, knowing that Tesla, by the way, let's get that to 2,000. We haven't had 2,000 in a minute. Let's do it on a Friday right now. Let's get 2,000 likes. If we can do that, that would be absolutely fantastic. We are down a cup of tea, though, on Tesla. Tesla was something that we tried the short. It was printing, man. We could have got them all out right there. That would have been pretty good. But at the end of the day, that was a great support level there on Tesla. But yeah, I mean, it's just been a huge day, man. Nvidia, ELF, Palantir, you can't ask for much more. How are you doing over on your side?
No, you can't ask for, well, Palantir is just the gift that keeps on giving. Nothing good about Tesla for me. We'll see what happens with Nvidia, but Palantir is just an absolute rocket ship. I think and someone said this yesterday, why punch highs on Palantir and all that kind of stuff? Because it just keeps on going up. That's just the easy answer. The stock keeps on going up, so you play the longs, you buy the dips. There's a lot of crazy wicks in here. Some of these are not real, guys, if you're watching this. It's been holding VWAP, so we actually haven't seen it. I haven't seen it actually get to VWAP. But there's a bunch of dark pool wicks on the chart.
Oh, go Nvidia.
But it's absolutely fine. There's Nvidia.
Go.
High of day on Nvidia as we're now climbing. NASDAQ going up. If you like the long, then you should be sticking with it. There's not much else to say. Strength pretty much everywhere. I want to get into Tesla at some point, but we're getting a little bit of a pullback off 114 on Palantir, so I'm looking for the dip off VWAP one more time here before it probably makes that run at 115. I want to make sure we can get another ad here. Oh, Apple.
Look at that.
Apple at 133, sorry, 233 and bouncing.
Let's go Apple, man. This
right, so Apple here,
go ahead, yeah.
Look at this little trend down. There's your hold. I have it up on another chart. Break trend, hold 23 or 33, and I'm going to go long right in here on Apple if it mean reverse. Apple's actually red on the day, but I'd love to see it go red to green right here, and then you can scalp it into the highs.
Look, we want to thank everybody there. Well, we were just at 1,000 likes. We just add 60% to that, immediately up to 1.6K. So thank you so much for that, man. You guys are the best. Really running up that like button. So thank you. Let's still get, we're still not there, but we're getting closer and closer as we hold 11,000 viewers. Share, like, subscribe, all of that into the chat. So yeah, Nvidia goes and then does not go. So, right back into the highs. We'll take something out as it rips back up above 130 and then whoops, fail right back down again in there now. So yeah, man, Palantir just keeps on going and we just keep on using more shares. So here it goes. We're still at that 114. We've gotten multiple outs up here at 114. So I'm going to take one more right now, just in case this pullback does happen. We are bouncing off of the TQs right now, off the NASDAQ at 22,000. So it's definitely not going the way that I had hoped it would go, the NASDAQ. This stock, of course, is and carrying the day. But right now, here's a pullback. We talked about what we wanted to do on Nvidia. This is why we get out. If you can't, and again, like I said, if you're not trading many shares or something like that, then whatever. But if you have the ability to get out and you see tops like this, I think that's the play. You often will miss moves when you get out too early. That's obvious. But at the same time, bang, when you don't get out, and there goes Palantir right now, breaking through 14 and still undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. Palantir upside right now, 114.25s. What world are we even living in right now as this name just keeps on going?
Alex Karp's world.
Yes, man, and we are all living in it. There's an out right there at 114.20. I don't know what your plan of action is there.
Well, I was about to put my trail in. I got to follow the rule. It just wicked. It said if it got to 115, that's target. It broke 14, got to the half, and broke the trend. Man, I got a lot of dark pool wicks. I don't know if I can clean that up. But we just broke back under. That's an out for me on the topping tail and wait back in for VWAP. So I'm going to stick to my plan of action. We got another reload on Nvidia, but that's exactly at the same price. What up, Randy? Chilling. There he is in the beanie. The Palantir has just been giving you the goods. It did this yesterday, and it had only one pullback right about 10 o'clock. So if it does the same thing here, obviously it's a stronger move yesterday than it is today at the open, but looking for that VWAP potential at 112.5 to get back into Palantir. And again, just whatever your trading style is, the idea of getting out is to get back in on trend. Yesterday, it wasn't giving you VWAP. Like you can, the only touch of VWAP on Palantir yesterday was actually at 9:30, if you can believe that. I'm gonna see if we can get back into this one for the third time here on PLTR. Nvidia is pulling back, trying to hold on to VWAP and that sort of thing. We've been taking profit out in front, but it is not holding on. Apple didn't bounce off VWAP. That actually carried back under through as well. So Nvidia is the one that needs to go. Apple, thankfully, we needed it to break up, so we didn't bother taking the trade. Was only ever taking it on a reversion bounce, and it lost the bid. Nvidia holding, though. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, Nvidia, nice little pullback in there again. I'll put on a little bit down here. I wasn't really going to, but it does seem like it wants to hold. So we'll just put on one more piece there. I'm still a little bit concerned about VWAP. We do have Michigan consumer confident sentiment coming out right now at 11 at 10 o'clock. So we're going to watch out for that. If we do dip below this 129, then we're going to get out of Nvidia, and it'll be a losing trade if that winds up happening. So yeah, we'll wait to see if that's the case, but looking to get a little bit more down there at 129.30, basically where VWAP is, a little bit underneath that, and then we will hold for the big one. All right, Alf, we only have right now, you could see there's 9 outs. So 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, leaving us with, you guessed it, 10%. So, a big green day for sure, and we'll see if we can keep it that way. But again, a lot of that is resting right over here to see what winds up happening with Nvidia. You mentioned Apple. Apple's been an absolute beast for a while there.
Just lost
I haven't looked at a firm or pins. I know Neil's been over there a little bit. Baba 107. I mean, the last time I sold this thing was at 117 and did not buy back in. Excited to do that again if we get that opportunity. On Alibaba was Cecile, I believe, and Quen and all that kind of stuff there for their AI. As you can see, a nice little move to the upside here for Alibaba. That trade was an easy one. Remember what I said about how this day is, how we've been trading lately? Is that some of the plays have really continued. So like you get that, yep, let's go over to Adair in 5 seconds now with numbers.
We are getting in here at these University of Michigan consumer sentiment well lower than expected, 67.8 versus 71.8 expected. So 3 points below expectations here for you, Mich consumer sentiment. And then also the one thing we really don't want to, higher than expected, what 5-year and 1-year inflation expectations are well above estimates for 1-year inflation expectation. We're seeing 4.3% versus 3.3 expected. That is well above estimates. Same with the 5-year, 3.3 versus 3.2 expected. So basically, we're seeing higher inflation than we were looking for here. Then again, with that, plus the lower than expected UMich sentiment number, not a great look here. We did also get wholesale sales month over month, 1% here versus 0.5% expected. So those are the economic numbers here. Quite a tumble here for the NASDAQ on those results. Again, lower than expected sentiment, never a good look here. Amazon on watch today with its earnings, AMZN. Lots of earnings placed today. We have a firm as well. And then also here, Take-Two Interactive, this one continuing strong despite that drop in the market. Their numbers were actually pretty mixed, but they did say they're expecting to release long-awaited Grand Theft Auto 6 later this year. So that's a good look. Back to you.
All right, here we go, guys. Everything just fell right into our damn lap right there. The TQs just came a huge trade right now, Neil. We go right to PL number 1 on the TQQs there. It fell right into our lap. What a trade there on that. But we did get dripped down into 129 and got punched out of our Nvidia. We did rebuy it back and took more out on the upside. So not a great number there for sure, but great opportunity to trade. It's funny that we were long Nvidia into that number and we come back and we're actually up more now than we were then. So not bad as we take 50 handles and more, sitting there at 85. on the futures. Oh boy, that was quite the ride there. Were you able to survive?
So I got out of Nvidia at VWAP, back in at 20s, and then some out in front of VWAP again, which I'm going to take another leg if we can. I did tick in for the first time into Nicola. That probably had nothing to do with the number.
No.
But no, it definitely had nothing to do with the number.
Here it comes right back again.
I was sitting right on the bid of Palantir here and still haven't been picked up. I actually stepped it up a little bit on Palantir, but Palantir just came into VWAP for the first time. Like, everything is dropping. I can tell you stocks that shouldn't have even lost the bid. When that number came out, the algos pulled bids all over the place. So a lot of times that's going to happen. It was distinctly different from everything else. And Palantir is just, like, look at it already trying to bounce here off of VWAP. It's just so much stronger than everything else I'm watching. Nvidia bleeding back into the 129. Going to try to stay focused on these two. But if we lose 129, I got to jump out of it. If you lose VWAP, that's one thing. Oh my goodness, the Apple chart.
What? Okay.
Yeah, Apple. The charts I have up are Pinterest, Nicola, Nvidia, Apple, and Palantir. And Apple just lost a bid in a big way. Obviously, I'm trying to hold on to 129.
What is that?
But Apple, yeah, that's the chart on Apple that just kind of, whoa, when I looked at it. That's not going to be good. I don't think we're going to, this needs to bounce. 230, I like 230. I don't know about 231, but this looks like a good buying opportunity here on Apple. Probably something else too is going, but.
Yeah, look, let's come over here and have a look to see if you want to see what's going. I mean, right now we've got, Palantir, we've got Nvidia, and boy, oh boy, we're going to be close to the highest spot we've been at all day. We did drop out of the futures and just got back in, so it's bouncing around this 85. I'm giving this now to the low of 84.85. So if we break below this new low now, we are gone. We'll put the money in our pocket and run away on these futures because there it goes. That number not great there. So we hit it and quit it. We did try one more time there on the futures. Doesn't look like it wants to go, but we will try. I think I want to try again. So that number that just came through for us at 10 o'clock sent the market to the downside. There it is. Wholesale inventories -5 versus -5. That wasn't the number that went to the downside. There was Michigan. I don't actually have it on here. There it is right there. Michigan sentiment 67 versus 71. So that was the downside push there. So again, not too much confidence it seems like over there in lovely Michigan, I guess.
Sure.
But right now we'll see. The futures are definitely giving it up right now as the shorts coming in. The NASDAQ pushing off of 22,000 into that number. So we're getting close to a buy zone, I would think. But wow, all right, 21.8 maybe just broke. So it's only Nvidia holding up. Palantir making that push back in. My stop is...
I'd argue...
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say Palantir's holding up better than Nvidia. Palantir's holding up. Nvidia's holding 129, but Palantir looks objectively better to me. That said, if you lose the trend, you got to be able to get out at some point. I mean, everything else is bleeding here. I just looked back over, look at Tesla. Tesla just got to 372. That's heading precipitously to the downside. You've lost the bid on the Qs. We're right back, although you are into a potential support area. So you calm down. This is the morning level, and then overnight from yesterday at 21.7. If we hold that, then strong stocks, okay. Weak stocks, don't want any part of. If we lose it, I mean, are you going to look at a chart of AMD and wonder why not? Down 2%. We like AMD short. We should be in it. And the one short I'm in doesn't care about the market because they're going bankrupt. I'm just short VWAP on Nicola. I'll just play this into the low of the day. It's the low is 42 cents on this, just to go over it. The low in the aftermarket when the news announced was 40 cents. So play this 45 to 40 is the plan of action. If it breaks VWAP, I get out. Try to keep it relatively binary here on that. So only two longs left holding, and Palantir is doing a better job. I scalped out some into the $0.50. If we can put in a couple of, here we go.
We are him. Let's go, Neil. Let's go, Neil. Oh, yeah. Wow. This is the volatility that exactly we're looking for every single day. 57 cents now on Palantir. As Neil was waxing, we were trading as well. Nice move upside there for Palantir. And oh boy, we got it on the futures again. We are cruising. Highest spot we've been at all day. Look at that rebound on the futures right now. 70 handles in the money off that bottom. So here we go, man. Neil, we're going to go 5 for 5 today. 4 for 5 because Tesla's going to be an L. But oh boy, Palantir and Nvidia right now, we're $7 in the money on these trades. So let's go to the upside right now. There's 129.75 just printed for Nvidia. Oh boy, this has been quite a move. We like Michigan, man. Good, go everybody, man. Go Lions, go Tigers and Bears. Oh my, go Nvidia upside right now. Go Q's upside, and this could be one of those special days, especially if we keep going this way, man. Wow, what a monster, Neil. Great trading over there, and oh boy, this is going to be one of those days. One more time, we just got to make sure that we get out of winning trades. What's up, Adara?
I just want to clarify here with regards to those Michigan numbers. So the University of Michigan sentiment was not great. It was 67.8 versus 71.8. But the bigger issue seems to be with these inflation estimates, because we know there is an inflation element to the University of Michigan number. So the 5-year inflation expectations, a little bit above estimates, 3.3 versus 3.2 expected, but the 1 year significantly above estimates, 4.3% versus 3.3 expected. So that means people are seeing that inflation will be at 4.3% in a year. So that is super significant, and I just want to clarify, that seems to be the element that is pushing us to the downside more so than the University of Michigan sentiment number, guys.
Thank you very much, Dara. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate you for sure. Nvidia just, okay, so I'm out of Nvidia. Where we bought it, where we were buying it all morning, is where I sold it. So we were buying it all morning at 129.70. It just bounced off 129, and the sellers came in where the buyers were before. So
Let's go.
That's sort of that simple thing with technical trading. If we can break back above, we buy it in the same range. Otherwise, it's 29 or it's 29.70. Palantir is just distinctly different at this point.
Oh boy,
no questions asked about it. Now back a buck right into the 114 again for PLTR, and that's sort of the thing. Like this one was just better as it held those higher lows all the way through. Holds a low, holds VWAP, holds VWAP. We're going to get back into that 115, it looks like almost certainly. And Tesla's trying to make a move here, but look at the difference. Tesla can't even seem to get off the schneid. I think we got to be back to shorting Tesla. It's underneath 375, which was my over-under. As long as it doesn't get back above VWAP, Tesla's going to turn into a short again for me.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this is what, you want to stay with the same names. If there's anything else you guys want to talk about, like, look at this dip buy in Palantir, what just happened. So what's up, Ozan? What's up, Adam DeLuce? What's up, everybody out there? Look, man, not everyone's going to be the same. We talk about that, right? Like, I'm going to be green today. There's obviously traders that aren't going to be green. Traders are going to have way more money than me. Traders are going to lose way more than me. It's not a thing. It's just stay with what you're doing. Make sure you're trading your plan. Make sure that, this is something that you're comfortable doing. We're comfortable doing this. And what we've been able to do is increase, because of the streak that we've been on, we've been able to increase share sizes. And that's been really huge, right? Like if at the end of the day you're looking down and you're like, I can't find any winning trades, lower your share sizes. We've been doing pretty good, and we've been getting in and out too, right? Like that's the other thing about all of this. We actually wind up losing there on the TQs, but then we just let sort of things settle down a bit, take that bottom take, and then we just went over to the futures and just found this level right here. And we just let's try it, see if there's a bounce. If we lose, we lose. Like I was saying, this trading is not going to be the easiest game. It's not going to be for everybody anyways. But when you find something that you like and you're passionate about, that is ultimately, we both have kids. That's what we want our kids. I don't care what it is. I want them to do something that they are passionate about. And I mean, you're not going to find a more passionate trader than this guy right here. And honestly, we're happy to do it here for you guys live every single day. Just keep coming back, keep hitting that like, keep hitting that subscribe. I mean, I asked for 2,000 likes right now, and we got 1.8. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're holding 11,000. Let's get that up there. Did you just crush that number there or what? Let's get the likes going. I want to thank everybody for being here. It's always a special day at Trader TV Live, and even more of one that we get to share it with all of you. And then, hey, man, whenever it's a green day, it's a good day. So today's a green day, and we'll wait to see what winds up happening now. But Palantir fading off, some of these names now fading off. That's why we're getting out at these top sides.
Yeah, and that's exactly to that point. Nvidia just lost a bit again, so we got out. Everyone has their own style, obviously, but I like support and resistance, so support to resistance, as simple as that. The last time Palantir did this wick, I got out, and we got 80s last time. When it lost to 14 in here, we actually got 64s. So Palantir really starting to sell off. Man, Tesla probably should have been. It is what it is. I'm not gonna harp on it. It didn't get anywhere near the price we're looking for. The market was bouncing, and Tesla was trying to go. We're looking to see if we can get 74 half for the short side of the trade. Yeah. But I'll just I'm out of the longs now. I think at this point, the only one that I still like to the long would be Palantir if it can hold now 112.5. I don't even know if it's going to be 113. If it can stay on trend, I don't mind jumping back into that. But everything else is looking like an absolute bleed to this point. It always leads me back to AMD, but AMD is not really
broke.
Like I'm not punching short the low of the day on AMD.
Guys, I just want to say, like, people are saying, like, all right, so I know Neil's saying everyone do their own style. You just have to do your own style. That's what it is. Like, people are saying, oh, I'm getting killed on that Nvidia trade. I just got out. We both are out of Nvidia. So you got to, judge your own style. And if you want to ask us if we're green or red, we'll tell you. Look at the TQs. Like, we just got absolutely smoked on the market down to this downside. So look at this. Completely see. So there it goes, man. We were just riding high, and now we ain't anymore on this position, right? So falls right back in, and this could get destroyed here. So again, trade your book, right? Like, here we go to the upside. I'm getting stopped out if this breaks $84 right now. So let's wait to see what winds up happening to the downside. On that note about everyone has their own style, tonight we're releasing another video, and we haven't done one of these in a while. It's going to be a really highly edited video. It's on, there goes TQQs. It's on RSI. So check that out tonight as we will be releasing that ASAP.
You guys asked for more of these. You asked about the VWAP. I said, go check our channel out. We have the old one in RSI. And if you have suggestions for what you guys want us to talk about, bounce locator, I don't care what it is, man. We're here for you. I just got to go to some super chats in here. I just got flat. I'm not punching shorts at these lows. I don't want to do it. So we're kind of waiting for a little bit of a pop here. But Nick W., thank you so much. Thanks for what you guys do. Learned a ton from this program. Tesla was such a good mean reversion trade today. It absolutely was. And shout out to AO Luis. Calls printing on HIMS and Tempest AI. Go Birds. And that's sort of the thing. There's a million things moving today. If Tempest is your jam, trade Tempest. I haven't looked at the stock today. HIMS, I haven't looked at that either, so I can't tell you what either one of them is doing. But you got to stay in the pocket. Obviously, Palantir did not bounce off of VWAP. I'm not telling you guys anything you can't see. So the only level to wait for is, we like that 110. Maybe it can hold a bid there. I don't know if we're going to get great pops. I'm just looking for something that I can still fade. That's at a reasonable entry point. Firm doesn't necessarily look like much of anything. If anything, a firm holding one. A firm's looking decent. With the market bleeding, and this hasn't broken its low, this could do a mean revert back to the upside. So that's a trade I'll look at. And Nicola, it doesn't matter what the market is doing. It's the only thing I'm still in. It's just a short off of VWAP here. Resistance is sitting at about 46.5 cents and just playing into the low. That said, hard stop if it breaks VWAP. We've seen this story before. I have seen stocks that are going bankrupt and they get these relief rallies, and you don't want to get caught in one of them if they get one of those spikes. So always trade it with a stop.
Yeah, we just tried Palantir again, trying to get it through 112 again because I just thought it could bounce off VWAP. It didn't, so we got out pretty much immediately on that one. We are back into the futures, though. I'm going to try it again and just not use as many shares and see about that Palantir into 111.75 or so. See if we can get a little bit of a better fill on this and play the dip. Whoops. Oh my God, I just put in the wrong price order. Okay, down into here, into 111.80s or so, and then get out if we break 111.74s to the downside there on Palantir, and we'll see about that one on the reboot. Okay, well, we're back positive now, and this is what happens when you trade. We are now back positive on the TQQs as we did buy that dip again. It does break our levels. We have to. Oh, Palantir is going to break again, by the way. Palantir is done. I don't think we should. Like, the futures reload has worked geniusly, it looks like, but this Palantir reload will not, as there it goes through, almost through. We're going to break through 75. If it does go there, it looks like it's going to have too much pressure. There it goes on it. So Palantir for sure not worth the rebound. Like, the futures are, but Palantir right now doesn't look like it. There's a nice little play there.
Whoa.
Yeah, we need to find a strong stock, not trying to chase one.
No, it's not Google.
It's not Google, okay. Nvidia bounced off 128 pre-market lows. That could be a trade. Excuse me. But right now, yeah, let's just
not
wait for
seeing much.
Palantir until 110. We initially wrote down 111 long. It is coming back into that level. We held that one time. We could try it here, but yeah, Palantir definitely getting taken out. And sometimes when you have these stocks that have performed so well over the last little while, this is where they'll look to start hitting and taking some profit. So
Meta.
Palantir's still positive on the day, actually. So there's that. Meta's, yeah, I mean,
Meta's just none of these Mag 7 look that great, but Meta looks the least bad of all of them. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Hope that makes sense to everybody.
Why not?
So it actually held the low and is reverting it right now. That looks pretty good. Might have missed that trade. We'll let it settle down. Like I'm looking at Nvidia. Apple's down 1%, down at 230. Tesla's down a point, trying to hold. Meta's still green and trying to hold green. If the market can bounce, it looks pretty solid. The other thing is, you know what? Sometimes I said I wouldn't want to short bottoms.
We just got to go short.
Might have to change that plan of action on AMD. You're not getting into the short on AMD unless you just kind of hit it. The low is 106.55 from Wednesday on Advanced Money Destroyer. I almost called it by its real name, but I don't think it deserves that today. Let's go to Adara. I'm probably taking the low of the week break on AMD. That's at about 70 cents from now. Adara? And
This part of the show is in fact brought to you by WorkSport. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a US-based manufacturer, and they're rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. Take a look at this chart here, guys. Check out WorkSport WKSP. You can find that on the NASDAQ. And while we're here looking at charts, beware of Amazon as well. Of course, they are down after earnings, but I'm also seeing some comments here. Apparently, a German court found Amazon responsible for violating a Nokia streaming patent. So Amazon apparently violating a Nokia patent, according to a court spokesperson. Nokia not really moving much on this, but just be aware of that story coming through right now, guys. Back to you.
All right, I mean, we'll celebrate a little bit because we do have a $1 winner right now, bang, on Palantir as it just went up. I mean, I don't know what just happened there. The market seemed to want to catch a bid, so we will seem to take Palantir to the high side. We're now out of half. We just reloaded that at 111.50. It wasn't a huge position. We lost the bid there at 112, which kind of sucked, but that's why we talk about grabbing that profit. Like, when you're long at 112.50 and it goes up to 114, that's $1.50. You have to take profit there. It doesn't really matter, especially when it goes back into the high of the day, because then you don't know what's creeping, and then boom, right there to that downside. So, make sure you do get out. The P&L number one for me today will be still the TQs, although it's actually still ELF. Actually, ELF is sort of, okay, well, now the TQs are going, but look at what ELF is doing, guys. This shelf has not broken yet, up to $70. We still do have 10% of that trade as it's going, but most of my energy right now should be over here because this is where we have the biggest position now, was the reload a little bit here. So the only time we lost on this was that one dip, but we were able to make it back. Then it came in again. Now we're trying to get back upside there on the TQQs. And then Palantir, we just took $1 there, right up to VWAP again. If you're long on those names and it goes to VWAP, you got to take it. So, I mean, right there, into an aggressive name, I like it. Meta, $717 for Meta. Wow.
by the way, Uber just made another fresh high of the day. It's up 5. Got to acknowledge it. Shout out to Gorev in the chat and everybody that's yelling about Uber. So I'm going to get to Meta in a quick second, but we got to acknowledge in the market that is bouncing off the lows, this is a strong stock breaking through the highs. That 70 break was, technically it didn't break 70 until, it actually broke 70 in the pre-market, so it wasn't really a 70 breakout, but who cares? It's glorious if you got it. I was early on this break, I was late on this break. Really, when it's a mean reversion, I should be in here. My price, which should be at 16, is going to be like 16.7. So it's a little off by $1. But if we break the prior bar low, I want to be out of Meta, and I still want to short AMD. So this is actually AMD's popping right now. So if AMD can pop back in maybe 108, if it gets to VWAP, I think that's distinctly different. But I still want any shallow pop, like this kind of a candle on AMD, and I would want to go short. That'll be the plan of action on Advanced Micro Devices. And I cannot take credit for that joke. Advanced Money Destroyer was Sean. I just like repeating it every chance that we get. Nicola's doing its own thing. It's trying to get back into the low of the day. Remember, I'm out of this if it gets to 40 cents. That's the play. That was yesterday's low. So we'll continue to play into that. Apple's the one that looks the worst. here, everybody.
The market could still fade.
There isn't even a green, like this is the bigger move down of all the Mag
more out of
7.
the market.
Maybe not percentage-wise, but Apple's looks the worst. If Apple reverts, I think all of these other Mags should look pretty decent. Palantir, I never got, it just didn't get to 10, no, it didn't. Yeah, okay, so Palantir never really got to 10. That's where I'm looking for it next. We'll try to be patient with Palantir. If it does a higher low from here, we can try to get a different price. But let's just try to stay into the names that we like and maybe adjust our plan of action and include Uber if it tries to dip, because Uber is an absolute rocket ship.
Yeah. If you guys have been watching this for a minute, you guys know that we've been loving Uber and talking that name up for a while, and it's in our portfolio. So I am a big fan of Uber for now, although I thought that $80 was potentially a good out, and how we traded Uber. And again, I traded this live on the air for you with you guys in my long-term account. We talked about first buying it right into here at $80 on this dip down in. I liked it. I thought we could see something there. Then it fell into the 200 period. And at that time, I feel like it might have been a little bit lower, but anyways, it was around $70, $71. So we bought some more then. And then our average price was in and around here, 75. And then all of a sudden, it went like this, and we were able to buy. And this is all live on air, right? So we talked about it, and then we were buying more here, and to the point where our average price now is $67.80 or so. So in here somewhere, as we get a nice bump up, I'm thinking about up here, cash it and go on a vacation. All right, well, you can cash me outside with ELF right now because, wow, that one is a $7 banger. We're holding $10 worth of winners right now, but 70% of that is with ELF, of course. And then Palantir, I know Neil did not get back in, but as saying that he has coined, everyone has their own style. We do have it right there on Palantir, and we were able to buy it at that low right there on that move, and that was 111.50. We were going to wait. Like, I have my stop breaking 111. So, and as we just said, I wasn't waiting for this. If we had broke 111, I was going to get out. So, you know, good so far there. 55 cents worth of risk to make $1.30. We'll take it. We'll take another piece out right there at 69er. But here goes the futures right now. This will actually be now P&L number one. It has overtaken ELF on the day right here. And yeah, so far so good. But again, at the end of the day, would have really liked to have loaded up Palantir down there, but didn't have enough confidence, especially with this market doing this. So Palantir still for the win, and now it's trying to go again. So nice trading overall, but Tesla, again, wow. Like, oh, wow. Right into that level 370. Oh, man. Like, we're doing all this while still hosting. Like, I feel like if we had a little bit more eyes on more names, I mean, I'm still been in 5 names today, and that's enough. But Tesla, that's been a good mover. And you know what we haven't looked at once? Big Bear AI. Big Bear AI, $8 right now.
Well, I have these screeners that I have up on eSignal, and I know the mistake I've made with it. I haven't given them the best spot for real estate. That's the problem. Like, real estate matters and when you're looking around. Like, I love my charts, but you gotta sometimes, you know, have a quote board or a scanner a little bit more prominently. That's the best way to think about it. So maybe you don't miss an Uber or something like that. Let's get to the upside. If we get to VWAP on Meta, I'm going to jump out because I still think we're trend down. But let's get to the upside here in the market and go to Adara at the desk, everybody.
Noting here, we actually, since the number that we got there, that inflation number, showing that people are expecting much stronger inflation within the next year than we expected. Since we got that print, there's now been a decrease in people expecting cuts here. Now going up to June. So initially we had a higher expectation for cuts for June. Now we have 43.3% of participants expecting there will be 0 rate change. So we are continuing to see that the chances for that rate cut are going to be pushed back a little bit. This inflation number certainly not helping matters, guys. So just a change in sentiment pretty evident here from that higher than expected University of Michigan 1-year inflation print. Back to you.
Yeah, I'd say there's a little bit of a change in sentiment here on the day. It was obviously, you know, we were cruising for the most part, and I mean, some stocks were cruising. Like, I'm not here to tell you that it was a good opening for AMD, but I'm going to try to get into the short for the first time here. It was a shallow bounce. Okay, the shallow bounce the first time, a little bit better the second time through. 106.50 is the week's low in here on AMD. So that's the target that I'm looking for, and we'll give it to the prior highs. The other thing about AMD is as long as this channel holds, I favor shorts. One day, maybe this thing will break out above this channel and I can celebrate the day that I will like a swing trade or something long on AMD. But at that point, a lot will probably have happened. So if we break prior bar high, that's just above 85. Actually didn't have my stop order in. Now we'll get it in and we'll see where we can go from there. Nvidia's at VWAP. It's trying to bounce. But look at that. Like support to resistance, break the trend. That support, if this stays as resistance, like why would I don't want to pop long in there. If I wasn't looking at AMD as weaker, I'd be thinking short on Nvidia, but AMD is weaker, so I'll stick with advanced micro devices, which you know what it's doing. Meta's trying to go, but Gatorman in the chat, you just asked if Google is done dropping. Just distinctly different. Gatorman, I posit you this. If you're looking for a long, this is a chart of Palantir. You still have to have an entry, like maybe like VWAP. I liked 110, so I didn't get it when it lost VWAP, but there's some strength there. And I don't think necessarily that you could make a bottom on Google, but this is just so much weaker than everything else I'm looking at. And it just broke a pretty decent support level at the 50 period on the daily, lost 188, where the buyers have been gold on this stock for a while. Yeah, so a mean reversion trade, if you like that kind of a setup, I do generally if it's holding a big support level. But there's other stocks which look a little bit better for that same type of trade. Again, that's just my 2 cents. You can probably find yourself long off that bottom if you do like it. But yeah, not Google for me. Big Bear AI, shout out to everyone in the chat. It is absolutely breaking out again because it just keeps on going and going and going through the $8 level. Let me zoom it out. So you now have a break of the consolidation. Remember we said about this the last 2 days. It seemed bearish yesterday for Big Bear, but it still held the bottom or the top of this range without really violating it. So that's what you want to see with a small cap runner. Is even on pullback days, do you hold this higher low and then you can take out the top, which Big Bear AI is doing. If it was going to be a flyer today, it was going to be a firm for me. But after we bled, look at a firm on that reversion trade. I went over to Meta, which I'll slap a fail on that. Meta's a $1.20 in the money, but that same reversion trade on a firm would be $2.50 in the money if you take that one. So just a better reversion trade here on a firm than what we would have got on Meta. I still like it, but I can't chase that move. We'll just sort of stick with Meta, which we're in right now. What up, Sharif? We want to get to VWAP. That's the plan of action for Meta. Like, it's just not as explosive to the upside. But the reason I take this instead of Google, you hold the low. Hold the low, make the trend revert, work the long to the upside. Elon, shout out to you in the chat. I haven't even looked at Boeing here today. And wow, Palantir, I should say. Right back to 114. Once, twice, Obi, thrice. This is now triple top on PLTR. The other thing is Bitcoin is trying to get back to the upside. So Bitcoin's back to 98.5, and apparently MSTR, someone's saying in my ear, is at the high of the day. I haven't looked at it. And all that bounce, and AMD is still where we sold it. So everything's bouncing, and AMD is, I like that. Like if the market's bouncing and everything's going up, the stock you're short, if it's not falling, at least it's not moving with the rest of the market back to the upside here. But I should probably put a bit at the low of the day.
Oh, man, that was a good, I went and got some water. It's a good little coffee break. It's always nice when you come back and you see what's been happening in the market, and it's been pretty good. And I like hearing Niels mention where our friend Palantir is. So let's get some more out here. I didn't even have an offer up at 114. I did not think that I would leave for 5 minutes and this name would jump up $1.50. But there goes Palantir again. Nice move back to the upside, making it sing for sure. We did have some outs, though, on the futures. It did top out there at 85, so that's going to be a trade. We did look at Big Bear AI earlier. I traded this yesterday.
It's gone.
Or 2 days ago on this, on one of the breaks. I think it was 7:55 break. Yes, it was. I think it was 2 days ago, but right into there, I think, when we broke it. Yeah, in the pre-market, so it was this level, 755, and then you can see here today, now Big Bear takes, okay, perfect, takes 755 and continues its northbound journey right now. So, yeah, man, so far so good. AI ruling the roost here again, and then as crypto coming into the 100,000 one more time, we have Bitcoin always at the bottom here at 98 and change. All right, we've got a special interview, and it's Adara at the desk.
It's a special crypto update here with Hive Digital. We have CFO Darcy Dubaris back here with us again. How are you doing today, Darcy?
I'm doing great, Derek. Good to see you again.
Yeah, great to see you here again as well. And it's been a pretty interesting week for Bitcoin, especially given we had a couple earnings reports in the space. MicroStrategy just had their rebrand here to Strategy, new name, a Bitcoin in their symbol. So what has the industry reaction been to this rebrand and their heightened focus on their corporate Bitcoin treasury strategy?
Yeah, I think anything MicroStrategy or strategy does these days gets people's attention. Michael Saylor has just been a guru within this industry, bringing a lot more guidance and viewpoints on this. In terms of the rebranding, MicroStrategy could rebrand it to any name, and there's still going to be one that everybody is going to follow. But they've always had this focus. I guess they're just trying to move away from the old, from where they came from, sort of the software, knowing that they're going to be so focused on Bitcoin moving forward. And the industry always follows them or tries to follow what they're doing because he's always ahead of the curve on these things. It's always a great idea to, if you have a chance to listen to anything he says, it's perfect to be able to get to know a lot more about the industry.
It's a really good way of putting it. He certainly is a trendsetter in that regard. Now, also here, someone who's been on watch with regards to crypto is Donald Trump launching these Bitcoin first ETFs. So do you have any opinion on these ETFs in terms of what they might mean for widespread crypto recognition and adoption going forward?
I think anything Trump does gets people's attention. He wants to get those clicks. He wants to get the attention. The one thing I look at is, because it's this family thing, they've always got this going, there is going to be a little bit of apprehension and taking a look at, is there a bit of a conflict of interest where him and his family and his marketing team is coming out with these kind of products, but he is also has some control over the people, hiring the people that are going to be approving these kind of things. So it's sort of like judge and jury. He pulls it across. He can almost get anything through because he pulls the purse strings of who's controlling these things. But it definitely gets attention. And right now with this administration, anything that gives more attention to cryptocurrency in general, Bitcoin for sure, it's going to get to better adoption, not being seen as a dark asset. And the more and more people talk about it, the more it's going to be more of a mainstream bread and butter thing. And hey, price is going to go up, we're hoping.
Speaking there of recognition and putting it into the mainstream, I think it's worth talking about regulation here as well. So we had some things happen in the Czech Republic with regards to capital gains taxes here for BTC. So are there any other signs you're seeing here of regulatory easing globally or even in the US and Canada there with regards to crypto or Bitcoin?
I think the big thing, it was great to see the President Pavel come out with that announcement in the Czech Republic. This is something that is being lined up with some changes in the EU with their MiCA coming out in 2025 mid-year. It's just the first step. This kind of a viewpoint on cryptocurrency is something I can see a lot more countries taking. If you hold on to this asset, you shouldn't have to be treated with the capital gains tax on it. I think this is something that's going to be looked at in the United States, looked at in Canada. And it's just, as we say, with more adoption, the regulator is going to start learning about it, understanding that it is going to become more mainstream. And the other thing that the Czech Republic was looking to do when they made this announcement is taking a look at using some kind of a Bitcoin holding for the country. So I think this is just the first step. The more and more that we hear about these things that are out in the press, it's just going to get everybody else talking about it. And within this industry, the more talk we've got, the more adoption, the more people know about it. It's all better for all of us within the cryptocurrency space.
Very well said. Thank you so much again to Darcy Dubaris, CFO of Hive Digital Technologies. You can check them out on the NASDAQ at HIVE. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thanks, Dara. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Check these hats out. Check these hats out. We buzzing with Hive right now.
Yeah,
so I want to
buddy.
thank Hive for coming through here and sending us this fly merchandise. And yeah, go check out Hive. We just talked about Bitcoin.
I like the pun.
Yeah, 98.5
Well,
right now. All right, we have a new position right now. Let's go, man. Oh, about being read on Tesla. There goes Tesla right now. Yes, sir. Here we go, Neil. We are $1 in the money on Tesla. We're $3 in the money on Palantir. We are $1 in the money on the TQs. And guess what? We are, Neil, $1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, $9 right now in the money on Elf Cosmetics. So it's a nice one here into the day. Okay, here we go, Chef Joe Ayal. We told you that we were on Tesla today. We were first on the short. Now we are on the long. And Neil, here we go again. We are bringing the energy, we're bringing the excitement, and we're bringing the dubs. So there it goes. Tesla, TQs, Palantir, Nvidia, and Elf. Oh boy, what a day. Thanks, Hive, for coming through again. But yeah, nice move on Tesla right there. Too bad we couldn't trade a live with you guys because we were on that interview. But there's the dip buy opportunity for Tesla. Nice move there. Now to the upside. We're out of about 30% of it. Looking to get out of a little bit more, some size there at 32s.
Size at 32.
Sorry, 72s.
Chewing through the size at 32s, I would imagine. Elf is an absolute. I don't have a pun for that one. It's
100 handles
back
right
on
now,
the
futures.
shelf.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna get to e-signal quick little second. Make sure you have your scanners up. But Nvidia is breaking trend to the upside and holding VWAP, so I'm gonna get on that bid. And just as we took some profit at AMD, that also came out. But you know what, traders, listen up. The first month is free with e-signal. That's right, they're waiving their fees so you can trade smarter, and not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience where you have the ability to back test, forward test, utilize every indicator, trade every single market, track every single market, all in one place with lightning fast quotes, reliable data feeds, and game-changing charts. Take replay as a fantastic feature so you can narrow down those entries and exits and where the liquidity might be, and you can do it all in one platform. So don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. First month free at eSignal. So you want to elevate your trading, scan the QR code you see in front of you, check the link in the description, and your trading journey starts right about now. Shout out to eSignal. And you know what? Speaking of eSignal,
wow, dude.
Not surprised. My hot list, it's got all the names, AMD, Amazon, Google, Nvidia, BBAI, like those are the names that are up there on the hot list, exactly what you'd expect, although CLSK apparently is there and I haven't looked at it. So thank you very much, eSignal. Great scanner. See what's moving, what's actually ticking. Nvidia, we just mentioned Nvidia bouncing really nicely. But when I was going that read, I was like, yeah, I'm trying to get the long right in here. Just as we broke back through VWAP on NVDA and headed back into those highs. So NASDAQ cruising to the upside. Nicola doesn't care, it's still at the low.
All right. Yeah, I mean, so far so good here today. Obviously, as we'll go ELF, positive trade, TQs, Tesla, positive trade. We're going to wait to see what happens with Palantir, but we did go red on Palantir when it did drip through. Wow. Oh, I mean, I'm not even, this Palantir is just really, now we're at 115. Are you kidding me right now? We're long right now, Palantir 111.55. This is a $3. We're $14 in the money, Neil, total positions right now. $8 on ELF, $3 on Palantir, $1 on Tesla, $1 on TQQs. And we'll get back and we'll talk about what's for lunch when we get back from Adara.
I think it's worth noting here, we had Feds Goolsby talking. He started talking during that interview there. But basically what happened here he's basically saying the Fed's on hold for now. So I can see he didn't super comment on that estimate we got, but he did say, we do here, he said the short-term inflation spike shouldn't really matter, but he did say that the Fed is still going to be holding for now, but there should be some lowering, I guess, in rates over the next 12 to 18 months. So no longer in the next year, they're seeing the rates should be a fair bit lower in the next 12 to 18 months. He also said that the speed at which these rates will come down will be slower with more fogginess, quote unquote. I do think it's worth mentioning, though, that he said that the job report was strong and that he's, basically not super worried here about that short-term inflation number, which I think is interesting in case you missed it. The short-term inflation number well above expectations and the one-year basis, about 1% above what we were expecting there. So Feds Goolsby still talking, some tariff mentions as well, but basically the exact comments we got from other Feds on the topic. Back to you.
I wanted to quickly, Palantir, you're right, it's a fire-breathing dragon right now. Palantir was, I mean, if you're following anybody for trading, I think that's what, especially beginning traders, you should try to at least get some ideas, and that's why we sort of put out this sticky note every day. There's Palantir long, 111. Just keep with momentum. I mean, it was a very, very simple idea and a very, very simple trade, and there goes Palantir. Like 111 longs, I mean, pretty good there. ALF there as well. Tesla, this could be that fire-breathing dragon as well as we wait to get some more out here at 60s. Did we just get those? Yes, we did. So, I mean, again, another $2. Palantir, $4. Qs is at 100. We're 100 handles in on the futures right now. So, yeah, it's been quite the day, needless to say. We just missed Nvidia back there to the upside, so that's it. We only have 10% of ALF left, so I'm going to think about putting a stop in. Where's the 50-period moving average? How about a 70 break? We called 64 to 70. Of course, it gets to 73 there, but I'm going to put a stop in right now. You know where my stop is initially on this? $1. So 10 to 1 winner at maximum there, 9 to 1. We'll see if it comes back in though. $70 break. We are out of ALF. Let's cancel our first stop order and put this new one in. 69.99. 69. I was going to go 79. 69 right there. Okay, there you go. Stop order set at 69.5, and then we'll wait to see if it breaks a little bit lower than that, and then we'll get out. So we don't want to always use exactly the 50-period moving average because look at the spread, right? The spread right here is 30 cents, so you're going to have to say that if it hits this, it may tick something down here, and then I'll get triggered out, and it may not be the right play. But we've just been scalping out. So we have about 10 to 15% left of all of these positions, as it's been a kind of a topsy-turvy day there. And by the way, that's what we want to do. We want to talk about what was for lunch. What's up, Vizbot? Okay, so what is for lunch today? It's actually pretty good. I've already read it. It is right on par with what we're expecting here for Football Friday.
That's how
as we get ready to go. It's panko crusted chicken breast fillets. So maybe potentially a little healthier than fried chicken fingers, but panko crusted chicken breast fillets with French fries and a side Caesar tortilla chips. Oh, here we go. I didn't even see this part. Tortilla chips and salsa.
Well, it'd be
nice if there was some guac there, but as prices still right now for guacamole, okay, as we do not have those.
I was going to say there's almost no chance that our caterer is giving us guac. I would love it, and it's exactly.
I'd say there's a chance.
I'm feeling chilly this weekend because that's not cold. Like chili is usually the football thing for me.
It'll always be chili. Yeah.
That's what you got to do. I love a good chili. Oh man. Anyway, so now I'm getting hungry. I'm about to eat a salad in about 20 minutes, or half an hour. So that's gonna make me more hungry. I'm into Nvidia off VWAP. I mean, it's basically that's a bad trend line. Whatever. I won't cancel it for now, but you get the idea. Bottoms, holds higher lows, holds VWAP, pull back into this little resistance spot, go into the long. But again, it does not break 129.80. So exactly, like this is where we were buying it earlier. This is where we're selling it. Now you're still rejecting this here on NVDA. Just a quick update on, I'm still in it, and I don't know where I'm going to be adding to this if we don't get any more pull up. Like it's been like a stair step down on Nicola, and I feel like if it breaks 40, or whatever, the actual low is 39. So if it breaks 40, I almost don't care. But it's a flat bottom break, which is setting up at 43, which I might take. If it holds this for like an hour, if I ever see this stock hold like an hour long at the same level, then I'm taking the break of that level. I've seen that before on like these going bankrupt stocks where they catch a little bit of a bid and no one can hit it because it's SSR. And then when it finally goes, it's nasty to the downside. That's what I'd look for next on Nicola. But Nvidia needs to hold VWAP. We've scalped a little bit out, but still holding 2/3 of it. I want that high of the day. Let's see if we can break it out on NVDA. Hertz Scrambler, Lilly tanking? No. Oh, no. I haven't even looked at Eli Lilly. No, it's not. Lilly's up 1%. Lilly's cool. They're okay. They're just fine. That's a relatively strong stock. Market's at the lows. It's at VWAP.
All right, thank you everybody for subscribing. I'm going to check in to see what our like count is all about right there. I just said there's only a couple minutes left. You can ask us anything you want. You can see our positions right there. I still have a bunch, but the newest position, I guess, is the Nvidia one. So watch out for that 129.55. We just got some more out of Palantir at 115 and at 114.50 right there. So yeah, I think Palantir is going to break that 115, but if it does, it does. If it doesn't, forget about it. Another reload spot for me would be right down here on the TQQs. So if we get anything into $84, we'll be able to see what's going on there as well. And that will be another long for me in and around 84.10s or so, watching out for that low break of the day. And if we do that, then see ya, and we are out of that trade for sure. Yeah, man, let's just have a look. So we already talked about where our out's going to be on ELF. Nvidia, we already wrote down for Nvidia, the trade that we wanted was 127 to 127.50. We should have been there. We were over. Look, we made a bunch of money back there, a lot of money back on Palantir and on the Qs when it fell through. We did not have any dip buy bids on Nvidia. That was a mistake. My bad on that one. We did have dip buy opportunities on Tesla, and we put Tesla right back into our pocket and made that a top stock here today again as well. So Tesla was a good one. We lost our way early, quickly, and then boom, right there back to the upside again for Tesla. So let's wait to see. I want to be patient with this market. It's still very, very early in the day. It's only 10:46 right now. So yeah, thanks, Pro Day Trader, for your kind words again. Yeah, so there you go. So I don't know if you want to talk about your Nvidia trade, but I don't have anything else new. So let's go back over to you.
I was actually just tweeting it out. Give me a second. No, it's fine. I can talk about it, then I'll tweet it out later. We got wicked off. No, it's okay. We got wicked off the bottom, but I'm going to jump back in. If I get wicked out like this, a lot of times it means you're transacting at the right price area, but you didn't have the right out, and you might want to give it a little bit further. So we did lose VWAP on Nvidia, but as long as it's above, I want to keep giving it shots and see what it's able to do here. You've had upward trend most of the time, and it hasn't always been, like if you look at it yesterday, like it was holding the trend, but it was not all that clean. Eventually when it went, it was going to be good enough because you could get 26 to 28, and then you got late in the day 27 into the highs at 29. So there's multiple chances you had to capture those bigger moves, and as long as it holds VWAP, you got a 80 cents to $1 to the high, and then see what it can do from there. Respect the fact that 130 on a Friday is probably going to have some resistance on it no matter what, and this 129.80 has been a bit of a thing. Daryl Flinch in the
Let's
chat.
go, Palantir.
Daryl saying we didn't short Google.
Oh, man.
Could have been a great short. Yeah, a lot of things could have been great shorts today, Daryl. No question about it.
Ooh.
But if you're bullish, you're bullish. You know.
Yeah, look, man. I mean, I'll talk about my day here. I have 3 wins and 2 losses. We've traded 5 names today, so it's not like it's been, all cups of Joe here. Like we did wind up losing. What's up, Joe? We did wind up losing on Nvidia once it wound up plowing right through there against us again. So we just were not like that. Caught us off guard, and then that was a loss there because again, remember we got there. We weren't able to do too much. We averaged it back. So this is like a flat trade, and then there's a buy, there's a sell, there's some buys, and there's through. So we're going to be red on Nvidia today. Palantir is going to be position pending, but getting dropped out right there of a max position breaking through. That will create us red right there for Palantir. But now we have this back up to the upside, so hopefully that will work out for us. And then everything else is green, man. Tesla's been huge. And then the TQQs is been, the P&L number 1 is ELF. But TQQs and Tesla right there are in the pocket for me as well. Here comes ELF right back up there to 73. So, 3 winning stocks, 2 red stocks. I don't know what you guys are, but you guys can put your day there in the chat as well if you'd like. Just to create some more content. But right now the Qs are making that move there to the upside, as is Tesla as a all right now. I mean, these are all new positions, right? I mean, and we just held on to them. So Tesla, relatively new. This is a 1-minute chart. So we're now $2. Look, this is $2 in the money from 2 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, right? So that's a good trade here. The TQs, we put this one on at 10:15. So that's about a half hour in. That's $1 in the money. The Palantir trade we put on about a half hour ago. That is now $1, $2, $3 now in the money. So yeah, man, like we're not resting on our trades. We're putting them up today. It's a 3-and-2 day. It hasn't been great, man. We'll wait to see if we can get some more money though, as the midday comes. And what's up, Adam DeLuce? You have to ask Sharif, if I'm allowed. He wants me to make a cameo, and talk a little stock on the midday show. So I got to confirm it with the boss man over here. So we'll do that very, very soon. But yesterday we had a meeting, so we did not go to the pool. So we'll be doing that today, but we'll come back. And ADL, I got you, my guy right there. I see real traders, man. Bang right there as we go through again, Neil. This is what trading's all about. Stack them, stack them. There goes Palantir. It is your number one trade off the sticky note. It's $4 in the money, and let's go, man. No, it's cool, it's cool. As we go, let's go to the upside. Let's keep going to Adara. Right now, like we have $4 in the money on Palantir, $3 in the money on Tesla, 100 handles in the money on the TQs, and $8 in the money on ELF. How about you? Let's go market to the upside, and let's go to Adara and see what's going on with Money Talks. Hello, Money.
Thank you for that, Sharif. Yeah, I know that the USD is certainly not getting it to the upside today. We're running into some resistance here at that 107.7 level for the US dollar here on the DXY. And we have a little bit of uncertainty just due to the sheer amount, A, of economic data, and B, kind of shocking economic data we got today. So we started off the day with non-farm payrolls. They were a little bit lower than expected, 143,000 versus 175,000 expected, and 250,000 previously. So below the previous and expected number here for those non-farm payrolls. Private payrolls also a little bit here below estimates, and unemployment rate slightly below estimates here, 4.0 versus 4.1 expected. Now we have to talk about the massive number, though, that we got at 10 a.m., slightly below expected here for the University of Michigan consumer sentiment, 67.8 versus 71.9 expected. But the bigger issue here is the University of Michigan inflation estimates or inflation expectations. So we have 4.3% now is the expected one-year inflation. Previously, it was 3.3%, and that's what analysts are looking for as well. So well below estimates there for that, well above estimates for the one-year inflation. 5-year inflation also slightly above estimates. Although Fed Goolsbee basically dismissed that print when he had some comments today on Yahoo Finance, though he did say that he thinks it's going to take a little bit longer than 2025 to get to the neutral policy rate. We know there have been a little bit of slowing here in these inflation expectations. In terms of when we'll actually get these rate cuts, we'll have to wait and find out. But Fed Goolsbee did reiterate that they're on the path to 2% inflation and echoed comments from fellow Fed speakers who have basically been saying what's going to matter here for the tariffs has a little bit to do with are they going to be one time or they're going to be repeated. Fed Goolsbee said the same thing. So these Feds basically in lockstep. We're going to have to wait and see what happens, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Adara. Appreciate you. You always got to listen to the Fed speakers, but it doesn't necessarily matter that much. The momentum is turn right back into the upside. And sometimes you just got to get back in. If you're going to hold VWAP once, great. If you're going to hold it twice, great. But sometimes it took like a third time in here for Nvidia to really confirm and hold on. We just hit, wow, that was intense.
President Trump.
What happened? Trump said something. Trump, reciprocal tariffs, I just heard.
Yeah, reciprocal tariffs.
Reciprocal tariffs from Donald
So everything's
Trump.
dropping.
Everything is dropping. My quotes didn't even work just there.
Bye-bye.
I was just getting filled on Nvidia, and then Trump just did this.
Wow, so like a
I'm
huge hit
frozen.
right there. Same thing for me on the TQs, on everything. You're
Oh, there we go. We're back.
Yeah. All right, so Palantir does Shabuzi down there a little bit into 114, but this is why we talked about only having 10%, only having so much amounts. We were just $10 in the money there, but look what's happening right now for TQQs. There's the move down. Whoops, we get 84 and then we lose it again. So here we go, man, back into 83.50. This could be a great buying opportunity, but might be worth settling down now. We talked about how crazy these moves would be with Trump, but yeah, here we go. Sharp moves down following that headline. Let's see if the Qs are settling down a little bit. We're back in to the futures long right now. Settle down, young Padawan. Settle down. All right, let's see what happens here. Let's go over to Adara, I guess. Was that what the call was? All right, Adara, what you got for us? We're still going.
About the tariff drop, so I want to clarify, Donald Trump has not said this yet. Reuters is reporting that he has told Republican lawmakers that he plans to issue reciprocal tariffs as early as Friday. But we know Reuters has been wrong before. They were wrong last week, or at least they were corrected last week when they said that these tariffs would immediately be delayed because then Donald Trump came out and actually issued the tariffs right there for February 1st. We'll have to wait and find out. But Reuters reporting that Trump has told Republican lawmakers that these reciprocal tariffs could be hitting as early as Friday. So I want to clarify, Trump has not said this himself yet. I think that's a really key thing to note. And also, again, it's Reuters, which the White House has disputed before. So I really want to paint a clear picture on the veracity and the accuracy of this statement as of right now, because we don't know yet. It's purely a report, guys. Back to you.
Well said.
All right.
Well said. You know what? Like, buy the one that's above VWAP. Maybe it's it could be Uber. It could be a Big Bear is a different kind of stock, but this is the third time you're going to get a nice bounce here on Palantir. I went right over and I could have bought back into Nvidia, but I went over to Palantir and it just held 114. We're going to get back to the 115 level, and that's sort of the thing.
Guys.
Palantir's been the 1-2 set upside. Let's get a break of 115 here. I think if it goes again, if we break the highs after that kind of a headline, there should be no stopping this sucker.
Oh boy, we just got right back into the futures again. Let's go, man. Let's see if we can run this thing here again for us on PLTR and the Qs and everything. We did buy back into Tesla. That went up and then stopped at the 200 period again. So I think what Adair is reporting is very, very important. Like, not confirmed yet. So I feel like that is pretty key when you hear terminology like that. So, all right, if we break through 370, that very bottom there was 369.50. I'm going to hold it till that bottom. I actually that's 369, so maybe we'll get a little bit lighter on some of these positions. Where's my stop orders in there for Tesla? Now I have to change all these stops, right? Because everything has changed a little bit there. All right, so I'm going to put it in 368.99. If we can break below that, then we'll get out because, again, maybe misunderstood on the tariffs, but I can see right now that we are in a little bit of trouble as this market tries to hold. We're still in Palantir, but pretty light. The newest position really is just Tesla. We did get out of some of those Qs, so that's going to be a good trade there to the upside. But Tesla falling back in again here. And no matter what, Tesla's going to be affected by this because, again, tariffs, obviously we know that that's going to affect Mexico, so on and so forth. So watch out for Tesla dripping down in here. There's 370 right now, so watch out for that break low on Tesla. 369 break, and we are out of TSLA.
Yeah, what a world. Derek just walked past it. What a world, what a world. 100% true. Like as quickly as
the market didn't.
Well, I mean, it's the headline. It's a headline risk.
Yep.
That's sort of it. Like, at any particular moment, like even before I heard,
look at that Palantir.
Before I even heard it on Benzinga, heard it in the news source, I already saw the quote. Like you see the bid drop first, and then a split second later, you hear the news, so you kind of know what's happening. But you know what? If you make a fresh low after something like this, usually it's like, let's go long into VWAP. Nah, because the wicks are this bad, give it a tight stop, and if it does a deeper dive, be willing to make a mean reversion on the deeper dive. Because you still have a bit of a head and shoulders here on Palantir. So, I mean, we'll see. Will it actually be a continuation to the downside? I think you let it settle down a bit. Anything that's on trend, I want to stick with the trend. I'd mentioned a couple times there, we should also be looking at Uber for that. This is Uber. This is Uber. Like it's holding higher lows the whole way through. If this doesn't break its trend, that's a good dip buy, relatively speaking, as well. And it's got a nice little, there's your lower highs. If it trends into VWAP, I'd look for a revert in Uber. That's the power of going to a strong stock. Palantir has been given to you for I was going to say 3 days in a row, but since earnings and a long time before that too.
Yeah. Palantir's been giving it to us for a minute. Right now, we're going to sit a little bit down here because we just got some out at 371.60 on Tesla, giving us 40 cents. It's not like a huge win. We got out of literally 3% there on that move higher. So let's see if we can get back up into VWAP 374. I do have more offers, though, upside. If we can get 372 is where I'm sitting. So if we can get a 372, we'll take that. And then we're higher. And then we're right here. Then we're all over VWAP and higher. But it doesn't mean that this is going to go. Tesla, I could see it being quite weak into this news. So we'll try it. Probably not the greatest. We have reloaded, of course. Not reloaded, sorry. We're monitoring this TQQ position. This is a long in the futures. It feels silly, of course. We'll get some more out here at 17s as it gets back up to the upside. But it does feel a little bit wrong, obviously, to be going longs right now with such negative headlines coming through. So let's just wait to see. Trump will often, look at the stock market and figure out maybe that was not a great idea. And I know Adara said what a world we're living in, but that was not even, that move right there was the exact same move that already happened at 9 o'clock right there, even more dramatic right there. It actually at 10 o'clock on the consumer sentiment, Michigan sentiment. So we do have a lot more. What I'm saying is that this could get a lot worse. Not that wasn't, we lost on that move. That sucks to have been part of it long. But at the same time, we could get killed a lot. if you don't have stops, like that move could be 10 times worse. So just be very, very careful with all of that. So that would be like my little advice here, especially with heading into the midday. Maybe use a little bit less shares here and try to play key levels instead of like worrying about scalping too much, because you're gonna get wicked out if you're scalping. That is for sure. So that would be my advice here heading into the close. Like that's why my stop on Tesla is 368 and why we're trying to make $2 or lose $2. I think that's the right attitude here into this. And what a good day, what a fun day, one of our best shows ever.
It's been a fun one for sure. And that's the thing. It's going to be like this every single.
We don't need to have winning trades to have great shows. It's about the action. I mean, that's what we're here for, right? I mean, even though these trades are against us.
And keep it in the pocket, right? Like ultimately, like Tesla, sorry, I meant to say like a Palantir. A Palantir and Uber, like if you find a stock that's continuously working and working and working, like try to focus on going back to that and like, be able to give up on the ones that aren't, right? So that, so Nvidia is a losing trade today, but then Palantir is a little bit better than, Nvidia. But we are still in a bit of we're at an undecided point since that news. Like we've held a bit of a bounce, but we haven't made the next move yet, like a break of the local high or break of the local bottom. So we're in a little bit of a spot here. It's an interesting time. Well, I head you guys on over to the midday, but literally we're at a you-know-what or get-off-the-pot level on a lot of these Mag 7 names. And as a matter of fact, I just looked up and Apple lost a bit.
We haven't talked about this in a minute, but we also have Fed speaking, like as we speak.
And that's the other thing that's happening too.
It's kind of like, just like that's what I'm saying. Temper your expectations.
Neil
here.
Kashkari was speaking earlier today.
Yeah, well, he's crashing the car of Tesla, it seems like right now. Down through 370. Come on, Neil Kashkari, man, get in there. Use full self-drive.
He spells it weird. He spells it with a K.
He should have just put the market on full self-drive. I mean, we were going long, and it was all fine. And now we're coming right back in. It looks like Tesla will lose. Right now, we're long here at 369.60. Okay, let's get over to the midday show. Thank you so much. Try not to catch a falling knife here like I've been doing. 370 in play now for Tesla, possibly for a short. Let's see what winds up happening. We're still long everything. See you, everybody.
Boom! There it is, baby. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade during the midday. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And we already have a couple of people already hanging out with us in the chat. Proper dang. We got Darwin, we got Ezekiel, Chef Joe, Vin 101, and the world's greatest mod. It is Bears versus Bulls, no question about it. We got Nani Biz, we got One Micro Trader, and Juan Padilla, J Dang Lee. I don't ever think I called you J Dang Lee, but you get a dang today, Jay. Shout out to you. We got Cass, we got Benjamin. How about Whiskey? Okay, we got Parker, Omega Zero, Brian Lemaster, the Sankofa. We got Nimrod. Shout out to my man Nimrod. Benjamin Wiki, 2 New York Gang Sense, Charmine Khan, Cesar Sandoval. I haven't done that in a while. Saista, Mike 44, and Phil Rich. How about TS Booger? Okay, Booger. We got Philip Boyd, 1320. Vern, Mr. Thumbs Up, will trade for food. Wakil, how about Benjamin again? Mr. Who else? What we got here? Uplift Markets. Yes, this market needs an uplift, please. Thank you. Visbot, SM Cream, why not? Jose Gonzalez, Mr. Ian, Raids Mackin, Bbot 5,000 in stock up. Shout out to Dad Trader. We got Bold. We got Anthony, Vitali. I saw you yesterday. I like it. See you 2 days in a row. Paul E. Red Del Papa. One more, Joseph.
One more.
Smoky. Hold on. It's moving too fast. I lost it. Smoke and Vape. There we go.
Smoke and Vape.
TS Booger again. I know. It's Friday already. So people are already thinking about what they want to do on the weekend.
Yeah, I know. People are already thinking about what they're wanting to do. I mean, tough act to follow up here, Sharif, with Katina Man and Neil putting in a banger. But I think
like every day.
Hey, man. But we're here and we're ready and we're ready to get it going. Are we going over to Adair here real quick? All right, I didn't hear that. I gotta tap in here.
News here. So TSM, Taiwan Semi on watch, Nikkei up here in Japan, reporting that these U.S. chip curbs are impacting China more than expected, leading TSMC, or Taiwan Semiconductor, to tighten their compliance. Apparently, they're telling their Chinese clients that their shipments require U.S. whitelist packaging suppliers, and basically they're taking apparently cautious approaches to avoiding violations. So just a report here, and TSM is reacting. to these U.S. chip curbs. Keep an eye on this one, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. All right, we got a banger on. We got some side charts going. We got the lesson, but everybody wants to know, how bad are we getting hit on the sectors?
Oh my days. I think it's time we start from the bottom up today. We're going to switch it and see what we got going on, guys. So in third last, we have real estate down about 0.6, and then materials down about 0.9 as well. But consumer discretionary taking a beating today, Sharif. I think being led by Tesla, down about 1.4% on the session there, guys. So a little bit of a sector rotation, some money coming out of this big cap tech here, guys, flowing into energy, the only positive sector this far, only up about 0.2 there, guys. Utility sitting in second, negative on the session, down about 0.1, and same as healthcare sitting in third place there, guys. A tough look there. I pulled up the put to call ratio here, and it's looking pretty hefty right now. I have a put to call ratio of 1.28, so that can signal some bear sentiment, Sharif. I'm curious in the chat. Let me know what data you guys have on that, and let me know if that's accurate. But we got a banger of a lesson here with Sharif on some futures. Let's get right into it.
Yes, man. We're continuing our talk on these futures trades today. Specifically, we're going to talk about the implied balance high and the implied balance low. Used to be really championed this theory or this concept by a person in the chat by the name of Dan Emmons. I used to call him Dan the Man Emmons. Haven't seen him in a while, but this is a page out of his book. Let's dive right into it. So this lesson deals with the concept of implied balance high and implied balance low of the opening range in the intraday futures trading. Okay, so we're talking about a very specific time period here. Intraday, we'll explore what they are, how to identify them, and how to use them to make informed trading decisions throughout the trading day. Let's go, as we always do, explain things at a high level. The opening range of a futures contract represents the initial buying and selling pressure at the market open. So the IBH and the IBL, implied balance high, implied balance low, are technically not price points, but rather zones that represent potential areas of both support and resistance based on the opening activity. So just imagine an area high and an area low. I'll get more specific in a second. So the implied balance high, this is the highest price reached within the first hour. So the highest price within the first hour after the open, suggesting initial buying interest, okay? And then the implied balance low, kind of the exact opposite, right? So this is the lowest price reached within the first hour after the open, suggesting the initial selling interest. Well, how do you identify it? Well, that's pretty simple. Your time frame, though. Let's talk about this. So the time frame, you're focusing on a shorter term time frame. Now, what that means to you is going to be a little bit different. You might look at the 1, the 5, the 3, the 10, the 15, whatever it is. It's an intraday time frame that you're observing this on, okay? So shorter term time frame, like a 15-minute or a 30-minute. Opening range. You identify the high and the low price within the first hour after the open. So if you're in Eastern Standard Time, that takes you to 10:30. If you're anywhere else, do the math, okay? Your implied balance high. So you're looking for the highest price tick within that first hour. So we know that, on your chart, it's going to say 8:30, right? Because the futures are Chicago, CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They're now we're behind Eastern. So typically on my chart, the implied balance high will be from 8:30 to 9:30. But if I was to actually look at it local time, 9:30 to 10:30. I hope that didn't confuse anybody. Your IBL, your implied balance low, you're looking for the lowest price tick within this range. This is your implied balance low. So let's just do a little bit of an easy example right now. Let's go ahead and load up the NQ, which is obviously the futures contract. So we'll go Future, we'll go March, and this is the 5. So here it is. So where is my 8:30? This is my 8:30 candle right here. So let's go ahead and just put a vertical trend line on my 8:30 candle so I know exactly where the starting print starts from, okay? And then, what's the highest point within this range? Well, right there, this candle right here. So what's the high of this candle? 21,968. So we're going to drag up the level, 21,968. Right there, that's 9, same crap, okay? And then, where's 10:30 at? Well, that would mean 9:30 on my chart, right here. So we're going to grab a vertical trend line, and we're going to put that bad boy at 9:30. And then what's the low there? Well, it's this candle here. over here, excuse me, right at 910. The low of that candle, 21,686. So we'll go ahead, draw a horizontal trend line within that level. So 21,686. So our implied balance high, for the sake of example, would be up here, and our implied balance low would be right here. Our opening range is right there, and the 1 hour after the opening range is right there. So you kind of have that boxed in or rectangled in. You know exactly what the high, the low, the opening range time, and the closing range time. Super simple, right? Now we'll talk about how to use it. So how do you trade with the implied balance high and the implied balance low? So these zones act as potential, underline that word, potential turning points throughout the trading day. Here are some scenarios. So your breakout. If the price decisively breaks above the implied balance high, it suggests a bullish continuation. So you're looking here for increased buying volume. To confirm, my boy Joseph probably would agree with that. Once you get that big boy breakout, you want to see, is it being supported by a volume, or are there just a lack of sellers really to take the other side of the trade there? So you're looking for increased buying volume to confirm. Conversely, a break below the implied balance low with rising volume might suggest a bearish continuation. Again, volume very operative here. And then it can also work for the retest. So we just explained a breakout trade. We can also talk about a retest of a support or resistance level. So the price might retrace towards that implied balance high or down to that implied balance low before continuing its direction. So you have to observe if the price finds support at the implied balance low, a potential long entry, or it finds resistance at the potential or at the implied balance high, which would suggest to you a potential short entry there. You're looking for volume. Again, I want to stress this. You're looking for volume confirmation on the retest for stronger signals. Okay, let's talk about the price action and volume characteristics that you should be on the lookout for. With respect to price action, you're looking for strong price rejections. Okay, for example, candlesticks with large upper wicks at the implied balance high or lower wicks at the implied balance low zone for more significant than just that are, or these are more significant than just a weak touch and then a move off. Oftentimes, we're always talking about topping tail candles, bottoming tail candles. Well, why are we mentioning those? Because what it's signifying to you is once it gets into that price zone, it's triggering so many buy or sell orders that it behooves you to take note of it, okay? So think of that as an important characteristic, Then volume. Increased volume on a breakout or increased volume on a breakdown of the implied balance low zone strengthens the signal. So conversely, low volume on breakouts might signal to you a false breakout or a false breakdown. So super important to juxtapose the volume that the breakout or the breakdown manifested with, as opposed to, and compare that to the previous volume candles throughout the day. And again, you only have about an hour that you're charting there, so you don't have to compare it to too much, okay? So think about that. And then important considerations to keep in mind when you're using implied balance high and implied balance low. They're certainly not foolproof indicators of any kind and should be used in conjunction, as we always say, with other technical indicators and other technical analysis tools. And the market conditions also play a really important role here. In strong trending markets, breakouts may be more reliable, while in choppy markets, when we're in a consolidative range, false signals are more likely. So you're going to say to me, well, how do I know if we're in a trending market or a consolidative market? Well, have a look at the future. I mean, load up that daily, load up that 4 hour. Are we ranging? What's the range? Are we breaking out from that range? Have we broken out from that range before and rejected? What was the volume like when we broke out and rejected? Do your homework, find out what the trend is before you want to rely on any one strategy, okay? And then I also want to stress that these zones are dynamic. As day trading progresses, the open's influences weakens, right? Consider using higher time frames like the daily or the longer term support and resistance. So here's what I mean by that. So we've charted our implied balance high and our implied balance low right here on the NQ. All right, that's great. That's 1 hour in the day. That's literally the first hour of official trading. But what happens when we get into like 2 and 3 o'clock? What's the importance of that implied balance high and low? As we get longer and longer throughout the day, the importance of the IBH and the IBL dwindles. It becomes less and less important, especially if we've really taken it out or dropped below it, right? It may act as support or resistance if we retest it, that implied balance high if we're above it, or that implied balance low if we're below it. But you should be basing your trades less and less on it as the trading day progresses. Y'all know what I'm going to say. I hope everybody, including even the people I don't like in the chat, print up a storm.
All right, here we go, guys. I mean, let's see what we got going on. A little bit of a tougher one for me this morning, that's for sure. Choppy, so just full disclosure, not much going on, and that's okay because there's always, we still got a lot of time and there's always going to be another day. But what we're going to do is go over a couple of tickers for individuals that have asked me nicely and kindly to do so. So what we're going to start off with is MGOL. I was just reading a little bit about this company. It's kind of in the retail space and just about like kind of common or domestic native clothing brands on MGOL. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a further perspective. But as of right now, doesn't look horrible on an intraday chart, starting to climb higher, trading really nice in the pre-market here. And so we'll see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. And yeah, I mean, a gap up, not something that I personally would be looking to get involved with for a long period of time or much at all, to be frank. But I mean, it's sitting at like, the market cap of this thing, Sharif, is only about 3 million. So this is like really, really micro cap stuff here. But yeah, that's the look. Maybe it'll start to recover, but not something that I would necessarily look to get involved with. I don't know enough about that company. And then we're also hearing a lot about Nvidia. A lot of people are trading Nvidia as well today. I thought that we were going to climb higher, maybe go somewhat to 131, 132, but it doesn't seem to be the case, especially with Donald Trump in office now and possibly just sending the market into a complete whirlwinds here. Come on, but yeah, come on, Donald. But I mean, here we go. I do still think that we can break through some of these highs here. 130, 39 is the high a day as of right now. We're holding some nice bases here. The pre-market lows, like this pre-market consolidation range, and a nice doji right here as well. So if we break through and open up below 128.50, then maybe there's going to be some more downside. But as of right now, I think that we can continue to move. As the market sold off, NVDA has held pretty tight. So I think that we climb at some point to that high a day. And as of right now, it's looking like we are going to. So continue to monitor that. Microsoft is really weak today, guys, as well as Google and Amazon is also starting to climb lower. Well, I'm sure Sharif and I will talk about the report in a bit, but here we go with Microsoft and then Google as well too, guys. I was looking to open up a swing trade on this, but as of right now, it's just not setting up how I want to, and that's okay. So we'll just be really patient. We'll wait for that turnaround signal to display itself, and then we'll take this thing back to the top side because this thing is still a fantastic company, even though they're spending a little bit more money than the street would like. So what? The fundamentals are still there, and the earnings is definitely backing that up so far. Cloud down a little bit. The growth isn't like what the street was expecting, 32% year over year, and they came in at 30. Like, boo-hoo, you know what I mean? These things are still growing at rapid paces, a little bit under estimates, but that's okay. So yeah, that's how I feel about Alphabet, to be honest with you, Sharif. That's a company that I'm buying the dip at any point, really.
Oh yeah, it's a monster, bro. And I mean, I like so many tailwinds on that, but they're getting hit hard ever since earnings, down almost 3% today. Google down 2.95, Goog down 2.84. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. All right, guys, I've weaseled into a trade over here. LTBR, it's up nicely on the day. 24%. We've already wet our beak a couple of times there on the squeeze up into 30. So it's a bit illiquid. As you can see, I've had multiple resting orders. This one blew through one of my orders at 11:30, and it even got to my second order at 11:35, neither of which filled. Okay, so you're gonna have to be careful with this one. Right now it's a 7-penny spread on LTBR. It's got a great looking pattern. It's got higher lows, got higher highs. It did topping tail though at 1161. But most importantly, when it topping tailed, at least on the 5, it still did defend that 10 exponential. So it held the level. You just feel like either somebody big was taking profits at that 2/3 of a dollar, or someone was instituting a short, but was it strong enough to keep bringing it down. We'll talk more about this, BBAI, VSAT, and the others when we get back from Midday.
Keep an eye here, keep an eye here on CRSP getting an influx of volume right now. You have a post circulating on social media from SciTech Daily suggesting apparently that University of California, San Francisco scientists have apparently pioneered a groundbreaking approach to cancer treatments using CRSP technology. I want to mention, though, this article is from 3 days ago. This is not a new article, but it's circulating on social media now, so it's getting a little bit of a spike for CRISPR. So again, CRSP moving up in volume on a 3-day-old article. Back to you.
Got it, Dara. All right, here's what we're looking at, guys. This is one of the better platforms out there, baby, and I'm not going to keep pounding the table about this, but every time I play around with eSignal, it's got better and better, and I discover more options, obviously. So here's what I'm looking at. Everybody's talking about BBAI as well. They should be. It's up big on the day. We're talking 25.25% right now. Good look. It's up and to the dang right. Look at this. We're really getting extended away from VWAP. VWAP's hanging out at 7.25. We're at 8.50. 7.75, excuse me. The volume weighted average price. We're hanging out here at 8.50. We just took out the high, Neil. 8.53. This one is on one. Big Bear dang AI is taking out highs. It's looking to go 26%. You know, I mean, I don't have the 10 exponential up here, so I'm going to have to show you this side chart. Look how well it is just shadowing that 10 exponential. I mean, if you put your order to retrace onto the 10 exponential, I mean, literally at any point since the market opened today, you're in the dang money. Okay, so good luck right now on Big Bear. We're gonna have to weasel away into this trade. I'd like it right now at 8.25. Wherever the 10 exponential is once it pulls back. If this thing so much as glances at the 10 exponential, I'm a buyer. I'm talking about Big Bear AI. It's got to weasel a little bit back down. I'm not punching in at the highs over here, but definitely keeping my eye out on that one. Big Bear AI. We're going to talk about VSAT as well. VSAT. Again, you're not getting much of a big move. We're only up 17%, but look at this bull flag, bro. I mean, somebody's got to tell this thing that it's got to consolidate for a little bit longer because we're looking like we're on the second leg here, not the second leg, but the second bull flag formation kind of broke out from that pennant with higher lows but lower highs. And here we go again. We took out $11. Now we're on our way with a high of the day of 11.15. This is another one that's very respectful. Let's show you the side chart here. Bottom down here, look at how well it is shadowing the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. That green line being very well respected by the price action. So this is another one where I think it might be a good idea to try to get in on the 10 exponential. And unless you get that real deep retracement, then I'm looking at VWAP. So no doubt about it, VSAT on watch. There's more. Obviously, I mentioned LTBR, but there's OKLO, the Sam Altman, what's it called? Energy play, the nuclear energy play by I think he's involved in this one. This one just breached VWAP quick as you like, and now it's right back above it. Now this is a bit more expensive. I'm talking about OKLO. We're talking about 50 some odd bucks. So you're gonna have to ante up some money here. But this is a hell of a great looking bull flag. And if we hold this level, you know, a perfunctory breach of the volume weighted average price, and then we start making some higher highs and higher lows, well, this would just be a beautiful looker. And there it goes, dude. It wants to take out 57. We're just talking about this thing about 55.5. It's gonna take out 57. So fantastic look right now on OKLO. The only thing is, we've got a whole bunch of lower highs. So I'd like to see a decided trend change here. We're putting a downward channel on the flag component. We definitely need that breakout to get things going here. But OKLO is on one. And bang, Joseph! We take out 11.35 now on LTBR. Now I'm going to wait at 11.5 for long 15s. So LTBR is on one, baby. We're going to look for that 55 print. I'm taking that 55 print. Very specific reason. The high of the dang day is 59 or 60. So I'm trying to front run the size, thinking, you know, when we get that high of the day, we could meet some selling. Joseph, LTBR.
Hey, that's it. Yeah, Juice had something very interesting in the chat. He said, I had the right strategy, but execution was very bad. Happens. That was me today to a T. Uber's moving. Let's take a look at Uber because I know Sharif was just talking about it here. And he's mentioning to Adair, is anything going on? So we're going to pull up to Uber. Oh, okay, here we go. Big volume spike here, Sharif. So we're going to send it off to Adair. Big volume here, guys.
Bill Ackman here commenting on Uber. So I would have mentioned he's done this in the past where he's already had a position in something and then posted about it to get a move to the upside. Basically posting on X saying that beginning in early January, he started acquiring a position in Uber and currently owns 33.3 million shares. So 33.3 million shares owned by Bill Ackman and Uber. Why I want to add a caveat here is because he did the same thing with Fannie Mae, where he posted a bull case about it after admitting he was pretty significantly out of the money on it. So I just want to give you guys caution there with Bill Ackman. But UBER pushing to the upside again. 33.3 million share position for Bill Ackman. I'm assuming the we refers to Pershing Square, his fund, guys. Back to you.
Uber.
Big Billy Ackman, my man.
Big Billy.
Man, that $60 level on Uber is, as Adair used to do, chef's kiss, baby. Oh, man. On that 60. Oh, man, on that 60.
Is that what
Joseph,
you did,
we held it for weeks, bro.
All right, rub
we
it
held
in.
that 60 for weeks. I mean, like,
Rub
what
it
else
in,
could we
man.
say?
No, nice look there, man. I mean, beautiful stuff. Like, look at this zone that it's been trading in. 60 been holding for weeks, my guy says. And what does he do? He adds into the position as well, too. So, big Sharif over here, adding over to this Uber position. Nice look there, my guy, and nice little swing trade you got going on. You said you're holding it for a while, so
Yeah,
nice
I'm going
work
to hold
there.
it for a little bit.
Yeah, why not, man? It's working now, so you may as well continue
It's
to.
small size, but we're going to hold it.
Hold on to that. But here we go, guys. This market looking like it wants to take another leg down. And hey, guess what? I'm going to be on the wrong side of this. It seems to be the case. So if we open up below this range, got to get out of these trades. As of right now, as well, guys, Nvidia has the inability to break that 129.50. So forming some lower highs, we got to be weary of this because if we continue to break down and Nvidia wants to break that 129.50, I think it's going to drag the overall market with it. So we got to take a gander and see what we got going on. And hopefully we can hold these levels. We are forming somewhat of a wedge. We got higher lows as well too, guys, but also putting in lower highs. So you can see that price action starting to compress. We need to watch out for this. And if it decides to go to the downside, we got to get out of Dodge and reassess that situation. Amazon continuing to move to the south side as well, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Not looking too good. That CapEx number, the street not liking that.
100 billion.
100 billion.
Insane.
So yeah, it's a lot. The streets, what were the streets estimates? 78, 75. Yeah. So there it is. There you go. Almost 25% more than what the street was actually looking for, guys. So that's a whole lot of money. I mean, I was thinking to myself, I heard somebody say the other day, Sharif, it'll take you like a day or two to count to a million or something. It's like, yeah, it takes a while. Yeah. So it's actually essentially impossible to account to a billion. That's how big it is. It takes it would take you like 35 years or something like that.
I think like living a billion seconds is like.
I don't even know, but I don't even know. So it's near impossible. That's how astronomical these numbers are, guys. Just huge numbers. But it's looking like Amazon's going to head to the south side here, Sharif.
Okay, Molfar and Day Trader Cut both reporting the same thing. And here's what they're saying. The timing of reciprocal tariffs is premature for today, but could be on the agenda next week. Literally being echoed by Molfar and Day Trader Cut. Word for word. Thank you for that, both of you guys. Absolutely killing it there. I do appreciate when you guys, show stuff that we don't have eyes on. So that is being spoken about right now. We're going to have to send it to Adair. She's got more news.
Yeah, I was just about to report on that. Basically, that is just from CNBC. That is in no way confirmed. So just to give some people context, Reuters had reported about, I think around 10:45 here, 10:50, that basically we were going to be getting reciprocal tariffs. Donald Trump had been speaking to Republican staffers about that, and we were expecting these tariffs as early as today, but that was just a report from Reuters. Now we get another report from CNBC. Again, neither of these have been confirmed. And CNBC says, well, these reports might not be today, or these tariffs might not be today, but they could be next week. So both of these are reports. We have zero confirmation on either of them. I really just want to stress that, guys. Back to you.
feel like that those comments are making any difference that, it's not for today, because as Adara just had her chart there on the triple Qs, we're just still making lower lows, baby. So it could be a bit of a tough day for the personal today.
Greg had tough day. That goes without saying. Absolutely brutal day for the personal. Greg V says the thing is no company increases CapEx unless they see a growth opportunity and they expect strong free cash flow. Perfect. What's bad? But I think that's very valid. Do you think that these guys are going to be putting in billions of dollars and not expect any form of return? It wouldn't make sense. They're too smart. But let's see what Adara's up to.
Sorry, guys, more news. I'm sure there will be a lot of these interruptions today, but this one actually not tariff related. We have on watch here MGNI. This company is called Magnite, and they are an advertising tech company. Business Insider reporting that Magnite has actually signed a partnership here with Elon Musk's X. So X here, that is the company formerly known as Twitter. It is not U.S. Steel, apparently entering a partnership with this ad technology company, MGNI. So MGNI, Elon Musk-related partnership, pushing into that $20 level, guys. Back to you.
All right, guys, here we go. LTBR, I'm waiting here at 55s. It's showing me 50s. I did this yesterday with Donald John Pump, and I lamented not having taken it out in front of 60s. 52s now showing up on the dang ask. Again, here, and I'm waiting at 55s, but the spread, a little wide. 51s now, zagging. I'm trying to, think about whether I should take it out here in front of the $0.50. It looks as if it might be encountering some resistance, as the French would say. So I'm waiting up here at 55s. Let's see if we get the print. 50s now showing up. So incrementally lower and lower. What's the time and sales saying? We're getting 53 prints up in this you-know-what. So how come we're not moving up a little bit more? Okay, so let's see. 52 mid prints over here. Again, some 52 prints showing up. 52 back on the ask. We're up 28.5, but it doesn't look like it's forthcoming. That's the end of the trade. We'll take it out there. And if I lose a couple of pennies on it, that's fine. So decent trade right now on LTBR. Let's now either look for something else or look to get more money out of LTBR. Well, how do I do that? Well, the 10 exponential that's being defended here on LTBR is at around 11.25. Let's throw another order out there. We're going to put it right at that 25 penny area for a dip trade. But guys, there's a whole lot more going on other than the one that I'm just trading right here. Let's bring in the side chart because they're all moving, baby. Let's bring it in. BBAI is on one right now. I think we're going to go 30%. 873, we just printed that high. VSAT keeps on going and going and going. It's like the dang Energizer Bunny, and I can't get anything in despite the fact that I have a dip trade waiting at $11. Why $11? Well, it's a whole dollar, and it is also a previous area of resistance. We rejected off $11, and in addition to that, it's the 10 exponential, which VSAT has been very respectful of. So I'd like to be able to kind of put the odds in my favor, get something in on VSAT on a predictable level. You'll see up at the top right-hand corner over here, CDT is doing the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants south of the volume weighted average price, and it's had a lot of trouble taking out the volume weighted average price. Even when we had a lot of volatility and volume coming in right at the open there, 320 was the best that we could do. But look at that pre-market high. That pre-market high goes all the way up into 394. So this is going to have to get way closer to the high threes for me to even get interested in on it. So we're going to throw in an alert here in the 380. So if this bad boy starts breaking up towards that high $3 area, where we have advanced notice of it and we can weasel in. Affirm, an earnings winner. This thing's up 22%, trading like a dang small cap gapper. Now, it's had a bit of zig and zag, which is fine, right? So that opening print takes us into the high of the day. 76.88 is HOD. Then we drop bigly, as the orange one would say. 70.50 off that 76.88 high of the day. But look what we do. We retrace right back above to the volume weighted average price. And now I perceive us to be locked in a bit of a range. About 75.33 to the high side with the volume weighted average price at around 73.5 to the low side over here. I'd like something towards the lower end of that range, maybe 74, 73.75. Let's see, we're already getting a topping tail candle despite wicking above this 75.5, 75 1/3 top end of the range. So Affirm is certainly in play right now. we could get a trade on that. SMR, I've got it up here because it was bull flagging. It's south of VWAP right now. OKLO, I was waxing poetic about that, reclaiming VWAP, but it is still putting its pattern of lower highs. So I'm still, not looking for a breakout trade. I'd like something off support possibly, but there's just so many to talk about, so many good trades right now. And it makes it harder for me. I don't know how you guys feel, but when there's so many good ones, it feels hard to narrow down which one to trade. And sometimes I feel a little bit overwhelmed, not knowing exactly which one to look at. So BBAI and VSAT look the two best right now, in addition to LTBR, which is the one that I was involved in. Joseph, what do you got?
Let's see. We got out of Google here and then got right back in. We are punching through these lows, which isn't good. So forming those lower highs here, guys, and then now making a new leg down, which isn't the best scene that I want to be, not what I want to be displaying right now anyways. So we gotta really be patient and maybe wait for these signals to turn around and be a little bit more clear, because right now, just on the wrong side, the longs aren't working for me, and that's okay. But let's see what Adair's up to.
Yeah, I have a little bit more context here on this Uber here from Bill Ackman. I read through the whole post. Basically, he said that he's been a fan for many years. Apparently, he was introduced to the app by actor Edward Norton. And he said that he feels the management was initially not good, but now that they have Dara Khosrowshahi as the CEO, they think the company has really turned around. Since then, he also says that it's one of the highest quality businesses in the world that could be purchased at a massive discount. So he's really trying to, for lack of a better term, hype up his Uber investment here, because they do have 30.3 million shares. That also seems like a misprint. Initially, we were seeing people say 33 million shares. He actually has 30 million shares here of UBER. So keep an eye on that here. Again, Bill Ackman announced that he has 30.3 million shares of Uber, and they started the position in early January. Back to you.
I'm liking Bill Ackman a lot more now, bro.
Like Billy?
Yeah, Big Billy.
Big Bill now, man. Big Bill Ackman. Yeah, guys, a little bit of a tough one, as I mentioned. Uber's still steadily climbing. But again, we're going to have to wait for a pullback. We don't want to chase it too much at the highs here, and that's okay. So if it's really strong, we know Bill Ackman has, Ackman or whatever his name is, has now 33 million shares. So I wonder if that's going to continue to move it higher.
He's laughing because Aikman, right?
Yeah, I know.
Of course.
Yeah, of course you would.
Neil.
It's a Troy. Come on, man. We're not talking about
I don't think he's
Troy.
laughing at you, bro. He's more like laughing at me.
The Troy, he obviously is Troy. But I mean...
Get it, Troy.
But NVIDIA, I think it's just time to follow the trend right now. Guys, I mentioned the put-to-call ratio being slightly elevated. So we're just going to have to go with what is being displayed from a data standpoint, and that's to the downside, Sharif. 1.28 on the put-to-call ratio, extremely bullish. So anything north of 0.7 is when there's going to be more puts being purchased than calls.
I said I'd get back in at the 10 exponential, and I got back in at the 10 exponential on the dang 5 on LTBR. I've got the $0.25. I just took out another pop into 40s. We scalped out into 35s and 40s. And I've got another order now hanging out at 45s. So let's see exactly what we get and not get upset here. LTBR continuing to put in those higher highs and higher lows. I don't want to overstay my welcome on this bad boy. I don't know how long it's going to take for us to take out that high of the day. We've been lofting over here below that 1161 print for a hot minute. So let's continue to watch. Here's 45s now. I'm waiting at 46. Okay, now we're showing 46, and bang, we take it out again. So now we're going to wait again near that high of the day. Now, since I've done a little bit better on this one, let's put it at 59s and see what we get there. See if we can actually test that high of the day. 1161 on LTBR. A couple of ins on this one, several outs. Let's see if we can continue moving up here on this monster. Big Bear finally getting a red candle. It's been a hot minute since a red candle manifested on the Baird one, but let's talk about this one because it's pulling back a little bit, and I was waxing poetic to take this off the 10 exponential. Here is the 10 exponential. It's at 840. Okay, now it's been like, look what happened last time when we got a 2-candle retracement on Big Bear. We didn't even touch the 10. So you got to be ready to front run the 10 possibly on Big Bear. So in this particular instance, on the last 2-candle pullback on the 5, we got down to 786. Well, the 10 was at 776, so you might have to front run this by 10 or 15 pennies in order to get in. Otherwise, this one might leave you. Or you might have to wait for that deeper retracement. We've talked about this. So one that go into the 20 exponential or that come into VWAP. Right now, VWAP's at 785. We're printing 858, so it'd have to be a gnarly retracement there. So that's what I'm waiting on right now. I don't have an order for Big Bear. Let's throw out an order. Actually, I don't even think I'm going to throw it in order right now. I need to see how deep this is going to get into the retracement zone. This is on the New York. So Big Bear is on the New York, guys. Don't forget that. Don't be a schmuck like me and always hit the NQ. So we're zigging, we're zagging right now. We've got a bit of a hammer candle right now as I perceive it on Big Bear, on the 5 that is, of course. We'll have to see how this one closes. 873 the high, 858 the current price. Let's keep an eye out on this one and see if we can get something. All right, 54s now. Sorry to jump around between different stocks. 56 is now showing up on the ask. I'm waiting at 59s. So let's see if we can get something up here, Joseph. I'm front running the size at 61, but you know, the 59s, it looks like it's a little bit too close here to get the print. So I'm going to pack my patience and see exactly what's up. What are you guys looking at in the chat? Nope, wait on Big Bear AI, says drop trades. Okay, my man. I think I got kind of the same idea as you, but the current 5-minute candle has a higher low above the previous candle. So I'm kind of fearing that I may not even get an opportunity. So strong is Big Bear on the day, Joseph Wilson.
Yeah, 2NY has been asking me to take a look at SMCI for him. I know he wants to do some earnings play. So what I did is 2NY, hopefully you're listening right now, or otherwise I'll tell you to just rewind and check it out what I'm about to talk about here. So here we go. We're pulling up the February 14th expiration cycle. And what I'm seeing here is a lot of open interest north of 38. Okay, so 38, we have 13K shares. 13K open contracts. And then the next highest is 40. That 40 strike price has about 13.9 open contracts as of right now. Too. So that is to the top side there on SMCI 2NY. But then to the downside, I'm not seeing anything that really is eye-popping at this point. So the highest open interest on the put side for that cycle, for that expiration cycle, is that 30 strike price, putting about 3.5 open contracts right there. So that is the highest to the put side, or even 22. Sorry, 22 would be the next target, about 4.5 open contracts right now for that February 14th on the put side. Not really close, about 20% of what is the highest on the call side. So slightly bullish there, 2NY. Hopefully you heard that. We can pull it up from a daily perspective. We'll send it off to Adair in just 1 second here. Going to look at SMCI from a daily standpoint and see what we got going on. If we break this, then we can definitely tap into 40 and then possibly tap into these 50s. Again, I don't know how the fundamentals on this stock are going to be. I think that's going to be really important, but let's see what Adair is up to.
Eye on Tesla and any EV charging related stocks like BLNK. Basically here, we're seeing Washington Post reporting that the Trump administration has ordered states to halt their EV charging program. So that could basically be a bit of a risk here for the billions of dollars that are sent to flow for these fast EV chargers. So keep an eye on TSLA, keep an eye on BLNK and anything EV and charging related here. Also, DraftKings on watch. The CEO of the company just said that he expects the Super Bowl day to be its, quote, biggest day ever. So keep an eye on DraftKings. Back to you.
Thank you for that, as always, Derek. Guys, I just want to talk a little bit about NVDA before we send it back off to Sharif. Look at all these candles on the 5-minute just overlapping one another. Prices really starting to compress. And I think at this point we can determine that, hey, it's just going to be a little bit of a chop fest for me and my style as a breakout trader right now. So I really need to be patient on this one and let that volume dictate which way I'm going to take this trade and continue to take this trade. So as of right now, taking multiple stabs at it, and I'm swinging and missing here, so I really got to wait for that volume to step in. Once again, I said that you see all these candles on the 5-minute really overlapping each other. Pay attention to that. Once that volume steps in, kind of like it is right now, we'll be able to determine which way this thing is going to go. Dang.
We had to.
Man.
Bang.
Dang.
Little anticlimactic.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hit that. That's all right. That's all right.
Ram. What do you think about this out right here? Not bad, right?
Waiting for that fill.
Ram. Not bad. It's just told me in my ear in like a very subdued way. All right, guys, we took out the print, 11:59 print on LTBR, so we got the ad at the $0.25. Again, the reason I got into it at the $0.25, very simple. It's been very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. I'm talking about LTBR. Have a look. That green line, that is the 10 exponential. If it's doing it once, twice, dang thrice, you know, it puts the odds on your side. It's not a guaranteed trade. There's nothing that's guaranteed. But it puts the odds on your side, and that's all we're doing here, trying to statistically put good trades on. So LTBR at the highs right now, Joseph, zigging and zagging at 58. Now it's time for me to get serious here because I've been waxing poetic about VSAT and how strong it's been as well off the 10 exponential. Get it, Adara. But now I did not get in at the level, and this one gave me 12s. Now, I was trying to be cheap and frugal. I was waiting for 11s. I said, look at the chop and churn at $11. I'm willing to bet this comes to 11. And the market gave me a gesture, a non-flattering gesture, and then it started making its move right back to the high side. Currently, we have a candle of indecision that printed on the 5-minute chart at 11:40. Let me show you what I mean. I can show you right here if I can just zoom in a little bit. This candle of indecision is interesting. What I want to see is, do we make a new high? It looks like we are making a new high here, so I'm going to weasel in, and I'm going to scalp very, very little about this. We've got a 3-penny spread, so it's not bad. Not bad. Now, what's my move here if I get in and then it drops? Well, let me tell you, anything below 11.11. So I can risk that. Let's go ahead and see if we can get 26s. We do. Okay, good. So then here's what we're going to do. We're going to throw out some orders up here, and then what we're going to do is we're going to put that stop in the low 11s. It's going to have to hold that level. Otherwise, I want no smoke. Okay? So that's the situation right now. I'm in at 26s. It's going to zig and zag. It's got a topping tail candle right now. First touch it's had at the 10 exponential, to be honest with you, since 10:40. So that was an hour ago, the last time it touched the 10 exponential. So I'm not punching in at highs over here. But if I do, my downside is quite limited. I'm going to insist that it hold the 10 exponential. Even if I'm wrong and it bounces off 11, that's fine with me. I don't want to give back anything that I don't need to give back. So VSAT long 11.25. Joseph, listen.
Hey, yeah, Jerome Hat, no problem, my guy. Greg sent me a little interesting piece as well, too. Dude, I totally agree with you on that. We were talking about it not too long ago, but it's the CapEx and then maybe an AWS slightly slowing down in growth as well, too. So those are a couple things that we're going to monitor, but this thing's still a buy, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. Let's take a look at what it's doing right now as well, too, guys. Starting to head towards some key support levels. Is it going to break? Maybe these hold as well, too, Sharif. Some of these pre-market consolidation levels, we're going to keep an eye out on that, because then maybe we go and test that pre-market low as well, too. If this market really wants to head to the south side. Jerome Hat was asking me about the put-to-call ratio, and I'm saying it's elevated today, 1.28. So here we go. When I looked at it this morning and I told Sharif, now we're selling, so it all makes sense. All it needed was a little spark to ignite the flame, and here we go, down to the downside. The market continuing to bleed, a whole lot of red, Adara. I know you like that album, so there we go.
You got a clap.
Yeah, I got a big
there,
clap
bro.
because we were talking about it, that album the other day. So that's that. Let's see about Amazon. I might look to get into this short here, guys. But again, if we don't break this with any momentum, then this thing can bounce at any given moment. So 2NY. Joe, thank you for the SMCI. No problem, my friend. $5 super chat. We appreciate you. Goes a long way. And I told you, man, anytime you message me about something, we'll definitely take a look into it. If I forget, just remind me and we'll go over. But here we are in some Nvidia. We'll look to start taking a little bit off here as we break some of these lows, because I feel this thing could bounce at any given moment. And I was slightly bullish on this, but is this another opportunity to add into the position? Tapping up to almost close to 131 on the session. I was like, oh, I should have grabbed a little more this morning. But I mean, patience is good. So pack it and eventually hold off. And I think you can get much better prices on these things. So only time will tell, and we'll be ready to take advantage of it if it displays itself. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna get into some Amazon right now. What do you got going on over there, my guy?
So you probably already heard that the fight's
I know,
off, right?
And now it's back. And now the thing is back on.
Jake Paul, you know he's not going to stay quiet.
No.
Right, here it is.
Said he's scared now.
Yeah, of course, you know what's coming. Canelo Alvarez ducked me. Jake Paul. It's not surprising when his whole career he has done nothing for the sport of boxing outside the ring. I'm the new face of boxing. You cannot have the biggest fight of 2025 without my name involved. Bro, this dude's delusional.
Repeat that last bit.
Here it is. I am the new face of boxing.
Yeah.
You cannot have the biggest fight of 2025 without my name involved. Okay, Jake. I mean,
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna be honest, man. I think he's spitting a little truth right here.
Bud is a bigger draw. I think Bud's a bigger draw. And for real boxing, if you want non-boxing fans related to watch the fight, sure. Because he's,
But see, the thing is, though, okay, so we all know that Bud is great and Canelo is great, but that's for the boxers.
That's what I'm saying.
Now what you just said, so now Jake Paul has the real boxing fans all teed off, right? Because he's like, why is this guy getting these big names? But then now he's also getting a whole additional viewer base, people who don't even really know anything about the combat sports coming in. And that's why this guy is a massive name. He has the ability to draw multiple consumers into his fights.
100% agree. I think that was the attractiveness of the YouTubers turning into fighters. They were bringing all these these people who were never interested in boxing, never interested in anything combat, to come watch. So your point very well taken, but I don't think you can have a legitimate boxing match and say he be the name. But yeah, he may have the biggest numbers. Fair. Yes. He'll bring in bigger numbers.
You don't think that's correlated though? Big names bring in big numbers, man.
Sure, if we're talking about money, but if we're talking about quality of fights, I don't think
okay, quality fights totally different, yeah.
And
totally
for the sport in general, but
I mean the dude's been knocking people out, so
he has,
tough.
but he's not going to.
You know who I would like him to fight?
Who?
Edgar Berlanga. For all my real fight, Canelo just fought him not too long ago and beat him.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah,
okay.
Berlanga is a G. I think that Jake and him should fight. That would be so wicked. But it's boxing. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, well, we don't know. We don't know if Turkey's changing the game.
Dude, there was one heavyweight fight that needed to happen through pretty much the past 10 years, and that was AJ versus Deontay, and it never happened.
Oh, I remember
so,
that.
Yeah.
And they're still talking about that, bro. I mean,
both
that
of them
was
turned down. Both of them turned down $100 million.
It's just brutal, bro. I hate that.
It's the one fight. That's literally the only fight. It would have been the best heavyweight fight, the biggest heavyweight fight of all time, and it never happened.
That would have been amazing, man. I mean, and before AJ started getting knocked out all the time, AJ's chin's always been a little sus.
Yeah, a little
right?
sus.
But and what's his name? Deontay's skills and endurance has also been.
If you want to talk about sus, the skills are not there.
He started super late,
but he just needs
to
tap you though, man. He just needs to tap you.
Well, that's the thing.
Right, just touch you and that's it. You're done.
That's the situation right now. So that's kind of like the thing we got in boxing. Guys, I do see CDT taking out the local high over here, but you guys know my rules, and if you don't, I'm going to articulate them again. These small cap gappers, I will not trade them unless they get above the pre-market high. I don't want to have to deal with sellers who are bag holding from the pre-market, keeping the price down. I need that behind me. Okay, so especially with this monster candle here, having done about 3 million shares in one 5-minute candle that took at that pre-market high, I don't need that. So despite the fact that we got above that 320, which was the local area high, despite the fact that we're above VWAP, we're above $3, this is the level that I'm going to need it to break, that 393 level. Now, if that means I give up so much in terms of potential profit up into that $394 level, so be it. I'm going to put the odds in my favor, and I perceive this to be giving me the best shot at putting the odds in my favor. So I've put an alert at 3 low 80s there, so it can give me advance notice of when this one approaches, that pre-market high. So CDT, I know it's a big boy winner on the day. It's got up 103%. But it's going to have to follow my rules for me to get involved. Now, we're going to take off pins and we're going to throw on GSIW. Well, how come? Because this one's booming. All right, it just found its way onto my list. Now, this one's also got a nice little area crest there at $1.25. It did drop below the volume weighted average price, but as I perceive this is respecting the 20 exponential. I don't know why, and I frankly don't care. What I see is every time it pulls back, it's holding off the yellow line. Once and twice. Do we get a no be thrice? So this is a general area low each and every closing print above that 20 exponential. And we've got the same situation over here. It's south of $1 and it's south of VWAP. So it's going to have to weasel above that volume weighted average price for me to get interested. Ideally, I'd like a breakout maybe above $1.05, $1.07. Oh, I just forgot. I didn't even throw out the ticker there for you guys. So maybe you guys don't even know what I'm talking about right now. GSIW is the one I'm talking about. It's south of $1 right now. It's up 105%. Here are the details. Hello, computer. Thank you. Thank you. Good, Adara. 14.2 million market cap, 157 million. Did Adara just imply that she's the computer there? Get it, Adara.
Did.
158 million shares traded. Well, it's south of $1, so that's normal. 4.6 million share float. And let's find out what Trade Ideas has to say about the short float. GSIW is the ticker. And we've got a 2.2% short float there, so not much to write home about, but this one has earned its way on to the side chart. Let's see how this one ends up doing. Let's look at the trade we've currently got on. We're still zigging. We're still zagging. We've got caught here in a bit of a consolidation zone. What's keeping me interested is we're still holding above the 10 exponential moving average. I'm talking about VSAT. Anything below this 1110 area, I'm gone. I'm not risking too much. Full stop. I don't want to give it back here, and I don't want to be, punching in at the highs and DCing to no end. That is not my move. That is not how I trade. It's going to have to hold up technically, and otherwise, I'm going to get out for a little bit of a loss. Joseph Wilson.
Yeah, good luck there, my friend. So yeah, we got into this NVDA short. It started to work out for us. It was enough time to just stop fighting the trend and continue with the way it's moving. So that forming those lower highs. And so it's like, okay, yeah, play the break of the support level and then take it down. Now it's starting to rebound as suspected. So here we go with NVDA. Let's see if we can hold this level 128.40s. We'll call it 128.50. If it has the ability to come back and test this level and then take another leg, that might be an opportunity to add to this short. I mean, the market might be short-term oversold. I haven't even looked at the RSI, nor do I usually use it on a regular basis.
Bang.
I know my guy Greg V does, but it's always good to look and see where things are once in a blue moon. And I was asking him about NVDA before I opened up my swing. I'm like, dude, what's his RSI at? He's like, it's big time oversold. So I was like, all right. And that's when we look to get involved, guys. But yeah, let's talk about some Uber continuing to climb higher as well to $75.95, about to touch $76 here, Sharif. Continuing to put in a new high a day, looking really, really good news on that news we just heard from, looking really good here on that news we just heard from Madera. So very interesting stuff. So yeah, we'll continue to watch that because, I mean, hey, with a massively, insanely strong trend like this, how could you not look to get involved? Yeah, this is really, really strong. Or if you're looking for the reversion, you're going to need those indecision candles at that extreme high, which we're also running into those types of territories as well too, guys. So we got to keep an eye out on that. Any form of isolated volume signature and a print, then we might look for a short duration short, a near duration short. Yeah, I mean, dude, savage trade, short or die. I mean, I see what you're saying, but maybe not on Uber because it's really strong. And the narrative for me is just don't fight the trend today, which is really, really tough. So coming back to the break even, if we don't hold this support level that is now can possibly act as resistance, we're going to have to get out break even on this trade because this market can recover at any given moment. And my early morning thesis that NVDA mid 130s, right? But that doesn't seem to be the case. Looks like a potential dip buy or an addition. And one thing that I want to point out as well too, guys, before we send it back to Sharif, is just the daily aspect of this. So we entered the gap here. I'll pull it up on a separate chart so we can see a little bit more clearly. And so here we go with NVDA. One thing that you guys know I like to trade is these daily gap fills because in these strong names, the majority of them do get filled. So that's exactly why we're monitoring this. But we did breach that gap to the top side here, Sharif. Putting as high as a high of 130 plus. So, I mean, I think that we hold these levels and then come into the mid 130s at some point. So as long as we hold it, then I'm going to look to continue in this strength here on NVDA.
Yeah, Joseph, I'm starting to debate here how I want to work into Uber. We just got a wick off 75.60, and I perceive that to be like one of the best prints because, well, we had a nice rejection off 75.60 there initially on our way up. And then when we weaseled up to 76, we've been ranging from 75.60 to 76. $76, still an elusive level to break. That is currently the high of the day. $76 on the dot. And this seems to me like a higher low situation with a flat top in and around 76. It feels like it's going to be a break. Here's 75.60 again. I'm going to try this. And then anything below 50, I'm gone. Let's see if this one wants to hold up. It looks like it will break 50. Let's see, where am I long? 6.2. So we're going to go like this. And then we're going to throw everything. Oh, I'm having trouble typing. There we go. Let's see if we can do this without fumbling. There we go. So we'll throw out that order there. I'll wait for a bigger move back up. 75.40 wick and pop. Let's see if it defends 75.60 right now. It doesn't look like it will, so I'll give up like 10 pennies super quick on that. Well, unless it wants to move right back up. How come? Oh, I got stopped out of my other one, my other VSAT. Okay, so we're continuing to watch Uber right now, zigging and zagging, rejecting $76. It's actually below the 20 exponential moving average, so this one might stop me out. Yeah, so it does look like we're going to get stopped out here on Uber unless we pop up quite aggressively. There it is. Okay, so we are popping up quite aggressively. So let's throw out some orders now. So I didn't get stopped out of that one. Let's throw out the orders and see if we can catch something in the high 80s, 75s. I'm waiting at 75. Let's see if it crosses. I'm going to post up here, high 80s. What do we got? We got 75. There it is. Now we're moving up. Let's see. Boom, into the 80s. All right, so decent trade so far. Got stopped out, though, of VSAT, so we took a bit of an L there. Sorry, I'm not plugged in. I think we do have Adara at the big desk. Sorry to make you guys wait.
This is just pretty massive here. So PDD on watch, trying to recover amounts a little bit here. But we did have Donald Trump apparently signing an order amending duties on de minimis items. So we know PDD is basically, and PDD's Temu, names like Shimu have benefited, or sorry, not Shimu, Shein and Temu have basically benefited from this because it allows these less expensive items to get through. Now they're going to be amending this, so the tariffs are a little bit more expensive. Bad look here for PDD. But let's take a look at the market as well while we're here. So market sharply to the downside, and it has to do with tariffs. No big surprise here. Around 10:45 a.m., there was reports here from Reuters that President Trump did tell Republican lawmakers he's planning on issuing reciprocal tariffs as early as Friday, though CNBC then came in and said it's more likely going to be early next week. I want to clarify these reciprocal tariffs are, as of right now, purely, I guess, reports. They're entirely unconfirmed, so keep that in mind. But nice push to the downside for the NASDAQ, which is actually green on the day at one point. Magnite on watch here, MGNI. I did mention this one earlier, reported when the news broke, but basically about half an hour ago, we did get some reports from Business Insider suggesting that X, or Elon Musk's X, formerly known as Twitter, has signed a partnership with the company, which is an ad tech related company. Then we have Uber, UBER on watch here. Bill Ackman announced that he's been building into a 30.3 million share position. I want to clarify, his tweet says 30.3 million, not 33 million. So I want to clarify that, but still a lot of shares, of course. Roughly a $2 billion position for Bill Ackman. Also making bullish comments on the stock there, UBER. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Crapstock says I could rock Jake with my right. Okay. All right, buddy. Continue what you got going on, Sharif. We're gonna there's no chance. Anyways, we're gonna continue with what you got here, Sharif. We're in some Nvidia short. We added at that hold of the resistance here, guys. Now heading back to the south side. I don't know if we're gonna crack the lows, but we got Amazon moving south side as well too. So that can possibly drag it down with it. I like this look on the short so far.
I like it, man. I like it. I'm keeping my eye on Uber, guys. I want that break of 76. I'd like to see if we can actually use 76 as support. We've been using it as resistance for a hot minute. It's zigging, it's zagging, it's up 8%. Put some dang respect on this one's name. We were just at $60 a couple of days ago. And if you didn't get that $60 dip that we were talking about for a period of weeks, you got close to it after the earnings, let's call it the earnings miss in quotations because it was barely a miss. You got low 60s again. I think you didn't get it for all that long, Joseph, but you got, what's going on over there, bro.
We got
That's a
Amazon.
print store.
Yeah, we got a print store. I'm going
there.
over here. Let's pull up Amazon here real quick, Sharif, because I gotta start to take some off here.
Take some.
As we continue to move to the south side, breaking through some key support levels. As I mentioned not too long ago here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Now we're punching them. Going to take a 10%er off right there. Bang. There we go. Bang. Exactly. So let's see what else everybody else is up to, because I mean the market continuing to take another leg down. Man, Sharif, I got to look at this put to call ratio on a more regular basis, because something of 1.28. Here we go to the south side. The market was displayed as bearish. More puts being bought than calls. It's that simple. And what are we doing?
Bang.
We're heading to the south side here, man.
And I love it.
go.
My
It's
man
that
was
simple.
on Copilot. I had to
it's that
call him
simple.
out for using Copilot.
I like
again.
Copilot, man. It's
Why you
convenient.
hating on Copilot,
Yeah, it's
bro?
right there and it works. Let's go.
And it worked perfectly.
Yeah.
So shout out to you, bro. Yes, in case you're wondering what we're talking about, we use the LLMs, obviously, just like everybody else. All right, guys, I've weaseled my way back into VSAT over here for the $11 area hold. I like this level a little bit better. It's a 20, it's the whole dollar, and it's an area of previous resistance. That bull pennant, bull flag, whatever. I don't know shapes. I skipped kindergarten. No, seriously though, $11. I'm looking for this area to hold. Super tight stop below that $11 area. We're already 0 for 1 on it. We didn't take anything out last time. Now, let me tell you this. It's got a 3-penny spread right now, but it's trading like it doesn't, like it has a wider spread. We just crossed my beak wetter there. It didn't print. So I'm a little concerned that this one is kind of being like LTBR, where I've got to get deeper retracements in order to get the print. Super tight stop below that 11. The point really being that it has to hold that general $11 area. So keeping an eye out on that. What did I just do there? I think I minimized one of the... Yeah, I minimized this. Let me just load that bad boy. There you go. Okay. So VSAT is also coming back down, guys. Not VSAT, excuse me. LTBR is coming back down, and it just got to the 20 exponential. This is exactly where I picked it up last time, but this is not an area I'd pick it up off again, okay? So this is the 20 exponential. I'd like to see it maybe at around 1080 or so. That is VWAP. Let's see what it does with 11. LTBR and VSAT have very similar prices. They're both trading around 11s, high 10s, right? So, you know, I hope I don't get confused between them. I hope you guys don't get confused either, because very similar prices on these two. So VSAT, LTBR. All right, we just took a print there, finally on VSAT, so good luck. What's going on with my... Can I send it to you for a second?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Window. I didn't mean to close
absolutely.
there. Yeah.
Nice, Alex Davis. That he says he trains under Cesar Gracie, Nick and Nate's coach. Wow, that's really cool there, Alex Davis. That's super interesting. It's funny. I drive by a jiu-jitsu gym every morning, and I see them just tumbling everywhere, and I'm like, man, I got to get involved in this. So as soon as we heal up here from hockey, then we're gonna maybe start to get involved in some ground game and strengthen that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that, man.
Talking ground game.
Yeah, we're gonna get the jiu-jitsu up. So you should have. So Smokey Love, it's that simple. I honestly literally just typed in what's the current put to call ratio on Copilot, and then I just confirmed it with GPT. So you get those two sources, right? And it's literally just ask it any question, and it will find it for you. So GPT or Copilot maybe, and then yeah, exactly. Day Trader Cut. Let me get this voting long today. I voted short the past couple of days, but I like it down here. But Pro Day Trader says options run the market, the entire market. Great job. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully we can hold through these levels. If we can pull up my chart here real quick, guys, and see what we got going on and cooking up in some Amazon. We'll go to Adair in just 1 second if we can pull the chart up real quick. There we go, perfect. So here we are, breaking through those key support levels, just piecing out as we continue to move to the southeast here, guys. So looking really, really good here on Amazon, looking for these levels to hold as well. But let's see what Adara's up to.
Get it, Adara.
This is pretty huge news here. Keep an eye on GM, Tesla, Ford, any Stellantis, any U.S.-based car makers, because we have reports here from the Financial Times that the EU is going to be offering lower tariffs on U.S. cars. So U.S. cars getting lower tariffs from the EU. Keep an eye on any of these car names. This is GM, which got a volume spike and a pretty nice spike to the upside on that news. But with that in mind, we're going to hear from Neil and his awesome lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
The lesson of the day here is always listen to Adara when she's bringing the news, everybody. That's what it's all about. The other thing, too, is... The other thing I want to say is... there's a certain rapper who's probably going to date. I'm going to date myself by dropping it, but sometimes breathe. 1 into the 2, 2 into the 3, 3 into the 4. Then you got to breathe. And we've seen what this market has been doing to everybody. It's the whipsaw action. It's one headline after another. But you've got to be able to just sort of take that step back, stay focused, and look for that next opportunity. And you know what? I think in a market like this, the next opportunity should always be stay with something trending. I don't care if the market's going up, down, sideways, and around. If it's not trending, after you got that opening rush, you just wait until you find something that's got the good trend. Now, fortunately, the last couple of days, it hasn't been that hard with Palantir. But I'll tell you, like, I was the first person to be, going back into the Nvidia march to the upside, which it's been great, man, all week long. You've been finding longs in Nvidia all week long. It's different today. It started out great, and when it lost it, what do? They had that bad headline. I could have gone right back and punched into Nvidia at the bottoms. Could have done it. And it would have worked into VWAP. But you know what? I'm not fighting that game. As a matter of fact, I actually reversed short and made some back in Nvidia. But that's not what it's about. When you sit back and breathe for a second and remember that you've got a stock doing this, Palantir, which has never broken its upward trend, and you could argue, I would argue it kind of did it here, you can easily find something which is setting up better. And if you don't have to trade. But you've got to take that step back. There was a point where you would have seen in the morning show, in the usual 3-4 trading in names, and then it stopped, and I was in like 2, and one of them doesn't even follow the market. That's because you had to find the right opportunity. And maybe it's Palantir, see the upward trend. And then we're also talking about, and Sharif's on this one, Uber. Oof. I got out at the high of the day on Uber. Anyways, that was a bad idea. But no, you find something which is trending to the upside, and why be fighting Nvidia when you can just be going long Uber? You can find these opportunities, but you've got to take a second to breathe to do it. There's always something which is giving you that move. And maybe you're a small cap trader. You know what? Let's go. Maybe you're a small cap trader, or maybe you just like an upward trend. There's lots of people that were looking long this morning when everything rolled over. Look at Big Bear AI. That's the kind of thing you have to do. Have your scanners up. We talk about eSignal. I have my trade rate scanner up there. Make that flip over to an Uber. Hold on for more than just 50, 60 cents like I did. Move on to something else like Palantir, which is giving you the juice. A firm which was holding that upward trend. Get away from Nvidia when it's not working out the way that you want to. And the truth is, it's nothing wrong with usually sticking to your plan or sticking to your stock. But if you're so invested in just the emotion of this one stock that I'm, heavily active in and all the executions on, if you just stick there in that emotion, you won't be able to draw back and go over to the better opportunity. So like we say all the time, the market is going to give you multiple shots, multiple opportunities, multiple trades. It's your job as a trader to be able to scan for the best and make sure in the moment that you're trading the best. And just as we just heard there, that news came out. I got filled back at resistance on Nvidia when that news came out. I was like, whoops, I still had that order out flat. Now it could have been fine, but I don't mind letting it calm down. If it stays on trend, jumping back into the short. The second that happened, let me just cancel that. The second I heard that, I'm like, maybe try to do a revert trade on Tesla in here. You've just got to find that next opportunity. There's going to be another headline. There's going to be a trending stock. There's going to be a small cap gapper that goes. And if you're too focused on revenge trading the one stock or the thing that you were convinced was going to be good and it's not trading the way you want, you're not going to find it. So take a minute, breathe a little bit, and move on to that next trade. And good luck, everybody. And good luck in the Playmaker poll, which I'm sure everyone's still going to vote long on.
Sir, before we send back to the guys, I want to mention PDD because what we heard initially was that Trump signed an executive order related to the de minimis rule. It dropped on that. Now it's popping because we have more details on said executive order. Now what we know here is the executive order actually has delayed its plan here to suspend de minimis packages. So this is going to negatively affect PDD, Temu, and things like Shein. That's been delayed now until the Commerce Department has put in place appropriate procedures and systems to process these. So until these procedures are in place, that suspension on de minimis packages has in fact been delayed. So right now, market viewing this as a positive for PDD. Back to you.
Yeah, guys, good stuff there. As always, IB just sending you a message in the chat there. Yeah, curious about what that's supposed to mean. But yeah, guys, here we go. Continuing to climb higher. Take a look at this signal here that we missed out on, guys. Wow. Yeah, I mean, we took the short at the break of the level, and then we took some off. We'll display the trade in just a second here. But I mean, yeah, really good stuff here, engulfing volume here, and then a nice turnaround signal, and then we get that bounce through some key levels, which I think is really, really important. So yeah, I think this thing is going to start to recover. Only time will tell, but that was a really, really nice turnaround signal there, guys. See what my guy ADL's up to. Darwin, what made you decide to lower your time per trade? Maybe it's not he decided to, it's just the setups aren't in as long. There's a lot of factors I think that can come into play unless you're like algorithmically trading. There's a lot of things that I think that can come into play. It's like, I'm not holding my winners as long, etc. So a lot could possibly be going on there. But yeah, Amazon looking really nice for a recovery. I don't know if we're going to head any more south, down about 3.8% on this session, so really interesting. I don't see any specific setup in order for me to take this long just yet, so we'll have to be patient. But the one thing that is kind of hovering around the volume-weighted average price is Nvidia, and I do believe that it's going to recover, and who knows, this thing can squeeze. We got to keep in mind that it is Friday as well too, folks, so if you're green on the day, then you know what, and you want to trade more, just make sure you have kind of that LFT kind of metric that we use here as well too, so you don't give away all your gains and then ruin your Friday, and then next thing you know, you got to wait until Sunday. Or I don't even know, is Blue Ocean open? What time is Blue Ocean open until this evening, Sharif? I don't even know. But yeah, I mean,
Starts at 8.
Does it start at 8? So yeah, I mean, you're going to be trading Blue Ocean, and at that point, you're probably over trading. So just keep it cool. Don't ruin the Friday heading into the weekend. There's going to be a lot of volatility stepping in next week as well too. So we're in the thick of earnings. Those opportunities are not going to be short. So, I mean, short of any opportunities. I mean, so yeah, just pack your patience. If it's not your day, then there'll always be another one, man.
Yes, sir. There we go. Just throwing out some stops. There we go. All right. Here's what we're doing. We're in CDT in breach of our rules. So it's going to have to hold up here, right? I'm giving it to the 10 exponential. This one looks like it's primed and ready to break out, like just based on the volume and like how you can see the kind of the tape moving. There we go. Let's see if we can take out 60s. We've been having a lot of trouble with 60s. So I'm going to let this one cook. Let's see what it does. I'm already negative on this one. I was taking trades on it while Neil was doing his lesson of the day. This one we're doing all right on, VSAT. We got the bottom there at the 20 exponential moving average. 3 out so far, waiting for this top though at 11 1/3. It's very evasive, this level. This 11.34, even though the high of the day is 11.38, we seem to be having some selling here, but I think Adara's got breaking news at the big desk.
We have breaking news here coming in. We have Prime Minister Ishiba of Japan and President Donald Trump of the US talking right now. There's so many headlines coming from this talk, but basically Donald Trump did say apparently that tariffs on Japan are an option. We also have U.S. steel dropping because Prime Minister Ishiba of Japan said that he is going to discuss North Korea and U.S. steel with Trump. So keep that in mind here. That's going to be discussed. Big sell the news here for U.S. steel on that, though, could also have to do with the fact that tariffs are potentially happening with Japan. But President Trump did say he has not changed his mind regarding the deal between U.S. Steel and Nippon. He does not want that to go through. Looks like Ishiba's going to try to change his mind, but regardless, that is not a good look here for U.S. Steel, which does not look like it's going to be getting any saving graces here from Donald Trump. The other thing here is that he teased the reciprocal trade announcement without actually clarifying it. He said that next week he's going to make an announcement on reciprocal trade. No sign on what that announcement's going to be, but we'll have to wait for next week to find out. And he did actually say that because they want the deficit to go down, he views tariffs as an option to address the deficit. So yeah, we'll have to wait till next week to hear about this reciprocal tariff thing, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Big news there. What a move down for that. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. Get it, Joseph? What's going on that side, brother?
Bro, do you see this? Look, pull up IBIT here. We shorted IBIT here, Sharif. So here we go. This thing just absolutely decided to tank. This stuff is absolutely insane. You and I were talking. I didn't trade during Donald's first run in office, but now I've been in this for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. This is insane volatility. This is like, I don't even know. This is post-COVID stuff here. Crazy volatility in this market, guys. So we're going to start to piece out some of this IBIT trade here as it continues to move to the sell side, guys. One thing that I was just doing on the side, I tapped into some IBIT, and then I'm like, all right, let me look at the VIX because I want to see that inverse correlation, but I couldn't even pull it up in time before the market decided it wanted to dive into the deep end here of the red scene. So let me pull up the VIX for you guys real quick and see what the volatility, I don't know why I keep doing, what the volatility index and the fear index is saying, because I think this is going to be really important. It's most definitely going to be elevated. Okay, I can't even, Sharif, take it for a second for me, brother?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, we're sending it to Adair.
Okay.
About that, guys, I have a feeling there will be more interruptions throughout the day in the next 4 years. Basically, we do have the NASDAQ pushing a little bit lower here. Initially, what we heard was that Donald Trump said he'd be making an announcement next week on reciprocal trade. Now he's saying that he will actually be announcing reciprocal tariffs next week for many countries, quote unquote. So not only will he be making an announcement, this announcement will include reciprocal tariffs for many countries. He doesn't name the countries, but it's worth noting here, this announcement does imply that we will get some reciprocal tariffs, though again, who knows which countries will be affected as of right now, guys. Back to you.
You get a tariff. You get a tariff. I get a tariff.
Everybody gets.
Bro,
everybody
he
can
made
get
this
it,
very
man.
clear, though, Joseph, that he called tariff beautiful things. I mean, this was all telegraphed, earmarked. This is not surprising to anybody. So, it's just, I think maybe what is a little bit surprising is the breadth of the tariffs, how many people are getting smacked with these tariffs. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens. But it's obviously creating a lot of volatility, and I think that's what we need as day traders. So keeping
to a certain extent, I wouldn't mind. Like we're going up, down. It's
all
crazy.
around, bro, all around.
No joke. Sharif, we'll talk about the VIX here real quick, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Yep.
Here's the inverse correlation on the volatility index here, guys. So as you see the market moving to the downside and then the VIX moving to the top side. So that volatility is really stepping in, especially in bearish markets, guys. We'll zoom in and take a look at it from a daily perspective. So holding these lows, now pumping up to about 1644 is the VIX, Sharif, as the rest of the market continues to slide.
All right, man. We're involved in CDT. We're involved in VSAT. VSAT pulling back now, not giving me that print at 33. So a little concerning there that this one is kind of curling back off. It couldn't make another newer high either. So despite the fact that we got higher lows, we're either in a bit of a compression pattern or we're starting to do that rounded top. So I'm long at 05s. Anything below 11s, I'm gone. I want to try to preserve a little bit of what we're saving on this bad boy. We've got 4 outs. We've got a few more, but I'm looking for that top break ideally for this name. I'm talking about VSAT. It was very respectful of the 10, but that's true to form though. When you get into that midday time slot, things slow down a little bit and it has a way of just kind of consolidating sideways for a bit. This is the one that I've got a bit more shares on right now, CDT. I did add at 35s. Now it's back at 45s, but we got cost basis of 50. It's not forthcoming to the high side, and we've got lower highs here. I perceive this to be a bit of a bull flag. We've had different resistance levels here that have come into play on CDT. So for the most part, for the last 5-10 minutes, it's been that 50 penny level that we've had a lot of trouble taking out. Now it's 55. So as you see, we got above 50, but this 55 area we've had, I think there is a person with several thousand lots hanging out at 55s. So we'll see if this one wants to break above that 55. I've layered my orders above 55s as well into 60s. But here we go. So I want to show you guys the level 2 on this. Is just what's posted is about 2,000, a bit more. But as you can see, this is obviously a hidden order because none of the posted size is getting taken out. And in fact, it's getting increased into. There we go. Looks like we've taken out some size here. That size is getting creamed. All right, let's see if we can take it out a little bit more to the high side. Still zigging and zagging. So there's another hidden seller at 58 and 59. And this is why I don't take them below the pre-market high. I'm breaching my rules when I do this. And the reason is because there's usually bag holders of note that are heavy, and they keep the price down exactly like this. This is my fault for doing it, but it just looked like it was parabolic, so that's why I got into it. Adair's at the big desk.
Keep an eye here. Yes, we do have. There is a bit of a run up here in X initially. It did drop here when Trump said he hasn't changed his mind on Nippon and U.S. Steel and that acquisition of U.S. Steel by Nippon. But then he said he's going to talk to Prime Minister of Japan, Ishiba. So keep that in mind. But I want to talk about China here because we have more comments here from Trump with regards to China. We heard he was supposed to be speaking to Xi earlier this week. Then he said that's not going to happen. And now he's saying he will be meeting with Xi, quote, probably. So we will probably get some kind of conversation here between Donald Trump and the leader of China, Xi, with regards to tariffs. So until then, lots of uncertainty in China. Keep an eye on that space. But also keep an eye on names like Tesla and GM. They just got to run up here with regards to the fact that Europe is reportedly going to be helping out here with the duties on some of these cars. Now we have Trump saying that auto tariffs are always on the table. So keep an eye on anything, I guess, internationally auto-related, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, big news there. And like one after the other. Adair bringing us the fire. We're going to thank her very much for staying on top of things and bringing all the news. I think this is what really makes a good community, Joseph, that we're able to share all the information. It's hard to have eyes on everything. You know what I mean?
It's really near impossible to have eyes on everything. Yeah. But that's the thing though, right? Like, Katina, man, he does his sticky note in the morning. You do your analysis. You run your gappers list, and that's what I do, the exact same thing too. I know that I can't watch everything at once, and when I start to watch too many things, then it just messes you up anyways, right? You're like, so what I do is when you see me write my notes in the morning, I hyper-focus on 2 or 3 stocks. If those setups display themselves, then they display themselves. If not, then I have to reassess the situation and be like, hey, where did I go wrong, and correct that for the next day. But Gorev, here we go. Look at these signals here. Gorev, check this out, my guy here. Gorev is my guy in the chat here. Hey. Look at these signals, man. We're looking for the same stuff on the chat in the charts here. So that signal, we missed this one, unfortunately, Gorev, but that was so nice on this downtrend. And then you get that engulfing volume signature with an additional isolated one and that isolated print as well too. And then a really nice rebound at the break of it, 228.46 to a high of 229.75. That's really nice there, Gorev. So unfortunately, we missed out on that one, but we'll get another one here, guys. ADL. Same thing with ADL, man, but we're going to see what Adair is up to at the desk.
This is our third throw in at least 10, 15 minutes here on U.S. Steel so just to recap here, we had Donald Trump doing his press conference with Prime Minister Ishiba, during which Donald Trump said he's willing to talk to Ishiba about this U.S. Steel deal, but he still has his plans where he does not want Nippon Steel of Japan to be acquiring U.S. Steel. But now we have CBS reporting that Trump is actually considering allowing Japan's Nippon Steel to complete its acquisition of U.S. Steel valued at $14 billion. It's worth noting, though, this report is very interestingly timed because Trump just said that he still stands by his earlier thoughts of not wanting the acquisition to go through. So be very careful with this news, given that context. Regardless, though, being reported by CBS citing multiple sources pushing to the upside here, it looks like Trump might change his mind on X. Back to you.
Yeah, good look there. We'll have to keep tabs on that. Lots being done right now in terms of news coming in from Donald Trump and the new administration. It's given us a lot to trade, a lot to look at, but there's lots of volatility right now, both intraday and looks for like the long-term account. So we'll keep tabs on all of that. I'm still involved in CDT as it tries to take that $0.50 again. It's putting in umpteen amount of lower highs, but higher lows, a bit of a compression pattern, but you can tell an algo is trading this. It's very clear that it's putting its stop and its size, at the prior bar high. And it's just kind of very easy to see when you see it on the 5-minute. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about there. So if you zoom in over here, we got lower high, lower high, lower high, incrementally lower, and by pennies here below the previous bar high. So you can tell this has been programmed to trade in this way. We'll have to see if the buyers are able to push this one with higher lows. 1 second, at 370. That 370 is the high of the day, but that is not the pre-market high, that it's about 394 or so, and that's going to be that $4 area. I'll submit to you, it's not really going to be 394, 393. It's likely going to be that whole dollar. We'll see if this one has enough eyes on it, being up 125% to really get this going. I perceive this to be a bit of a bull flag. We're not getting that continuity vis-a-vis higher highs. We are getting a bit of higher lows, but that ain't good enough for me, man. I need that big boy break through the top, and we're not getting it yet, Adair. What do you got?
We have some more updates here from Trump. I think it's worth noting here, I'm not really sure what direction this could move things, but keep an eye on FXI, any of these tech names, keep an eye on Alibaba, and also keep an eye on these semiconductor plays. Donald Trump said, and I quote, DeepSeek is a good development. So keep an eye on anything that was impacted by the DeepSeek drop, names like Nvidia, Broadcom, AMD, and then also keep an eye on FXI, on Alibaba, and anything that really benefited from that push. But yeah, apparently Trump is thinking that DeepSeek was a good development here, guys. Back to you.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're still doing the same dance right into prior bar high and then a reject. Like, let me show you the 5-minute on here. This is so obvious that it's doing that. But what can you do? It's obvious to you, but what can you do about it other than just punch it out flat, right? Or get out of the position. I mean, prior bar high, every successive 5-minute candle, despite the fact that it gets a push and a move up, it just can't take out the highs. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm still hearing some IBIT short, guys, as the market continues to move. I just wanted to look at the at-the-money IV as well, too, to see if that's obviously picking up with the VIX, which it should be. So we're sitting about 31% on those 0 DTE, the Qs. So, I mean, it's getting up there. And if I were to pull it up to the February 10th expiration cycle, those at-the-money IVs are nearly cut in half. So we're going to be paying some premium on those puts and calls today, guys. So just be wary of that. And I don't know if you necessarily want to be doing that as a buyer right now. It's looking like the selling is the way to go, especially with that heightened implied volatility. So increased premiums, good for sellers. But yeah, let's take a look on Bitcoin, guys. Continuing to move to the sell side. We haven't really looked at spot just yet. Gonna pull it up right now for you guys and see what we had going on. I was like, I didn't think it was gonna hit 100K today, but sure enough, I think it tapped into it and then now rejected it really nice. This primary downtrend, I mean, the uptrend is still, the primary is to the top side, but again, a double top, and then the secondary trend here really gonna head into these lows. And I think that we do touch that. If we break, then that momentum steps in. We're definitely gonna see those mid 80s, even lower 80s in Bitcoin. So I'm gonna stay short for this thing for the time being. But PLTR, I don't know if is that accurate? No, that can't be accurate. No way that's accurate. So this thing is just a complete outlier, it seems to be right now. No, see, that's not updated. Okay, I got to pull this thing up here. I'll pull up PLTR on this chart because it is NAS, dude, and see what it's up to. But I mean, this thing was really strong. I was watching it last night when I got home. Yeah, wow, still up to 115.32. This thing is just ignoring what the rest of the market is doing and living in its own world. Sharif and I were talking about it not too long ago. He's like, this is extended, dude. And I'm like, yeah, we're getting up there. So we just got to sit here and wait for those signals to tell us that we're ready to turn around. And then maybe we get a gap fill play on that.
I got stopped out of CDT. So frustrating because I breached one of my rules and I always am made to pay when I breach one of my rules. So that's a little frustrating because it's so easy to avoid, but this one looked like it was really about to break out through the top. So that will be the last time I do that in a really long time. So again, the reason I got into this is really breaking up above the 10 exponential. It looked like it was putting in that volume. The tape looked really good, but you could just see the bag holder in the pre-market keep pushing this higher, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high until the flat bottom broke, and then I got stopped out. So a bit of a tough one there. We'll look to do a little bit better. The one that I'm looking at right now, VSAT, we're still holding this one at 11, and it's defending 11. So it's got a bit of a compression pattern happening right now with some higher lows but lower highs. So I'm waiting at around 1133. So we'll see exactly what we get with this one. I'm also keeping an eye on what's what's this other one called? LTBR, the one that we were involved in earlier. This one continues to defend the 10 exponential on the 5, and it's very predictable in its patterns. If you put your order right at that 10 exponential, you have been profitable on the day. It keeps putting in higher lows and higher highs. For the moment, though, it looks like that mid-80s area may be where we keep topping out. We've had several rejections off that mid-80 area. I want to say for around 20 to 25 minutes or so. So this one could definitely be one that I get into. It's going to have to pull back in a little bit more. I'm not going to punch in at highs with this one. It had a really good dip trade at the 20 exponential, right at that $11.25 area. I want to say $11.21 area. I'm talking about LTBR. So this one pulls in a little bit more, gives me a better retrace opportunity. Definitely interested in that. So we'll keep tabs on that. What else we got? We got Big Bear AI retracing a little bit down now into the 20 and breaching that 8.5. Let's bring in the side chart and have a look. So here we go. Big Bear AI kind of looking like it's rounded topping, giving you that nice curling effect. And we could be destined for an $8 area. In fact, that's where VWAP is hanging out. And I like this about trade e-signal. It kind of shows you that level right there on the right in white, and that shadows the volume weighted average price. So you don't have to guess where VWAP is. It just tells you. So you can put your orders there if you want. And I want to see if this one actually allows you to execute off different levels. Like if you could put, for example, hey, punch in at VWAP, wherever VWAP is, because obviously VWAP is dynamic, so you're constantly having to change your level. So keeping an eye on BBAI, but it's not, I don't know if it's ready quite yet. It's got a few bottoming tail candles into that 8 1/3, as you guys can see there. It really is, these are all candles of indecision, so I'm really unsure how to play this or whether this one is a long, short, or what. So we'll keep tabs on that, and I'll throw an alert at VWAP to let me know exactly when it is around that area. All right, back to VSAT. This one looks like it might be destined finally to take out that 11 1/3 high day that I've been waiting at over here. VSAT has had a bit of a flat top at around 11.38. Now, if this takes out the level, we've been ranging at this level for, I want to say, the better part of an hour and 5 minutes. So if that's the case, then I'll be adding on that top break. Currently, the top is 11.38. We print anything above that top, I like it for possible long. Jose.
Yeah, good look there. AK, put your question in the chat. Thoughts on GRR, please and thank you. Yeah, we'll pull that up for you right now. I know I've seen you ask that a couple of times since early in the morning, and sorry, our apologies. We can't find everything. So Gorilla Technologies, not the prettiest from an intraday perspective. Doesn't look overly liquid as well too. You can tell by the pre-market and then how you just gap up. So probably a hefty spread on GRR. Let's pull out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Okay. AK, I see what you're looking at now. This thing's looking pretty good. Let's see what we're up off of those November lows here. Okay, so really nice look there. Wow, okay, up a whopping 450% off of that November low. So 3 months or so, you're putting up a hefty return. That's Palantir type numbers over here. So, I mean, continue to hold on to this thing for the long term, especially with a chart looking like this. Recovering off of this pullback, so a pretty deep pullback, but that volatility steps in. You see that price expansion going on with the average true range, and then now heading back and volume supporting that. So I like this for a long term, just from a technical standpoint. I don't really know anything about Gorilla Technology Group, but from a technical standpoint, you're looking pretty good there, AK. So continue to hold on to that if you are in it, okay? So let's see what Palantir is doing. Still climbing higher, 115.62. This thing might hit 118 bucks. Like by Monday, this thing will probably gap up to 120 or something along those. Pure cash, exactly, Katina Man. So this thing is absolutely insane and continuing to move up 3.8% on the session. And I had it as a secondary look, but I just didn't focus on it. I'm like, this thing's been too strong for too long. I was expecting somewhat of a pullback, but we're not getting it. This is a complete squeeze, so a lot of shorts probably getting stopped out of this name here on Palantir. But other than that, guys, market's slowly starting to recover. Bitcoin starting to recover as well too. So we're just going to see if we can add to this short, Sharif.
All right, we just took out some there on VSAT as it took out the top there at 33s. Now I'm setting up a little bit higher than the high of the day. The high of the day sitting at 1138. I'm putting in an 1139 print to see if this one wants to hold up. So keeping an eye on this one. This one we've got involved in right now off the 20 exponential on the 5. It's up 19%, almost 20%. It doesn't have parabolic nature, at least not during the midday. Maybe right at that open, it had a bunch of orders, waiting market on open orders that really popped up. Other than that, it's been more of a stair stepper, kind of an escalator rather than an elevator, so to speak, right? So VSAT, you're going to have to pack your patience, pick it up off key levels. I think it's a sound trade. We're trading near the highs. Here we go. Now we're showing 36s. We're waiting at 39s. It's up 19 and change now. I'm still keeping an eye on BBAI. It seems to have, this 840 area, 835 area that's holding up. But the thing is, now we're not getting that pattern anymore of higher highs and higher lows. In fact, we're getting lower highs with maybe a flat bottom in and around this, let's just say high 30s area. Let's say 837, 838. Here we go, right back down into that area. Could we lose the bid here on Big Bear? We're up 24%. We're losing. Now we're making lower lows. We haven't made decidedly lower lows quite yet on Big Bear AI. Now, if Big Bear wants to drop and keep on dropping, guess what? We're below the 10. We're below the 20. Well, where the hell could we find support? I'm going to submit to you it's $8. That is the volume weighted average price. I'm not picking up Big Bear if it loses the bid here at this area range until $8. $8 is where VWAP is. That's where I like it. We're going to keep tabs on Big Bear AI. Let's have a look quickly at what we're doing on VSAT. We're showing 37s now. On VSAT, I'm waiting at 39. Maybe we get the print when we get back from Midday at the big desk.
Just a little quick reminder here on X as it breaks days highs here. U.S. steel particularly strong here. Basically, Donald Trump said that he stands by his earlier stance of not wanting to allow that deal with Nippon Steel to go through. So Nippon Steel wants to acquire for U.S. Steel for $14.1 billion. Trump said he stands by his decision not to allow that, though he says he will talk to Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba about this deal. However, then a couple minutes after that, CBS reports that actually Trump is considering allowing the deal to go through. So really weird timing here. Be very cautious and aware of that. But regardless, X to the upside, breaking day's highs. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Appreciate that. Joseph, what do you got?
I'm just watching Palantir just tap into 116 here. This thing is absolutely crazy and continuing to do so. I mean, I don't even really know what to say about this thing at this point.
Ridiculous.
So, yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. When things are working, just best believe, just continue to milk them until they aren't. And if you have the ability to do that here on Palantir, then you're like Jose and Cash Cow type-esque stuff here, guys. So Palantir just really continuing to climb, and it leaves you essentially speechless. But yeah, let's see what else we got going on here, everybody. We're still in this IBIT short. It's going to be kind of the same thesis here. If we run into some key resistance levels, we're going to look for the add as like right now for the continuation to the downside. So running into some key resistance levels here, looking for that rejection. We get that rejection. Now we can possibly go and test that low a day on IBIT. I'm short-term bearish on Bitcoin. We've been consolidating in this range for quite some time. At some point, we got to pick a direction. Could it be up? Maybe, because we went in that we had an 8-month consolidation, decided to trade higher for a couple of weeks, and then right back into it. So it's just a matter of, it's a question for me, is how long is this consolidation phase going to be? And are we going to dip below this $90,000 level on spot Bitcoin, Sharif?
That's a really good question, man. Just hopefully it's about 125,000 by my birthday, though.
Yeah.
That'd be good times. All right, guys, in case you don't know, Joseph and I have a little bit of a bet. If you guys already heard this, you're probably sick of hearing it, but not everybody heard it, so we got to let them know. If Bitcoin hits 125,000 at any point between now and May 25th, 11:59 p.m. and 59 seconds, Joseph.
Yeah.
How are we doing this again? We're averaging down to 112,000.
Yeah,
so whatever IBIT's price is
at 112.
At 112,000, we'll do the conversion there. I think there's a website that actually does the conversion for you. That's the one. If it doesn't hit 125,000, I send Joseph 2 shares of IBIT with an average price of 100. How are we going to do this? I'm going to have to send you fractional shares.
No, but see, the thing is, though, I might be mistaken here, Sharif, because I went to look on the app there to see if we could transfer out accounts. It's only just internal accounts as of right now. Yeah, you were right on that, but I had to double check. But one thing we can do,
you're going to have to give money then.
We can do money, but I don't know. Do you have an actual wallet or no?
Like a crypto wallet?
Yeah.
No.
Oh my God.
Like a crypto, but hold on, that's like to hold the actual coin though, no?
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. You don't have any spot. You don't have any.
Bro,
then
this
you can
is my
actually
first foray in the crypto period.
Because then I can actually send you that amount of money in Bitcoin, which would be cool. Because that's just a peer-to-peer.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Right? You know what I mean?
I
That's
wouldn't
just
mind that.
peer-to-peer. Yeah.
How do I
so
get a wallet? What's the whole situation?
Well, you got to
USB,
download.
right?
Well, no, you got to download. You got to have to open something up first.
Okay.
You need an account first.
Hold on. I thought the cold wallets are just things that you kind of keep at home. There, you don't have to have an account.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you still need to buy it off of something.
Let's find out. Yeah. I mean, whatever the situation is, I hear about cold wallets.
You see, people already got me in the W here, eh? Congratulations so far.
The fact that everybody's against this makes me feel that I've got something.
I heard Neil was on. I think Neil was on my side as well too.
All right,
guys. So yeah,
I don't like to go with the masses. I am very contrarian. So the fact that everybody's against me makes me feel more emboldened.
Listen, essentially, if we hit 125, that's okay. Yeah, I lose a couple shares, but that's also a massive win.
Well, exactly.
For me, you know what I mean?
You should be championing
exactly. So, I mean, yeah, let's figure that out, Sharif. That's really interesting.
Sir.
If not, we'll just do a traditional. We'll keep it real with the crypto sector and do peer-to-peer. Boom.
Yeah,
just like that,
that would be
right?
like my way to get a cold wallet.
There you go.
What is this called? Cold storage?
Cold storage. Yeah, cold storage. So yes, you can set something up.
Yeah, so I'll set something up like that. It'll be all good there. Yeah.
Then I could just scan the QR code and then bang, just like that. We get
just like they can scan the QR code there for Worksport.
There it is. Bang.
There it is. 2-in-1, baby.
Bang. Let's go, guys.
This is why crypto is so dumb. Why? You guys can't even figure it out, says Patrick Riley. Wow, Patrick.
No, what do you mean? It's actually figured. We just figured it out. It's a lot more simplistic.
All right, guys. What else we got? Jeremy Moomin. Don't worry, Sean is on your side, so you're good. Bang. We got the ADL man.
What ADL
Contrarian team, my guy. Jeez. There it is. Sharif, that's also how Biden felt for running again, and then the first debate happened. Yeah, I look, bro. I don't like Joe Biden's politics, but I also don't like making fun of geriatrics. I have a very sensitive spot for older people, and I don't like when that kind of thing happens to them in front of people. I don't like what's happening to Mitch McConnell either, where he just freezes in front of people. It's his fault because, he should know when to call it quits, but it just bothers me when old people have trouble like that. It's not my thing. So I have a little bit of a soft spot for them. But anyway, with mushing, what?
Let's see if I can find it here. Let's see if I can find it here.
What do you got?
I'm looking for the like and subscribe, my guy.
Hey, I got it right here.
You got it right there, Bang. Let's
All
go.
Right.
Make sure you hit that like and subscribe, everybody.
Okay, here we go. Guys, we're still holding that VSAT trade. We got awfully close to that 1139 high day, 38, excuse me. I'm waiting at 39s. It didn't print, but we'll pack my patience on this one. It's still putting in higher lows. That's what's got me really interested. It's got a flat top, certainly, at that 11 high 30s. So, if this one gets parabolic, I'm definitely all eyes and ears. Let's see exactly what we got there in the chat. Yeah, Daniel T, I see eye to eye with you on that, brother. I mean, it's just kind of that's the situation there. What else we got? Grizz, 124,999.99 on May 25th, and then 125,000 on May 26th. Would you hold that bet against me if we got literally 125,000 on 26?
Dude, we're locked into a smart contract right now. I have no
all of a sudden we're locked in.
We're
Yesterday
locked in, dude.
You can change the rules.
It's now written in stone now. It's all written in stone.
You saw what happened there, Neil. You were live yesterday. He changed the rules on me yesterday, bro.
Hey.
He did, Katina, man. Because someone told him, look, if it moves up, you're going to have to give him IBIT shares that cost way more than if it moves down and you give him IBIT shares that are worth less. So he's like, no, we have to find a strike price. I'm like, yo, this is an after the fact deal, bro.
Pardon me? Yeah, 125. Yeah, regardless, right? That's how the bet should be. Where you get it at the price of 125, I get it at the price of 125.
What is
regardless of what it is, and I think that's fair. So, but
It goes to, if it goes 125,000 on May 26th,
Yeah.
I want my 2 IBIT shares, Joseph.
there's no way. There's no way.
I love it.
11:59. There's
playing,
no way,
bro.
guys.
Yeah.
Having fun with this, guys. If
Good times,
if
homie.
you're enjoying the show, please just like and subscribe, everyone. So a lot of people watching. A couple more likes and a couple more subscribers isn't going to hurt the old finger there. So.
Harry Lou, Sharif, Joe, enforcing the hard stop on the bet. Hey, man, you could have said that to him yesterday when we had a deal. We had a deal. He sends me 2 shares of IBIT when we thought we could send it. We can't
but
now.
we can just do actual
He's going to
fun.
send me 2 shares of IBIT at whatever the price was once it broke that 125. But then somebody brought it to his attention. Uh-oh, what if the price moves up? You're giving him IBIT at way higher value than he sends it to you. So all of a sudden, Harry, we had to change the rules yesterday. So if we're talking about hard stops, well, then we got to put hard stops on the terms of the agreement as well. Wouldn't you say, Harry? So let me know what you think there. Let's see what everybody else talk about. Miss Lucia says there is no way. She's counting me out here, Joseph.
A lot of people are counting you out here, my guy.
I'm good with that, bro.
So Jag even says, I'm betting you getting that money, Joe. So yeah, I think we're gonna get it. So
oh, what else
yeah,
we got
really
over here?
good.
No, Dangerous Nile, not 2 BTC coins, 2 IBIT shares.
Yeah, that's insane. That would be like,
We're not sending $200,000.
$250,000 bet.
Yeah,
A $250,000 bet.
2 IBIT shares, my guy. Joseph, we got to pay some bills.
Yeah, we got to pay some bills, guys. Hive Digital Technologies on the NASDAQ, HIVE, is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. A global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for free. The Hive newsletter for updates, guys, right there. You can scan that QR code as well, too. Just as Sharif is going to be scanning the QR code on my CoinSquare account and sending me over that value of 2 IBIT shares.
Fail, bro. Nah.
It's all good,
I'm going to hold up my end of the bargain. We shook on it. We shook on it off camera. We shook on it on camera. And we're going to hold both our ends of the bargain.
Absolutely.
But we're going to have to send it up to Adair. She's got breaking news.
We do have news here. We have Fed's Kugler speaking right now. She said that basically the economy is resilient. Inflation rate has gone sideways and firmed, but that currently it does make sense to hold the policy rate where it is. So we've had lots of caution. I don't want to say outright hawkishness, but lots of caution coming from Fed speakers right now. And this is no exception. In case you missed it, we did have a pretty big drop in the market around 10 a.m. We got much stronger than expected inflation expectations coming through there from the University of Michigan, guys. Back to you.
No, it's not 2 BTC, guys.
we're not putting $250,000 up on the show here.
Can you imagine?
That would be
Oh
insane.
my goodness. Do you know one of the producers, the production team, excuse me, not producers, one of the former production team members has 1 BTC.
Oh, yeah?
He was like one of the only guys on the floor to have Bitcoin.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and he owned 1 BTC and he's just holding it, went through the pullback of 2022, weathered the consolidation of 23, and now he's probably laughing all the way to the bank.
So remember how my cousin,
right? Yeah.
remember how my cousin chimed in?
Yeah, yes,
Yes,
2
2?
BTC?
Yeah, there you go.
What an animal.
Remember how my cousin chimed in the other day?
Yeah,
So we have a friend, a mutual friend that, well, obviously I met through him, but he has like
Yes, sir.
6 or 7 Bitcoin.
6 or 7?
Yeah, and he was
When did he
telling
pick
us,
them up?
bro, when we were young,
14,
we were,
15?
yeah, we were really young, and he picked them up. So now he's living a really good life.
Good for him, bro.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
smart money right there, man. I mean, what's it called? The Winklevoss twins. I think that they were pounding the
what
table.
happened to those guys?
Dude, they're taking Gemini IPO. They're talking about an IPO now.
Oh, really?
Adara was showing me that yesterday. The Winklevoss twins, and they're Geminis, and their company's called Gemini.
All right,
Surprise, surprise.
so there you go.
So they're looking at IPOing. That's being discussed now as possibly for 2025. Not like we don't have enough crypto companies. Adara, what do they do? Do they mine? Are they an exchange? She's going to find out and get. Thank you, Adara. I appreciate that. So we'll have to. We'll know exactly. She'll let us know.
That's still going down apparently, guys. A lot of people
Everything.
are talking
The entire market.
Yeah.
Apple's down 2%. Microsoft down 1/3, 1 1/3. Goggles 3.5. Amazon 3 3/4. Tesla 1.5. Nvidia is the only one that's flat, Joseph. It's literally at 128. 60. So it's the only one looking right now that it might be able to recover. We'll see. Jay Ducati, Sharif. The best way to do it. Let's bring it over here. We'll throw that on there. Jay Ducati. Sharif, the best way to do it is both of you buy 2 shares of IBIT now.
Mm-hmm.
Then when you do the exchange, it will be an even win-loss.
We already established kind of the metrics of everything. We're getting a flat rate on that.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, so.
I think it's not a bad idea. I think we're just going to stick with the one we got right now. Jag, Joe, Sharif, all the tariffs that's going to be around by May 25th, $1 is going to be 3 Canadian. Stop, bro. 3 Canadian dollars. This is really good deal for you, Joe. Sorry, Sharif. Trump's tariffs not helping your case. We'll have to see, man. I don't know. There's a lot of tailwinds. We could get some, the currency, or what's it called? The Bitcoin reserve, blah, blah, blah. You guys know the deal. Walter, he wants to look at BBAI. I got BBAI on the side chart, my man, but it's still, you're not really pleasing me in terms of price action over here. Here's what I'm looking at. Big Bear, there it is right there. And I'm looking for that move back above. It has a nice bottoming tail candle, kind of a hammer candle, a reversal candle there off that 8.25 bounce. And now we're dealing with 8.5, but we're still putting in lower highs, guys. So I need to see a little bit more of that higher low, higher high situation. Adara is at the big desk.
Yeah, so I've done a little bit of a deep dive here to Gemini. This is their website. Of course, we're not sponsored by them, but I wanted to show you guys. So for context here, Gemini Trust, which is basically brought to you by the Winklevoss twins, known for the Facebook situation back in the day. Basically what happened here is this is a cryptocurrency exchange, Sharif. So that's what Gemini does. They are a crypto exchange. And fun fact, they're actually the first licensed Ethereum exchange in the US. So this is the first licensed Ethereum exchange in the US. That was as of 2016. They started operating here in 2015. And basically they facilitate the purchase and storage of Bitcoin through a pretty complex private key system. So that's some context there for those asking about Gemini, which we are hearing reports is likely to IPO soon. So keep an eye on Gemini. Also, fun fact, Sharif, the Winklevoss twins are not Geminis. They're actually cusp Virgo and Leo. So that's my deep dive here on Gemini, the crypto exchange that is likely to IPO soon. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair, man. Look, if you guys want something done proper, convince Adair to do a deep dive. That's what I say. Where are we at? We're almost at 499,000 followers, Joseph.
Dang.
You see that number right there?
Yeah,
guys, we're at 498,924. Needless to say.
You're the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Dang.
Get him, Neil. No, needless to say.
Oh, how'd we drop a subscriber there?
Well, because, people are quite spicy.
Yeah, man.
They're resubscribing probably to see if they're...
Maybe I'll do that too there. Let's see if this thing here works here.
Uh-oh.
Maybe I shouldn't do that, actually. I'm not going to do it here. Because,
so needless to say, it helps the algorithm substantially once we pass, obviously, a certain point. You guys know exactly what that point is. That's why we're throwing it up there. We've been really doing well, guys, with subs lately. I don't know if you guys have been noticing. Viewership is up substantially. We're doing 10,000, over 10,000 in the morning now. You and I had 9,200 in the aftermarket show at one point. During the Tuesday aftermarket show. So, guys, we really do all we can to kind of move the needle with subs. It would really help. I mean this. For you guys to smash the like, subscribe if you're a viewer. I got to tell you, we had record number of viewers, but we also had a substantial amount of those viewers who were not subscribed. So we would definitely love to have you guys back every day.
Here we go. Here's an incentive.
What's up?
And this is going to be risk-free to you, Sharif, all right?
Yeah.
So here it is.
Go.
We hit $4.99. I will double my side of the bet. We hit $4.99. By the end of our show, I will double my side of the bet.
I'm making fake accounts right now.
That's it. It's done. $4.99. That's it. It's done.
I love it. We already got
I told you. Okay, no, maybe it's not. I'm joking. $4.99.
You can't take that back.
I won't take it back. I won't take it back.
Let's
go.
Hold on, before Darren, we got the Katina man chiming in.
$4.99.
Here we go. What do we got?
Get it, Joe.
Hey, bang.
I love it. Midday love, guys. All right,
Midday
Darren's
love,
at the big
man.
desk.
Robinhood spiking with volume actually to the upside. Nice little push here. And some of the largest volume we've seen since the open for HOOD. They do report earnings next week after the bell. No news on this, but I think it is worth noting we have this push to the upside. Also, some comments coming in a little bit hawkish here or cautious from Fed's Kugler saying that the neutral rate has actually risen a little bit. Not as much, though, as some others are expecting. So basically what that means is we had heard talk that the neutral rate could be 2%. Some people asked Fed Powell, at a recent press conference, do you see that the neutral rate has actually risen to 3%? Fed Powell said no, they still want to get it to 2%, but now it seems like some Feds are thinking that 2% might be a bit unlikely as of right now. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a really interesting right there, Dara. Thank you very much for that. All right, guys, let's get back to some trading, baby.
Let's go.
And here it is. So this is what I'm looking at. I'm still looking at CDT because it's been holding this $3 level for a while since I got stopped out of this monster. It's still holding VWAP. It's got that 1235 candle that bounced off VWAP that just very, very momentarily breached 3. Now we're kind of doing this holding pattern where we're ranging between 3 and about 3 and a fifth, 320 give or take. So if we start getting higher highs and higher lows, maybe we'll weasel back into this one. VSAT, this one came right back into my entry at 1105. I got stopped out, break even on the last remaining amount. It is coming into VWAP though. VWAP 10 3/4, a little bit higher than 10 3/4. Technically right now waiting at 1077. It's showing me 87s. VSAT, good one on the day, but kind of giving back a little bit now. This is the reason why I didn't weasel into Big Bear, because we got that high and then now we're putting in a bit of a lower high over here. So this is an area crest at 860. Now we're all the way back down into 840. So I need to see a decided change from Big Bear AI in order to weasel in. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joseph. I'm looking at CDT, BBAI, and VSAT. The Katina man is long Tesla, short Tesla at 370s. And he's been printing up a storm because it dipped in to 368.50. So the Katina man is biased short on the Cybertruck right now. And if you want to follow along what the Katina man's doing, you should be subscribed to that More Trader TV channel, Joseph, because they get a lot of information from that if they were. Let me know if you guys you need the link to that, because I think it is in the description of this video. Joseph, what do you got, brother?
Hey, good look there. I'm getting some messages on the side. We might be hitting that, but it is also 1 o'clock, guys. So you know what that means. But 1 second, we're going to touch on some IBIT before we tap into the Playmaker poll as well too. So here we go. Add here. Pulled back, we didn't get stopped out, break even. Now going to test these lows. So I mean, looking really good on the shorts today. Katina man short the short Tesla. I'm short IBIT right now. I mean, the market's continuing to drag lower and lower, Sharif. But are you ready? My guy.
We're doing SPY?
Yeah, we're doing SPY.
Bad.
We're doing it live, man.
We're doing it live. I love that.
Doing it live, man.
Bill O'Reilly. What an animal, bro. Angry dude. Like him, though. All right, here we go.
All right,
Let me know
let's
when
go.
you're ready.
41, man. Whopping 41 entries. That is absolutely insane, guys. I know a lot of you haven't said that you've been doing this, but I think it's a great time to start. Not one day, day one. Always remember that, Sharif. I know you like that. Let's go.
That's good.
You like
That's
that.
really good. All right, Joseph. 602.25.
602.25.
We're taking everything out for profits at 604.25.
Love it. Stop loss.
And then we're taking the stop 601.25.
601.25.
Yeah, baby.
Like that one. We're in right on time here today, guys. So we like that
nice.
here. Let's see what's going on. Today is the 8th. Am I correct? Feb 8th. Wow, time just flies, man. Time just flies. We're in 100. Let's take a look at the current equity curve as well, too. Just come to the northeast, man. This is stellar. Like, I mean, we haven't had any crazy outlying days. We got stopped at once. We haven't hit a 2-to-1 since what, January 14th? So about a month, close to a month since we've hit a 2-to-1 on the SPY. But other than that, it's just been a nice little win, nice little win. But keeping that common denominator of that loss of $100 is really helping this strategy, guys. Keep that in mind. So hopefully we hit a 2-to-1 soon. It might be today because market looks like it wants to go to the top side here.
Yes, sir. All right, we got a super chat here that we did not get to. Ayo, Lewis. $5 super chat. My man's dropping cash in the chat.
It's the 7th, man. You let me go on and type in the 8th here. Gotta tell me. Everybody tell me. Yeah, I'm saying it's the 8th. I was asking if it was the 7th, right? Like, but no one said anything. It's okay.
My bad.
I said it was the 8th. Yeah, I'm a little ahead of myself, man.
It's okay.
It's all right.
Everything's good. Sharif, could you please say... No. Dude, you're asking me to big up a division rival. Like, you know, would I ask the Katina man to cheer for the Lions or for the Bears? You know, what other? Who else is in the Vikings? Thank you, Minnesota. I mean, he wouldn't do that. You're asking me to cheer for a division rival. That is borderline blasphemous, but I'm going to do it for you.
He paid, man. He paid.
Yeah, that's so you know what? If you pay, that's it.
That's it.
So that's it,
man.
I've got to do what he wants.
You
all right.
Do it, man.
Fly, Eagle,
oh my God!
Fly.
Someone clip this here. Someone clip it. Clip it.
3 for 3 of my calls. He goes on to say, Joseph, 41% Meta, 41% TEM, 96% HIMS. My man's 100% there. Get it, my man. Shout out to Ayo Lewis. Hope you're printing up multiple storms, my guy. Very happy for you. I said, please. He's dropping more cash in the chat there. We're gonna do it for you anyway, man. Because I'm just a good sport like that. I'm not, and besides, you guys got a good game coming up. I think you guys got a hell of a team. You know, I envious of you guys. Anytime Randy's here, I gotta watch out for missiles flying my way, man. This guy, he's like,
I'm clipping that, eh?
You and saw then that?
No, I'm clipping the Fly Eagles Fly, and I'm playing it. I'm playing it.
I want to see that TikTok video.
Dude, that's
where's that TikTok video?
Hey, I have no access to that. I have no access to that video, man. I have zero. It's gonna be a tough one for me to get a hold of that video, but it's not gonna be hard for me to get a hold of that Fly Eagles Fly and then make it an animation here. So bang.
Well, guess what, Joseph? You know, once we get to know each other a little bit more, if I meet some of your friends,
Ayo Lewis screen recorded. It's over for you now. Send that to me. Send that. Okay.
Hit me right in the face. Dude, why would you do that?
Okay. Anyways, guys, send me that Ayo Lewis. Send me that on X, please. Josh Allen accuracy there.
I don't usually flex on like people around me, but I'm gonna have to throw around some. If I get hit again, someone's gonna get hurt. I'm just letting you know.
It ain't me.
If I get hit again, somebody's getting hurt.
No.
You do it, but it's on your own risk. Here we go. Yeah. All right. So I'm looking right now on CDT. We're looking for a 335 break. There's obviously resistance at this level. We've been kind of zigging and zagging at 335. We're up 112%. I'm taking another shot at this bad boy. We'll see if we can move up here. I should probably layer my orders so that if this does squeeze, you know, at least I get something. And then if it comes right back down. So I'm looking at 35s for my first profit taker, and then I'm looking at 45s next. Here we go. We're moving up a little bit. We're not parabolic quite yet on CDT, but that's what I'm looking for right now on this one. What are you looking at, Joseph Wilson?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are saying they don't want that Sharif smoke, man. I'm like, I don't know if you want that, man. So you have to use at your own risk. If
you will have to.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not joking about
He's not joking. See, like, dude, serious, man. We're getting him in the ring there and doing some jits too. So we'll have some fun with that. Guys, let's see what's going on. We're out of this IBIT trade now. It's starting to pull back. I mean, it's Friday. Oh, wow. Okay, Ram. He's Superman.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Okay. Or was that you, Fabian? Yeah, Randy's Superman there. Yeah, he's got the shirt. I thought you were getting the Superman. Did you see the trailer for the new Superman, Sharif? I don't know. Did you see the trailer for the new Superman?
I have not.
No, it doesn't. It looks all right. No, it doesn't look anything outstanding. But the new Jurassic Park looks pretty good. I'm a big Jurassic Park guy. But yeah, guys, let's get back to the market's really starting to curl over here. So identical price action patterns on the SPY and the Qs. So a nice rounded bottom here. I don't know if I can draw this. I wonder if there's a tool, because I know Michael Knopf always has those rounded bottoms drawn on his chart. So let's see if I can figure out something that will do that. No, I'm not going to get too into it right now anyways. But guys, turning back over, at some point, are we going to reject the volume-weighted average price or head back to the downside? So I think time will tell on that one. The volume is starting to dwindle. It is Friday as well, too, guys. So you have to keep that in mind. Those afternoon buy programs usually, I'm not going to say usually, but again, volume really dwindles. So you just have to be really patient and not expect those outsized moves in the latter half of today's market. So again, just keep it cool. It is Friday. Have a little fun with Sharif and I. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm curious, are we close to that? Did we hit the $4.99 yet? Are we relatively close? No? All right, cool.
We're
so I'm
at
safe.
half.
I'm safe. Yeah, I got about an hour, so I don't have to double up my side of the bet, Sharif. But what are you up to over there, my guy?
All right, I just sent the tickers off, guys. So we're going to get that new poll for you very, very soon. So make sure you are hanging out with us in the chat. But you got to be a subscriber in order to engage with Joseph and I in the chat, as well as the big kahunas. You got to be a subscriber in order to vote. Again, you know, we're almost at that 500,000 mark. We're at 498.47, guys. So if we could hit 499 today, you know, leave off Friday on a great note, I think we would all be very pleased as dang punch, as Adara likes to say. So yeah, we'd really appreciate your support, guys. If you guys are watching, if you're not subscribed, just have a look to see if that sub button's hit on the homepage. We'd be very, very grateful to you guys. All right, let's see what people are talking about here in the chat. Greg Moore, I like Nvidia for a target of 133. Okay, sounds good. I think Joseph was in Nvidia earlier. Harry Lou, your Eagles meme needs to be the new animation for printing money on small caps. That's a fantastic idea, Harry. You're coming up with some bangers today. Harry Lou, consider it done. I'm going to be doing this a lot more, probably on the screen. We'll have the best production team around clip that, and then maybe we'll make it into an animation. We do have a newer animation. Andre, can you send me that new one that we put together?
Oh, yeah, send that one there.
The one, I don't want to say the name because it's kind of a surprise. So Ram, if you could send me that, that would be fantastic. All right, guys, the new poll is up. Uber is the number one on the list, and rightfully so, because it's up 9.5%. This thing is on the way up, possibly to $80. We were talking about this thing at $60, and now it's $17 clear of that level. So keep your eye out on that. Yes, get it, Katina, man. Escape Planet. Does RR fit into your small cap rules? Let's have a look. Let's see what Rich Tech Robotics is up to. On the day, I haven't had a look at that one, Joseph, so let's look. Okay, so here we go. Rich Tech Robotics is breaking out. It's up 9%. It's above the pre-market high. It's above the daily high, and it's above VWAP, obviously. So yes, this does work within my rules, but let's look at the volume. So we got 14 million shares of volume on a $3 name. That is not too bad. In addition to all that, look at the new volume. This is increasing. The volume is increasing. It's not decreasing. So the breakout here is being supported with more volume. So I do like this. This has earned its way onto the side chart. Thank you for calling this out. I did not have eyes on Rich Tech Robotics, but as I see it, finally, bro, we're getting some prints on this. Here we go, CDT. The bid is really going up now. We got shares on right now, so let's go. Let's throw out some over here on CDT. I'm negative on it, just full disclosure, but I'm looking to do a little bit better. Here we go, 50 pennies, a huge seller at 50 pennies. Look at all that, taking them out. Can we move up a little bit more? Wow, every level above 50, just like last time, has aggressive selling. We're long 28s. Can we squeeze up a bit more? I mean, we're right there. Let's go. CDT, sell, boom, we take it out right there. Now we're waiting at 65s. Here's 55s. Let's see, 58s. This is really squeezing, guys. Be careful here. This could turn. Remember, the high of the day is 370, but that pre-market high is in the high 90s. Let's see if this one keeps going. We're doing well on this one. So now it's showing 60. 60s. Let's see if this one can keep going. It's really got an aggressive bid behind it right now. There's not too much posted. There's 60s. There goes 60s. Let's see. Now there's size at 62s. About 458 lots. No, sorry, not 458 lots. About double that. About almost 1,000 lots there that was just posted. We don't even know what the iceberg is. Excuse me, at this level. Now, the high, this candle, 63s. I'm waiting at 65s. Zigging and zagging right now with that 50 penny area. We're above some of the highs that we were rejecting last time. So you can already see by moving up into that low 60 area, we were definitely above these areas right here. But look at how it just comes right down below that half dollar. That half dollar has been elusive to close above. We've wicked above it. As you saw, we just wicked into the 60s. But closing, it's been really tough. There is a seller or someone shorting at this level that's been keeping it down. I'm willing to bet it probably has something to do with my rule and the theory that if you take it below the pre-market high, there are bag holders in the pre-market that are looking to get the hell out, and that's why it keeps you down like this. Is kind of why I have that rule. But we got it at a good price. We got it on the bounce of VWAP, so we're in the money right now. I don't want to take too much out here because I feel like this one may squeeze above 4, and if I could save the majority of my shareage for that squeeze, if it squeezes, I'd like to be able to do that. It's up 125%. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, man. Do you see this here? Did you know you can do this on TradingView or whatever? No,
Yeah,
whatever
Nos
it is.
does
Yeah,
that
yeah.
all the
Okay,
time.
yeah. That's why I got it. I copied off Nos there, Nos boss. So yeah, I mean, putting that in there. So I just mentioned the rounded bottoms there, guys. Really starting to recover here in the market. The SPY really, well, not really, but it is starting to trade right below the volume weighted average price. So we got to keep an eye out for that if we decide to break through it with momentum, or we're going to reject it and head back to the south side. So we're going to continue to monitor. I mean, if Google and some of these other big names start to get the ball rolling, then I think they're going to drag the overall market up. Let's take a look at what Amazon is up to.
Hey, there it is. Thank you.
Play it again. Play it one more time there.
Hold on. Wait till we get to print, then we'll do it.
Okay, are you in DJT or
No,
you're
no,
in
no.
CDT?
That was
All right, we're gonna
yesterday.
wait for the print and then get that dance. Okay, I need that one too, man.
No, that's just for me.
Let's see what else is going on here. So we got Amazon starting to creep back towards VWAP as well too. So these big names really starting to show some signs of strength. Geez, that was a tough one. Let's see what Nvidia is up to as well, guys. Are we going to start to recover? Yeah, so there we go. Back to that 29, mid 129s on Nvidia. I mentioned at least 132 on the session. So let's see if we can get there. There is a lot of time left. I mentioned that volume dies off on Fridays, but today doesn't seem to be the case, Sharif, as these stocks start to recover. So, I mean, if they move higher, the overall market moves higher. And that's exactly what we're looking for right now, is to gain some more ground here from what we have lost earlier in the session. So only time will tell, and it's going to very shortly. I think I might play a rejection of something along these lines because that volume is dwindling. So we have to be just be wary of those types of signals and then look to take advantage of those. But as of right now, sitting on my hands, Sharif.
All right, Joseph, we're getting back into that 60 penny area again on CDT. And again, it is not forthcoming for a break. So again, we see the short selling, the taking of profit, or whatever is happening here. There we go, back to 60. So there does look like there's an equal amount of aggressive buying on the dips, but there isn't enough. Not quite yet to push it above. So we've gotten it above some key levels, but this level over here, the one that we keep rejecting off, and you could see we had lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. I kept mentioning this to you guys last time, and that to me just signaled an algo that was basically looking to get its entry on the prior bar high. And every time we tried to attempt to get back to the prior bar high, it would move down its sell order a couple of shekels, 1 or 2 pennies. And that's what I perceived over here. And this is kind of what it seems like it's doing again. Here we go, 60, seller at 60, seller at 62, seller at 63, 65. Let's go, cross, bro. 65, huge seller at 65. So it's not selling, it's not printing at 65. Boom, there it is finally. Let's put some more orders now into the higher areas. Let's go over here. Let's set it up at 77s. Joseph, are you paying some bills or what?
I am. All right, guys, let's get right into it. Worksport introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport, guys.
Adara, what's up?
Our new earnings report is up. It's up on X at TTV Research. It's a pretty packed one here. And Sharif, I'm going to shout you out here. We have Palo Alto Networks reporting after the bell on Thursday. Thursday is probably the biggest post-evening earnings for next week. We have Twilio, Roku, Coinbase, Airbnb, DraftKings, Applied Materials, and Palo Alto Networks. But Wednesday night's pretty big as well. We've got Robinhood, Fastly, Cisco, AppLove, and Reddit. So definitely check out these earnings and check out this board on X. At TTV Research. We even have earnings on Friday morning, which we don't always have. Enbridge and Moderna both set to report. So keep an eye on this. And again, check us out on X at TTV Research. Back to the Bash Brothers.
I said I'd hit it if we got. That's the one. There's no audio with that though. Yeah, I guess we need to include audio. We're not in the dollar club. But there's the Donald. He looks a lot younger there, dude.
He does look a lot.
Right?
I
think that's probably Donald 1.0. That's not 2.0 for sure. He looks. He's a little bit older now. That's normal. People age, Joseph. Guys, BBAI is breaking out. There we go. $9 incoming on Big Bear. There's aggressive buying right now on Big Bear AI, $898. Here comes $899. This is about to take out $9. What a recovery. I mean, I don't feel bad for not trading this because this came into an area that I did not chart, and I wouldn't have not charted this area. This didn't hold at the 10. It didn't hold at the 20. I didn't perceive there to be any price action support at this level, except, for a few kind of zig and zag candles there at this 8.25 area. And then, it didn't hit VWAP either at 801. So I don't feel too bad about not taking this, but what a move up for Big Bear AI. It looks destined to take out that $9 area. Great move for BBAI at these levels, especially since we've been watching it all day. And I don't want to say it's predictable because earlier it was predictable when it really held the 10 exponential quite well. You could just basically look to shadow your entry off a pullback into the 10 and you were in the money. But that all ended right around kind of this area over here at almost 12 o'clock. You can kind of feel the algo that was buying it got turned off. It may be back on now, $8.99, showing right now. It looks like it's destined to take out $9, and it's probably attracting a lot of attention because CDT pulled back again. So we got into the 70 area, and now we're at 55. So I think, a lot of the traders that are really looking for that big squeeze name could be looking at Big Bear right now as it really does the dance with $9. Let's load up Big Bear over here. Do we have it? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so there is lots of size at 9. There's several thousand lots. I can't count them all that quickly because it keeps moving. It looks as if to be maybe about 5,000 lots or so, maybe more. Keep your eye on that. It's posted at $9. Here we go. Now you can kind of get the look of how much size is posted. And I have every single gateway. Okay, most of the gateways that are on there, I have the permissions for them thanks to Brenkels and the floor manager team now because there's 3 of them. But there it is. So that's only the size that we can see, guys. Keep that in mind, right? Because there could be a lot of hidden orders as well, hidden sellers, an iceberg order as we call it, that we can't see. And the only way we can kind of gauge how big the iceberg is by keeping your eye on the time and sales and trying to make comparisons between how much size is coming in versus what's posted on the level 2. Okay, and one other way I do it as well is to see how much size is getting taken off the level 2 when you're getting those prints. So for example, say you're at $8.99, right? And then you have a whole bunch of prints coming at $8.99, but the size over here is not being taken off. It's kind of staying stagnant or even adding to it. So then you kind of have an idea that there is a seller of note that's hiding their order, and that should make you on alert a little bit. There it goes. It takes out the level. Big Bear AI into 905. It just took out all those levels. 33.25. We're going on 34. This could squeeze. I have no idea what the short float is. Finding out right now, BBAI. We do have a 21.7% short float. Trade Ideas is saying 101.87 million shares. Let me see what my platform is saying about that. BBAI, let me have a look. So with respect to share float, I have 999 million 99.6. So 99.6 million, and trade ideas is telling me 101. So not much of a variance there. So we can kind of go with that. So Big Bear AI, huge move up, zigging and zagging right now with $9, but it's above it. That's the most important part. Let's see if it stays above it and whether it wants to continue to squeeze. And then one thing you can do to kind of try to, I don't want to say you use the word guess, but to make an educated assessment, there we go, I kind of dodged that guess word there, by chart it on the daily or on the wider time frame. And your idea here is to see, okay, well, if we're at these price levels and we're still got a higher short float, where could the shorts be involved? Well, we haven't been at $9 on Big Bear AI since May of 2022, okay? So you can make the educated assumption that the levels that people are holding the shorts at are at 1150, maybe down all the way into that 10,950 area. Or even higher, right? I mean, it really depends on where the majority of the shorts got in. And then one thing you can also do is zoom in on this area over here and look where the majority of the volume is, especially red day volume. Okay, so try to make educated guesses as to where the shorts are holding. It's a lot easier said than done. But this is kind of, just we're talking on the fly right now with respect to short float. Adara, what's up?
Be aware here of Meta here, META. Basically, this one, apparently, according to the information, the company issued company-wide communication to staff on Friday about these job cuts that are going to be announced on Monday. So keep an eye on META, reportedly preparing staff for upcoming job cuts, according to the information. Back to you.
Thank you for that. As always, Adara, guys, let's see what we got going on here. So what we did is we added to our Google position. We're going to see if Nvidia can hold the volume-weighted average price. But as of right now, holding on Google, where we put on the most size, looking for this recovery. One thing that I do like here, guys, is this V-shaped pattern that I often talk about. And it's looking like we might put that in here. So consolidation phase, sell lower, nice indecision prints here. Missed the entries on those, but that's okay. And then a nice little consolidation phase right here. So I think that we can go and tap into at 187. So I'm looking forward to that. And if it comes to fruition, then that'll be nice for us on the session. We were so close to hitting a 2-to-1 on the Playmaker as well. A high of 603.79, it seems to be the case. Well, not high, but a local high, if you want to call it that, a pivot high, sorry, I should say. But now pulling back in as some of these big names continue to sell. Tesla rejecting the volume-weighted average price as well, guys. So we have to be wary of that. If the market's going to reject the VWAP, then we might have to get out of Dodge and then find something else to trade. But, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
We got another $2 super chat. Luis Suarez. Can BBAI do any offering at the end of the day? Would you know anything about that?
So I responded to him.
Yeah.
They don't have to wait to the end of the day. They can do it midday. How many times have we been trading AMC, Neil? And all of a sudden, boom, the price starts dropping. It flushes. That's the word I'm trying to look for there. Well, what's going on? Oh, we took advantage of the bump up in price for an offering so that we could raise at a way higher price and make more money, obviously. So they can do it midday. You need to be on alert for that because they do it all the time, especially the small-ish companies that really have trouble raising capital. If they go into the debt market, they're going to get rinsed. And so they look to do it through equities, obviously, and the way they do it is by raising midday. So definitely, you're absolutely right about that, but they don't have to wait to the end of the day. They can certainly do it midday. Be careful, okay? We're long Big Bear AI at 10s. I just took some there at 20s. Now there's a huge seller at 20s. You got taken out 21s now. Let's see if this one wants to keep squeezing. I'm going to throw out another order at 30s, assuming we're able to get above this 21. 22s now showing up aggressive buying on Big Bear right now, so we'll keep tabs on that one. I still have to monitor my position on CDT because CDT looks like it's coming down close to my entry. But as Big Bear AI chops and turns at 25s, now we're at 25. Boom, we take out 25s there on the ask. So now we're waiting at 30. So good look right now. I've already moved up my stop to about 905, so it's going to have to hold this 9-ish area. Back to CDT. Look at this. I had to take some out there. Now we're coming into my area of 323. anything below 320, Joseph, I am gone. I am not going to give back on this trade. I was already negative on it. So if we don't take out these levels over here, come what may, I'm taking it out. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at Rich Tech Robotics right now, Sharif. This thing is absolutely soaring to the top side, trading at 320, putting in a really, really nice session, punching through VWAP with just extreme momentum. And I went and I looked at this thing from a daily. I think this is the one. I don't know. This might be the one I might just put $1,000 on and just let it do whatever. I don't know what this thing.
A lottery ticket?
Yeah, it's a pure lottery ticket, dude.
Like
An
that.
expensive
Fair.
one. Expensive one at that. But I mean, here we go. Trying to hit that 10 bagger, man. So let's see if that works out. I would have liked it down here at 211. Would have been up close to 100% as of right now. A little bit more than that, Sharif. We're trading at 316. Oh, well, not 100%, but almost double there. So, I mean, trading to 318 now and continuing to move. I think that this thing can maybe go and test those all-time highs eventually. I don't know. We're going to have to dig into the fundamentals of this thing over the weekend and see what's going on. But, I mean, these humanoid droids, I think that's the next thing. A lot of people, including myself, if we had the ability to get one and like it does cleaning and washes dishes and laundry, sign me up all day. So that's what I'm looking for in those names. Okay, guys, let's take a look at Bitcoin as well. Also starting to recover. We know that we tapped into that 101,000 just below it, so 100,000 and change, and now slightly recovering. There is some resistance levels or support levels at the 94 and the 92 that we know of. So we are bouncing off of these levels really clean. And then, yeah, what do you guys think about Bitcoin? I know we have a bet, Sharif and I, but I want to know how much longer we consolidate. Do we dip below 90? Just let me know your thoughts, everybody in the chat, because I'm super curious on what everybody thinks about this. I know there's a lot of Bitcoin bears, but there's also a lot of people who are bullish on Bitcoin. Don't get it twisted. For the long term, I am absolutely a Bitcoin bull. And how could you argue that? Look at this thing's history. It's absolutely insane. The one thing that's just kind of irking me is that the fact that these consolidation phases have been so long and then the moves to the top side have not been that extended. Again, you go on this nice move, and yeah, we can consider it like, Joe, this thing moved 33% or whatever it may be to the highs here, but then it's like, okay, you get that move, and then you just hop right back into like a 10K range, 15K range. It's kind of, yeah, it's annoying, but that's it. I think it dumps. A lot of people says Mimidron, Darth Buddha 5050. I like that you take me on X, Darth. Appreciate that. Not below anymore, says Steve Skashlik. Sorry if I butchered that name. Max Payne for BTC would be range bound for 6 months. You think so, Mark Stone? I mean, we've done that already, right? So think about when we enter this consolidation phase in March, and then we don't exit it until November. So again, maybe you're right, but that is a long period of time. Cigar stash here says 110 to 120 would be the top this cycle. You think that 110 and 120 is going to be the top to this cycle? I mean, we've just entered the second year of it. So we got 2 more full years, essentially, even more than that. And usually the third year in the cycle is the most bullish one. So, I mean, really, really interesting there. Angelo says BTC to 177K. Love the chiming in here as well, too, guys. Keep getting that feedback. Keep sending that feedback in, because I want to see what you guys are thinking about it as well, too. It needs the consolidation. So zero gravity Zen and regulars, it needs the consolidation, then pull back to compress. It even further, then breakout, episodic pivot. You could also get yourself, what does that mean? What does that mean, incredible Mr. Liv? I'm not even going to read that out loud. But yeah, I mean, I agree on the consolidation, because the moves, it takes so much capital to move these things now that you need kind of new groups of individuals to step in and move the price higher. So that's really interesting. I agree with you, Joe, but if the government start buying up BTC, that's a big trigger for an extended rally and shorter consolidation period. I agree with you, B. Joe. I totally agree with you on that. I think it just needs something really positive to give this name an additional leg to the top side. And I do think in the long run, if we really run into that supply and demand factor of this thing, Bitcoin, probably in my lifetime, I would not be surprised if it's $1 million. Like, yeah, what, on your trade or Bitcoin $1 million?
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean? But no, I'm a true believer of that. If this thing finds a specific use case, so what I was reading about the other day, so Sharif, domestically, like for you and I,
yes, sir.
Bitcoin it's like whatever, right? Because you and I, we can e-transfer each other.
Yes.
But the one thing is internationally that is really positive is that you eliminate so many fees, right?
Absolutely.
Right, and it's a fixed cost to transfer Bitcoin. It can be whatever the price amount, and it's fixed. So that's really interesting and makes it significantly easier to transfer money around the world than our current financial system. So if that really comes into play, it can send this thing to astronomical numbers.
No question about it. Let's talk about the other cryptos that we could use as well. I mean, isn't everybody talking about Solana and their fees? Like, I don't know. I'm not vouching for this, but XRP.
Right.
Some people, or Solana, they have this this new ETF, I think, and they were saying the commercial on CNBC was that it was like 28 times faster than ETH. I don't know if that's true, whether that's BS or not. But the point is, it's my knowledge, as limited as it may be about these other altcoins, no, I don't want to call them altcoins, other cryptocurrencies, is that they're cheaper to send than like the costs are a little bit lower. Is that accurate? Or
stable coins or altcoins are you referring to?
I think, well, all these like Solana, ETH.
Okay, well, so the thing is with
XRP,
Bitcoin is like the transaction time's a little slow and it can only do so many transactions per second or something along those lines, right? And they're just more efficient at those transactions.
Right.
So that's like kind of one of the issues, I guess,
I see.
with Bitcoin. It's slower. It's a lot slower method, right?
Like what I was hearing was, you know, that if I wanted to send money internationally, XRP had some of the best rates, and that's why it was kind of boosted up there. I mean, I'm not really too sure. That's not really what I'm involved in it for. I'm involved in it for an inflation hedge.
Okay.
Fiat, you can't trust these central governments to do the right thing. To do what the right thing that you perceive it to be. Maybe they think they're doing the right thing by adding liquidity into the market and helping maybe people that would be hurt otherwise. So there is that side, obviously, to QE and to printing and all that kind of stuff. But that hurts the fiat. I mean, I'll give you an example, dude. Egypt, everyone knows I'm from there. My cousin, he's a well-off guy in Egypt, right? Well-off guy, inherited money. All his money, Joseph, was in Egyptian pounds. Not all his money, the majority of his money. Then they let the Egyptian pound float naturally against the US dollar, not artificially keeping it up, which is what a lot of these banks do. All of a sudden, Joseph, when they allowed it to float against the US dollar, his wealth got cut exponentially because nobody gave him more pounds, Egyptian pounds, to make up for the difference that he had lost. So he needs to be able to hold that in a different asset, right? And something that isn't going to lose its value. How many people in Argentina got rinsed by that? How many people in Turkey got rinsed by that?
From hyperinflation.
Hyperinflation. So that's why I'm involved in crypto, because I just don't trust going forward that fiat is going to be, to be able to maintain its value.
I mean, but that's where I'm starting to really, I didn't know how I felt about stable coins, but again, it's kind of another way to transfer fiat currency significantly faster and easier internationally, right? It costs significantly less. And that's why I kind of find it more easy, and then I started to follow it a little bit more, and I agree with kind of the theory of kind of creating this digital fiat currency as well.
And weren't a lot of people talking about possibly what's it called? Some of the stable coins like USDC, Tether, I think is the other one, being good for corporations, because corporations have all these what they call Forex headwinds, and like Amazon, $2 billion in a Forex headwind because they had to convert their money, the money that they made overseas to US dollars. They do that, they lose value. So if they had kind of had that in a stable coin, then they wouldn't necessarily be losing that value. I don't know. Fact check me, Chad. Am I saying something that's wrong? Am I misunderstanding something? I'd like to learn a little bit more. So if I've said something wrong, please tag me, explain where I've gone wrong in this, or maybe there are other uses for it that I'm not aware of. All right, guys, let's get back to CDT. I'm done my trade. I got the high of the day on BBAI, so please just punch about that. There we go. So it was a smaller trade, but we took it out there. Now I'm really focusing on CDT. Again, it's having a lot of trouble in the high 60s. It's been having trouble there. We've got higher lows, but we've got a predictable level high. I don't want to take anything out here. I don't want to paper hand the trade. I've got my layers, my orders layered into the high day break, but we are still being kept down by the pre-market high. Okay, so this really makes me feel like I'm really reinforcing my rules. I will not do this again where I get in something south of the volume weighted average price. I'm up on this current trade. I'm down on CDT on the day, but you know, having gotten in earlier and then watch this one reject exactly where I thought it was going to be rejected really is going to reinforce that thinking in my head from now on about following my rules. Let's see what people are saying here in the chat. How about to use your own money to short your own currency? What's the sense? Explain. I mean, am I missing something, day trader? Explain to me, brother, because I don't get it. Ezekiel, I'm from Argentina, and my family and I have moved to the U.S. 20 years ago for those reasons. I'm assuming you're talking about hyperinflation. Argentina was suffering through that until this Malay guy came in and kind of got things under control.
Oh, Ahmed, man.
Harry Liu, different generations, different stores of wealth, gold for my generation. Yeah, I respect that fully, Harry. I've had this conversation with you before. You've talked to me about demand destruction in the past. I remember that conversation, and I completely respect the gold. Gold is making all-time highs, so clearly you're doing something right, brother. But I think they both can be equally valid at the same time. I don't think it has to be one to the exclusion of the other. Obviously, there's a finite amount of money to go on, but I would tell you that I don't even think we've scratched the surface right here. That's just my opinion about Bitcoin. My opinion only. All right, what else we got? What was this Ahmed guy saying?
Ahmed said he's from Alexandria.
Oh,
my favorite city
that's where I'm born, baby.
Oh, you were born there?
Absolutely. Moved here when I was 4.
Yeah?
Yep.
Oh, let's
87.
go, man. That's my favorite city I've never been to.
It's on the Mediterranean, made by Alexander the Great. Beautiful city.
That's exactly why, man.
Big library. It's called the Library of Alexandria. It's got a bunch of stuff. Got books, believe it or not.
Really? Jeez.
Yes, it is. All right, guys. We're having a good time on the show. It is Friday. I'm feeling good. It's Super Bowl weekend. It's sunny outside. It's cold as a mother, you know what, but it's very nice.
Is it that cold out there?
It's really cold and very windy. Very windy.
No.
Very. So that's the look there. All right, guys. We're still involved in this CDT trade. And I'm getting quite annoyed with the rejections into the 60 penny area, but I'm trying to pack my patience. I'm also keeping an eye on Uber. Uber got into that $76 area, got into 76.80, and now it's back down, guys, trying to hold above 76. It did wick below 76 ever so briefly into 75.60 and then moved back up. Let's keep an eye on the chat. What do we got here? Jeremy Newman, Sharif, Joe. Can't say thanks enough. Third straight week goal hit. Have a great weekend. Gonna go build a custom closet. Get it, boys. That's my man right there. Appreciate you, Jeremy Newman. Appreciate the good vibes. Now we got to pay some bills.
Let's pay some bills, guys. eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, folks. There it is. eSignal Sharif using it every day to showing you guys how fantastic it is.
It's a hell of a platform, man. Let's do this again. This is just some of the stuff that you can get, guys. Obviously, you got watch lists. That goes without saying. You got market depth. You've got detailed quotes. It shows you like market cap, financials, everything like that. Then you got your hot list for things that you can filter for. Look at this. For example, trade rate, trades, unfilled gaps, unusual volume, very short term down, very short term up. Like there's a zillion different ones you can go through. Above VWAP, below VWAP. et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of stuff here. You got your scanners, ETF City, Forex Watch, industrial, I don't know what this is, industrial basic quotes. Yeah, I guess these are industrials. You got the Zanger volume ratio. You got option stuff on this. Needless to say, it's a jammed packed platform. It's for the, that intermediate to advanced trader, or the people who aspire to reach those levels. It's definitely something you should have under your wing if you don't already have it from your broker. And I'll submit to you, even if you do have stuff from your broker, it likely doesn't meet the standard that eSignal has, because it's very trade specific. So shout out to eSignal. Marty. Dropping the cash in the chat. Joseph
Fly, baby.
Hey, $25 super chat. Shout out to Marty McFly. It's a balmy 8 degrees Fahrenheit here in Orlando. I hate you, Marty.
Yeah. Right?
Go grab a coffee on me. Great and entertaining show as always. Cheers. We appreciate you, Marty. Kind words.
Thanks,
all
brother.
class from you there, my man.
All class.
All class. What do you got there, Joseph?
Good stuff there, guys. Brad does real estate. We'll get Bear Bulls Trader. BVB, Bears versus Bulls. Can you just drop my X tag in there? That'd be much appreciated. And then we can just click that there. Whoever asked me just that. Brad does real estate. And then you can message me on X, guys. So Trader TV, Joseph, that is me. You can find me on X, guys. So there we go. Bang, right there. Thank you, Nightbot and BVB. Appreciate you. #1 mod out there, guys. Loving that stuff. But Marty McFly, we like that as well, too. So thank you very much for that $25 super chat. Oh, guys, come on, SPY.
What?
I thought we were going to hit the 2-to-1 here, Sharif, on the SPY. We were 50 cents off of it, and we had the inability to tap into that level. And now going to the sell side, really rejecting the volume-weighted average price. It's some of these big names here, my guy. Amazon heading to the sell side, Tesla heading to the sell side, Google headed to the sell side, Nvidia headed to the sell side. It's just a whole lot of red today, Adara, and I think that's going to be the case for the rest of the session.
Are we going to Adara?
No, Adara is an album. Yeah, no, I was
like, I didn't get the call.
No.
All right, guys, here's what I'm looking at. Affirm is coming back down into VWAP, and this might be an interesting trade here. Let's have a look at AFRM. So AFRM is...
Whoa. Sorry,
go ahead,
sorry
go ahead,
about
go
this.
ahead.
Sorry about this, Sharif.
No problem.
Sorry, Joe. We got the love, brother. We skipped this. Our bad. Good afternoon, guys. This is a $5 super chat.
My bad.
Yeah, it's all right. We'll make up for it right now, Sharif. We'll send this one to you. So,
yes, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. What do you think about mRNA? Earnings maybe be your thoughts. Here we go, Sergeant.
Absolutely. So I'm not going to give you a fundamental perspective on mRNA because, well, it's biotech and that's obviously very, very niche. But I'm going to give you a technical look at mRNA. So let's flip to the daily. Obviously, it's a bit of a tougher looking stock right here. It's, you're really at, I think these are pandemic lows because I was trading it in 2020, March of 2020. Yeah, March? Yeah. Maybe a little bit after that, maybe May or April at these levels. So let's go to the weekly. It's obviously a tougher look. I mean, yeah, there we go. We went IPO back in 2019, and here is March of 2020 is over here. Yeah, so there's March of 2020. So this is the last time we were at these levels. Exactly as I thought. March of 2020. This is when I was trading this. So needless to say, this is a bad look. It's obviously 5-year lows here, give or take a month. There has to be a technical reason to get into this trade. I mean, unless you understand the science behind it and you're certain that they're going to have a hell of a product on their hands, you need this to change trend. It's just, I cannot in good conscience at all tell you to punch in here. This is not the stock, guys. I mean, we got to $500, Joseph. Yeah. We got a 32.72 low day. So I'm sorry, man. I wish I could give you something a little bit better. But yeah, this is going to have to make higher highs and higher lows. It's going to have to get above these moving averages. It's not. It's still bleeding. You may, have an opportunity for this if there is something cancer related. I know that they were trying to use their mRNA technology for like a cancer vaccine, a cancer cure. I still haven't seen anything really substantive enough to kind of get me involved. But again, that's not my scope of competence. So I don't want to I don't want to pretend like I know more than I know about, but the technicals I can opine on, and they're not good. So I'm sorry about that. All right, guys, here we go again on CDT. We're right back into the 50s, still rejecting the 60s. I hate to keep saying this. I'm optimistic because we're putting in higher lows, but I genuinely am. The higher lows are there. I'm not imagining them. And I just perceive this as either it's going to flush and go to zero. No, I'm kidding, of course. Or it's really going to squeeze. CDT has an insane amount of volume. We have almost 125 million shares. We've been putting in higher lows literally since we made that low at around 12:35. So we've been going on an hour and 10 minutes, and it's the same area we keep rejecting at. That's mid 60s, high 60s area. It hasn't been forthcoming. Rohit, my man, thank you for the super chat. I'm going to cover that in a second for the $2, but for now, we're going to have to send it to Adara.
Look here at the US dollar because I think it's really timely. We've had a lot of updates with regards to the US dollar today, and I want to go over them all. Starting at 10 a.m., so we had a drop in the market around 10 a.m. We got slightly weaker than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment. But the bigger issue with this print was the inflation aspect, which we know is present when you have these University of Michigan prints. So the University of Michigan one-year inflation, well below expectations. This is the preliminary print, it's worth noting, not the final print yet. But it came in at 4.3% versus 3.3% expected. So that is really big and likely part of the reason for that push to the downside in the market. But then we had another push to the downside in the market with something else that impacts the overall economy, and it was Donald Trump's comments on tariffs. We initially had Reuters saying that Trump is likely to announce reciprocal tariffs today. Then we had CNBC reporting it's likely to happen sometime next week. And then Trump himself saying that there will be a reciprocal tariff announcement next week, and that there will be reciprocal tariffs specifically on some countries. So not only will there be an announcement, Trump said that there are going to be some countries impacted by reciprocal tariffs. He didn't specify which countries, but keep that in mind. Any of those countries that threaten to levy tariffs against the U.S. in retaliation could face more tariffs. That's basically what that announcement means. I hope that makes sense. And this market certainly here, the U.S. dollar actually trying to push back to the upside, basing out here on that 107.5, and right now actually above 108. So we'll go back to the Bash Brothers.
Rohit, thank you for the $2 super chat. Reads as follows. Goodbye. At multi-year support since 2021. He's talking about Ford. Look, I'm going to look at the technicals, but this is something I feel comfortable opining on because I like cars and I think I understand the car business a little bit better than I understand biotech. So let's go ahead and have a look at the daily on Ford. Actually, let's start with the weekly, Joseph, so we can get a better view there. So yeah, good call there, Rohit. First of all, this area that we're at here, this $9 area, has been a consolidation range going back to July, October 2019. We lost the bid, obviously, during COVID. That's to be expected. We did get those back. We did get those COVID highs that we may never, ever see again on Ford at $25, $26. But yeah, to take your point, we did find support at this $9 area back on October of 2023. We found support again in August of 2024, but we have been putting in lower highs and lower lows. I personally don't like legacy auto, okay? I don't like them for multiple reasons. I think they've gotten in their own way and they can't get out of their own way. Now, however you feel about unions, and this is not me opining on the pros and cons of unions, but the unions are basically a headwind on these legacy automakers. We can just see that based upon how they've performed versus how the other auto companies that don't have a union headwind have performed. I'm talking about Tesla. I'm talking about the Chinese EVs that don't obviously have to worry about workers' rights and stuff like that. So, there's a reason why this is trading at a 5 PE. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that
no way.
I'm pretty sure it's at 6.34. I'm sorry, 6.34. Okay, so it's really ugly, and I don't know if we recover. I really don't know. But your point well taken. It's a technical level of interest. There's no doubt about that. That $9 area has held up in the past. It held up in 2011. It held up in 2012. We did again, like I mentioned, briefly drop below it during the COVID crisis, but we obviously recovered quite well quite quickly there. So I hope that helps, Rohit. I hope you print up multiple storms on it, but I'm just not that optimistic about Ford. That's my take. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Hey, yeah, Jimmy, I'm worried about it, brother. Don't worry about that. I'm worried about it, that's for sure. So I got you, my guy. Blue Hat Interactive Entertainment Technology. Blue Hat Interactive Entertainment Technology is a producer, developer, and operator of augmented reality, okay? So interactive entertainment games and toys in China. Very interesting. Sitting at a $14 million market cap. Super small here. Let's take a look and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Okay, not something that I would necessarily look to be getting involved in, but I mean, these gaming centers are pretty cool in my opinion. They're not as popular here in Canada, I think, as they are overseas in the likes of Asia and etc. But we got one just around the corner from here as well too, Sharif. But I think these gaming centers aren't something that we've necessarily really adopted to over in the Western world. But again, I mentioned in Asia, I think they're significantly bigger. But let's take a look at what we got going on from an intraday perspective. Okay, wow.
What happened, Katina, man?
So here we go, guys. Up 44% off the lows on the session is Blue Hat. For the long term, I don't know about this thing. Again, a really small market cap, and there's most likely a reason for that. So we just got to keep that in mind. Jimmy, that's my 2 cents on Blue Hat. Hopefully that helped you out a little bit. If you're in this thing for the long term, then just make sure you have stops in place. That's all I can say. You can see that it's not moving really well. I wouldn't consider this as any form of long-term investment vehicle. But again, to each their own. And if you think so that it's going to be positive, then by all means continue to do so. But just make sure you have those risk measures in place. Now let's see what everybody else is talking about. Martin, can we take a look at Microsoft? Absolutely. We'll pull up the soft one here. MSFT. Okay, yeah, guys, so running into some key support levels, here's Microsoft. There might be some potential downside. We know that on the street, this capital expenditure on AI is really tough and extremely high. Some people referring it to as overkill, considering we know what DeepSeek has done now. So again, the street really not liking that in the likes of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon as well too, so we got to keep that in mind. But I think these big names will recover. They're top of their class for a reason, and I think it's only a matter of time. Multiple shakeouts, but eventually everything will get back on track there, Sharif.
All right, JKS Solar, Erlina, Vicente. I haven't seen JKS since the pandemic. I don't think I've been looking at that for a while. It's still on my watch list. I know it's a Chinese solar company, Jinko Solar. Here it is. Yeah, it's another very pandemic-esque chart, right? When you got into really all-time highs, obviously, for this company, and then down into the right we go. I don't know. I don't think the current political environment is going to be as kind to solar as maybe the previous administration, which didn't end up doing well. Even the solar industry, that is, didn't end up doing all that well during the 4 years that the Joe Biden administration was in power. So I don't know, unless something fundamentally changes about what we're hearing from the Trump administration about what they're going to focus on in energy. I don't know if we catch a bid here. Now, this is a Chinese company, so there's obviously, what they're doing over there in China could absolutely help this one move up. But I got to tell you, the technicals look real ugly. And we've been rejecting the 50 over and over. I mean, we've had attempts to break above the 50 and the 200, all of which have failed. We've continued to make lower highs and lower lows on Jinko Solar. So, yeah, not my cup of tea. I had a play back in the day with, 4 years ago or so, with a Canadian solar company called Canadian Solar. Believe it or not, CSIQ is the ticker. And that one was given to me by a friend of mine, Alfred. And you may not have heard his name in a long time. Yeah, Mr. Two-Piece Suit, or three-piece actually. And he actually had a banger swing trade on that, and that was in the mid-40s at a point. Now look at it. It's sub $1 billion market cap. It's been a tough time for these solar names. Hold on, the Katina man is chiming in.
I'd like to see Alfred back.
The Katina man would like Alfred back. Oh, consider it done. We're going to bring him back. We're going to have him come in, opine about the Mondelez and other, Tesla. Yeah, I'll read you what maybe I won't be able to read it because he uses a lot of expletives, Katina man. I don't know why, but that's kind of the character that he is. I bought a ton of TSM and ASML dip today. I'm down like to 8% cash because he was holding a lot of cash. I'll start closing these smaller positions to free up cash if needed. And then he sends me a very unflattering animation and he says, this is what it feels like to own a ton load of Tesla. And needless to say, the animation was interesting. So yeah, he's a character. There's no doubt about that. Shout out to him. Haven't seen him in a minute. We used to get in sessions every weekend in the summer, but obviously you can't work out outside in the winter, Joseph.
Well, you could, but I mean,
what's happening over here? Why'd that happen? Bites to bucks? Is that a new segment I'm unaware of? That was. But are we talking about the algo segment? Algo. Bites to bucks. What the hell is this? That was supposed to be the algo segment.
That's pretty cool.
And then your friend Chow over there kind of backed out, but that's okay. It wasn't. Yeah, I'm not making it up, Neil. Take care of him, Katina man. The Katina man. Oh, there you get him.
Yeah, pull it up, man.
All right, no, seriously, we're having a good time today, guys. I hope everybody is, at least positive on the week. I hope
Robert Corey, thanks. I appreciate that, man. They said keep me, man.
What's that?
I'm only joking.
What happened?
Robert Corey says keep Joe.
Why wouldn't we keep Joe?
Yeah.
Like, Joe's he's full time now. In case I haven't noticed.
Joe,
well, Joe's not going anywhere, baby.
Going
All right, what are we doing over here, Joe? We still got in one position. How about yourself?
I'm out, man. This market's been a rough rider's roll for.
That's a rough rider's roll.
So again, just forward looking now. We'll get ready for next week. Gonna do some due diligence, work on some things for you guys. Most definitely, we're gonna be running replay this weekend, guys, as we do every evening. So we'll be doing that. We'll be refining the system, looking for some better execution, and just trying to get that 1% better every day. Best believe that is going to be happening. So I'm gonna be enjoying that. And what else was I gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna be working on some lessons for you guys over the weekend as well too. So. Yeah, I appreciate that, Curtis Cash. Much appreciated. So yeah, that's what it is. The weekend's locked up.
You got that Strickland fight, obviously.
We got the Strickland Duplessis. Big title fight this weekend in the UFC. I think Dricus is going to win this one. The guy is just a forward-moving rhino tank. And
he beat Strickland?
He already beat him. Yeah.
I didn't know.
This is two. Yeah, this is MMA, two. Yeah. So Strickland Duplessis 2. Strickland debatably won the first fight, in my opinion. A lot of people, even Dana White, said he won the first fight. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, we got to see, but I think Duplessis takes it in the second round there, Sharif.
All right. Well, we've got obviously that. So if you're, looking for plans, you've got UFC Saturday night. Needless to say, we got the bowl, the big game Sunday night. I may or may not make it into work on Monday. Obi's on watch. What's that? RSI
video coming out.
Is that Neil's video? Is that the Neil's video? It's everyone. Okay, guys, we got a sick video coming out this weekend. It's educational. We talk about RSI, the relative strength index. It's going to get dropped on the weekend. So if you're in between things to do and you want to get your education on and sharpen your trading skills for the Monday Open, have a watch on that video. RSI video being dropped by the team here collectively. And if you're newer to trading, goes without saying, obviously, go to the what? Go to the bar?
The mouthful of food is absolutely. I don't
understand what the hell she's saying.
Yeah, it's so much. It's the food.
She stresses me out. You stress me out, Ram. All right, it's like 1:59, Joseph. All right, I'm gonna hold this position while I'm on the green screen. I'm gonna really open up my spot. I'm gonna give my stop a bit more room, so that way, if it comes down against me, I can fill. But I have a feeling, if I can just show the chart, CDT is putting in higher lows, and it really looks like it wants to take that flat top at around 360. So I'm gonna continue to hold this position. The Katina man's in the Tesla right now. He's going to talk all about it. He's printing up a storm. It's time to send it to Neil. It's time to send it to Sean. Joseph and I will be sitting back. Same bat time, same bat channel. See you guys.
Guess who's back?
Massive. What a massive midday show.
I love
that show. Is
Joe listed all the things this weekend, which is great. Stay busy, have fun. I don't think I heard the Super Bowl.
No, you're not interested. He's not interested.
He's not watching the
Nah,
Super
he not
Bowl.
interested.
Okay, no, that's fair, man. To each their own. I'm watching the Super Bowl. Maybe we'll. I haven't even looked at the prop bets, so I can't even say anything like what do I like, what do I not like.
Yeah,
but, I like the Chiefs. There you go. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I think
I don't even know. I don't know what the over under is. I don't know.
Yeah, I think 47.
What am I hearing in my? Oh, shoot! I have my YouTube. open. I'm hearing the ad for the stream. I'm like, what is going on in the news source?
Make sure. I mean, we're close to 500,000 subscribers. People got.
Make sure you hit the like and subscribe.
What else is new? Okay, so we have Tesla. The only position we have on right now is short. It's $4. It's not 1. It's not 2. It's not even 3. It's $4 right now in the money on this trade. So we'll see. We did get partly stopped out of some of our trade there when it broke through the high of the day. We should have just waited for VWAP, to be honest with you. But look, short, whap. But so far so good to the downside there for Tesla. We had started the day trying to go short. Then we went long. Then it lost 370. Then we went short. Then we got stopped. Then it was. So a nice little roller coaster up and down and starting to cover right now into the day's low again for Tesla. Again, you don't want to be wrong into the close. We've seen Tesla really ramp itself up, but we're nowhere near VWAP right now. We're nowhere near the 50-period moving average. And in fact, it's roller coaster ride downside right now. I'm leaning towards the short side of this market, and we'll just wait to see. We have lots to talk about, man. Elf Cosmetics, Nvidia, Palantir. We got stopped out here of our last little piece right there as we break through the 200-period moving average. But, oh boy, was that a trade there on Palantir today as well, reaching all-time highs one more time, Neil, at 116.
No, I laugh when you say all-time highs because
it's like every day, right?
Yeah, well, but like it's not just the everyday. It's like multiple times in the day. Like it did an all-time high at Palantir did an all-time high at 936. 948, 940. You see what I'm saying? Like every one of these little wicks, fresh highs, like so many moves. I'd like to see it revert off of VWAP as well here on Palantir. Like show me a stock, actually legitimately, how many stocks are green on the day, trending up and holding VWAP right now? Palantir, maybe Uber probably.
Oh, here I can see it.
Yeah, you know what?
Uber is really nice, man.
No, Uber, yes. Bill Ackman.
It's a firm. It's Uber. It's SMR. SMR is huge.
SMR.
SMR 6%, 8%. SMCI 5%. Alibaba 4%. Coinbase 3%. Palantir 3%. Roblox 2%. XOM 1. Oracle 1. IBIT 1. Meta 1.
Hold on a second. Why is SMCI up?
I'm not sure. What?
I don't know.
I was just reading them all.
That's a surprising one to me. Like,
Starbucks up. That should not be a surprise.
Nvidia's down. SMCI.
And once again, Netflix, all-time highs. One more time for Netflix.
Go Netflix.
This was one that we talked about on that day that we had off. And I was just like, I like Netflix. I like what they were bringing to the game. And since then, man, oh boy, did we have a huge move off earnings. Nice move for Netflix. Straight to the upside into new uncharted territories. Wait for split on this one. Netflix has a split on it for sure. Next quarter. I don't know. Maybe it's like traditionally, maybe they split third or fourth quarter. I don't know what that stat is, but I would think that Netflix, again, just to get into the name for options and things like that and just make it easier for Wall Street bets and all that to trade this. Yeah, I mean, I think you can go 20 to 1, bring this thing down to $50.
I don't get why it hasn't happened. Why hasn't it happened already?
Well, because some CEOs don't really care, honestly. It's the board's decision, and they're just like, things are working out. We'll just keep it the way it is.
Ooh.
And it worked out, man. It worked out. Like Amazon was $4,000 or something at one point. Google was a rocket ship as well before they split. Nvidia was
Broadcom too.
1,800. Yeah, Broadcom.
Chipotle.
Yeah.
Well,
so yeah, it's just going to go up and down. But that's another name. And then Uber today with Bill. Thing is, like, now we at least know that Bill Ackman's watching the show, because we talked about building into an Uber position. Of course, when I announced that we're building into an Uber position, the stock goes down. But when Bill Ackman announces that he's building into a position,
it must be nice.
It goes all the way up. I know, that's what I'm saying. It's not fair.
What's his name? It gets to do that too.
Josh Brown.
Josh Brown. That CNBC bounce, sometimes that's what we call it. Like, they'll talk about it in the middle of the day, and it's like perfectly timed because it always happens the lowest, like the light volume midday. They're not making those announcements like 9:30 in the rush where there's more liquidity and it wouldn't happen. It gives you those perfect time moves, which is what it is.
Come on, Tesla.
We got a super chat. This one's for you.
One's for you.
Drew, what's for you? Drew.
Oh, for me.
Drew P.
Don't do it,
Drew P. Bow.
You almost got me.
Drew P. Bow.
You almost had me. Usually I read it first and then I would say it.
Just say Drew P. That's enough.
Yeah, Drew P. Made almost 500 from the Elf on the Shelf. Much appreciated. Beers on me. Tell Sharif I said hi. Actually, there will be something that gets bought on the grad party.
Oh, good. Right there, Elf. Yeah, you're welcome for that one. There's $64. You made 5 bills. That's exactly what we're here for, man. There it is. Nice move. We got a piece, like we didn't get out all at 73, but we only had 10% left. So this is still my P&L number 1 today. So congratulations to Drew on that play. But guess what else is printing right now? We have a position on Tesla, which is still $4 and going lower into the low of the day right now. Tesla's low of the day, 366.30. And right there, so we take another piece out right there on Tesla. We in the building. It's Friday night, and we're feeling aight right now.
Sharif.
Yeah, 500,000 subscribers. Thank you to Rob also for everything. Like, we wouldn't be able to be at 500,000 subscribers if we didn't have the support and everything, you know, from the IT department, from the tech department. I mean,
Mark, Rob, Andy.
Neil continuously watching maybe possibly inappropriate videos. Your thing
all
keeps
the time,
going
man.
High CPU usage, and we had to get Rob involved on that one. So nice one, Neil. For
What was
that.
I watching this afternoon? No.
I mean, if you want,
Well,
to discuss it.
No, all I watched was the trailer for the new Jurassic Park. That's the only thing I watched on YouTube. Which actually, let's go with Johansson. I'll probably watch that. Let's go to Sharif. Oh, wait a minute. $4.99?
$5.
Let's do it. We need to get to 500,000. Would be amazing to do that before the weekend, everybody. Hit that like, hit that subscribe.
Oh, boy.
Oh, easy.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil and Sean, they're ready to go, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your ticker up there is to join Joe and I on the How to Trade Midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber, so hit that subscribe button and help us get to 500,000. We'll throw it right back to the community. All right, guys, let's have a look at the major averages. They're all in red territory without exception. We have the ES down 0.84, the NQ down more than 1%, about 1.1%. The Dow faring the best of the three over here, 0.9, and the Russell 2000 a bit of a tougher day for small caps, down 1.25. Let's look though at the first ticker as decided by you guys, Nvidia. So this one was flat the majority of the midday show, around that 129 area. It's down now 1/3% with the market coming down. No specific catalyst on this one, guys, but we're all ears for these earnings reports to see if the CapEx continuing to be spent on AI continues now that DeepSeek's kind of thrown that curveball to everybody.
The DeepSeek dive on Nvidia. Look, Nvidia started out like it was every single day this week, where it was a long. Every day it's been a long, it was dips in the pre-market, it was breakout, and then we lost VWAP. I tried it multiple times off. VWAP was red, it was my worst stock. We flipped into some shorts, eventually we shorted it, and now it's right back underneath. So it was strong. There's that curl. I went into AMD maybe not at this moment. AMD was at VWAP, this was over VWAP. But now got to think short. On Nvidia, it's red in the afternoon, which is different for it this week. You know, we just haven't really seen this. It's also a fail of the 130 level. That was a big level that we liked to fill in this gap. So you failed the top of this 130, and I think you're looking for shorts, Randy. So into VWAP, we'll look for a short. I'm in AMD, which is a little different. Like AMD's a little bit lower, like broke down, and then just sort of holding a lower high at 108.5, down a couple of points here. Randy with the coffee. I'm gonna need a tea. It's really cold in here.
Yeah, tea. Okay, I'm just putting in a stop order here at 367.50. We're $5 in the money now short there on Tesla. Okay. Nvidia, Randy and Sharif almost got into a fight earlier. So
I gotta watch that.
Yeah, that would have been great, but no, it would have been great, but it would have been fun. Yeah. All right, so. Yeah, look, I mean, Nvidia was good until that news, and then I left it alone. So I was actually talking with the guy over there in the algo room, and he actually was on this pretty much the same trade here with me. But yeah, Nvidia was breaking higher. It was working. We had dip bought it into the 200 period. It was working. We did get stopped out right there before realizing that the 200 period was right there. Sometimes I put these stop orders in and then like not forget about the trade, but we're working on so many other ones. At the end of the day, right there, 10:05 or whatever, it was tariff announcement there by Trump that they were going to be retroactive. I have to we have to get more stories. Join Adair and I,
so crazy.
yeah, on the recap show. We'll try to discuss all of the reciprocal. That's what it was. Thanks, Adair. Tariff there. So, anyways, at the end of the day, that's the move down, and we did not rebuy it. I like this level, and it's just funny that we wrote down here Nvidia, the low of the day. This note was made at 8:30 or earlier than that, and it says here 127 to 127.50. for Nvidia. So, yep, wins again. Long story short, Nvidia, good stock, nice one, only down 0.5, relatively strong, but I'm looking short.
Yeah, the Nasdaq's way worse.
Yeah, that's it.
This is definitely a counter move, guys, here, bucking the trend with the overall market. Uber taking out $76, is kind of back into 75 now. We're almost up 10%. Down to about 7 1/3. Here's the headline. Midday, we got word that Bill Ackman made bullish comments on the stock and announced that he bought 33.3 million shares of Uber. We've been talking about Uber for a while. They've defended that $60 area. It did report. It did drop after the report, but I think it's well past above that high. Something's going on with Roblox. What's up, Neil?
Okay, so I haven't heard any news. I just volume spike on Roblox through VWAP. That's all. I got to restart, but bit of a drop here. $1.50 down on Roblox. This just happened a couple of minutes ago. It doesn't look like it's only a technical thing, but I still haven't seen any news on it. We'll keep our ears to the ground. I actually saw in the chat someone's like, "How does Adair get the news so fast?" We have multiple news services at the big desk up there.
Twitter. I mean, it's not rocket science.
Yeah, you have
everything open.
You have to have everything open. Basically every possible news source open so that you can have it all and then just be focused on bringing it. That's why you're in the right place if you're looking for the moves. I mean, we're going to see the price action on Roblox before we even get a story and know that there's something up there. Uber is who we're supposed to have been talking about. I wanted to make sure we saw that on Roblox, which, I don't know, I feel like there's a buying opportunity down there if it gets back to the 50 level. That's a different story. Okay, so Uber, I got wicked out of Uber, and if you get wicked out at a low, you should get back in. If you get wicked out at a high, you should get back in. So it did a trend reversion, and I got a really bad entry, so I wasn't a huge fan of that. Ideally, I'd be long in here, underneath 50. I ended up chasing it all the way at 80s. It then wicked the resistance level. I'm like, okay, let's jump out. And of course, 5 minutes after, or 10 minutes after, that's when the Bill Ackman thing hit. I was already out of the position, and then getting back in when I thought we'd pull back to this level. Well, after the Ackman news, that was it. You weren't getting that price. Uber's been absolutely on a tear. I think when you look at this, as long as it holds $74, all good today. It could pull back with the market, and if 74, maybe even 73, 74. Can hold on, which is around VWAP there, or the earlier support, I think you're good to go. This is the stock that I'd be looking to short this afternoon. Nvidia looks a little bit weak. I'd probably short some pops on Nvidia, but Uber, if we bounce off the lows, if anything, look for a mean reversion. If it just trends down into VWAP, catch the bounce.
Roblox, I know we're not talking. Roblox is part of an active. I mean, it's our show.
Come on.
I'll go silent right now for a long time. People might even like that, actually. We are bidding right here, 365.56 right now on Tesla. It is the absolute low of the day right now. We're bidding the low of the day to get out of 10% more of what we have. It is a $5 winner right now. Yeah, no, Roblox we're hearing it right now. So there is some sort of an investigation. SEC confirming Roblox is involved in a active investigation. So we'll have to wait. SEC. Okay, so I don't know why Securities and Exchange Commission would be worried about this. Normally you're worried about, the FTC or whatever, like
Exactly.
especially with video games and things like that, electronics and whatnot. But there it is. Oh boy.
Or like the DOJ
We
for stuff.
there it is, man. It is a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a $5 winner on Tesla right there. We're going to talk about it next. So we'll just chill out with that. Shout out to everybody out there. Like we said, man, Bill Ackman, obviously watching the show. We've been championing Uber since $60. We've been buying it since $80. Our average price is finally in the money, about that, just over 10% right now. Nice move there on Uber. Pretty much all today. Ackman comes in. He likes the stock. I like the stock, and I'm in the name. And I was thinking to get something out around 80. With this news, definitely when there's an activist in there, they will dump their shares, of course, because this is what they're doing. They get long, then they pump it up. They go on shows, they pump it up. We've told you from day one that the market's rigged. So there you go, as another example. We'll wait to see. I feel like $80 would be a smart level. I'll probably get out of a quarter there and then see if we can make new highs. I like Uber. I don't want to get out of it, but I don't want it to be a huge piece of the portfolio. But yeah, Uber, good name there. I like it. I like the stock. And we'll continue to look at Uber as the show goes on, especially on a VWAP dip buy. We've really held it this whole day. I mean, VWAP did not break at all. So SEC just now confirming that. So the Bloomberg company has faced questions about,
Player data?
company has facing problems about reported player data. Okay.
So they don't like them.
Anyways, Roblox down 1%. So yeah, how the mighty have fallen once again. But they were down yesterday, huge.
Remember, it's $16 from the low on the earnings yesterday.
Yeah. But maybe those earnings are maybe now they're in question, right? I mean, if we're going to start questioning daily active users or whatever that was right now, but it don't matter because it's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, Neil, it's not 4. Neil, you might think it's $5 in the money, but then that would be wrong as well. Now it's $6 right now in the money. As this Tesla short, we flipped up on that short, man. We talked about short early. We decided to go long. We flipped it on its head, and there it goes right to the downside. Tesla be paying right now as we go to the downside. So there's a little look at the stock. Let's go hear the story from our guy over there on the green screen.
11.5% decline, Sean, in sales year over year. That is Chinese sales, obviously. At the same time, BYD, which makes both electric or strictly electric and hybrid vehicles, is up 47.5% year over year there. So you can kind of see the cyclicality of that, Sean. And as I don't need to tell you, you're in the short. We're already down 2.5%.
Right there. We got 66s, so we just get filled at the low of the day. The low of the day is 61. All right, so look, we like Tesla short to begin with. It's written on the sticky note. I didn't, or maybe it's not. We did talk about it earlier. No, it's not. Palantir, Nvidia, ELF. Thank you so much for that super chat on ELF, man. I mean, making $500 on that is pretty sweet, so I want to thank you for that. All right, so anyways, at the end of the day here, let me show you, it must have been this reason why. We like the short rate into here. I talked about this little level of 375. As you can see, we ran that 375 pretty easily up to 380. We're not short the top, but once it came back in and underneath the 200, we started going with it. We had lost long. Now let's go back over to see exactly how we traded it. So there's the stop out there. We're flat on Tesla at this point. We're red on it, but we were talking about it. It was a cup of coffee, no problem. Then it came in, we went long, and it was a really great trade up to VWAP. Then we tried the long on 370. It does not hold 370. The minute it does not hold 370, we start to go short. Make money, stopped out on the 50 period, make money. No stop outs, no stop outs, no stop outs, make money. Stopped out at the high break of only half of our trade. I'll have to look back at the percentage. It could have been a quarter, but half of the trade there stopped out, and then come back to it and notice this. So the key takeaway for me on this Tesla is when you're averaging into the 200 period, these are 370, 370, 50. Like there's an in right there at 371. There's an in at 371. That stop out, although absolutely brutal, of 371 and a quarter, that is like 50 cents, right? And so when you're whoops like that, as long as you're holding something, you're probably either at least covering up your mistake there and or banking a whole crap ton on the way back down. So this is going to be a good one for me there on Tesla here today. With holding on to this short, I want to be short into the close. We talked about the market just fading off. VWAP held today perfectly. The 50 period's very aggressive. And then we'll start talking a little bit about our TQ's positions and whatnot when we go over the futures, but over to Neil now.
Nothing to add on Tesla, just a great trade there and an opportunity here on the NASDAQ with Hive Digital Technologies, HIVE on the NASDAQ, pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining, a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Scan that QR code you see in front of you if you're interested in learning more. Amazon missed? Did they? Did it though?
Did it?
Kind of did. Kind of did. There was a trader who used to, like, no matter what you said, he would just be like, really? He'd be like, oh, stock X just went up like $1. Did it though? Did it really? And it's just, after a while, you're like, okay. Slap the taste out your mouth. No, well, let's go to Amazon. They did. I mean, whatever.
Did you though?
Did we? Did it really?
All right, guys, so here's what happened. It was the guide. The revenue guide was below expectations. We also had a bit of a miss on AWS's revenue, despite the fact that they grew year over year. Percentage-wise, their growth rate was higher than expected, but revenue did miss. They also have about a $2.1 billion Forex currency headwind as they convert some of their currency from overseas back into US dollars, with the strength of the US dollar really hurting them there. But I don't know, guys, we're coming on to lows. We've tested this level before. Can we see a flat bottom break?
I hope not. What? Oh.
Dude,
I
Tesla's
literally
almost
could have
Tesla's almost
hit the
$10.
same button too.
You had one job, Rampant.
They're hating on Ramin right now.
I won't take. I mean, Joe
What's the big
better
deal?
watch out, man. I'm just saying, like
Dude.
Joe's now hating on Ramin.
Wow.
Like a lot of Sharif is rubbing off on you, my guy. You better watch out for my girl over there because straight up.
Dump it.
I did it last time. I didn't get the assignment this time.
I'm just saying.
It's hitting the I mean, whatever.
That was some good tuna, if you know what I'm saying. So I'm gonna, all right, $7.
How come you always get to whatever. No.
Exactly. That's the thing. Watch out. What was that, Ramin? Steals?
It was better than the chicken.
Steals?
Better than the chicken.
Oh my God.
The tuna on your.
When it's like, hey, whenever there's tuna, you can just take
For the
it.
record, I watched you go up there negotiate with Ramin, who trades it.
I'm on
willingly
Sharif's side now.
For the tuna. The tuna on the salad is like cigarettes in prison. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the currency up in here.
Yeah.
Whoa, hey.
We'll do it live.
Yo, easy. Yo, easy.
She's lost her way. The only problem with wearing this is that they're polarized. I can't see my screens now.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Oh man, I don't need to see these
that's
screens.
the
Just
problem
wake me
with
up at
these.
360 Tesla. But anyways, oh yeah.
When I wear these, like some of my level 2, because I have the old colors from like 20 years ago, and one of the levels on the level 2 is like a blue that I can't. So now I can't read like that level. See that one? It's a dark blue.
We gotta change that.
Which I could change it, but I don't wear this enough. Amazon could flat bottom break, but we kind of said this morning, I don't think Amazon's going to be the trade. You probably, look, there was a short, but that was when news dropped, so that was it, and it's somewhat of an inside day. I think you got to let Amazon settle down for a couple here. Let it settle for a day or two. The 50 period has been a good support level for Amazon since what? Well, it's actually September 11th.
Punched up more Tesla.
So yeah, I like the 50 period on Amazon. I think you let it settle for a couple of days. It's down here at that 225, and just let it flow. Like it's not as bad as Alphabet, but we knew if they missed on the cloud, we knew this was going to happen. It was going to be down if they didn't have a good number on cloud. It was that simple.
Yeah, I mean, down 4%, that kind of sucks. I mean, we like Amazon. It's a good holding. I think you take advantage of that. I would let this all settle down. We just punched out some more Tesla right now. It's just like with this whole tariff talk, I don't think any big cap tech is really in danger as far as any of that is concerned. I mean, we got to watch out for the US dollar possible move, as well as we repatriate money back in for names like Google and Microsoft and Apple and all that. Amazon, just again, it was such a great move in the last let's call it 6 weeks, I guess. Nice upside move there. So I'm not surprised that it pulled back. We had made this sort of call. I said yesterday that it was setting up to be exactly like Google. The chart of Google and Amazon are almost identical off earnings, where they made that high, they bounced off the 50. Google and Amazon almost look identical, actually. Right there, bounced off the 50 period, started making new highs, started barcoding, and then lost one of their metrics, right? And so downside, because you have to be perfect if you're going to do that. So right now, Google, again, it was just set up for perfection. That's basically all that it is. And it's just, it wasn't perfect. Okay, so you're going to see the same thing here. So here's Google off the 50 period. Here it is making new highs and barcoding up there. And then whoops, right back down to the 50 period moving average. So very, very similar to that of Amazon. And I think the writing was on the wall. We saw Microsoft miss, we saw Google miss, and now we see Amazon miss in the cloud. And then a name that we didn't even get to, that Sharif and I, we were all over this last night, or maybe it was a couple nights ago with Cloudflare. I can't remember what.
Yes.
It was last night. So this name, again, is kind of going the other way. So it's not like it's all bad. It's just, what were the expectations? Some of these littler known players are kind of flying under the radar right now. Okay. Ramin just mentioned that Trump is around and doing a few things here with the Japanese Prime Minister, so we'll figure out what's going on there, especially if we're looking at a Nippon Steel, United States Steel deal. So that's $40 not moving around right now. Okay, SMCI one more time, and then we'll start talking random stuff.
Yeah, another good day for SMCI, Sean. It was up yesterday, it was up the day before, up again today. There's no headline. There hasn't been a headline for the last couple of days. This is from Wednesday, and I think it's running off this. It continues to run off this. They did announce the full production of the Nvidia Blackwell rack scale solutions with the Nvidia B200. That is the Blackwell processor that we're all waiting for. There's been some speculation about delays and demand with DeepSeek coming out, but guys, the market's not buying that narrative. SMCI up again today.
SMCI is having a really good week. This is the problem. Like, when Palantir is having a Palantir week and Nvidia is having a good week and the market's today notwithstanding, and the market's having a pretty good day, usually it gets a little better than this. But yeah, wow, just a continuation for SMCI. They've said they're going to report numbers next week on the 12th, I believe. So there's a lot that this could do to the upside. I know this is not split adjusted. There's a lot that it could do if we break away from this 50-period moving average, just even a small size gap retracement. Like, remember how much it's got woodshedded from those highs. So it's not ridiculous if they were to have a good number that you could get a good breakout. Nice trend, no questions asked, and probably would have been worth paying a little more attention to SMCI. I know we went over and finally looked at Uber, and that's been ridiculously strong and trending up. Palantir has been, although Palantir just lost VWAP. But SMCI having a really good day. I'm not necessarily a huge fan. The other day, someone asked us, what do you like better, for a short-term play? And it was like Intel or SMCI. And I was like, well, if you buy Intel, if I were to buy Intel, I know I could stop out at the low of the day. Mm-hmm. But with SMCI, I'm like, well, what happens if they delay their earnings again next week? You're down 20-something%.
Right.
So that was just my fear from a risk to reward. It's just not the chip name that I'd be a buyer of on dips. To me, it's Nvidia.
Oh, you're done? Okay, yeah.
I did that on purpose. To me, it's Nvidia, and I was like, should I name another one? No, you could. Broadcom's a good stock. I still like. I like the ASML better before all of this back and forth rhetoric with, all the tariffs and all that stuff. But I think they're a good company too. Yep. I like ARM, but.
Yeah, no, I think ARM's good because it's a little bit of a different play. It's a pure play into the chips, right? So I could definitely. Thank you, Sharif. That was a contested situation there during the midday when we had Sharif v. Randy.
Well, I missed the whole thing.
It was nothing. He just kept on assaulting him, and then Sharif's like, do it one more time, there's going to be a problem, and then he stopped. So I actually told Randy, I'm like, you better stop doing that ASAP because, I'm right here. I don't need to get involved with this because, Sharif doesn't want any of this smoke. All right, so really.
Oh, so this is
we have a super chat here. So I wanted to get to this actually. So Joe is excited for this. I don't know if he should be or not, but
Joe would get his butt whooped.
So is there or has there been, and Sharif is still here right now, has there been a push-up challenge between Joey Options and Sharif? I think both may be down for that. I don't know, but I know there was one between Neil, the Sally Upside.
Whoa, Look, man, I'm like, we'll both do the Bring Sally Up challenge. I had no expectation of beating Sharif in the Bring Sally Up
What
challenge.
does beating mean? But what does a push-up challenge would just mean? Hey, okay, good, we're all here. All right, but these guys, of course, these smart guys on the side here, they know they're on, but they're not. They don't have their
Get a
mics
mic.
on, of course.
Put on a mic. And then you
put
guys
on the
come-
mic, man. I need to talk
No,
to you
I'm
guys.
just saying, like, Sharif completed the Bring Sally Up challenge, which is completely insane. Anybody that doesn't know what the Bring Sally Up challenge is, by the way, the market continues to flush. Palantir is going through VWAP. The Nasdaq's at fresh lows of the day. Tesla's probably a bajillion in the money. I'm getting out of an AMD down here at the 107. No, but the Bring Sally Up challenge, it's like a cadence in a song where like you do push-ups and then Bring Sally Up, you're up, and the down, you hold it, and then there's like 5 or 6 times where you have to hold it in the down position and your chest doesn't hit the ground. It's 30 push-ups. All I gotta say is this. David Goggins did this. You can watch. David Goggins did it and was like, that's hard. So I knew when I tried it that I couldn't complete it, and Sharif is a bit of a beast. Joe, you don't want any of that smoke. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
First of all, Goggins
I'm all about Joe here. I'm all
Goggins
about Joe.
has nothing on me.
I'll bet you asserts. I bet you.
We're doing it, man. We're doing it live.
Hold on.
500K. 500K, maybe we'll get it done.
He's doing his
Bang.
push-ups at night. I'm doing them in the morning. I think that's a fair deal. It's not like one of us is taking it off. Let's put this money on the table. We already have.
Hold on, wait a minute. What do you mean doing it at night?
You can do it right
Another
here,
bet.
right now.
No, let's just double up the other.
We're doing it live.
You do it right
doing it
here,
live,
right
man.
now.
We're doing it live.
Live.
All right.
Right here. Go.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
Well, I did them right there on that dirty stage. What's wrong with
It doesn't
that?
matter the environment, really, Neil.
Right, exactly. This is my guy. This is my guy right now.
Okay. Now we're
It doesn't
talking.
matter where it is. Anytime, any place.
Anytime, anywhere. That's right. Okay, so here we go, man. Okay, so they want to raise $100 in super chats. Thank you so much to Real, Tony Barnes, right here, Sharif and Joe. There's the $20. Let's get it going. And then we'll just celebrate with the money afterwards. I don't know what we'll do, but maybe we'll pour some champagne on Joe's head when he wins or something like that. So we can get that all figured out. Thank you so much for everything there. The Real Tony Barnes. We've got these guys all ramped up, man. We do it live.
Better win, Sharif.
Yeah.
We should have a side bet.
Sharif's trying to figure it out right now. That's the thing. So now we've got heated moments.
Joe's very confident. I admire the confidence for sure.
I think Joe wins.
Joe's confident is all heck, man. Mike?
Right.
So
perfect.
here we go. So
Yeah,
what we'll
exactly.
do, anything we get for the push-up challenge for super chats, we're going to donate to a charity. And how about it goes?
Right.
How about the winner gets to pick? So Joe can pick. If he wins, then he can pick the charity, and if Sharif wins, he can pick the charity. I think that's a great idea. We're all about that.
It's you got to Venmo it to Ramin, and then we'll deposit it
That's one way to do it.
into the charity
That's one way to do it.
of choice.
Oh goodness.
Okay, that should be fun. So what? You know what? We don't have to super chat anything right now. We'll prepare something. We'll get it like officially
let us-
done. That way we can do that because obviously donating to a charity, and I bet you we can get Real Trading to help sponsor that.
Well, we can do that. I think we can do that.
Oh yeah. We'll just keep adding them up.
Yeah, well, we can add.
Yeah. So anybody that super chats, these guys are getting excited about the $10 here, but I mean it is really nice. Thank you so much, Nimrod as well, and D Loaf going off right now as well. So we are super excited for that. We will get something official. We'll start adding it all up. We'll keep a running total, and then we'll get like a little. Maybe like a flyer or something that we can tweet out or whatever,
absolutely.
and then we'll get people to watch. Yep. Along with the 500,000, you don't get 500,000 subscribers. None of this is happening. So that's the whole thing, man. We do it. Was it well said? I don't know. Okay, so here
it was
we go.
said.
It was said. Yeah, it was said.
That's for sure. It was
well said. I don't know, but okay. So what's been well traded was Tesla to the downside. I'm only holding one position right now. We could get back into ELF. I was actually thinking, but that shelf right now broke, and we wrote this down. This was a big trade for me today. It was 64 long. It still remains my P&L number one. So, and that was really early. That was like right off the jump. We actually called this on the super chat. It was a great trade. And then now it's just kind of faded out a little bit, back into the VWAP. And then there it goes, right? Even despite it being a bad day for ELF, you still get that VWAP, right? There's the VWAP hold. There's the bounce. We talked about the flush early. It does come through. So that's nice. But since then, though, I mean, if you're looking at this, there was the next trade. The only problem with that is a lot of traders looking at VWAP. You could see it's the biggest volume candle of the whole afternoon happened once we broke through VWAP. Then you got that. That's like, this is a great signal there to go long if you can see that exhaustion wick, but often those are almost impossible to see real time. So, okay, so we are just moments away. We're at 499,000, couple away right there. But then we still have 1,000 after that. It'd be great.
We could do it.
It'd be great to get it today. I mean, I think we can do that. How many do we have watching? Like, how many of you watching are actually subscribers right now? We have 5,000 watching. If you're not a subscriber, just hit it, because we're getting very, very close. We will have the live tracker up soon at some point, or at least we'll throw to it every once in a while and get that going. So we want to thank everybody again for supporting the show, and we'll get that 500,000 rocking and rolling stat. Palantir ain't waiting for anybody either. I mean, another 2.5% today. Does touch out at 116. What a great level that was. But right now you are underneath everything. I can't love the long until we get back into some support, which would be 112 or so, and into the Friday afternoon sort of potential, I don't know, like, we just got flushed. Like, I mean, is Trump, I guess at any time, anything can get said. I mean, he just said randomly the other day that they were taking over Gaza or whatever. Like, okay, so there is 490. So there, as we continue to go.
499.
Yeah, it's like it's on sale today. 499.99. So get that going.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, get that going. Thank you so much to everybody. Only one more 1,000 to go. If you have not hit the like button, please do it, and the subscribe as we go. But I was just saying, like, at any time, anything can happen. At any time.
What happened?
So, what happened? So we'll just have to wait and keep our ears to the ground. That's one of the things that, again, we want to thank everybody again for subscribing, but we have a Dara at the desk. It's been like a big, Brendan used to do that. Now he's working as executive producer. So we have Dara right now running the show during the day, and it was all part of the plan. Adara came, with limited, market knowledge and trading. Never done that before. We got her.
She's a machine.
We got her in front of you guys. We got her trading, understanding market moves, with all the work that she's put in, understanding how news affects different stocks and so on and so forth. If there's anything ever important, she'll try to get it. But I think nowadays the importance, Trump says this, that's probably
if he's
something.
Speaking, you got to be ready for it. You just never know, and make sure you have stops out there. If you don't trade with stops in this environment, you're going to be in a world of hurt because moment to moment, like. It's not Trump related, but look at Roblox, right? Like, if you were trading Roblox today, you were just winning and printing long.
Oh, that's what I wanted to say.
Higher low, higher low, higher high, the whole morning. One news story drops, it breaks trend, and now in $3, now you're red, 3% on Roblox. It actually just broke the low of the day and is trying to turn here, so Roblox did have
I want to shout out Daryl.
investigation.
He had posted.
Yeah, shout out to actually Daryl's.
I didn't know if you saw it. No, he had posted about he had heard that story there and had gone short. So Daryl flinched in the chat.
Daryl had the short in Roblox? Nice.
Well, he put it in the chat. I wasn't sure if he had it before the news or if he heard it here. But what I was getting to is that's the whole point, is that story came through, was given to you, and there's the breakdown. We talked about that it was an SEC. I mean, I got in trouble from Ramin because I didn't say something for about, I think it was 3.5 seconds, and we got in trouble for it. But at the end of the day, it was giving you guys the news that Roblox continued to go to the downside. So I'm glad that we were able to do that. But there it goes. People are saying that Palantir is back to VWAP. I don't think so.
It is. It just broke back above VWAP.
I just typed in VWAP. You see that?
I do the same thing. It's how the human brain works, man. Like, if you're sitting there and we're talking live, and I say something live or you say something, I'll type the wrong symbol. Like I did it with Palantir and
I saw that.
We're right back into VWAP. Yeah. When we lost VWAP, I was thinking about the missed opportunity at 111.50. I can't bring myself. It's not that. I don't want to be short Palantir this week. Like, it's just sticking with the long on this stock. Like, there's a very good reason why. Like, every single day this week, more or less. Not every day. Like you couldn't have done much on this day, but there were great longs, and even like the day before the ramp, you could have been long off the dip at 78. So it's just been good. It's just a good
366.
Stock. I did just trail out there on AMD, so let me just quickly show you. It was the only thing I was left in, and sort of trended down off of VWAP. I had it 3 times today, 143 on AMD. Thankfully, it'll at least be green because sometimes it'd be like that when you get the wick out. But if it goes to VWAP again, just short it again. If we get back to VWAP, I'd probably short it a third time or fourth time, I suppose, on AMD. But yeah, Palantir, maybe we are going to go long again. Why not? If you can break trend or maybe just consolidate over VWAP, market's trying to make a low and it's up 3%. You're not worried about going against the grain here necessarily on Palantir, but it's got to hold VWAP. That's important because the market, I think, is pretty weak today.
Look, I tweet out some of the plays there as well. Oh, this is from yesterday. Oh, this is from somebody 5 hours ago. I like that one. Okay, so hold on a second here. I'm going to go to the profile. And just real quick, I want to show you yesterday's Palantir trade at the end of the day. I don't know. I might have not posted it. No, I did not. That's too bad. But yesterday, into the close for Palantir, yeah, okay, it's not there. All right, let's get out of there and go through. But let me just call up the chart just to show you that it doesn't, the time of day on this stock doesn't necessarily matter. We were wondering about this yesterday, and then this happened. It broke the day's high right there at 315. We had this whole move. Like this basically, like we topped off a big part of our day there yesterday with a very, very late day high break of Palantir that happened. Look at the volume come in there at the bottom at the end of the day. It came in droves in Palantir and just ripped this thing northbound for no reason at all. So not that, like no initial catalyst other than momentum, which is why we came in today and we put it right back on the list. And we wrote down 111 as a buy zone for Palantir today. And that's exactly like, come on. Like it's right here on the number one. And I know that we show this all the time. It's just because we get new viewers all the time. If you're looking for a resource, it might not be right all the time, but it's been right for a minute. And it's just been the sticky note. And we wrote down right there, Palantir 111 long, right? I mean, here's Palantir, here's 111s. All right, there's our ELF. We got a super chat there. Someone $500 they made. There's ELF $64 long on ELF. We wrote down there today, and I'm really proud of ELF, not just because the fact that we had it, but just because also the fact that what we wrote down on ELF was look for a break into that long support, then hold for 70, quick early. Like it literally says a quick early flush right there on ELF Cosmetics. So. Kablamo, right there, quick early flush. Kind of like the NFL here. Maybe the stock market is pre-written and pre-discussed, but nice move to the downside right there. All right, just quickly there as we go, we did put a stop in 50 period moving average. So we are now in. Trump said he's meeting on Monday or Tuesday about these reciprocal tariffs. So that was just in our ear now. So it looks like whatever reciprocal tariff talk there's been maybe over with for today, he wants to revisit this on Monday, get that good sleep and watch the Super Bowl and figure out what's going on with the tariffs there. But okay, so we are just getting out of our position. We haven't gotten out in about 20 minutes. We were going to use the 50 period moving average as a possible trend change. So out of half, if we break 365.50, out of half of what we have left, if we break 365.50, Miss Adara? Okay, Adara was muted, so we'll get that back to you in 1 second. So we just put that stop order in right now.
I can't hear you, sorry.
Okay, no problem. I just heard her there, so I think she's back now. Okay, so now she is good. Let's go back to Adara, but more tariff talk.
Here we are, just to go over what this reciprocal tariff announcement was. Basically, he said they're going to be meeting, Trump said they'll be meeting regards to his reciprocal tariffs on Monday or Tuesday, unclear who he's meeting with, but apparently after those meetings, there will be an announcement. Specifically with Japan, so the reciprocal tariffs with regards to Japan. That meeting will happen on Monday or Tuesday, and then they'll have an announcement after that point. Also, U.S. Steel and watch here. There was a pause for volatility. What happened this a while ago, but it took a while here to get the full story. What happened was apparently he said that Japan is looking at an investment into U.S. Steel instead of a purchase. So I guess some updates here with regards to the Nippon Steel situation. Still a little bit unclear. If you missed it earlier today, Donald Trump said that he stands by his take, which is not allowing Nippon Steel to buy U.S. Steel for $14.1 billion. But then we had CBS reporting right after that Trump was actually considering allowing the sale to go through. So now it seems like if there isn't anything involved here, it'll be an investment and not a purchase. Back to you.
All right. So again, that's the best, right? I mean, we hear certain things in our ear, and then Dara will go over there and try to cover that for us. So I am bidding a piece of Tesla at 364 just in case. Roblox has been a talk of the town today so far, anyways, as we do get that downside push here for Roblox again. It is continuing. You never want the SEC looking into anything, especially after you've had just a horrible miss on your daily active users, and now they're questioning user count. That's what we heard. So that's a question mark for me anyways. Great trade there from Daryl and anybody there that had broke that news with us as well. What is crypto doing? So I'm going to look at Bitcoin. I have the number right there at 97,000, but right here on Coinbase, let me just, oops, that's the wrong thing. We got to go into here in the daily chart, and I'm just going to get up a 1 minute chart and figure out what exactly Bitcoin is doing. Yeah, so that's what we thought. Nice move in for Bitcoin, 97 and change. Just wondering if it's getting to a spot where it's time to buy a little bit now. If you're getting, I don't want to say like this is the spot by any stretch of the imagination, but you know, we had sort of dipped into these areas before 94, 93, 92. So it's like if you're looking to, again, none of this is financial advice. We're just talking about trading, swing trading, and things that I'm interested in. Is like if you dip by into this 93, 94 area, it's not really going to matter within your $1,000. I mean, like what I try to do is if you just take away, you know, the O's from this and you look at it almost like a $97 stock, the volatility isn't that crazy in Bitcoin right now. If you look at a stock like Nvidia or even Meta or Tesla, things like that, you know, the charts look very much similar and or less dramatic in Bitcoin. So I would just say like this looks to be pretty good support until it's not. So I would be a buyer of the coin of Bit down here around 92 and then watch out for that little wick bottom of 89 break. Like if you buy 93s and you get out at 89, like 4% hit on Bitcoin isn't horrible in my opinion. But on Bitcoin. Yeah, so anyways, take it for what that's worth. Dara again.
Prime Minister Shiba here still having the press conference with Trump. It's like they're taking turns answering questions here. Excuse me. What happened here was X still on the move. Prime Minister Shiba said that, Japan or Nippon Steel will be investing in U.S. steel, not acquiring, and it will be reciprocal because they'll be able to share with Japanese technology. So it seems more of a reciprocal, I guess, investment type situation with X is what Prime Minister Shiba is now saying about the ex-Nippon Steel situation. There's more questions, though, coming through about Nippon Steel right now, guys.
All right, so
that's what it's all about. Like, ultimately, I don't know what that's necessarily going to mean. I think if you want to invest in a steel company in the U.S., Nucor probably is a little bit less headline driven and has been the leader in the industry.
Yeah, but Nucor just got smoked.
I know, and it's down. Like all you keep hearing,
just literally right now. That's the thing.
Well, because I think this is going to be able to boost. It's going to boost them and then more competition. So I think like maybe you buy the safer one on value. But like obviously Nucor taking a bit of a pounding.
U.S. was at $36. Like it was at $40 earlier. The steel's dropping pretty good right now. Anyways, go ahead about Palantir.
No, Palantir's trying to hold on to VWAP. So this is a bit of a higher low situation coming here on Palantir. There you go. Hold on to trend, break out the top, give to the trend line, and Palantir's made a new fresh high of the day in the afternoon every other day this week. Mm-hmm. So like if the last day of the week is the last time you do it is the time that it doesn't work, then that should be fine in trading. It's like if you buy like a support level, all day long and it just keeps bouncing and you make money. You buy VWAP all day long and it keeps bouncing and you make money. Sometimes like the last time you do the trade, it doesn't work, but that's okay because you stuck with that particular idea. So I think I missed 2 chances on Palantir today. There's 1, there's 2. Didn't necessarily like that one for some. Oh yeah, right when we started at 2 o'clock. A lot of times we'll miss that trade. But if we hold on to this little bit of an uptrend that it's trying to put back in above VWAP, break out this prior bar, that's not where my order is. That's just where my limit price is crossed to if it breaks that local high. So Palantir, we're going to go for it, but it needs to break. If we don't hold this trend and we break down, all bets are off. I still want to get back into AMD if it gets to VWAP. Once, twice, 3 times, 180 and 108 and a third has held on AMD. If it gets to $180, then AMD has done something amazing. So if it gets to VWAP, we're just going to reload that And Drago saying, anyone else accumulating a ton of D-Wave? Not accumulating in my family, but my wife actually owns this stock. Believe it or not, it was a quantum play early in the year for us. Did really well with it. Somebody, when you look at a daily chart that looks like this is what we call accumulation. Right? Like it's just going sideways. It's a decent size range because it's like 50 cents to $1, so it's not nothing, but it is sideways action on QBTS, even though you get plenty of intraday volatility. So Palantir making a move, or at least attempting to. There's the break, and I didn't hit save on my trend line, but I mean, I know it was under the 420 level to be able to get the stop. And if it loses that, then it's right back into this little downward trend, in my opinion, and we look for another entry. Palantir is the kind of stock that I don't mind taking multiple longs on it, as you can obviously see.
Yeah. Love some Palantir, of course. All right, so is there any other names you guys want to discuss? I mean, we got filled there on Tesla. We told you we were bidding 364. There's the fill. We're about to get out of now a little bit more than half because we got that 364 fill. So again, here we go. If it breaks up through 365.50, we'll get out. It's 550 in the money. We just took another piece right there at 54. So a quarter out there, another half out right now, leaving us with a quarter. If this breaks through 365.50, we'll get out of half for the 550, and then we'll just hold a quarter of what we have left, which is not that much. We've already got out. Like most of our outs, look, we're happy. It's a good trade. But you guys know, and again, I was talking with some guys in the algo room. Whoopsies, that's the wrong line. But right into here, I guess I can get rid of this one. Line, remove. There we go. Right into here. So this area into past support. This is generally what we're doing, is getting out at past support levels. So then when it dripped down there, we'll take another dollar right there at 366.50, then down there to 365.50, then down there to 364.50. Like we kept on asking Neil, how many dollars is this in the money? Then it was 7, and then right down there, 364 flat, right? So this is basically $1.50 all the way down every time, and then now we'll wait to see about getting out there for 550. Drop the trade and move on from that, and then look for something else, right? I mean, we talked about SMR and some of these names really starting to get excited
it gave
again.
back though when I
oh, did it? Okay, because I'd gone up there when you were asking about what was.
Unfortunately.
Oh.
Oh no, we bounced there. It had been giving back.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in the morning I didn't like. This is part of it, man. Like you got to really like realize these things. Like some of these names just start to go, and
especially
and if you're not paying attention, it's.
I think especially on Fridays in this market. It's done it so many times. If you get an absolutely ridiculously good long off of the open, if it's 10 o'clock and you're staring and it's been an awesome morning, it just hasn't been the kind of market that you want to buy those tops. Like you want to make sure you bank that morning profit on the longs, on the big longs off of the open.
Oops.
And then you get these crazy reversions coming back in. So you always have to be careful with that. I feel like it's not the same kind of trending market to the long side. Nick Dub, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Do you mind giving thoughts on Upstart? Bought some calls and on the back of a firm, tend to move together.
Well, that was a good one. I was thinking about those this morning. Remember, I was like PayPal.
Well, earnings on Monday for
Upstart was better though.
So were they before or after? I actually don't know if they're before or aftermarket. Hopefully aftermarket. That would be a lot of fun because that's a great stock for some moves. Yeah, well, we talked about accumulation. What's going on here is sellers, and more sellers at 69. Oh, this would be a lot of fun for Upstart. It's a squeeze type name. What's the short float on Upstart? Usually, Nick, I know you like some squeeze names in there, so I'm sure it's got a, UPST, not USPT. 24% short float. Oh, I like this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with a firm beating, understandably, like this is going to, look, if they have a bad report, you know this thing is double digits to the downside. We all know that. But the upside potential, if it breaks out here and just squeezes, I think is to get into like the 80 to 85 zone. We've seen it go meme crazy before, but as far as like a risk reward trade, as a day trade, I mean, I can't see any way that I wouldn't be taking breakouts over 70 on this stock if we're staring that down next week. It's underneath the 50-period moving average. Generally speaking, I don't like that for an investment at all. But in terms of a bet, like you want there to be actual upside, which it clearly does. And Affirm clearly was one here today, no question about it. Firm with a kind of, kind of failed this breakout. It got to 76 from breaking out the high, 73.5. It's still actually at the 52-week high right now. So there's a chance it could close at fresh highs. So that's what you're on the back of. Nothing wrong with that.
So you got to go follow right now at Trader TV Research. So TTV Research, this is an account that Adara's been running. And again, she just tagged basically all of the earnings next week. So Super Bowl on Sunday night, but earnings kind of bonanza and Super Bowl of earnings week again next week. But just look at these names here. So we got pre-market, post-market, again, Monday.com. For realmonday.com. Okay, reporting on Monday. We got McDonald's there as well, Vertex. So really just McDonald's. You look at Astera Labs as well. And then Tuesday, again, get into some energy names with BP. And then you got Canada with Shopify. Coca-Cola, we'll see what's going on with some of the consumer names as well. And then Humana, Aftermarket, DoorDash. We'll see if there's anything going on there. We've seen Uber had a huge move to the upside. We don't talk enough about Uber Eats, but DoorDash, obviously its own little beast there. So we'll find out for that. And then I guess it's confirmed here, Adara, because there's Super Micro right there, post-market on Tuesday.
They confirmed something.
Okay, so Adara is saying, yeah, confirming that something's happening that day. So we'll wait for Super Micro. We're hoping that. And then there's Neil's Upstart, as we just talked about, Zillow, and then there's Lyft. I mean, next week is going to be a banger. Make sure you join us all next week for all of these names. I mean, I'm looking forward to this. Robinhood is there. I mean, forget about it. Reddit right there. Great name. One of our favorites, Palo Alto. Palo Alto is one of the oldest names I've owned, probably that and GE and all these things. I have never been into John Deere, but I do like that name. We've seen some problems with Moderna.
Yo, that stock's a serious problem.
Yeah, maybe we should look again at that stock. But yeah, a little bit of a problem right there as well. AbbVie with some headlines today, but Crocs. Anyways, there's DraftKings we like. Wow, Thursday next week. Ooh, that's going to be Twilio, Roku, Coinbase, Airbnb, DraftKings, Applied Materials, Palo Alto.
I mean, Wednesday, look, the whole week is big, but
go get that whole. I mean, this, first of all,
monster.
There used to be a page called, I think it was Earnings Whispers, but right now they're debating shutting down because, I mean, look at the quality of this right here. So thank you to Adara for all of that.
They whisper and Adara shouts.
Throwing that, yeah, exactly. So throwing that right there again. So shout out to Adara all for the great work once again. But
I swear I hadn't even looked at the Moderna chart.
Right.
Fresh bottoms, fresh
RFK.
lows.
Yeah, all fresh lows today. Is that the daily chart?
This is the daily chart on
Moderna. God.
No, and this actually doesn't do it justice because remember, this doesn't show you the 2022. Like I could, you know what?
I think it was 280.
There could be kids. There could be kids watching or something. I don't know if
What do you mean?
Just how nasty this chart.
Oh,
is.
how nasty it is. Well,
no, it's
there's
bad.
Much nastier. I mean, don't let the kids look at the Upstart chart either. Then.
Oh, they're all really bad. But Moderna, that's a flat bottom break if I ever saw one at $30 on mRNA. Look, I get it. The technology has a lot of potential. I'm sure there's going to be a bounce, but you've got to know the difference between trying to catch a falling knife and be perfect off the lows, or just get it when it can start holding. I don't care about holding the 50-period moving average. Consolidate off the 50-period moving average and break something out. Like make a local high over the 50 and then break out that local high without losing it. That to me is more of a trend reversal there on mRNA. And we've seen it happen before. Stocks are able to do it and catch bottoms. You know, if you can sit there and guess, and I'm only going to bring this up because it's poignant in this moment, like look at CGC. Like if you're like, yeah, baby, it's going, ACB reported, oops, right back into the lows. Like, again, let it hold a 50 period, make a high, and then break away from the high. That hasn't happened here. And not to pick on the weed names, but it's an obvious one there. Let's go back to Dara, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Sean, for shouting out TTV Research on X. We're putting out graphics. I have a couple about Palantir in the works right now. In the meantime, I just want to let you guys know we have actually basically had this meeting here between Donald Trump and Ishiba ending now. So Donald Trump and the meeting with Prime Minister Ishiba has ended here. There were some questions about Elon Musk's Doge, but nothing market related. Guys, back to you.
I almost bought Shiba Inu coin there when I heard her talking about all of that. So, I almost bought Shiba Inu coin is what. Oh, okay. It means like you should. Oh, I was. Oh, who muted me? Ramin? Oh. Okay.
Ramin's muted.
So yeah, Ramin was liking Shiba Inu coin there, or maybe she was not, but we will get that all figured out. I mean, look, just a quick little look at crypto for those of you interested in what's been going on right now. We'll refresh it over the last hour. Bitcoin, I mean, 97,000 there. Ethereum, 26. I mean, they had that move up to 27, 28, and people were sort of cheering it. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I'm almost just like waiting for these things to pop and then just putting more money into BTC right now. I am in some stable coins, waiting to see if that will work out. But okay, so that's that. Stablecoin Tether right there. Ripple still remains the 4th largest, probably the 3rd largest. Tether shouldn't really count. So Ripple in there down 20% again on the week. 22% for Dogecoin, 24% for Cardano. Staked Ether 19, same as the normal one. Chainlink. So there's been some pretty bad moves this week, but then you're looking at the king right there, still only 5. So it's very, very similar to Amazon and whatnot, and Nvidia and things like that. Some of these bigger names, they'll be a little more stable than the rest, but it doesn't mean that they still are immune to all of this talk, right? So, all right, just real quick. We did get stopped out of Tesla there, like as if this happens again to me. Like, honestly, I'm not even getting stopped out like at the exact penny. It's just, it's breaking there, 365. There's the stop out, 365.60. And then there's the whoosh right back down into the downside. So we only have a quarter of the position on. We talked about that, but okay, we are rinsing right now. Let's take a piece out. Bang, Neil. Man, this is what's been happening. We're on one again right now into the end of the day. Thank you so much for watching. Bye-bye, Tesla. And what's up, Adara?
U.S. consumer credit is out here, coming in at $40.847 billion. That is above the forecast of $14.55 billion and the previous print of negative $7.49 billion. So higher than expected. Consumer credit print coming out at 3 p.m. Back to you.
Wow. And this is $9 now in the money right here on consumer credit report coming out. So $9 right now on Tesla and still going. Yeah, sure, man. Getting stopped out there sucks. Getting stopped out there sucks. But we talk about having stops in here, and I'm not going to, like, you know, begrudge any of these stop orders. I mean, if we don't have them, we don't have them out, and they save us very, very often. So yeah, let's just like look here on Palantir, right? I mean, there's the stop, and then it drops. You got to have some stops on these orders. I mean, another example probably is Nvidia right there. There's my stop out on Nvidia. Sure, does it? Like, this one looks fine because it goes. If it bounces there and then goes back up, it's going to look bad. But sometimes you get those saves. And when you're a trader like me and you live in the moment, it's like you can't just wait for these things to act. You got to be proactive, put your stop outs there. And then look, if something goes $9 in the money, we're still here for you. You know, I have $9 win, like, it's not that we have them all the time, but we're trading these names that are $300, $400, $500 names. So you can have $10 winners, $20 winners. So this is why we try to hold on, and at the same time, not have $10 losers, $20 losers, right? You're never going to hear me say, oh, well, there's a $10 loser. You know, but you'll hopefully hear us often say that here are some winners. So I know you're not into anything. I'm not sure what you were lately last in, but for right now, it's
we risked 30
o'clock.
pennies on Palantir here, but here Palantir just broke. And again, if you go up to the line in the chart, for me it was here. I'll draw it for you again. There's a trend, hold above that level, get in, break trend line, prior bar under, get out. That's my stop. Again, it's 30 cents on Palantir, but next support's at 113 or maybe 111.5. I'm actually, and I know I just talked about Upstart and Affirm had a really good day and yada, 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 all that good stuff. But Affirm has a 73. It's not a flat bottom break because the lows are much under that, like 70 here and then 68 there. But if we break 73, it's almost a double bottom there, and then it's 11 o'clock support on Affirm. So it's up 19%. I think if it loses this 13 level, there's enough of a gap, and it's 3 o'clock. There's some decent amount of time for us to do a push down into this area from 10 o'clock. So I'm going to go break down short on Affirm if it breaks 73. Palantir could still work back into a long, but it's underneath VWAP. It's looking too weak right now. If anything, Palantir, I was looking for a better short entry. It broke trend here. I had every opportunity to short this move. I went long and immediately got out because I'm like, usually I would short this, but I think we've broken trend on Palantir. It's just about finding a short entry. I know the flat bottom break on Affirm, 73, so I can take that. Palantir, maybe this is the day that it doesn't get a fresh high in the afternoon. The way the market's going, it seems likely to me. Maybe a break of 113.
How far down are we? Okay, hold on a second.
Not that
I'm
well.
thinking about buying Nvidia.
Oh, I thought you meant Palantir.
All right. Yeah, Palantir, whatever. I mean, I love some Palantir, that is for sure. This market is trying to bounce right now. I could, right? It's just we're not really at any levels. This is a 200 period on a 30-minute. I don't really look at these too much, so I'm not really sure what to think about this right now, but it doesn't look like it's really meant too much. Again, you got to back test and study your own different time frames, right? Like a 200 period moving average is going to be much different on a 30-minute chart because 200 periods, 600 minutes, right? 6,000 minutes. So you're going to get different, conclusions on that. So you're going to watch out for it. But anyways, you're not really at a support level yet. If anything, this is way far down. We're not going to get this far. So maybe we bounce a little bit. We are at the lows, I believe, of the day. Tesla's trying to bounce a little bit, still $8. We already got a good fill on Tesla. So I was just thinking about what does this market look like? Remember when we started the show and it was curving down and I was like, I still like the short in the market? Well, that's, this is when the show started here, and then this is the move down. So we're really sort of accelerating, but there's, darn, there's that bounce. So, that's too bad because I was thinking about picking that Nvidia up right there. That's okay. Ooh, too bad. All right, well, that's okay. We'll see if we can get something low again because it didn't really get to our 127.50 area, which is why I was looking at the market again there. That's okay. We don't need to do too much work here. We've already sort of made our bed here today, and it's been a good one. So, yeah. All right, I don't know. I like Nvidia long. Let's just wait until it gets to 128. We'll start the bidding there. It's 50 cents away. It's possible.
Certainly possible. I was just thinking, okay, well, what's strong? Like Uber at VWAP, Uber is nowhere near VWAP. Like the market's at the low and Uber, it's not moving much anymore. So give it a chance to maybe pull back. 75 has been support, 74.5. If we continue to the downside, there's obvious levels here that you could get to on Uber for a little bit of a dip buy. But I'll stick with a firm 73 and we'll see if Palantir is actually going to break this 113 to the downside. Raids, Mackin, Oklo, is that going? I don't mind. Like I'm looking over, my halt screener's not really telling me much of anything, and the hot list has most of the stuff that we're looking at. It has Nvidia, Palantir, Tesla, or the top three. So, it's not like I'm looking at the things that are on my trade rate at the top. Ooh, when I did that, some randos just sort of showed up.
Yeah, IGA, what is that?
BBAI, okay, well.
Oh, we know Big Bear.
Yeah, we know Big Bear. Is Big Bear moving? Like Oklo, when I pull up, Oklo's had a great day, but it's channeled down. Lower highs, VWAP short maybe. But I'm looking for something that's, if the market bounces, that can be strong. Yeah, Big Bear, lower highs again. It was super strong, but it does not look as good. I kind of like the Uber chart a little bit better. And the market feels really weak. I think if it's going to be a long, it has to be a really good setup. I don't want to be guessing at it because the way the market's going here today, it feels a little bit heavy. Even, like I said, even Palantir. It's been distinctly different all day long, and since it broke trend, this is not the same Palantir we've been trading all week. And it looks like it wants to break this 113. We'll see. We'll give it a shot. Order is in. Stop order is in, and we'll see if we get it. Same thing with 73 and a firm. But BBI, I'm going to put it up, and if it starts showing some more strength, I'll take a gander. Maybe take a look at that long. VWAP I like, but it's too far away.
I'm not going to hate. I mean, I like that Big Bear AI. I mean, it's. I think it's not like it's they are an AI infrastructure. Data play. So data analytics play. So it's very, very similar to Palantir, other than.
I won't lie. I actually didn't even know.
Other than it's not. But,
I know it's AI.
AI analytics, Big Bear. So okay, and they got a Department of Defense contract. So they are eating into Palantir's lunch a little bit, so that could be a play for sure. All right, so I was actually just looking. We talked about trying to play some strong names. One of the strongest names today is going to be Uber. So we'll have a quick look at that. And again, you could click on that eSignal QR code right there. Grab your free month immediately, and then you can look at the scanners that Neil was talking about, and it's showing up on my scanners right here. Here's an alert scanner that I have. There's Uber approaching a 5-minute moving average, but at the end of the day, it's right here. here. So it's just, there's my 200 period right there. Uber coming into the 50 period, not 5 minute, 50 period moving average. Generally speaking, I like to be indicated when that's happening just to see if there is anything happening. And it looks like right now, Uber and all are not doing much, but up 8%. Good move there. Bill Ackman taking a stake there as well today. And yeah, I mean, look at it, take this 50 period, you know, and you're right here, right now. So if we are a little bit excited about the market, which I can't say that I am, this could be a decent long for sure. What about a break of 76 right here, long? I think this is something I'm going to take. A break of 76 long and then use the 50 period as our stop, which would be 70. 30 cents worth of risk. I think we could do that. Okay, I like this trade. 76 long right now on Uber, getting me excited. So we're going to try that right now on Uber, a 76 long break. We'll put that order in, see if it breaks that top. And then we have the 200 and the 50 behind us. So that should be okay. We'll see about this on Uber coming up right there, a $6 break.
Yeah, I think that's what you got to do. Like
$76,
look for the things that have a chance to go. Palantir's about to break 113. We got a super chat.
Okay.
Ooh, I don't think I'm going to be able to say what you want me to say here on Sarhill. Neil Ken, hang on a second, let me give a stop order for Palantir in here. There we go. It just broke 13s. It's a bit of a flat bottom break. Let's see what it can do. Palantir's been a very strong stock. But can Moderna get back to 38 before earnings, or how low can it get to in a worst case situation? I don't know. When you have a stock that looks like Moderna, I don't know how you put a limit on how far it can go down. That's exactly the problem with it. To get to 38 before earnings, I just don't know what's the catalyst that makes it reverse this. Can I see a situation where on earnings it bounces to 38 because it's like things can't get any worse? Absolutely, I could see that. But then I would never gamble on a stock like this before earnings unless I really knew something. Yeah, and how far could it go down? I mean, there's never too far down for stocks that have this kind of a pattern. That's the best thing I can tell you. I wish I had something better to say for you. Like when Snowflake was on the way down, like I had no trouble being like, yeah, this is where I think it could bounce and I like it here. And it's just different with Moderna. I don't like the stock. I think they have an interesting technology with some applications for cancer that I really hope work out. But ultimately, yeah, they're getting punished in the market. I'm sorry. I wish I had something really more positive to say about them on Moderna, but I really just don't. Sorry.
No, I think it's better to wait out, wait to see if there's a headline or some sort of a catalyst before you step in and buy, falling knives and swords and everything. We've talked about that quite often. Tesla just went $9 in the money, and now it's at $362. So again, that stop out's going to hurt. But at the end of the day, it doesn't hurt at all. We'll just keep on watching it breaking lower. What about Rivian? As we talked about some of these different names, so we talked about some big bear. If there's anything else, PayPal today, did I just see it scan out? No, it was part of the trade rate indicator. Micron's down to 91 again. We could check out AMD as like
really that far from Micron?
I'm sick about AMD. Rivian, I know there's a lot of people that champion this name. I do not. I am in it, but I sold pretty much most of my position up here near $18 after buying it down here. And this was always going to be a swing trade, just like Nicola, just like a lot of these other companies. I mean, I think Rivian's a little different because it's out there, but I see a lot of Polestars out on the street, and that stock is $1. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with Rivian. I do hope for it to be the best company that it can be, but right now we'll have to wait to see because it's breaking through that 200 period. This shelf break could bring back into $10. We'll trade Rivian probably on Monday, but I think that should be interesting. Down 3% of Rivian today, so yuck. And then day two play, I mean, AMD just continues to destroy that money because it's just another downside play for AMD today. It's too bad because we had talked about shorting this, and then right off the open, it kind of just didn't do much, had that move, and then 10 o'clock, just part of that whole move down, and now at the low of the day, as opposed to Nvidia that I think was holding in and around green, right? Yeah, so Nvidia flat on the day despite the market being down 1.5. That's a good sign for anybody holding on to Nvidia. But yeah, I'm still waiting to bid down here if we're able to in and around 128 flat to buy that name. The TQs, we did did say that we would look at this. We only went long, so long there, long there, long there before eventually it losing the day. And then it looks like we got stopped out pretty much at the bottom there again, and then it rips up, and then what was the bottom is no longer. 82.50. So if we zoom out just a little bit more, we looked at the futures, remember, and we couldn't really find anything. This is kind of why too, like even on the TQs. Again, I guess you're here if you want to try it, but then why not kind of wait to see about these bottoms at 82 even heading into a Friday where we could slip up. It's 3:15, so you have about 40 minutes until the imbalance is 35 minutes. So I still think there's a short here in the market. And we're holding on. It's now $9 on Tesla. Tesla's at the bottom of the day. So this continues to be the short that we like, or I like. And yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with holding this, hopefully into the close here today for Tesla. That's my trade. If there's anything else, Netflix lost it. I doubt it. You guys are saying that, but I doubt.
Well, the market's down. I mean, everything's going to have pulled back.
Come on, Netflix is flat.
It's still over $1,000 on Netflix, so it's fine.
Yeah, I don't want to look at different names. Like, you weren't shorting that, so I don't really... If you were looking short Netflix today, good for you. But I don't, for me, that would not have been a name that I looked at. So Uber under 100, yeah, that's for sure. Or Uber's 100. This is Tesla's worst week of the year. I could easily check that out with weekly chart.
I could believe that. No, that doesn't. Can you
down 10%?
Go back to the chart? Hold on, I have a weekly.
No, I mean, just looking right here. If this is the beginning of the week, that's 400. That's 360. That's 10%. I feel like this week is worse.
It did another
460 right here down to 370. Again, that might not be a week. I'm cherry picking 5 days. So yeah. Anyways, maybe it is the worst week, Monday to Friday.
On a weekly, it looks close.
Be true.
It's kind of hard. It's hard to tell on a weekly chart, but
you had to know that was coming. I feel like, but
exactly. I missed who it was in the chat, but where was it? There it is. Was it not Pat? It was Patrick. No, Daryl.
It's Pat.
CRM and PayPal coming to interesting levels. I know you have opinions on PayPal, but I wholeheartedly agree on CRM. Prior high and support here at 315. Let it bounce. Like, you see it trend into it and then bounce. I'd always rather be long here than trying to guess here, or be long here than trying to guess here. That's just my 2 cents when a stock comes to a level. If I'm trading it, if I'm just dollar cost averaging into my personal account, I don't care. I'll just stink bid it, and if it runs me over, it runs me over, because I'm never selling it. But if it's a trade, then I want to make sure I'm getting it on a bounce. So Palantir did break that 113. It's now holding, I'm not making this up, there's now a seller at exactly $113. So I'm going to move my stop from prior bar low to that 13, because they've now held it twice exactly at that price. So PLTR for the first time in, actually, I think this is the first short all week for myself on Palantir. Actually, no, I know it's the first short this week, unless I had some kind of a keystroke error or accidentally reversed or something. So we'll see. If it breaks back above 113, I already scalped some out there in front of the $0.50. And if Palantir decides to be strong again above the even dollar, then I'm not fighting it, because we've seen it run in power hour almost every single day. Affirm doesn't seem to want to break down, so I'm not sure we're going to get that short trade. And then Big Bear AI is the other one that I'm monitoring. Yeah, Big Bear, it put in the higher low, so it's starting to look better. If we can take out this 908, that is. So higher low, Big Bear takes out 908, maybe scalp it into the high and see if it can run. And let's go back to Adara.
Well, here we do have U.S. Steel on watch. We know that there is some talk as to whether or not they're going to still be having a deal here, or a bid for U.S. Steel after the situation with where Donald Trump said he's a little bit unsure. He sees it more as a potential investment. Then we had Prime Minister of Japan, Ishiba, also saying that this deal is more likely to be an investment in U.S. Steel than an actual deal. Now a Nippon Steel spokesperson declining to speak on the deal. Also here, check us out on X at TTV Research. This graphic contextualizes the massive market cap Palantir now has. I'm working on another one comparing its market cap to that of some other major S&P 500 names, because, guys, Palantir is now in the top 50 of the S&P 500 by market cap. Massive move here for PLTR this week. Check this out on X at TTV Research. Just to recap here, the main gist of that story is now we're not really sure what's going on with Nippon Steel's acquisition of U.S. Steel, because Ishiba has now described it as an investment rather than an actual deal or acquisition, guys. Back to you.
Just get ready for Palantir to slide a little bit. northbound.
That's a
on
pretty
that graphic.
tightly bound
They will be
list.
taking over Salesforce. So they'll take over number one on that list pretty soon. It's amazing that they're going to take over names like Salesforce and Coca-Cola, but it is what it is.
Well, Coca-Cola, I mean, obviously it's not what it used to be, but Salesforce.
Yeah, I know, it's amazing,
Yeah.
right? I mean, can you believe that Palantir is going to take over Salesforce? Unbelievable. All right, so yeah, BBAI continues to go a little bit like I would have never thought about that like in my wildest dreams, but it's real and it's fantastic. All right, so $9 on BBAI. Like I don't know if people are getting Palantir vibes or not from Big Bear, but yeah, okay. Again, another data analytics company there for Big Bear, but yeah, good move. Breaking through $9. This could be the next one. Remember, we had to suffer through Palantir. Like we had initially bought Palantir at $9. $9.20 was its direct listing. And then it went down and suffered some fate into the $7 range before eventually taking off completely to that upside on PLTR. And sometimes you just got to wait. I mean, it wasn't even that long ago down here. This is 2023. It was $14, $15. If you pull up a weekly chart, you'll see that Palantir was down below its direct listing price. I mean, the low is $6, $7, so on and so forth. But anyways, that's the story of Palantir, a stock named Brady. And just straight up, man, like look at that week that Palantir's had, 80 to 112. I'm guessing that we should be trimming some of this. We really haven't been doing any of that. So I'm thinking that we should probably do it, but like, what am I going to use? The 50 period? I mean, that's down here at $40. So anyways, yeah, Palantir continues to be that winner. And I think that people are thinking and hoping that maybe BBAI. Let me just check out what Big Bear looks like on a daily chart. I'm not even sure how new this stock is. Oh, this stock.
It's been running for a while.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like when, like how long have they been in the market period for? Okay, so this is interesting. Its low was $1 right there back in the summer. So not that long ago. So Big Bear has had its day in the sun. That is for sure. Back in 2022 when sort of everything was going this way. Wow, Tesla's approaching $10 right now in the money. So if you believe we can put a man on the moon, we can also put Tesla through 360. All right, so $10, that could be a play for Big Bear. We'll see about that next week for sure. I don't think today. It's at 9 right now. Nothing is impossible, but that's a good little level there for Big Bear. I don't want everyone to get too excited. It's not like we haven't seen this before. We have. But again, nice movement there, BBAI. Watch out for $10. I'm a little bit jealous, actually, because if I had sort of thought about this as a mini Palantir before, we might have been into it. We've, again, another name that I have on its IPO, I'm not even sure. Snowflake was bad and then came back in, and I have to check out what price we're in on Snowflake, but that's been a nice move to the upside as well. Off of some of those bottoms. We talked about it bottoming out here. I believe I'm at 120 and change. I can double check it. Nice move there. That was my most recent buy. But again, Snowflake had that sort of pandemic move as well when they came out at the right time for shareholders, but I think the wrong time for investors. Just hold on. I still think
exactly right.
Snowflake is still, I was going to say, I think Snowflake is still underneath its IPO, right? So 240, 250 for Snowflake comes out at, goes all the way to $4 and then whoops, all the way down to 120. So like Snowflake is nowhere near Palantir, obviously, but I mean, look at this move. Still has a lot of room to run. What about a 240 break on Snowflake? That's a long ways away from here, but that's something that to consider. It's only at 190, so there's a lot of room to run on Snowflake. Still very
That
much.
got to 240, I'd be selling for.
Yeah, still very
100%.
much depressed on that one. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you know, we're selling Snow at a double up. That's the thing about Palantir is an 11 bagger. Like they're not all the same. That is for sure. So
yeah, to me, there's trades and there's like to me, Snowflake was
you have to believe in
trend
Snowflake.
It was a trend reversal setup. The last thing I had gotten out of, I'm like, whatever, it broke the trend, let's go for it. But no, I don't think it's the same thing. Their growth back to positivity has not been in the same trajectory as others, right? Like it's why Uber's, I like Uber because they got green after a while and then just continue some of their growth. Yeah, BBI is getting really close. It's at $9 now. The local high is $9.08. So it's trying to break this out off the top. I think it's got a decent chance to be able to do so, but it's not quite there yet. Could go. Nimrod, I appreciate the super chat. We got another one in there. First time riding with you guys from Bell Open, and what a day. It's been up 43% in 6 months, 26% without Palantir. Let us know what else you've been in on, and I owe you a huge part of that in this community. To this community, you guys are absolute legends. You're a legend, Nimrod, and we appreciate you so much. Yeah, what else have you been trading in there besides Palantir? Which don't fight it when Palantir goes up. Get out at break even. Take the breakdown trade. It goes 50 pennies. I got 40, and then it breaks back out above 113. So in the momentum of the even dollar break, it's good. But once it gets back above, the stock has been relentless. Maybe it breaks trend. Maybe it breaks this downward trend above VWAP, and we get another run into the afternoon. And thank you. Who's giving those? It's Nimrod gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Nimrod. For anyone that's not in the chat, hit the subscribe button. We're trying to get to 500,000 and grow this awesome community. And if you want to be able to accept the memberships, you have to be in the chat, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and you have to enable gifts, I do believe, when you log into the chat the first time.
Yeah, Bears versus Boltswell.
Thank you so much there, Nimrod. We appreciate you. And spread the love, for sure.
All right. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I was just looking at this graphic again from Adara.
I was looking at the tape on the Palantir.
Like, it just dummied IBM. Like, this is a day, man, for Palantir, and what a year, what a month, what a 5-year period for Palantir. Like, when you actually see these things, like it's crushing Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, like these are names that it's like, okay, is it in the right company here? And it looks fine to me, but wow, Palantir. Chevron, it's probably high. Like, this is quite an immense list, like right here, to be involved with this. 50-year-old Cisco, Accenture, 50-year-old IBM, 100-year-old Morgan Stanley, same as Wells Fargo, Chevron, like some of these names right there. The fact that we've been championing Palantir here for the last 5 years, that's been an unbelievable run. And when you look at it like that, it's like, wow, what a run and what a bunch of names there. It's actually making me think to get something out. Remember we talked about Bitcoin at 97,000. Now it's at 96,000 and going lower. We've really been just sort of sitting on this Tesla trade. We haven't done too much besides that. The TQs, I don't really want to step into that. We only have a half hour left. Join Adair and I on the after hours show where we'll talk about, there it is. What's up, Rami Rahim? His best day ever. So shout out to you on Cloudflare. So good trade there. Bang for you as well. Copy that, Rami Rahim. So good trade there. Congrats for that as well. Yeah, that's Nimrod there. I had a thumbs up. I'm trying to thumbs up everybody if I can get to it in time. So yeah, that's that. All right, so Meta, I know you were trading that earlier. Let me check out what Intel's doing. So Intel's another name I'm long at, like 1980. We talked about that, 1970, 1980, and it's not been well. And I'm actually thinking, like, why are we even in Intel, really? We don't need to be here. We can wait for it to sort of get a little bit better. But this is one of those bottom-picking situations where it's right here, right now. We can easily get out of this if and when there is a problem. And that if might be now, and the when may be Monday. Like, because if this breaks, which could be now, then we're gonna have to figure out what to do. I don't wanna overreact on a longer term portfolio and just get out immediately on that break, but that break right there is 1850 on its 52-week low. I'm gonna call up the chart of eSignal, charting platform eSignal here, which will give me the indicated 1851. So that low right there, when we break that, I'll probably get out of Intel, to be honest with you. So we'll just see the action on that. I don't think it will break it like whoosh to the downside there. I don't know if there's going to be too much negativity there. Remember, this is a very pro-US stock with the foundries being built in the United States. So anything that is tariff related should be fine for Intel. But that's my understanding, not necessarily President Trump. So we'll have to figure out what he's thinking about all of that and react to that bottom break on Intel. But it's looking like it may want to break. SMCI reporting apparently on Tuesday. So this is definitely going to get our attention next week.
I'll wait for that one.
As this is another name that's just like trying to figure out what it wants to do on the daily chart. Right now, lots of opportunities here on SMCI. There's that drop. Oh no, that's the there's the drop on SMCI.
Yeah, the drop on SMCI is spectacular. Still above 499,000 for sure. Apparently, if we get to 500,000, BBAI is going to do something and maybe break it out.
Yep.
You can't.
It will do that.
I'd like to think it's got it in it to get to the high of the day today. Like I'd like to see something make a run at the top right now, but nothing's really doing it. Sorry, I just heard some random
Microbot Medical.
Microbot Medical.
You don't know about that?
Like I complain about nothing breaking out the highs, and then some random is breaking out.
Wait a minute, Microbot. You don't know about Microbot?
You know Microbot?
Nope. I don't even know what the symbol is, to be honest with you. Microbot Holdings?
That's not going to be the one.
Come on, man.
It's Microbot Holdings is the Noah Gray of stocks. There you go.
You're loving Noah Gray.
I actually do
Maybe
like
the Bills
him.
should
I
grab
do
Noah
like him
Gray.
on.
Maybe
No,
he would have made that catch.
No, I like him on. I like him this week because I think it's obvious.
I thought that was Randy.
Chiefs can really defend the wide receiver position, and then they roll on Kelsey, and they're gonna hit. I think they're gonna hit out of the backfield with Hunt a bunch, and then have to hit Noah Gray. So I don't even know what the prop is. I should look it up, but yeah, I like Hunt. What's going on with Pacheco, man? I don't know.
He'll be there next year. Hunt is too old. They won't resign.
They're going to need Pacheco to win this game.
You think so?
I think so.
I just think Mahomes gets the ball if he touches the ball with a minute left and has a chance to win, it's over. So that's all that matters. And I'm tired of this whole ref stuff. Honestly, to me it's a bunch of shit. If you want to beat a team, just beat the team. Honestly,
it's truth.
No, but I know, but just play better and beat the team.
I'm not.
That's the whole thing. Like to me, if the Bills were up 10 points, Kansas City can't win.
Yeah.
It's just like that's the whole
first drive of that win.
Right. It's just like
James Cook, who has been one of your best offensive players, on that drive with 3.5 minutes to go, and Josh Allen and James Cook wasn't even on the field.
Right. The other thing too is
that play.
Every team is outcoached by Andy Reid. The Buffalo Bills have a horrible.
McDermott gets outcoached a lot.
That's what I'm saying. They have a horrible coaching staff.
It's a great team, but he's not necessarily. Yeah. He's pretty good at coming up with a game plan for the year and all that good stuff and making adjustments sometimes at halftime on defense he's pretty good with. But end of game scenarios and late minute adjustments, they seem to get caught off guard a lot, have the wrong play at the wrong time.
The reason why nobody can beat the Chiefs is because they play close games, and then you get that ref problem. What I'm trying to say is like if Saquon just has himself a game and they can get up 2 touchdowns, and then run the ball and play proper football, then I don't think the refs will be that big of an issue. But I'm it's clear as day. Like some of the calls, like
I want
they
Philly
definitely
to win.
get calls.
I want Philly to win, but I think the Chiefs are going to win. I just think it's that simple.
Right.
Like I have much more faith in Andy Reid than it comes down to
Sirianni.
Comes down to the better coach. They both have great defenses. There's no question about that. The Chiefs can stop the run. Jones is an absolute beast. I just think it'll be a good game. The markets. What's more rigged? The market to the NFL? Come on, that's an easy one.
Yeah.
Unless you're talking about specifically. Like the NBA in that one game where the Donaghy guy
Forget about the NBA.
Because it's a joke.
The NBA is a joke of a league.
I'm
did you
so
see those
excited.
trade deadlines? So basically, Jimmy Butler can just hold out and say, screw you, and then he signs a $120 million. I don't even...
Why do you think it...
I don't even watch
People aren't
it.
even watching him anymore.
No one watches NBA.
NBA numbers are really... They're way down. WNBA's up. My daughter's into basketball, and she loves. I've been showing her clips of Caitlin Clark. I'm like, well, obviously it's like
the best
super
female
skilled. It's like
basketball
right now she's the best. Not just her. I mean, I show Aja Wilson as well, and
never heard of her.
No, she's legit.
She's Las Vegas, right?
Look her up.
I think.
I don't know. I forget what team she's on, but she's legit as well.
Isn't that crazy that we claim to know sports and we don't even know what like the best WNBA player, what team she plays?
I don't.
Like,
I'm not going to.
I mean, we know Caitlin Clark because my daughter again has basketball cards of Caitlin Clark, right? So we know that that's the Indiana Fever, and that's the difference, man. But again, the NFL is promoting the WNBA because, as you know, Caitlin Clark was in the booth with Taylor Swift, right? So it's all cross promotional. This is what happens as many sports obviously intertwined. But okay, so Tesla right there. We are who we are every single day, and I mean, hopefully we never change. Like this is a $10 winner right now on Tesla as it just continues to come back in one more time, just drop through Tesla into the end of the day there. Palantir, we told you we were staying away from this name, and it's a good thing we did because look at Palantir, nothing but downside right now. What's up, Adara?
Beware of HIMS. I'm seeing a headline coming through from CNBC saying that the company faces scrutiny from lawmakers over their, quote, misleading Super Bowl ad. If I see any more details on this, I'll let you know, but the stock is actually dropping here with volume, guys. Hims and Hers Health with apparently a misleading Super Bowl ad. Back to you.
I haven't seen it. I know they put them out early, but I actually haven't seen their ad, so we'll see about it. Bren Works, please talk about Ford, really? And someone asked me, what are these glasses? They're just blue light glasses. I started wearing them like in the middle of the day when we're not on the show. I just kind of threw them back on. I get a headache sometimes looking at screens all day, and they're fantastic. They do a really great job of that. Ford, there's nothing. Oh, it did break. Ford did break, held low, but it did break 52-week lows and continued the trend that it's been on for quite some time. It's not an exciting day trade stock, but there's not much good to say about it. I heard that, I didn't look at it, I heard it trades now at a 6 PE. 6. Value trap. See, there's dividend traps and there's value traps. Ford is like a value trap, and it's not looking good for Ford. At some point, I suppose there's very likely to be a nice little bounce. We've seen it get woodshedded before and do really good bounces. But this one was a nice double bottom. This one was like, look at the bottom tail wick and some higher lows. Like, it can set up for a little short-term long if you're looking for it as a trade, but it's still in this little downward trajectory. So, don't catch a falling knife on Ford. That would be my suggestion to you.
All right. Ozan wanted to... he's a little bored, so he wants the cow going on there. All right, look, let's just do this. I had sort of talked about Tesla, then we got sidetracked there. Uber was going to be a bid through 76. I'm going to cancel that. Obviously, the market had something to say about it and didn't want us to take that, so we'll go downside on that. Tesla, making sure I don't have any more stop orders. I do not, because if you have multiple stop orders, they all will not fire off, so it'll only fire off the first one you put in, so we don't have any more. Look, that was a mistake. Like, we got it out the 50 period moving average when that was there. I'm just going to put this a little bit higher to make sure that we get stopped out for real. 363.50. All right, 363.51s. Only because that has nothing to do with the 50 period moving average. That's right here. We want to make sure that we break that, the 50 period. If you're going to use that exactly like we did before, then it's 362.85. We'll just ramp it up a little bit into that shelf break, which of course is 50s, right back down. So we'll put, 51s. Perfect. Stop out. So that's my stop order. It's accepted. You always want to make sure your orders are accepted. And then we'll wait to see now what's going on. Please hit the like and subscribe. I don't know how many viewers we have. Right now I'm going to double check for everybody and see how many likes. 815 likes. So we need to at least get to 1,200. We have over 5,300 watching. If you haven't hit the like button, please do so. And then again, we say this all the time, but it's actually true. If you just trust me, just hit the like button right now and then watch what happens to the trade that you're in. It will most likely go one way or the other. So if you do that right now, then you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. So hit the like button and then let me know what happens to your trade in the chat. So do that and then report back ASAP about what happens in the chat to your trade. And you'll be very, very surprised on what does happen there.
It'll make power moves at 350.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to, you got to hit if you don't hit the like, then you're not going to know. So you got to hit the like and then see what happens to your trade. So for right now, we've been liking the stream all day long, and this is a $10 winner. So it is working so far. Anything else you guys want us to look at? I'm going to be my next purchase. I told you about I'm buying Intel, but I might just get out of Intel. Honestly, I'm in too many chip names, and I might just buy JP Morgan. This name's out here at 14 times PE with an absolute just, like, I would really love this name to come back so I could buy it. Like, we were long this name, and Daryl, if you're here, this is another one. I first started buying JP Morgan. Daryl knows this. We were buying Simon Property Group. During the pandemic, we were buying Square. We were buying JP Morgan. So spreading the wealth there with some tech, some banks, and some property. And oh boy, were those great trades. JP Morgan, we are in at $80, up to 230 right now, 275 right now. Would love to get this name back to 230. Maybe that's where we were looking, right there on that dip buy. But yeah, wasted opportunities there, selling some JP Morgan earlier on in the year. So earlier on last year. Not this year. So yeah, JP Morgan, not a huge part of my portfolio, and I wish it was, as it still looks like it wants to work out there to the upside. Morgan Stanley, a great stock. All the banks.
Goldman's doing fantastic.
Goldman's still a stock that we have, man. We're in that stock in the threes.
The only bank that stinks.
XLF has been really strong. Go ahead, yeah?
No, that's not true. The only bank that stinks, I was about to say the only bank that stinks is TD, but that's not true because there's tons of regional banks that don't look that great. Here in Canada, we only have a few banks, so it's like the big one or one of the big ones, and they're not very good. there was a question about Nike. So we don't remember, again, I don't remember seeing any news to account for why Nike did this in the middle of the day yesterday, and it just continues another stair step down. This could be an opportunity here on Nike, but the problem is you've got the China risk, you've got the trend coming back in. At some point, I'm probably going to look for a reversion trade on Nike. I think the brand's good enough. Lululemon did a little bit of this and was able to make a nice bounce back, and I think Nike could do the same thing. But for now, flat bottom break already happened, and you got to try to find a new low here. Actually, going to pull up a weekly chart and see where. Wow, how far do you have to zoom back? Okay, pandemic low. The next low is the pandemic low at $60 on Nike. There's nothing on the daily chart until you get to the pandemic low. And that's 15% away. If it can't bounce there, it can't bounce. That's the way I would look at Nike. Yikes, that's bad.
Yeah, thanks,
really
Sebastian, for bringing up. Yeah, Nike's been a horrible. Thanks, Sebastian, for bringing up Bitcoin. And we did talk about going, or at least looking short on this name here into the close. And it's down $1,300 since that. And we sort of talked about looking at these breaks. And there's the 50-period moving average on the 1-minute chart. Just continues to go. If you're short Bitcoin right now, I don't think you need to get out 96.5 maybe on a break back through. So the 96.5 for Bitcoin if you're still on that. And that would be, I'd say the same thing for IBIT. Unfortunately, I didn't even look at IBIT today. Just had more to go. And we've only traded today. We traded ELF, Nvidia, Palantir, futures, and Tesla. Tesla just broke $10 in the money. So that's a good one. IBIT, same thing. So there's the 50-period moving average. I would still follow that. Look at this, break and take. So 54.80, something to look at right now for IBIT. I thought I heard Adara maybe for a call, but I didn't hear anything from Ramin. So I'm going to wait until that one. Nike, we were really lucky. We were opposite of lucky. I don't think we're opposite of lucky. We did a great play on Starbucks and on Nike. We got out of both of them. So we didn't actually even hold anything. We were in and out of Nike. We took a good advantage of that on that pop-up, and I'll show you that it kind of backfired on Starbucks. But we were buying Nike and Starbucks in the summertime last year. When this popped up, we were able to get out because of this shelf. So we were able to get out at like 87, 88. I think it was more like 86, 85 on Nike. And then if you look at that stock, it's dropped down into what Neil just mentioned there, those lows. And then if you look at Starbucks, we were doing the exact same. It was the same trade. Had nothing to do with anything other than the fact that it looked like it was at good bottoms. And we just showed you why that Nike low was good. And it was the same thing here for Starbucks. I'll show you right here. So it's still, look, summertime trade. For Starbucks, we were buying in here, and we didn't get out there. Then it pops up on Brian Nickel. We're like, great. Like, that's kind of a fluke there. We also got the Nike new guy that showed up. We sold on that news. So basically, Brian Nickel comes through. So I'm like, great. We have a nice win there on Starbucks. Then this happens. I'm like, what have I done? How could we not see this top here at $100? So when it comes back in, guess where your boy gets out? Right in here again. And we thought we were pretty smart when that happened, but then we were unable to buy back we could have, but we didn't. Right back there. So we actually missed that run, but we're still able to take this from 70s into 98. So that turned out to be a good trade for us. But there's one example of buying those lows, taking advantage of something, as opposed to a Nike, which has stopped and dropped. So I still think we can buy some Nike down there, but at the end of the day, maybe let that settle down. A big tariff name. I thought Starbucks would as well, but again, most of their business in China, right? They're not shipping anything.
I think that's maybe the difference. Nvidia, with 6 minutes to go to the imbalances, Nvidia just crossed 29 into 29.5. Now try to remember, I got to zoom out again for you guys. Try to remember this morning, and if you were trading Nvidia this morning, then you already know this, but 129.8, just underneath the 130 level, there was just a wealth of selling on Nvidia, and it tried to get there again, and you see all the selling. Like it was just distinctly different from every other day. Like it broke 130 for a little bit and had sellers above, and then it had sellers underneath. So it's going to probably take a lot, especially with the strong week it had in the bleeding market right now, or the weak market right now, for us to get through. And imbalance is coming in about 5 minutes. So ideally, I think the trade, like I'd be more excited about like a 355 reversal trade than trying to figure out where the imbalance is going to be on one of these names. I don't have any big index actions. So I think that means watch out for, I just double checked it. I didn't see anything big.
Yo, your Nvidia chart looks like mine, man. Too many trades.
Oh, I know it was too many trades. And actually, when I was talking the lesson of the day, it was get away from it and then go back over to Palantir.
Right.
Because like Palantir, the thing is like regardless of how Palantir ends the day, it was still on trend to the long side for almost all of it. Like it wasn't until like maybe here where it lost the trend on Palantir. So like going back over to that is always going to make more sense, right? Like you miss a couple of trades in here for some dip buys, but you take all the other ones that you can. So Palantir obviously going to be a good one all week long.
I'm exhausted. There was
Palantir,
a new.
Palantir didn't have a single it made you money every day today, or this week, I should say.
The wife and I last night were watching. There's a new Amy Schumer movie on Netflix. I think it just dropped. It was pretty funny. It's rated R, so it's kind of good. That's why I like it. I think it's this one. Kinda Pregnant? Is this a new one there? This was kind of, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, 2025. Okay, so I don't know what 4.9 out of 10. Very good. But anyways, it was kind of funny there last night. So we'll wait to see what happens with that. We started watching it, and I'm over here like tired as heck. So we'll have to wait to see if I can survive watching that there tonight. But not too much. We had a few things on the docket.
If I put on Amy Schumer, I'm gonna fall asleep.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It was a new one on Netflix, so I don't know. She had one movie that I thought was funny.
I'm trying to think of what she was in that
I don't know.
that I
Anyways,
liked.
I don't know. Anyways, whatever. Stand-up comedian, but anyways, Amy Schumer. Okay, so Tesla there breaking 360. I just want to say quickly, this 362. I put our stop at 362.50. The 52 period, the 50. In a minute, the 50-period moving average is 362 right there. So if it breaks through there, then we will get out of that trade. But I'm just ramped it up to 362.60. So that's what I'm looking at right there for Tesla. What's up, Adara?
Beware of Conduent. This one's actually halted here, CNDT. About 500,000 shares traded in this name today, but big push to the upside and maybe one to watch on Monday, given the fact that it's halted right now. But this is, to be clear, a volatility halt. So what happened here is Reuters is reporting that the company Conduent here, CNDT, is exploring a sale after receiving some takeover interest. So potential takeover interest for CNDC, guys. Back to you.
Right.
Yeah, my guess is they wouldn't open that one back up. That would kind of make sense. Like takeover interest and you halt at 347. Yeah, that's a trap. Get people caught over the weekend. You don't necessarily want that. Mike Jones, I also miss in living color. What up, Mike Jones? I really miss in living color. Interesting fact about In Living Color and the Super Bowl is if you're wondering when they started in the Super Bowl getting really big acts in the halftime show, you can thank In Living Color for that because Keenan Ivory Wayans had the genius idea that they would do a live In Living Color episode at the height of their prowess during the halftime. And they had so many viewers, the NFL's like, yeah, you're not going to be able to do that again because we're just going to bring in the biggest and the best. I forget who it was the next time, but like after that, they just said, we're going to have the greatest halftime shows ever. So thank you to Keenan Ivory Wayans for that one-time event. And now you get to see, it's Kendrick Lamar. I still don't know if he's going to be all by himself. Kind of feel like Lil Wayne should be there, but whatever. We already talked about that. Lil Wayne should be performing. I don't understand why not.
That's all political, right? So
it's kind of
they give him the Grammy. It's just an LA thing, right? This is a Kendrick year. So, all right. So we'll wait to see what's going on. It's in Nolans. I think it'll be a good show, halftime show, regardless. Anyways, but yeah, I saw Marlon Wayans. I saw Damon Wayans. Damon Wayans in Vegas. That was really funny.
Top 10 all time.
It's where Jim Carrey was at his best there. Fire Marshal Bill.
Yes.
And whatnot, and Homie the Clown. It's part of what has shaped us. All right, and of course, Jennifer Lopez, a fly girl back in the day. All right, Tesla. So we already know where our stop is. We have a minute and a quarter now until imbalances. So these are these famous imbalances that we always talk about. They're going to come out right now. We do have, we talk about Canadian banks, TD Bank with a bid for now underneath it. So we'll have to wait for that. DocuSign is there that's not DocuSign. BMY is here, Pfizer's here. But these will all update in a minute, and then we'll get also the NASDAQ. So I always like to right click here, get rid of the broker so we can only see. So these are like pre-looks. Right now we go all the way to 9:30 now, so everything you're seeing here is from 9:30. At 3:50 this will update, and then we'll be able to see what we're trading, what we like, and we'll go off of that. It is a very risky proposition to be in a stock when you have no idea what's about to happen. Like if this comes out as a big buy for Tesla, this stock will shoot up. So we have our stop order in right now. It's well planned out. If it breaks through 362.50, then we're out. We're comfortable with that. And it could also be a sell. So we could break that bottom of 360 there for Tesla. So that's it, man. It's just the only stock that I have, and we're willing to sit on it for a minute and see what winds up happening. Now with only 10 seconds, here we go. We'll call it up right now and watch it. So we'll click on different stocks, but 5, 4, 3, 2, blast off. So here we go. Let's wait to see. There goes right at 361.70. Look at this. 361.70, 74, 75. So as we go, Uber with $1 million sell. That's not really affecting. These are actually pretty light numbers for right now. TLT's had a nice move, I think, upside recently off the bottom, but TLT's there. There's Amazon with a bid, not really moving. Wow, Amazon down 4%. That kind of yucky. There's Nvidia.
Nothing.
Come on, man. We've seen this name before. 5 million.
It's done 200 million in volume.
Yeah, so 800,000 is not moving the needle, and I did not even see Tesla on there, so we're fine. But there goes Tesla right now, up to 362. So there's probably a small buy somewhere for Tesla. AMD is small bid. So it's not, today it was not dramatic. So sorry about that. Normally it can't be.
They did open the stock.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
That conduit, they did open it up, and you still would have won. They're bringing this conduit, exploring potential like sale options, so rumors that they could get sold. It opened up at 445. It got to 490, so that's about 10%. And no one ever went broke taking profit. There is a distinct lack of any size on the bid here. Like 100 lots everywhere on the bid of CNDT. It's not 1 million shares of volume, pretty much all of it late. We'll see if there's news over the weekend of an actual confirmed deal as opposed to just speculation for this bad boy. As Sean already mentioned, Nvidia, it probably needed some kind of an imbalance for it to press through 30, but it didn't happen. So obviously, kind of a nothing burger on the close, which is fine. It did a little bit of a pop and now coming right back in. Not a big move at all for Nvidia. There was that MRP, like when Sean showed the imbalance locator, like this thing for 2 million. Check that 4 million, and it's moving around a little bit. I'd expect maybe I'm going to double check, make sure. Oh, you know what? This actually is an addition today. MRP is an addition. Yeah, it's S&P completion, whatever that is. So this is an addition, MRP. If it were to stay, this could be a little bit of a something. You never know. Just because it's a buy and balance, just because you're expecting a buy, does not mean it is going to ramp and just go forever. There's a big difference between the size of imbalances that you saw where like a Tesla or an Uber or a Palantir when they get added to an index and sort of the random ones that you have on these smaller names. So it's not that big of a notional imbalance on this MRP. 4 million shares on a $25 stock. It's not huge.
Okay, so here we go. We're going to get stopped out of Tesla, which is honestly is completely fine. I mean, we were actually waiting for a 360 break, and it got as low as 360.40. So to give $2 back, I mean, this is a trade that we're very, very comfortable doing, and we just talked about that. So there's the out right there. Good trade for us on Tesla. What's up, Ozan? All right. Let's get one more poll up quickly if we can. We'll run into the market recap show. Let's just do an Eagles Chiefs again, just because it's going to be Super Bowl. We might as well put it up right there. Ramin or Fabian, just put who you think is going to win: Kansas City, Philadelphia. Let's just do Eagles or Chiefs, and then we'll just see who wins as we get into the end of the day there. I think we've already covered this, but again, thank you so much, Nimrod, for those. What was it? 48. Yeah, 48-52. We don't need to do it again. I just thought for something for fun. Yeah, Chiefs.
Well, you could do chili or wings.
Yeah, some kind of a famous...
Like what are you eating for Super Bowl?
Yeah, we could figure that out.
Not that it has to be chili versus wings, or pizza, I guess.
We could have multiple choice.
What are you guys doing?
I don't know. Marissa's just doing something. I'm at. There's a skate Well, yeah, I'll be at Wild Wings for a part of it, as Gia's going to be at a skate there. So we're going to be doing that with some dads, watch some games there at the bar. But yeah, she always makes. I like the homemade guacamole. I mean, that's and then she makes this wicked chili with like a pumpkin. I think I've talked about that. So pumpkin puree. She'll probably do that, and then. I don't know. We had wings last night, actually. So I don't know. That was kind of.
Well, you can have. It's a Super Bowl, man.
Yeah.
You can get away with
both
wings
teams. Yeah, I'm not.
I don't hate both. Like, I don't have a dog in the fight.
I don't like Philly fans or something else.
I'm not a fan of either team, to be honest with you, but, you know.
They had this match, 3 years ago?
I'll cheer for Philly.
3 years ago,
Anyways,
Oscar Mayer wieners.
obvious reasons.
Yeah, it's not bad. What else is some Super Bowl foods there? You could have
Hot dogs?
hot dogs.
I've never done dogs for that. It's
Pizza's
chili
not
wings.
bad. Oh, like chicken fingers, like just basically just any kind of bar food, I guess.
Are you
Poke bowls.
boneless or not for wings?
I like the bones.
Thank you.
Boom, 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 boom. Blessed weekend, everybody. Same.
There's only that's the right way to do it. You got
Yeah, I mean, boneless is a chicken nugget or something.
it's not the same thing. It's just
It's not a
the
bone.
same thing.
You can't have a chicken wing that's actually boneless, can you? Does that even make sense?
It's not a chicken wing.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like pineapple on pizza. By the way, Nvidia is still going. And at 355, there wasn't something to flip. Like, it didn't really have much of an imbalance, but Nvidia is trying to get to 130 right now. There's not a heck of a lot going. Oh, well, that's a good one. Steph, nachos. Why didn't we say nachos? We should have said nachos.
Yeah.
Nachos with 7-layer dip.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, yeah,
God, the dip is.
that'll work too. So who's going to win? I think the Chiefs are going to win. I think the
Same.
Eagles, I'd rather they win. What? Why is it? What's with the random whatever? I don't know why you can't just spell it normally or not spell it.
This is why I can't have
capitals all over the place.
Things.
Thank you, Remain. Thank you for the poll. We appreciate that.
Fine. I mean, we already know it's going to be probably the Chiefs. It was 52-48 last time. All right, 355. Ooh, did we get a switch up in anything? All right, let's see. Sometimes at 355, you. Yes, exactly. Well, I don't even know what that bet was. There's some sort of Taylor Swift bet.
No, that was a midday.
Oh, what is that? Yeah, there is a prop for that. Did you guys look up the official prop?
Yeah, you need to look it up.
I would say Taylor Swift. I would say over under 5 would be. What was it? What did you guys have up there on the midday? Do you remember the number? I think more than 5. Like if it was 4.5, I'd go over for Taylor Swift. At least once a quarter.
9 that seems high.
9 under 9, under
seems
9.
really high.
You'll get like the walk-in video. Then when the Chiefs win, she'll be there, so that'll be there. And then every single time Travis Kelce does something like amazing, he'll be there. They'll be there together. So
I think
I would,
5.5 would make more sense.
I'm saying 4.5 probably. I'll go.
That's
I'm
like
gonna go find it.
Once a quarter, and then like maybe 1 or 2 other random ones would
Yeah.
make sense to me. So I don't know. Yeah, 9 is definitely too. Like if it was 9, I'm taking the under.
It's not 9. There's
Yeah, I would take the under on 9 for sure. But like Sharif said, 1 or 2. He's like
Super
he's
Bowl
like 1.5. I'm like 1.5. I'm like, are you crazy?
Oh,
yeah, you had to juice that to get 1.5. That's for sure.
What Super Bowl
Pay out
is this?
literally
Is this 59? Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea what Super Bowl is actually.
Okay.
I will get to it in a second. Roblox.
scrolling
Anthony
down,
Vitale saying Roblox killing it? Probably not.
All right. So the national anthem, 120 seconds. All right.
I don't know what that is.
Forget about the first song being "Squabble Up" is plus 400. Kendrick Lamar's total songs over 10.5. Hopefully it's not that high. Gatorade color, yellow, green, lime. You could bet. Travis Kelce. Oh, here we go. I could probably just show this, right? I can scroll through websites. I think it's fine. As long as something doesn't show up on here. All right, there it is. Will Travis Kelce propose to Taylor Swift? That's not happening.
No.
That's plus 800, so you can cancel that. I would think, I got to cancel my Nvidia bids right now. I don't need to get long that. Will there be an octopus? What the hell does that mean? All right, so
Huh?
I'm going to say yes. Plus 1,400. Oh, here we go. Terrence, okay. Prop bets on Taylor Swift inspired props. 15. What? Oh, rushing yards, gold rush, shake it off. No. I don't see anything. Saquon Barkley, 50 yards. That's probably happening. Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco, 3 touchdowns. No.
Get out of here with that.
I don't. Are you ready for it? No. I don't see any Taylor Swift ones on here. But all right. Anyways, we'll get it all figured out.
That's pretty sad.
They just made it up. They just like.
Let's just say 6.5 or 5.5.
Yeah. I don't know what I would be betting on for that one. All right, 1 minute left to go here as the market right now will be down that 1.5%. Tesla right now down 3.5% as well. Now I want to know, some of you guys probably will have a better area for prop bets and can tell us what that is. But yeah, that's that. So, okay, I got to get over to the desk there. I'm still looking up prop bets, but I guess I got to get over there as we have that show in
an octopus apparently is when you score a touchdown and then that same player gets a 2-point conversion. I had to look it up. I've never heard that before.
How come we didn't know that? Yeah.
So it's actually not bad because like Hurts on a tush push and then they go for a 2-point.
Right.
That's actually probably a good bet.
We only have 30 seconds to go, but one thing we forgot to tell you, we do have I don't know. I guess it's going to be posted on our YouTube page. I'm not sure what we're doing with the links. Maybe we could put them in the chat or something like that. But we are releasing a new video on RSI, and it's like it's a different style that we're trying to do. It's like a well-produced one. It should be really fun to watch. Go over there, watch it. RSI. I believe it features most of us in there as well. With only 10 seconds to go, go over, watch the RSI video. Is it good? Where are we posting that up? Okay, end of the recap on the main page. Worksport, thank you for that. 2 and 1. All right, we are there. So, right, at the end of the recap, we'll be pumping this show. We'll pump it on the recap as well so everybody remembers that one.
Yes.
But go find it. It'll be on the main page as well, the RSI video. So, all right.
All right, great one on TSLA, and good luck. Well, I mean, have fun over the weekend. Good luck on the prop bets that you make. There it is, RSI. And let us know in the comments.
What? Oh, look at that.
If you want us to do other videos, like it could be VWAP, I'm just going to say VWAP, or it could be moving averages.
Put that thing on again there. Oh, look at that.
Why do we never pick a picture of me smiling for this stuff? It's like, trust me, when we do this, they take like 25, I don't know, they take a lot of pictures, and it's always got to be like the angry brother. One of my email addresses is actually Angry Black. I'm not going to tell you which one. No, because there was like an old character. I forget what show it was, or like radio show or whatever. And I was like, I annexed that when I was a kid. But no, seriously, if you guys think there's an educational video that we should do and you would like, make sure you drop that in the comments. Let us know what you think. What could we do better? What do you guys want to see? Because we're doing this for our trading community. We're here for you guys. That's what it's all about, so we can all learn and grow together. That's always what it's about. And big shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s, and Andre, putting all of this together, making us look and sound good. Every now and then, cutting the black when we talk too long, like right now, which I'm going to do for a little bit longer. Shout out to the Midday crew, Bash Brothers, kicking it and killing it as always. Big shout out to all of our viewers and to you guys. It's been a fantastic week. Even if Palantir ended up red for the first time this week, it actually was red today, believe it or not. Right at the close, Palantir got red. Still an unbelievable week for that, closing at 111. But you know what? You don't have to do anything except sit back. I want you to relax. There's a lot to recap. This was a monster earnings week, just in terms of volume. Next week is going to be almost as big in terms of earnings names, going over some of the results, going over the stock moves today. Looking forward to a big week in trading. It's the market recap, everybody. It's going to start now.
All right, we're starting now. How are you doing, Adara?
I'm alive, which is good. That's somewhere to start.
Was that ever in question today? Or?
No, it's just been a really long week. Lots of news, lots of things happening. Fears of leaving desk because news. So we're alive.
Right. I noticed that. I noticed that you're very much hustling back and forth. So we want to thank you for that.
There's always a risk that when you leave news,
I don't want you to run. I don't want you to run like too much. Like I don't want you to fall down.
Oh no! I'm accident prone. I can get injured while walking, so that's really not an issue. But
okay.
I'm going to see it. Risk is pretty even. RRs.
We have a lot of interesting things to discuss here today. I'm trying to log in over here, and it's not necessarily letting me, so I probably something going on with the version control. But all right, what was a pretty nasty day today? We did have e.l.f. Cosmetics come out at 20%. They're down today, so we're going to watch out for e.l.f. Cosmetics. But today's day on the triple Qs, wow. Big move to the downside there as we get President Trump all over the place. We get the retroactive, or what was the word he used?
He called it reciprocal.
Reciprocal
tariff.
Their tariffs. Watch out there. The NASDAQ really lost its way starting at about 10 o'clock. So the market opened up and we started cruising to the long side. We had names like Nvidia. We had names like Palantir. We had names like Tesla all the way up. And then look what Tesla did at the end of the day. Those of you watching know what Tesla did because we were short. Look at that huge move in the morning on Tesla. 370 to 380, straight up $10. And then whoops to the downside as we'll hit a little bit of a fail on the whole market as tariff talks once again come through. And yeah, there's meeting with the Prime Minister from Japan as well. Sent shares of U.S. steel up, down, and around all afternoon. And this is what Adair is talking about. You never know when the news is going to hit, especially your stocks. Uranium stocks today. I don't know. Was there a headline potentially that we missed on uranium today?
That I'm aware of. No.
All right, hold on a second. I need to.
We
That's why
natural minerals. Talked about minerals and stuff, but that's all that I really. He said that he and Ukraine may be doing some deal with minerals, but that's all. And then Zelensky kind of said the same thing, but that's really all we got on that.
All right, well, we had Oklo up as well today. Nice little push there into $58. Oklo is near its highs. Oh, actually at its highs. This has really been sort of anointed the winner in some of these names here. And of course, Oklo. I was going to see what is the reactors. Okay, so we know this name from C3AI. The guy's name is losing my mind.
C3AI?
Sam Altman.
No, you mean OpenAI.
OpenAI,
and
sorry.
Sam Altman.
What's going on with C3AI these days?
Did you know, though, OpenAI's the co-founder guy, Ilya, he apparently has his own startup that's valued at $2 billion for AI. So you're getting more competition. All these guys leaving OpenAI, going other places.
Right, yeah, yeah, exactly. So C3AI right here and OpenAI. C3AI, obviously not the same name. I'm surprised that this hadn't really run a little bit more since its inception, but C3AI, not a bad stock there today. You know what stock we never look at anymore? GameStop. That's why it's not doing much. Ooh, down to the 200 period moving average. All right, maybe this stock wakes up at some point there. GameStop. All right, but let's go back on track here and what we're talking about. All right, so some interesting names today that we had talked about earlier. We did have Elf. That was a big name that missed yesterday. Some other earnings names. We'll go out with Amazon there. Nice move into the print. Bad print, right? Right to the downside there, 229. We'll see if it still holds that 50-period moving average. I am nowhere worried at all about Amazon. It's been a nice move up. You will have to take a little bit of a bath on that if you were trading it ahead of earnings. But Adair, as you know, we always talk about Amazon and some of these plays. You don't necessarily want to get long or short into the earnings report. We don't have any idea what's going to go on. But if you look at Google, Microsoft, they kind of led the way there for Amazon. We knew it was going to be a bad cloud possibility there for the big ones, right? The big CapEx spenders there. But then you get a little name like Cloudflare that kind of goes the other way. This name, again, very similar setup, right? I mean, it was bouncing off the 50-period moving average that they came out with a much better report, up 17% there. So not all is doomed in the cloud. Google, I thought, was red today, obviously, with the NASDAQ down 3.5%. So they're trying to break that shelf also. What a name that did break the shelf was Tesla. And again, that's too bad because there it was right there. We do not hold that 370. When you don't hold 370, you do get a downside push into those lows, now 362. We want to make sure that everybody does one thing, and that is, of course, like and subscribe. But at the end of the day, and here's everybody in the chat right now, who's going to win, Chiefs or Eagles? Wow, it's the same 52% right there. Make sure you do vote. We do have a big release. Again, it's a new video. It's a new kind of a style, highly produced video. Go check it out right there. RSI coming through. Neil, myself, Sharif, Brendo on that one. So yeah, more videos to come out. We're really excited about that. If you have to watch the RSI one, they'll have a VWAP one. We'll have an SMA one coming out as well. So we're going to try to give more education as we keep on getting. Not only are you, I think a cool one would be a news one with you.
Oh,
so
a news
like
video?
different, like different sources that you look at.
Yeah.
And maybe like what triggers key stories, words like Trump, words like tariffs, things like that.
That's
that should
a good
be,
idea.
Yeah, that should be a heck of a lot of fun. So over 3,800 watching right now. What do you want to talk about before we go on to something else?
Yeah, I mean, I want to show here, Palantir, we're going to talk about earnings. So Palantir was a huge earnings winner. I just made this graphic here because Palantir eclipsed 250 billion in market cap for the first time. And also here, they're now part of the top 50 names in the S&P 500. So that is a top 10% of the SPY index that they only joined less than 6 months ago, believe it or not. So there's Palantir. It's actually higher market cap than names like Cisco, Accenture, IBM, Morgan Stanley, and McDonald's, Adobe, so it's really winning here in market cap. This is going to contextualize against market cap share alongside some of these other heavy hitters. So had a lot of fun making this. Check it out on X at TTV Research. I have another graphic on Palantir's market cap since earnings that I believe Sean showed on the show as well.
Yeah.
So lots of fun with this.
Yeah, I like the one that, we'll get that up again. I really think that's important to understand, like, sort of the rise that Palantir's had, and then let's not expect that every single day is going to be like one of these amazing days for PLTR.
No.
It's just, this is the daily chart. Honestly, the market cap that this thing has gained in less than a year, this is February right here. This is February of 24, $16. So like we talk about, like Fabian was sitting at that exact desk last year at this time. I was right up here at this time and we were talking about Palantir. Sometimes you have to believe in names, and when you do, you can ride these. Nice move. I do think it's getting a little bit overextended, obviously, with a PE northbound of 200. You got to watch out for Palantir. Actually, I think we might even have the PE on here somewhere. No, it's not on here. Right now, Palantir, what? It doesn't have a negative EPS, so we'll figure that out. I don't know what's going on there. There it is, 110, nice move upside. Giving back a little bit. It did not have a nice move at the end of the day. It did get faded there at the end of the day on Palantir. We had wrote down on our sticky note today that we liked 111. So if you want to see how I traded Palantir today, that's Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti, 1280 right there for Rigetti. Palantir today, it actually starts at 111, ends at 111. So what goes up must come down, I guess, for PLTR. Here's 111 this morning, boom, boom, boom. Nice upside moves into 115 and change. I like that one. How was your trading today, by the way? I didn't.
Yeah, it was not a good trading day for me. I'm going to be really honest with you guys. But I think the thing that started off that I learned a lot from was, so I actually got really heavily slipped in Tesla right when we had the economic number. And by that, I mean I lost more than half of what I was, or double like what I was trying to lose. So it was pretty massive. It was not good. I learned a lot from it, though. Don't be in trades during these economic numbers. And like the thing is, I always feel like I learn when I'm interacting with the market. So I feel like I'm able to give better news too because I'm a little bit involved. So anyways, that's it's not a great day, but I'm excited to learn and grow. And also my X is still locked out, but I think I'm probably gonna make a new account. So stay tuned for that. And I will give you guys the link once I make that account. Been pretty busy with earnings season, but once that cools down, there should be a new Trader TV Adaro related X account where I can continue to show my trades and what I'm looking at. Yeah.
Disappointed in that because you had worked hard on that account in the first place and can't believe it's shut down, but we'll figure that out.
I don't
even know
understand.
why.
Elon, help me out, bro. Help me out. You're helping out the Doge guys over there, keeping them their jobs when they get fired. So
you're just too mysterious.
I'm just one woman asking
right
for help.
there. Yeah, exactly. All right. Look, today earlier on during the midday, I'm not sure exactly when this announcement came, but Uber rallied midday after Bill Ackman. But the thing is, it's like Uber was all ready. So someone got a word of this. It broke through $70. Bill Ackman comes out midday and announces that he has accrued 30 million shares?
Yes. So the thing I want to say too with this is a lot of people were saying it was 33 million. The number was 30 million, but it was circulating around. I mean, it's still a lot of shares. But also with Bill, and I said this when I reported the news, you know this, he has a tendency to pump stocks when he wants to help himself out. This is what happened with Fannie Mae, where he's like, yeah, we've been down really badly on Fannie Mae, but also it's a great opportunity. Yeah, like he name dropped actor Edward Norton. In this announcement. Yeah, which I don't know if he's like, oh yeah, Edward Norton showed me Uber, and since then I've been in love with the company a million years ago. I'm like, yeah, okay, I don't really.
Norton?
Yeah, really random name
we
drop.
also don't know the price he's long at.
No, well, he said mid-January, so you could figure it out. He was actually pretty transparent about that.
Okay, good.
So maybe a little less pumpy than some of his pumps, but regardless, I cannot believe I used the word pumpy on TV, but regardless, the point I'm trying to make is like, I think with Bill Ackman, you have to be very aware of his pretty blatant pump history.
30 million shares.
It's roughly $2 billion, that's what people said.
Right.
Yeah.
A $2 billion position?
I mean, now more probably because it's...
Yeah. I mean, that's, again, the account sizes that these guys manage in their funds is absolutely unbelievable. And these guys are pumpers and dumpers, but, they do justify it. They put out a lot of work, too. So if you can probably go to Bill Ackman's Twitter account and find out, and I have Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac up here, they put work together. There's slides explaining what they think. So it's not like, sure, I do feel like it is. We talk about the market being rigged, and I think this is part of it. But at the same time, if you do put up the work and you can justify what your opinion is, you're allowed to have an opinion, and that's what free market and capitalism is all about. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. Someone could come out with an opposite piece as well. So we'll wait to see that. Today's move, we already talked about uranium. That's a nice one. FXI, I mean, still remains to be strong. I feel like with China, we did get some news on PDD midday as well. I do feel like with China, you are going to be able to get some, it doesn't look like it moved too much around there, some concessions probably made in the tariff space. We're going to wait to see if there are some negative headlines coming out next week, as we did talk about some more announcements, as President Trump has made perfectly clear that he's not about to stop anytime soon talking his book and talking policy, right? And so I think with FXI in China, I think that's really important. I have to actually find the Mexican ETF. I think that could be something as well. We could watch out for, what you should put on your money talks? Maybe the peso. That could be very, very
really
interesting to watch. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think with China, you have to keep in mind the fact that Trump has given us no timeline on the Xi talks, and even he keeps moving it back. Like, we heard from both the White House and his trade advisor saying, oh yeah, Trump is going to be chatting today with Xi. Then Trump saying it'll happen at some point. Now he's saying it'll probably happen.
Right.
So he really, like, the fact that he keeps pushing back these talks to China on tariffs is a little interesting to me. I think we'd like at least an ETA, because he gave us an ETA with Japan. He said they're going to be talking on Monday or Tuesday. So I think the fact we don't have an ETA with Xi, on the Xi talks makes FXI, KWeb all a little bit, right now. But apparently we actually had Hang Seng hit a bull market last night. So, I think China's pretty strong, but that's likely because of the DeepSeek.
And China just reopened up from Lunar New Year.
Yes.
So they were missing some of those plays. The whole week. So that right there. Look, it was a pretty nasty overall day as far as sectors are concerned. We could sort of blow this up. I just pulled it out. Here it is right here. This is the negative ETF watch list that I wanted to show you right now from Trade Ideas, as we'll sort of make this look a little bit nasty on our screen right now. Again, as you can click on here, discretionary. Maybe if I click and we can sort of look over here at the daily chart. So again, consumer discretionary. A lot of these names are going to be near the highs, but we did fade back out today. The one that's interesting me the most is XLF is still at highs. XL, of course, is the financial ETF with lower rates. Possibly not in the future, as we'll wait to see. We might not get any rate hikes. Banks continue to really perform well. And if the environment's going to stay status quo, I think it continues to work. XLF, just absolutely monstrous. Love that space for sure. The industrial space is another one that I can get behind right now at the 50-period moving average. John Deere and Caterpillar, some nice names there as well. Real estate, we'll figure out what's going on with mortgages right now, but XLRE, still, they all look pretty good. The name that I like the most, I don't know about the most, we'll put this back in right there, XBI. I like the biotech space. We know we've been getting hit with Moderna. We know that RFK is going to be a little bit of a problem as he sits there. I feel like this is a good one with rates remaining where they are. Obviously, we'd like lower rates. I think eventually rates go lower. We may have to wait out on XBI. I'm not necessarily buying anymore, but I will be more interested down here near $85, $90. AbbVie today had some movements. Look at this stock. This is a nice one. I own this name. Movements there to the downside, though, today, down 1.23%. And then we did have some Moderna news. We always get people asking us about Moderna.
They're reporting on Friday, yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to be a big one. I want to get that graphic, too, next week's
I'll get that up right now.
Reports.
I have the Palantir up one right now.
All right, you want to go over that? So Palantir, when you're looking at this graphic, I think it's important to understand that, as you can see, look at some of these names, man. Salesforce, Chevron as they go, Coca-Cola, Cisco. That's Cisco. What we're sort of right beside right now, Wells Fargo and Cisco, book ending Palantir. Like, those are two names that have been in the market for 50 plus years. Maybe not Cisco that long, but maybe.
Cisco was at one point the largest name in the world.
Right, exactly. You're right.
I think huge to remember.
Yeah, back in the dot-com bubble there. And then IBM still hovering there. How old is that name as we continue to go? Palantir was just a thought in the dark when IBM was releasing some of their, what was the name of the IBM droid or AI that was in jeopardy? HAL 9000? No, it wasn't HAL.
That sounds like the Space Odyssey.
It must have been 20 years ago that Jeopardy, it was like they're two big guys against an AI.
Really?
And it was really cool. People in the chat would, Watson, okay. All I had to do was look down there. What's up, Bilbo Bagholder? Yeah. So that was pretty cool. I like IBM. IBM actually has a dividend. This is one of the original OGs that I was buying. It hadn't done a lot for a long time, but come over to the screen now. That's cool. I just want to show everybody really the epic rise of Palantir. Like, that graphic 1 year ago was 10% of that. Like
Yeah.
Palantir right now at 250 billion. A year ago, we just showed you the chart, was sub 50 billion. So you know what can happen in a short period of time is amazing, especially in this market. Look at this monthly chart. Can I go back that far on IBM? Let me call up a monthly chart here. Might take a minute. Look at this. It did absolutely nothing, guys. IBM did nothing from 2018 all the way. This one reminds me of Intel. If you sat in this during one of the biggest bull rises in tech, you know, when this is happening, you have Meta, you have Nvidia, you have any of the other names that I'm missing here, Google, Apple, all the Mag 7s just went so crazy from 2018 to 2023. Once you finally broke out, it kind of looks like GLD a little bit, right? As gold kind of, again, does absolutely nothing here, breaks out, barcodes again, breaks out. These are monthly charts. You have to remember, if you're playing the long game, you're going to want to just buy pretty much every single dip in the market. Look at the SPY. This goes all the way back to 10. Like, sure, you're going to get epic collapses, right? In 08 and 19, I don't have 08 on here, but with COVID, and then again with the crash, and then now straight to the upside, back up there with some of these names. So I think as long as you're young and you sort of want to be passively invested, I think some of these ETFs are the way to go. Just quickly, we can go with so many names. If you want to interrupt at any time, we could do that.
I mean, I have the earnings board if you want for next week.
Okay, let's do next week in just a minute. I want to talk about what was this week. This week, we did not have a great report from the NASDAQ heavy names. We got hit by Tesla, downside. We actually heard a comment that Tesla was its worst week in a while there. I don't know if that was true or not, but
can look at that.
definitely worst week in a year. You don't have to. Worst week in a year there. But let me just zoom in here a little bit. Like that? No, like this. So we had Microsoft down today, down 1.5%, Google down 3%, Nvidia, the bright spot, up 0.9% today. So Nvidia helping out again. All the major CapEx spend seems to hurt the names individually. So you have Amazon reporting yesterday, that big CapEx number. Well, Nvidia likes that. Why? Because the spend is going there. So we'll watch out for Nvidia. You know, Tom Lee, we talk about Dan Ives. A lot of these guys are still very positive in the tech space despite some of these pullbacks. So today, Apple down, Microsoft down, Google down, Meta slightly up, Oracle up. So some of the green names, what's this little green name in there? TDG, okay, that's a good one. And then Arista Networks as well, upside today with your girlfriend there, Eli Lilly.
Yes,
there as we keep on talking about, Miss Lilly, I should say, coming into play there as well. So you still trade Eli Lilly?
Yeah, I mean, Lilly had earnings yesterday, so I was certainly involved in watching that. There were a couple of good moves. The thing with Lilly, I find there's been even more slippage lately. You have to be careful. You have to try your levels. I tried it again as well today. Didn't work out, but I'm like, if you have plans, like the thing is trading should not be emotional, right? So if you have plans, if you execute the plans, then you did what you're supposed to do.
Agreed.
And obviously it's better when things go well, but you know, you have to, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take and you learn from every shot you do. So that's what I have to say. Also Tesla, I did look it up. It's our worst week since October 7th.
Really?
2024. I used TradingView to find that out. So yeah, you just kind of look at like the weeks and it tells you what percentage of the weeks we were. We were down 10% this week. And this is our earnings calendar. So Monday, McDonald's. We've got Tuesday here, Humana, Coca-Cola, Shopify. Pretty big evening for Tuesday. Supermicro doing something on Tuesday night. I'm not sure what, but they're doing something on Tuesday night. It might be earnings. Then we have DoorDash. We've got Upstart. We've got Lyft Wednesday morning. Not a huge one, but Wednesday night, Robinhood, Cisco, Reddit, and then you and I on Thursday night are going to bring them Roku, Twilio, Coinbase, Airbnb, DraftKings, Applied Materials, and Palo Alto Networks. So it's a pretty big earnings week, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's wild there. Let's talk about a name there, McDonald's, just really quickly. It's going to happen on Monday morning. So what to possibly expect from McDonald's? You know, the chart doesn't look too huge at all. We did get a little bit of a miss from Chipotle. We saw them go to the downside, but we also saw Starbucks go to the upside. So some comparable there is probably more like a Starbucks. We could see Yum Brands, which is KFC. Look at this beat there on earnings for Yum Brands. So they go to the upside. So a little bit of a look at McDonald's here. Think they could win. They did recently get a little bit of a bigger value menu as well. So I think that could be something. Another one isn't Wendy's. Wendy's was really funny, man, because wow, okay, all right. Wendy's, I remember during the GameStop meme craze, Wendy's was a name that a lot of people were trading because of chicken tendies.
Oh, also maybe because of Wen Moon. You know, people say Wen Moon,
yeah,
so I feel like
maybe.
they spell it W-E-N, right? So there's a couple of different reasons I could see
You weren't
Wendy's
watching
running.
the market, I don't think, back
No,
then,
I was still in university.
Adara, like, if you think that this market is wild, if you were on this desk when we had what was going on during COVID, Like you had GameStop halting up like 100%, 200%, 500%. And then, oh my God, GameStop is running. Well, what's going on with now BlackBerry or what's going on with AMC? What's going on with, insert name here.
And then Robinhood IPO'd around then too, right? Because I watched the Dumb Money movie, so I know some of what happened in the
Robinhood would have been after all of that because there was pushback from that. But yeah, names like a SoFi and just different names that were going absolutely insane during those periods. I think we can get back to that. And I think we're close to right now. So a name that I really like that I want to do some work on over the weekend, honestly, is Baby Palantir. I
like that.
I like Big Bear AI. Honestly, I was reading about them. Custom computer programming services, right there. Data-driven decision dominance, advanced analytics, competitive advantage, right there. So again, it's very similar Foundry system like what Palantir has, where you can just sort of input your data and then it spits it right back out. They did get that contract with the Department of Defense, I believe, yesterday, and then Stargate talk as well. So Big Bear AI. The only thing about this is, we brought this to your attention on the PM show, and I like Big Bear. We traded it the other day. This was such a great break of $5. I'm wondering about this name, the short floats. I haven't used this platform in a minute. We don't even have short. There it is, 21%.
21.
Yeah, so a little bit of a savage play right here coming through on Big Bear AI.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is what we're doing here. But let's go to a weekly chart on it. I just want to show people that we are running in. Let's go. Is that right? Yeah. Let me go to a monthly for this just to see, because I can't remember how far it goes back. Okay, so we'll do a weekly. Looks a little bit better. You're just running into levels that we've seen before on Big Bear AI. So we've been here at $10. So I would say be pretty careful with all of that to see where we're going. Mr. Brian Shannon taught me that you can actually drop an anchor at its IPO. So I'm going to try to do that right now. There's the anchor. We'll just drop it right here on the IPO, and we'll see that, yeah, the Knights, wow. It did hold right there at 240. Now we're nowhere near. Big Bear AI. Again, like the stock, I think this is something that we have to watch out for. Earnings, March 12th. So they're still to come here on BBAI. All right, there are plans this weekend?
Not hard plans that I'm aware of. He'll probably do some writing, try not to sleep, because I think that was what led to some exhaustion today and this week. So, trying to not stay awake, but sleep appropriately. And probably get some stuff done, maybe go for some walks. What about you?
Nice. When we talk about writing, what are we writing?
I do like screenplays on my spare time.
Are you looking for a lead actor?
I haven't filmed anything yet. That's the goal, right?
Don't look over here.
Okay, don't look over here. But I've been working on some stuff, and I'm also doing this kind of short-term contest in a couple weeks as well, so I'm trying to prepare for that. So
because I know there's this really well-built mustache Egyptian gentleman that could be a good actor at some point if you did want that. Sharif, of course.
The ripped Egyptian, as I think you guys called him once.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. I never heard of that. That's actually.
I think you and Neil.
I want to get this guy on screen over here right now, because we talked about. I was wondering why when I came over here, the very first stock, and some of it is just all psychological. Out of nowhere, remember I called up GameStop.
Yeah.
And I was like, let's just see. I was like, let's just see what GameStop is doing randomly. Remember? And it was down here at the 200 period moving average. Well, now there you go. Now you're going to see why. Yeah, what's up? What's up, guy?
I noticed that too, because I went to the bathroom, I came back, and he's standing there by the bell with the headband, and I was like, yes.
That was great. He looks exactly like
he's going to get those candies.
Keith Gill over there, so shout out to that. All right, John Manzoni. We're not doing roll call yet, but we're going to do it very, very soon. Absolutely loves Adair. Get her back on the desk. Desk on.
Yeah, I'm on a desk, always on some desk, and following the markets. But yeah, if you guys have any questions for stocks ever, tag me. I try my best to look at them. So good.
All right, here we go. Thank you to Easy Peasy. He says, Sean and Adara are your favorites. So we want to thank you for that. You're our favorite too, Easy Peasy. So thank you to all that. Miss Human Algo and Mr. Super Trader.
Nice.
All right, we'll take it. But I'm definitely not a super trader. Getting in 100 plus guests to your Penthouse Super Bowl party. Where's the invite?
That is a massive party.
100 plus guests in the Penthouse for Erie Pages. So,
easy peasy, I think. Yeah.
Or easy peasy, sorry. Easy peasy. Thank you so much for the super chat. Again, we're going to put some money together. We are going to be donating to charity, because there's going to be a push-up. Oh, you didn't hear about this?
No.
There's a push-up challenge.
Oh, I think you guys announced this while Trump was in my ear, so all I could hear was
Trump.
Trump.
That's what I'm saying. You're busy,
so
you're busy these days. It's going to be Joe and Sharif, a midday push-up challenge for charity. The winning contestant gets to donate to charity.
I like that.
And I don't know. We haven't discussed this, but we'll
Yeah.
see if Trader TV can match or put up something there,
Yeah.
real trading as well. So we're going to do something for charity coming up, also to celebrate 500,000 guests, subscribers as well. All right, man. What's been really important for us right here? And
Ours? Oh, it's up?
Yeah, we do have this. Is it up right now? Yeah. So right here, here's Brendan. Look where we paused this on. Right here, Brendan, like, what's the matter? There's the RSI video. Go get it right here. Here it is. I've already looked it up. We're looking it up right now. Already, we'll like it. The link is now in the chat. Watch how this goes right there.
RSI?
Look at the quality right now on this one. Brendan's trying to explain this to you. Overbought, oversold. It will flip back and forth. This is, I mean, we're really proud of this. Look at this. Relative strength. And speak of Sharif right here. So as we go, lots of awesome stuff there. We're really proud of it. Go check it out. It is your brand new RSI videos. So we're going to be having many more of these out, including VWAP videos, SMA videos, volume, just straight volume, price action, charting related education videos. This video now up on our Trader TV Live webpage. Go find it now. It is, trust me on that. If you have not seen this video yet, go click it. It's right here, right now. It's in the chat. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. I will tweet this out as well.
Yes.
We'll put it out on Trader TV Research. We'll put it out everywhere. Go make sure you do find us.
Yeah, I'll get that link.
right
I'll post it
now,
on Trader TV Research
immediately,
right
because
now.
you want to do a quick little stock blitz?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, in the chat, give us a couple names right now. If you super chat, you're more likely to get seen. We have 2 minutes. This is like lightning round. When I was doing this by myself for a couple months there, I was just like, let's do lightning round. Let's shout out to Jim Cramer, and let's see if anybody has anybody. Oh, look at this. Look at this handsome gentleman right here on the video. Wow, Neil, looking good right there. Yeah, so go find it here. Good explanation. This video is hot fire. I can tell you that right now. Can't wait to watch it myself. We've just seen the clips of it, so that'd be really nice. All right, so what do we want to talk about? Google, Tesla, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Tilray. All right, that is it. Stock blitz now over. We're going to take that.
You just name the stocks.
Yeah, no. I'm going to look at them all, but I've already picked them all. Tesla, Fannie Mae, Tilray, and I want to give you Eli Lilly. Go call up the Eli Lilly chart. I'm going to get Adara's analysis on those. I do want to talk about Fannie Mae. All right, Fannie Mae, a great stock. I like the name. There's a lot of traders around here that are invested in Fannie Mae. Again, it's a play on Donald Trump. There was talk about Fannie and Freddie again with the big dividend. We talked about Bill Ackman. He's the one championing this play. Go find Bill Ackman. There's a PDF out explaining his position and what they think can happen there by unlocking some value now, as Trump may bring this back to market and give a special dividend. Figure out sitting on a lot of cash is Fannie Mae. If you're going to look here at a weekly chart for Fannie Mae, you're going to see this right there. We've had this move before back in 18 and 19 where we had similar talks. It got up to $4 then. Right now seems much overextended for Fannie and Freddie. So that's a talk there. Look, Tesla was one of those names again. On a weekly, you look fine for Tesla, but we talked about this on the chart. I'm not a fan of what Tesla's been doing here over the last little while. Because this is sort of stock blitz and rapid fire, what we have to talk about is the positive and negatives. Positive, robo-taxi. Positive, Elon Musk. I think that you always want to get behind this guy. Negative, Elon Musk's attachment to Donald Trump, I think, is a negative.
Did you see his tweet?
I didn't see any tweets, but that's another part about it is that you're going to get now caught up where a lot of investors may not want to be involved with Tesla because of the association with the new with President Trump. And again, we know that the United States is very split on Democratic, Republican in those opinions. So I don't want to get him caught up in that, but he already is too late. So for me, let Tesla settle down. I like the stock in 340. I like the name. The other one that was on there, again, you know what? We just talked. I just saw another one. Forget it. I'm not going to talk about Google. We're talking about Rigetti. I bought Rigetti at $6 right here. Sold it the next day at $9. I thought we were doing pretty good getting 50%. That seems to have been a mistake as we barcoded up here into $14. Barcoding means just going like this. So right now you're kind of going between 12 and 14. I like the stock. I like Quantum, but I think it's better to wait for that report March 6th. Let's see if they're actually making some money. I believe that it will be something to watch out for. That is Rigetti. What do you think on Eli Lilly? And then we're out of here.
Yeah, I mean, I'll pull it up here in my trading view because I actually have like lines drawn on this, but basically there was a couple levels I was looking for earnings yesterday for Lilly. I wanted to see what it did at 8.88. I wanted to see what it did there at 860, and I wanted to see 846. And actually, Eli Lilly earnings day one gave us all of these. Like, look at this. I drew this line pre-market, this 888 line. Look where we reject. Look where we try to break out not once, but twice today with higher lows. So I think next week, if we get an 888 breakout, I think that's beautiful. And just so you guys see why I love this level, I'm going to put up the 30-minute chart and show you, like, look at this. And this is why I like 860 as well. You have the bounce off 860. You get to 860 rejected on earnings day one on their last report. And then this 846 level is also pretty interesting to me as well. There's a little bit of chop and churn on this between the earnings reports we get there yesterday and we bounce. So 846, 860, and 888 have been levels for me on Lilly. I want to see if we end up getting that 921, 21, 21 next week.
All right, great job there. We know Dara's been looking at Eli Lilly, so take those levels for what they're worth there because we know that she's been looking at it. It's roll call time. I do want to talk about this. Kirk Brooks says, Sean, you don't like trumpet shows. It has nothing to do with that. We try to stay politically neutral here. Whether or not I actually think that a more aggressive president actually speaking on the economy and things like that is beneficial to traders because of volatility in the market. So for that, I think it's great. We didn't see a lot of these moves when Biden was there. So I like it. I think it's great for the stock market. And I like the fact that Trump is the president of the stock market, self-declared. So we'll have to wait to see.
That is true.
Yeah. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I just, we keep our political opinions away because it's not that important. We're here to trade. So it's roll call. Let's find out who's there. We just showed you out Kirk. Trade Forever is here as well. I do agree, man. I think Saquon Barkley's going to have a big game coming this. You know, that he's a running back of the Eagles. Should be good there. Smokey Love as well. Canna Club. What's up, Canna Club in Chicago there? Juan Padilla says 21. William Knight is here as well. Axel's here. Mike Breeze is here. Anybody catching your...
yeah, I mean... Yep. We had Kun Zahara earlier today with the super chat that said game. So shout out to you, Kun Zahara, and shout out to the Super Bowl game. We've got Nephew with a capital P in the chat. We have Ari Pages in the chat. M. Stone, Bizbot, Damian Tarza, Smokey Love, Michael Spadafora, D'Lo Volkin. As always, I do have to thank Bears versus Bulls for everything he does for this community because we cannot get here without our fabulous moderator. Thank you to Fabian, Andre Ramin, Sean, Neil, Sharif, Joe, Brendan, Obi in the back there. Oh boy, what a team! And what a run.
We haven't taken vacation in a minute. We've been missing out on Obi, so maybe I'll let's take a day off.
Just a week. Because people are like, "Where's Obi?" And everyone in the chat's like, "Where's Obi at?"
Yeah, I'll take a day off, and we'll have Obi and Neil there, the dream team, maybe one day next week.
He's not there.
He's not there. Where's Obi?
Oh boy.
Where's Waldo? Where's Waldo? Oh no.
Trade secrets.
Obi's gone. Oh my God, he's not even on the bridge.
He's definitely here though. His computer's still logged in.
Where's Obi? It's okay. It's fine. All right, let's go. All right, thank you so much for watching. Dare just wrapped it up. All right, let's get that out of here because we have one more thing to do. We'll get that chat out there. Thank you so much for watching. All 2,500 of you that stayed late. We have been setting records all week. We're going to continue to do that next week as well. So join us. It's going to be a big week with earnings. Lots of stuff happening. Thanks so much for joining us. May all your winners be profitable ones, or may all your bets be profitable ones for Super Bowl. That is for sure. All right, Adara, this is one of the vegetables that's going to get eaten a lot this weekend. It's a potato.
Sure. And it's a potato chip.
And it's potato chips. Yeah, exactly. Oh, tortilla chips, corn chips too.
Corn chips.
So that maybe. How do we do a corn? We can't really do a husk of corn. Okay. Thank you so much. Enjoy the Super Bowl, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Cheers.